Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
51. Mountain Fortress. Oren barely manages to stay upright as Neffy throws her arms around him with a bright smile. He immediately notices she's dressed in brand new clothes, mostly black, accented with purple designs. She's wearing a sleek jacket, a cloak draped over her shoulders, sturdy gloves, boots built for harsh terrain, and a massive, flowing scarf that nearly touches the ground. Is that her special gear from those elite companies? She almost looks like a damn assassin herself. How can she walk around like that? Maybe she even feels cool. Sighing, Oren gently lowers her to the ground and asks, "What are you doing here? Why are you even here? Nice clothes, by the way. Welcome back. Didn't you ask for transport? I wanted to come along. Also, thank you. These are my first prototypes, aren't they cool? I made some for you as well. They are back home," she says, grinning. "I won't walk around like that, but let's wait and see." "Along? So who came to pick me up, then?" Oren asks, confused. "It's just me, brat." A raspy female voice calls from the distance. Oren turns in the direction of the voice and spots a small woman shorter than both him and Neffy. She has gray hair tied into a ponytail and wears clothes strikingly similar to Neffy's, all black, tactical, and intimidating. Grunna, just like I imagined her. To any bystanders, this must look like I'm getting abducted by two shady women. Why do they wear these outfits? Are they expecting a fight or something? "Nice to meet you. I suppose I should thank you for coming to pick me up," Oren says. "Oh, it seems my first impression was wrong. You actually have manners. In any case, after what you've done for my student, I don't really care. Do you want to leave right away?" She asks bluntly. "Is it possible to stay a little while? I heard this city is famous for gambling. I think it has what I need," Oren says. Both Neffy and Grunna look at him with immediate disapproval. "Don't worry, I'm not here to gamble. I have things to sell," Oren clarifies. "Oh, what kind of things?" Grunna asks. Oren casually unzips his massive duffel bag, revealing the gleam of stacked gold bars. "Just around 101 kilo gold bars, along with a bit of jewelry I took straight off Kalmata's corpse. I figured I might as well help myself to it, after dealing with him," he explains. Grunna stares at the contents and scoffs. "Don't sell that here. You won't get a fair rate with that volume. These bars are worth at least 1 billion jenny. You'd be throwing away millions. Honestly, your luck is unbelievable." She picks up the jewelry and briefly inspects it. "These are rare, ridiculously rare. I am not an expert, but any normal shop will scam you, without a doubt. Might not even be worth selling. You could auction them off at the Southern Peace Auction in September. As for the gold, sell it to proper companies that specialize in it and offer you the best rate." Oren nods, convinced. Her logic is sound. "Yeah, I don't need the money right away, so I'll follow your advice," he says, agreeing with her. "We've got people who handle this kind of stuff for you. Don't worry, it won't cost much, and you can be sure you'll get the best value out of your items," Grunna assures him. "Then I guess we can leave," Oren says. He follows Neffy and Grunna to their airship. He sighs as he spots it. It's a small vessel, just 2 decks total. Upon boarding, he quickly realizes the design: a modest, half-open top deck and a single lower deck that holds a few beds, a compact kitchen, and a tiny bathroom. Well, for 3 people, this is plenty. Oren stands on the upper deck, letting the air rush past him. Despite the cramped quarters, there's a unique charm to this smaller vessel. "I feel free. I don't have to share this space with 100 passengers. Yeah, I get why some people like these ships." After a few peaceful minutes, he heads back inside and sits on a bench as Neffy takes the controls. Grunna sits across from him, casually observing him. "Was it worthwhile? Do you regret participating in such an event?" she asks. "Not really. Assassination isn't something I enjoy. However, I guess it helped that my targets were absolute scum. I can see it as something that may end a civil war and help a lot of people. I wouldn't have volunteered for anything else," Oren explains. Then he adds, "It was worth experiencing at least once. I also learned a lot, so I'm glad I took the job." Grunna nods with approval. "Good, that's nice to hear. You seem pretty mature. Don't blindly follow the path of your instructors." "Well, Zeno invited me personally. He said if I ever want to take assassination seriously, I could reach out to him. But I'm a hunter, not an assassin. I'm only in it for the money and only if the job feels right. I might need a fortune someday, but I'm not going to earn it by killing unknown people, especially not if they are innocent. This job was an exception." Grunna pauses, clearly taken aback. Her eyes widen in surprise. "He really invited you?" He offered to teach you. Yes, he did, Oren confirms. Your instructors are going to go crazy when they hear that. That means Zeno considers you talented enough to be trained by him, Grunna explains. I even sparred with him. I got beaten, of course, but I landed a good hit. Drew blood, at least, Oren says with a small smile. Oren turns to Nephi. I take it my knives and spear are secure. Untouchable. No one but me can get to them. Maybe our leader, but they're perfectly safe. Trust me. She says proudly. I picked up 2 new ones, by the way, Oren says, revealing his 2 new Ben's knives, one gifted from Silva, the other taken from Kalmata's office. Even though I do appreciate knives, those sinister ones are terrible in terms of practical use, Grunna comments while eyeing them. Each one's completely different. You can't develop smooth techniques with them. From a handling perspective, they're the worst. Their only advantage is that they are far more powerful if you infuse them with aura. If you use Shu with one of these, the effect will always be superior to any standard weapon. Nephi, on the other hand, is staring greedily at them. Nice. These are insane. You'll let me play with them a little, right? Sure, Oren replies. Nephi smiles happily and hugs Oren before snatching up the knives and returning to the steering wheel. She expertly spins them in her fingers while keeping one eye on the ship's course. Oren turns to Grunna and smiles. Looks like I'm spoiling her a little too, though I doubt it compares to what you're doing. I'm not so sure about that. I've gone way overboard. But you, I don't know how you managed it. It's almost a miracle. That girl never talks about it, not a word, but it can't have been easy. I want to thank you for everything, she says, lowering her head. Oren shrugs. Forget about it. I'm planning to stay a bit and get to know the rest of the Hollow Blade members. As promised, though, I'm looking forward to learning a bit about knives. I can teach you how to use your Ben's knives. Some of them are actually daggers, not knives, but I can also show you how to use throwing knives, if you're interested, she offers. Throwing knives sounds interesting. Why not? With limitless waters, they could be deadly and effective. I need a long-range option that isn't as aura-consuming as my emission techniques. More options can't hurt. It takes nearly 4 days to reach their destination. During the flight, Oren, Nephi, and Grunna talk often. Grunna watches Oren spar with Nephi, and she keeps a close eye on his daily knife practice. She doesn't comment much, but Oren notices her quiet focus. Is she just observing for now? She seems serious. That's exactly what I want, someone strict to teach me. I guess the training will start when we reach our goal. Eventually, they reach the southern Yorbian borderlands, directly south of Yorknu. Oren watches as the terrain becomes mountainous. What surprises him most is that the airship doesn't descend, it keeps flying higher, directly over the peaks. Soon after, he spots a massive mountain. At first glance, it looks like a volcano. The top is completely open. But the airship doesn't stop, it flies right above the crater. Inside the hollow mountain, Oren sees hundreds of buildings built directly into the rocky walls. A hidden mountain fortress town, completely cut off from the outside world. No roads or tunnels are visible. The only way in is via airship or a mountain climb that would likely take even elite climbers weeks to complete. Surprised? Nephi grins. No, I expected something like that, Oren replies. Not something this over the top, but I expected something along these lines. Still no roads? This place is isolated. Do they have their own infrastructure? The airship descends and lands at a small airport, just a single building beside a flat landing area. More than 10 other airships are already docked, some surprisingly large. Did I just join some secret cult? What is this place? You people sacrifice humans down here? Oren asks, only half joking, a little annoyed. It's not a cult. We're more like a big family. Most people here come from difficult pasts. Some are hunted by the outside world, others are just disillusioned. But here, nobody can touch us. This is a sanctuary. Nephi explains with pride. Nephi's right, Grunna adds. You're being a little too suspicious. As they disembark, a young, cheerful woman with a notepad walks toward them. Welcome back, Elder. Hi Nephi. I've logged your return. Is this boy our newest member? She asks, eyeing Oren curiously. That remains to be seen, Oren replies. Hopefully I'm welcome even if it's just as a guest. Of course. Welcome to our little hidden town. I hope you enjoy your time here, she says warmly. Nephi and Grunna lead the way, and Oren follows. As they leave the open area turned airport, the true scale of the town becomes clear. Hundreds of small buildings are carved into the interior mountain walls, wrapping around the entire crater. Among them are a few larger and mid-sized structures, all uniquely designed. At the center, dominating everything, is a massive palace-like building built deep into the mountain. Only its enormous front entrance is visible. It certainly is a unique place. 15 plus early chapters available. 52 Community. As Oren follows Grunna and Nephi, he can't help but comment on the unique buildings. Are you people dwarfs? These buildings look almost too well made. I don't see heavy construction equipment either. So that means one of you can shape rock, or has some kind of ability that allows this. I'd like to see that Hatsu, Oren theorizes. You are correct. Aren't you a smart one? Aside from your instructors and myself, there are 3 more elders. One of them created this small city over the span of a decade. It's been steadily expanding ever since. Do you want to rest first? Do you want to meet your instructors? Or would you rather go straight to our leader? She's been expecting you, Grunna asks. I don't like this, but I guess the fastest way to find out if I can identify with you people is to talk to your leader, Oren says. Then let's head towards the administrative building, Grunna replies, changing direction towards the large, palace-like building. Administrative building? As they approach, Oren suddenly stops, feeling a strange sensation on his skin. What is this? I suddenly feel a little different. I should take a closer look. Oren uses Gyo and sees an immense dome of aura surrounding the palace, almost large enough to cover the entire town. However, unlike his own N, this N contains a different aura. Concentrating hard, Oren sees a faint red hue. Is that N? Oren asks, shocked. You have sharp senses. Yes, it is. You'll soon understand more, Grunna confirms, looking a little surprised herself. This N, it feels strange, almost like I can sense the feelings of the person using it. It's insanely large. That must be at least a radius of 300 meters, maybe more, depending on how deep these buildings extend into the mountain. How long can that person maintain it? Oren slowly enters the building. From time to time, he notices people glancing at him. Nobody looks suspicious instead, they all smile warmly. Is this friendliness just for show, or is this behavior genuine? Walking through the administrative building, Oren sees several workers, some sitting behind desks, typing on computers. So they somehow managed to gain access to modern technology, including an internet connection, despite being this isolated? Interesting. Passing by, Oren briefly glances at one screen, catching sight of what a work-era young man is doing. He seems to be managing a bank account, scrolling through countless deposits, taking notes. They finally enter a large office with exactly 8 people sitting behind desks. At the far end stands a single, large desk, occupied by a tall, imposing woman. She's the one using N. Is she the leader of this little sect? Oren carefully studies her. She has long blonde hair and appears to be in her early 30s. She is dressed in a gray robe and looks completely calm. What immediately catches his attention, however, is the metal visor covering her eyes. It prevents her from seeing anything and hides most of her face. Is she blind? Does she rely solely on N to see? Or is this some form of training? No, her N feels far too practiced, as if she's honed it for decades. She probably uses it constantly, meaning she might genuinely be blind. Remaining completely still, the woman begins to speak. Welcome, young Oren. It's a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. I feel honored that you decided to visit me immediately, rather than first speaking with our 2 treasured elders, whom you already know. Treasured elders? Oren crosses his arms. Nice to meet you, miss. My name is Rakshela. You can call me by my name. We are all equals here, though I do oversee this little town. As you can see, I can't personally handle every task required to run this place, so I have many capable assistants. Sounds kinda tribal, Oren comments. Don't be rude, Oren. Grunna chimes in, looking slightly annoyed. Haha, it is tribal indeed. Elder Grunna, there's no need for concern. I appreciate Oren's honesty. Would you please follow me into my private chambers? I prefer not to distract my assistants, Rakshela says with a gentle smile. Sure, Oren responds. Oren follows her into a private suite connected to the office. As he enters, he sees an almost bare room, furnished only with a bed, a small kitchen, and a bathroom. The walls aren't decorated, there are no plants, and the room looks unfinished. Please forgive the state of my room, she says. I prefer it this way. I have no use for distractions. It's alright, if that's how you like it. Who am I to comment on your private room? I'd say I can understand why you keep it this way, Oren replies. Thank you. First of all, welcome. I've heard much about you from Elder Buno and Elder Bunu. Beyond that, your achievements impress me greatly. A pro hunter, a floor master, and now, according to my network, even the slayer of the evil tyrant Kalmata, she notes. Nothing noteworthy. You're definitely overstating things. I just delivered the killing blow, or rather, the killing slash, to that lowlife, Oren corrects her. I disagree. More importantly, you not only freed Nephi, but you've taken care of her. From what I've observed, you've become a true friend to her, and she's immensely grateful for it, Rakshela says warmly. Anyway, you must be curious about our little community. Surely you've already heard some things. If you decide to join us, there is no need for any big decision. As thanks for your cooperation with your master's materials, we'll gift you one of the nicer houses. You may come and go as you please. We have many capable people here, and I have numerous sources of information. You can let us work for you. We charge a small fee for different services, but rest assured, we're cheaper than any outside expert you could hire, she explains. That sounds nice, Oren replies. However, I still don't get what this place is supposed to be. Why hide in a mountain, in a zone that doesn't officially belong to any country? Why isolate yourself? Rakshela does not hesitate and answers immediately. I don't trust outsiders. I want to be surrounded by my own people. Not everyone can join, and not everyone will immediately be trusted. You are an exception, as you've already proven yourself. Here, we support each other. While it's not required, it's appreciated, and most of our people offer their support however they can. I've heard the same about Meteor City, but I think your community is a little nicer, and certainly not as hypocritical, Oren comments with a smirk. Meteor City is at least honest in its approach, which is commendable compared to the utterly rotten parasites controlling the V5 and other large nations, such as the Kaken Empire. That includes the Mytene Union as well, Rock Shayla says, maintaining her smile, yet Oren notices a sinister undertone in her voice. She's refreshingly honest. Seems to hold quite a grudge against governments in general. Not that I disagree. She sees no hope in those countries and has decided to found her own little haven. Not that I disagree, but it's always been that way. In any case, I'd love to stay a while. As you already know, I'm not against helping out, nor am I greedy. However, I won't give up my funds freely. I have goals that require a lot of money, but at the same time, I'd much rather pay the people of Hollow Blade than some random outsiders, Oren replies. You are correct, it has indeed always been this way, which is precisely why I've made it my life's mission to build a community that is different. Please, stay as long as you'd like. There's no special ceremony or anything. Even if you don't officially join, you'll always be welcome here. What you did for Nephi will never be forgotten. She says, this time in a warm and sincere voice. I hope not everyone knows, Oren says, his tone suddenly serious. Nobody knows, but I have access to more information than others. It's quite obvious to me that you possess a Hatsu capable of healing people. You did it for Nephi, and you also did it for Elder Buno. As you might have realized, I know everything that is happening here. Buno tried to hide it, but I immediately noticed that his hands are as good as new. With that, and I guess she does indeed know everything that is happening here. Almost like a god. Oren stares at her, clearly annoyed that she has seen through him so easily. Please, rest assured. Nobody else will ever know. And I'll never ask you to use your ability for us, she assures him. I don't have any problem using it under certain circumstances. I plan on earning a lot of money with it, and like in Nephi's case, right some wrongs. Call me a hypocrite, but I'll do whatever I please. If my ability is genuinely needed, I'm not against using it. That includes everyone in this community. However, surely you understand the risks for me. I was planning to keep it hidden a while longer, but if there's ever an emergency, tell me. The room grows silent for a moment. Oren notices tears rolling down her cheeks, despite her visor. This is exactly what I've wished for. People like you are what I've been searching for. I'm truly grateful. Cut the act. Is she for real? Oren studies her closely, focusing on the tears. Do you have problems with your eyes? You realize I can fix, probably most injuries. Your offer is appreciated, but I feel there is nothing to fix, she says, calmly removing her visor. Oren stares at her in shock. She has no eyes, only empty eye sockets remain. You underestimate me. I don't just simply fix things, give me a few years, and I can even completely restore your eyes and vision, Oren says with a smirk. Is that really true? I'm not expecting anything. I've learned to live in darkness. I've spent longer without my eyes than with them. Still, I can't deny this urge. Once you feel ready, please let me know. I'll more than repay you. Hehe, you can pay me in Ben's knives. In fact, I am willing to buy them at a premium. Oren jokes before getting serious. I want to use this place. With their help, I can do it. I'll tell you when the time comes. I need a lot more practice and aura. I expect I'll be able to do it within a few years. But right now, there's something else I'd like to ask of you. There's a rather famous businessman I want to collaborate with and make an offer to. Have you ever heard of a certain Mr. Battera? Yes, indeed. One of the richest men in the world. He has an interest in a certain game, or rather, in the rewards for clearing it, Rock Shayla notes. According to the information I've gathered, he has a lover who is sick and in a coma. I'm fairly confident I could heal her. Even now I've heard he's offering a reward of 50 billion Jenny to clear Greed Island, hoping that the rewards can cure his lover. I'd like to make him an offer, 100 billion, and I'll heal whomever he wants. If I don't succeed, I don't want payment. I could probably achieve this on my own, but Battera has many people working for him. The chance of exposing myself is quite high. However, if you could invite him, he could pay, and I'd anonymously heal his lover. This would reduce the risks to almost zero, but it would require him to trust this arrangement. Surely, many people have tried scamming him before, so he might be suspicious. Do you think this is something you and Hollow Blade could accomplish for me? This doesn't sound too demanding. I have many contacts, and my reputation is flawless. Also, 100 billion is not enough. If you combine his spending on Greed Island, he will, without a doubt, pay more than that. Leave it to me. I could rent a small clinic in York New and invite him and his lover. He can even bring his own security and his own doctors. I can ensure you'll never need to see anyone face to face except your patient. Let's do it. Oren agrees eagerly. How does a donation of 10% sound? She asks with a grin. Bloodsucker. If I ever restore her eyes, I'll charge her 10 times that amount. Hehe. Fine. 15 plus early chapters available. 53 training and indulgence. I'm glad we could come to an agreement. Rock Shayla says warmly, her smile genuine. I have one more small request. This deal will earn you quite a bit of money, after all, Oren replies. What is it, Oren? She responds, still appearing unbothered. Teach me how you managed to elevate your end to this insane level. It's not just the range, I can sense there's something else to it, Oren demands. You're right, my N is probably my strongest skill, but there's no secret or special method behind it. With your talent, reaching my level wouldn't be impossible. Simply give up your eyes and use N continuously for a few decades, and you'll easily achieve my level, provided you train diligently, she replies in a casual yet serious tone. That's definitely not an option. Obviously, but perhaps. I'd gladly teach you the basics and see if you're making any mistakes, she continues genuinely. Would you like to go over the fundamentals? You should be able to learn this ability within a few weeks. I can already use N, however, it can't even compare to yours. I'm pretty much stuck at my current range. The only way forward seems to be patient training, Oren explains. Show me, she instructs. Oren activates his N, the range unchanged, still a radius of around 22 meters. Rakshela smiles slightly. She remains quiet for a few seconds before speaking up. For your age, this is nothing short of amazing. However, who taught you this technique, if I may ask? Nobody, I just knew about it. It's not particularly difficult. It's just a combination of Ten and Ren, Oren replies. You shouldn't normally be stuck at such a limited range. I can sense your aura clearly, and with your potential, your N is actually quite underdeveloped. Your N feels all wrong. Your goal shouldn't be to build up a dense, powerful aura and extend it outwards. In fact, the denser your aura, the less you'll sense. The key is to stretch your aura as thinly as possible. You've likely tried that before, but your N failed, causing you to adopt your current approach, which is stable and easier to use, but with way less potential. It's fine to learn N the way you did, but you need to change that approach. You've unwittingly run away from the challenge of mastering it. Using your current method, you'll eventually reach a master level and extend your N to maybe 50 meters within a few decades, but you're capable enough to aim far higher. If I concentrate properly, I can easily maintain an N with a radius exceeding a kilometer for an entire day. And even at that range, I can detect the smallest details, even red letters placed at the very edge of my N. Even Zeno's N only extends to about 300 meters. I suppose that's the difference when someone dedicates themselves fully to this skill. How can she read with aura? This shouldn't be possible. Is she using more than just N? At a certain point, you can even alter the shape of your N. A circle is the easiest and most common choice for average Nen users. However, some Nen users, particularly master transmuters, develop more useful and specialized shapes. Now, try again. Cover the same radius you previously reached, but limit yourself to just 50% of your aura. Oren follows her instructions, activating his N but restricting the aura he uses. For a brief moment, his N succeeds before his concentration breaks. The dome of aura immediately crumbles, forcing him to cancel the technique prematurely. Almost frightening. You succeeded on your first try. It may have only lasted a second, but you managed it, nonetheless. Train diligently and experiment a little. Nen is all about individuality. Even the basic and advanced techniques can and should be modified to fit your unique strengths. Standard applications of Nen are the most common, but strictly adhering to textbook methods only limits your potential. Rakshela finishes her explanation. Thank you, truly. I appreciate your advice, Oren replies, recognizing how naive he'd been. No need. My door is always open to you. How about you visit me once a week? Here's my number, she says, handing Oren a black card with her details. She mentioned she could even read letters. I appreciate it, Oren says, reaching for one of his own cards. He stares at the overly simple information printed on it, noting how comically basic it looks, just a name and an email address. His decision to exclude his number might have been a bit too cautious. Taking out a pen from his backpack, he scribbles his number onto the card, writing as large and clearly as possible. Rakshela smiles warmly, appreciating Oren's thoughtful gesture as she accepts the card. I'll assign you your own secretary. Don't worry, you'll be in control. She'll just handle minor tasks. You'll surely need one, especially considering what you've told me earlier. I'll handle everything else, though it'll take some time. I want to do my own research first. I need to find out exactly how much Battera can afford to pay. For now, why don't you visit your instructors? I've already given them your room key, and they've had it renovated for you. I think you'll be surprised. Really? As far as I know, Battera does not care about money at all. As long as his lover is safe, I think he would pay any price. Well, in any case, I'll trust you. I'm looking forward to getting to know this place, Oren replies. Don't think those two would have cared much, but I'm open to being surprised. Oren walks toward the door, but stops and turns around. One more thing. If possible, I want Battera to hand me one copy of Greed Island as well. He doesn't need them anymore, right? I'd even accept it as part of the payment. Thank you again. Rakshela nods, smiling softly. Despite leaving, Oren can still clearly sense Rakshela's presence, her N covering the entire town. After all, she could easily hide it using In, but chooses not to. She almost has a godlike presence here. All-knowing, I suppose I'll have to get used to it. Still, it's a little unsettling to know she'll be aware of everything. I do not sure I like that. Maybe I need to find a place further away from her little palace, or rather, her administrative building, as people call it. He steps back into the office, joining up again with Grunna and Nefi. Together, they leave the administrative building and step outside into the town. Oren, still unused to the unusual sight, looks upwards, glimpsing the sky through the natural opening at the top of the mountain. Let me escort you to your instructors. I'm sure they'll be happy to see you, Grunna says warmly. Not so sure about that, Oren jokes lightly. Neffy shakes her head as well. I don't know much about Elder Buno and Elder Bunu, but there are certain rumors. Child, stop with those rumors. Though truthfully, they aren't mere rumors, there is some truth behind them, but they are still within bounds, Grunna admits. Are you trying to make me curious on purpose while speaking in riddles? Oren asks suspiciously. You'll probably understand once we arrive. Although I disagree with certain choices, everyone is free to decide how they wish to live, Grunna states. If they've tricked me. Oren walks past the houses, noticing some are etched high into the mountain walls, requiring stairs to reach. They've stacked many houses on top of each other. I guess they're trying to use every bit of available space. If they keep building like this town could easily house tens of thousands. They circle around the large central space until stopping in front of a huge building towering over the others. It rises almost 100 meters, with several medium-sized buildings partially connected to it on either side. Don't tell me this entire complex. It all belongs to your instructors. They stay in the large building, while the buildings to the left are for their employees, Grunna explains, quickly adding, the medium-sized building on the right, with 3 floors, is new, as far as I know, so you can probably guess what they've planned for it. I like it. More than enough space for me, Oren says confidently, stepping toward the building. Oren knocks, and only a few seconds later, a middle-aged woman with long black hair, dressed in a maid's uniform, opens the door with a welcoming smile. Welcome, Master Oren. We've been expecting you. Please, come in. Elder Grunna, young Neffy, you're, of course, welcome as well, the woman says politely and comfortingly. I see what you meant, Grunna. I assume these are employees and not, Oren starts to say before realizing the woman he's speaking about is standing right in front of him. We're doing absolutely nothing out of the ordinary, Master Oren. Our master is simply employing us. We're assisting our respected masters and elders with the upkeep of their home. We're paid fairly and are free to leave whenever we wish, she clarifies calmly, showing no offense at Oren's implication. Right, thank you for explaining, Oren replies, stepping into the house. Despite its ancient and unusual exterior, the inside of the building appears perfectly modern. Even the walls are decorated with tasteful wallpaper. Without the view outside, it looks like a typical, luxurious mansion. Oren's eyes linger on a grand staircase further inside, leading up to various floors and even leading further down. I guess they're living like royalty here. I like this structure. So much space. Oren follows the maid further into the house, ascending the staircase until they reach a grand room with luxurious couches. Buno and Bunu are sitting opposite each other, engaged in a leisurely game of chess. Around them, numerous maids serve drinks, food, and massage them. Oren cringes as he sees all of them dressed in the same maid uniforms. He glances at them and even spots a young girl, probably younger than 8, sitting next to Bunu, giving him advice on how to outwit his brother. Seriously? So this is why you're considered soft among assassins, Oren comments, standing in front of them. Kid, relax. We're simply enjoying our hard-earned comforts. Welcome to our humble abode, Buno says cheerfully, giving Oren a wide grin. Bunu simply smirks, saying nothing. All the maids rise, bowing respectfully toward Oren. The small girl gets up, stumbles a little, falls down, and cries, only for another maid to hug her. Silly girl, do not rush. She says. Mama, she then cries only for her mother to carry her outside. Before Oren can protest, Bunu says, she is playing with her mother. She is not working here and goes to school full-time. She requested the uniform, even begged for it. I wasn't saying anything, Oren says, crossing his arms. Perverts. Disgusting. Neffy whispers behind him, hugging Oren lightly. Well, it's fine to enjoy your life, ve earned it. As long as these women are compensated and not forced, I won't complain, Oren remarks diplomatically. Maybe you should live with us, Neffy continues, whispering, sounding worried. I don't want you staying in this place. Oren just smiles lightly and sits down comfortably on one of the couches. It's good to be home, I suppose. 15 plus early chapters available. 54, a new life. Fine. If you're moving in, I'll do the same. Neffy declares firmly. Don't act silly, Neffy, Grunna quickly chides her, looking more than a little annoyed. It's part of the contract. Legally, I can't be away from him. Neffy retorts, wearing a playful grin. Haha, seems you're not in any position to make fun of us, boy, Buno says with amusement. There are more than enough rooms in Oren's house. If he agrees, feel free to pick one and stay over sometimes. I'm still 12 years old, spare me your nonsense, please. Anyway, I like your mansion, Oren says, standing up to look around. Walking toward the southern side, he pauses by large windows, taking in the sight of the circular mountain town outside. The view from the highest floor must be fantastic. Let's take a look at your house, shall we? We can enter it directly from the 3rd floor. It's on the same level as the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors of our complex. There are stairs along the side, so you can still enter from outside, Bunu explains. Sure, Oren replies. You all go ahead without me, Grunna says. Thank you again for helping my student. Nephi can show you where my house is later, so you can visit to begin your training. Thanks, I'll see you later, Oren answers. Banu, Buno, Oren, and Nephi then head up the stairs to the third floor and move along a short corridor leading directly into Oren's house. As soon as they step inside, a spacious living room greets them. It's a bit simpler than the twins' luxurious mansion, but still elegantly decorated. Immediately, two maids, looking to be in their late 20s, approach and bow deeply, greeting in unison, "Welcome, Master Oren." "No," Oren says immediately. "What do you mean, no?" Buno asks, slightly confused. "I'll gladly rely on the help of a few housekeepers, and I'm more than willing to pay, but I really can't deal with this maid thing," Oren firmly states. "You really must learn to enjoy life." Bunna chuckles, while Nephi shoots the twins an annoyed glare. "But I like these uniforms," one of the women responds. She's tall, with long black hair and warm brown eyes. "Perhaps we could wear them occasionally. I'd genuinely love to work for you if you give me the chance," she says sincerely. "Fine. What's your name?" "Natsuko," she replies politely. "Please hire me as well. I am Catherine, I am a great cook." The other woman eagerly adds. Oren notes she has nearly exactly the same height and appearance as Natsuko, only with striking blue eyes and blonde hair. Weird pair. They are clearly from different backgrounds, but they make a nice pair. "All right, nice meeting you too. How about 1,000,000 jenny a month?" Oren suggests generously. Both women immediately shake their heads in unison. "No, that's far too much. The standard rate is more than enough," Catherine replies earnestly. "Which is?" Oren asks, turning to Buno. 250,000 jenny starting salary, along with free boarding, food, and periodic raises every few years, Buno explains. "Fine, let's go with that. I'll give bonuses depending on your performance. Now, could you give me a little tour?" "Gladly," Natsuko replies, visibly pleased with Oren's acceptance. Led by Natsuko and Catherine, the group explores Oren's new home. The ground floor level with the third floor of Buno's mansion features a large living room, a spacious kitchen, a dining room, a bathroom, and 4 medium-sized rooms suitable for staff. The floor above has a huge master bedroom, multiple smaller bedrooms, a sizable office, an extravagant bathroom with a tub as big as a small pool, and several empty rooms awaiting furnishing. The third floor surprises him. There are no walls, just an enormous, open hall. Oren looks around in shock. The walls are raw rock, but polished smooth. The room is filled with countless custom-built machines, resembling heavy-duty gym equipment, clearly handcrafted from steel and loaded with immense weights. A ring for sparring stands at one end. Opposite the large windows is a vast natural rock wall that's left rough, perfect for training. Nearby, there's a shallow pool, barely ankle-deep, surrounded by multiple faucets. "Okay, I owe you both an apology," Oren says sincerely, turning to Buno and Banu. "I didn't expect much, but this is simply perfect. I can practice my claw technique on the rock wall, I can use this shallow pool to refine my techniques, and I planned on setting up my own gym anyway. This is ideal. I'm genuinely grateful." Buno and Banu both nod, satisfied by Oren's enthusiastic response, before placing their hands supportively on his back. "You deserve it. You can dig as deeply as you like. You own everything in that direction, just make sure not to dig sideways, or you might accidentally break into someone else's bedroom," Buno says teasingly with a smirk. "The thing I like the most is this," Oren says, stepping toward the large windows at the edge of the room. As he gazes out, he sees nearly the entire city below. His elevated position makes him feel incredibly privileged. "I can even see the sky, so I'll actually get some natural light for a few hours each day. Okay, that's settled. I'll definitely be staying here. This is the perfect place to train." Nephi stares around at the gym, clearly impressed. She walks closer to Oren, seemingly hesitating, as she tries to find the right words. "Yes, you can visit. Choose any bedroom on the second floor. You're always welcome here, and maybe Grunna can come by as well, so we can use this space for training," Oren says with a smile. Nephi, looking slightly surprised, immediately hugs Oren, clearly delighted by his proactive offer. "There's just one more thing I need," Oren continues. "What do you need?" Banu asks curiously. "Build me the most secure safe possible. It should be pretty large. Maybe I can dig out a suitable space for it." "No problem. If you're willing to spend a couple million, anything is possible," Buno casually assures him, making it sound like a trivial matter. Perfect. As Oren settles comfortably into his new home, he's reminded of his time back in Leiter's mansion. Every day, without fail, he trains rigorously. He doesn't spend all his time on physical workouts alone. Instead, he balances it carefully with aura training, knife practice with Grunna and Nephi, sword practice, claw technique training, and even regular sparring sessions with his twin instructors. Thanks to Azure Restoration, which he diligently uses on himself every night, he's able to push himself to the limit every single day, constantly restoring his body to its peak state. The results are clear. Oren notices significant progress in his physical strength, gradually increasing the weights on all the machines. His aura reserves steadily grow, and after just 1 month, he masters a more refined and advanced form of N, extending his range to a radius of over 30 meters. Naturally, Oren takes Rakshela's advice seriously, frequently visiting her and progressing steadily under her guidance not only in N but also in other advanced Nen techniques. Aside from his relentless training, Oren also spends plenty of leisure time with his former instructors and Nephi, who eagerly shows him around their small town. They go on daily shopping trips, and despite the town's modest size, the stores somehow manage to stock an impressive variety of goods, thanks to regular airship deliveries. Everything is sold at cost to the residents of Hollow Blade. Nephi even gifts him a dozen seemingly ordinary black outfits, all made from special nanofiber capable of stopping most knives, their protective qualities further enhanced when he channels aura through them, using Shu. Thanks to his new employees who, despite their earlier promises, seem to prefer their made uniforms, Oren doesn't have to worry about cleaning, cooking, or housework. Anything he requires is swiftly taken care of with just a simple request. Despite Buno's advice, he decides to immediately reward them by giving them a regular 50,000 Jenny bonus, starting almost immediately. He spends a considerable amount of resources acquiring additional Ben's knives, willingly paying almost double the usual price, around 20 million Jenny each. By now, thanks to his insistence, he has gathered a certain reputation, and people are realizing they can sell him these knives at a premium, pleasing Oren greatly. Even Eren finally manages to obtain an authentic Ben's knife, promptly sending it to him. His collection now proudly numbers 20 knives, all securely hidden within his newly constructed, highly secure safe, which took 10 strong men to maneuver into place on the upper floor of his house. Oren's birthday soon arrives, marking the first time he celebrates it properly, this time surrounded by more than 20 people in the twins' luxurious living room. For the first time ever, he genuinely feels at home, surrounded by people who genuinely care for him, while steadily making enormous strides in his training. Yet, despite his new life, Oren never forgets his past in Meteor City. Through Buno and Bunu, he decides to donate 50 million Jenny, enough to avoid souring relations with the elders, at least for the time being, as he is not yet comfortable betraying their expectations. Time passes quickly, and now it's late July. Oren sits comfortably in his massive bathtub, practicing N. The normally spherical shape of his N begins morphing slowly, shifting into something that resembles thick fog, constantly twisting and changing as if alive. Suddenly, his concentration breaks as his phone vibrates nearby. Feeling his aura almost fully drained, he decides to end his N training for the day and checks the message. To his surprise, it's from Rakshela. "Hello Oren, we've finalized most of the details. We've rented a hospital in Yorknew." Bat-Terra remains skeptical, and it took significant effort, but he finally agreed. He selected the 10th of August for our first meeting, shortly before this year's Southern Peace auction. If things go poorly, he may try purchasing even more copies of Greed Island. Rumors indicate a few copies might show up, spontaneously. "Meet me when you're available, and we'll go over everything in detail." A smile spreads across Oren's face. He climbs out of the bath, quickly dresses himself, and eagerly heads out to meet Rakshela. Time to solve my money troubles forever. 15 plus early chapters available. 55, setting off lack of sight. 55, setting off lack of sight. Oren makes his way toward Rakshela's office, curious about the result of her negotiation. Aside from Rakshela herself, a few of her aides are also present. "Welcome, Oren," she greets warmly. "They seem fairly invested in this. Good, I like that." "Hello, thank you everyone, for your hard work," Oren replies politely, nodding at the small team. "So, what are the details?" 500 billion Jenny. However, there are strict conditions attached. Still, I think they're quite reasonable. "What? 500 billion? I expected maybe 120 or 150 at most. Does Bat-Terra even have that kind of money?" Rakshela, sensing his surprise, quickly explains, "I can sense that you didn't expect that. We will only receive 100 billion upon successful treatment. Bat-Terra needs time to sell his Greed Island copies and other assets to raise the remaining amount. So, in total, you'll receive the other 400 billion over the next 4 years. Don't worry, the contracts are airtight. After signing them we will be notified about his every step. He can't deceive us, and should he still go ahead, then we can reverse your treatment, by sending them both to eternal slumber." "What about the copies?" Oren asks, remembering his goal to eventually play Greed Island himself. Rakshela smiles, looking slightly amused as she answers, "You get one. And as a bonus, there are currently no players active in the console, so you're free to do whatever you wish with it. Now, regarding the conditions, he won't pay until your patient is completely healed and awake. Additionally, he wants his own doctors to closely monitor her after each treatment. If her condition worsens at any point, he reserves the right to stop immediately." "Thank you. Those conditions seem fair. In fact, they're almost suspiciously reasonable," Oren notes cautiously. "Her connections and influence are clearly more impressive than I initially thought. I asked one of the 10 Dons to vouch for me. I had to call in a favor, but it was definitely worth it. If anything happens they will be wiped out, wherever they may flee. The 10 Dons control the entire known world," Rakshela adds casually. "Known world? So she knows. Anyway, does she think mentioning the favor will make me part with more of my money? I guess 500 billion Jenny is absurdly high. Maybe, no, I'll keep it all for now. Thank you, Oren repeats politely. Do I need to prepare anything? We still have nearly 2 weeks until the date. Shayla shakes her head gently. No, you don't. I will personally accompany you, along with a few of my trusted aides. Really? I sense you're surprised. I can't allow anything to go wrong. Mayan will ensure everything proceeds smoothly. And if someone interferes, they won't survive long enough to regret their foolishness, Shayla says, her voice turning icy cold at the end. Even her N momentarily shifts, darkening the atmosphere before quickly returning to normal. Oren nods, slightly startled by her brief outburst. She's not okay. There's an extreme amount of rage inside her. I wonder what her story is. I'm getting curious. Her eyes, whatever happened was incredibly cruel. Almost reminds me of the Kurta clan, though the clan is wiped out, aside from Karepika, and he already confirmed there are no survivors. So this has nothing to do with the Kurtas. I'll see you soon, then, Oren says, preparing to leave. Wait a moment, Shayla interrupts, stepping into her private room. Seconds later, she returns holding a small box. Take this, I believe it will be useful for your training. Oren cautiously accepts, opening the box to reveal a beautifully crafted black metal visor, very similar to her own. Despite its intimidating appearance, the visor has a mysterious charm. I see, so this is for training in. Challenge yourself with it. Start with a few days, then a week, and eventually aim for an entire month, Shayla instructs. I really appreciate this. I'll put it to good use, Oren replies gratefully, briefly inspecting the visor with Gyo before putting it on. The visor locks tightly in place, unmoving unless significant force is applied. His vision is now completely suppressed, darkness surrounding him. Activating his N, Oren enjoys how it's no longer a smooth circle but rather a large, shifting cloud of fog, constantly morphing slightly. Despite its increased complexity, his N remains very thin, consuming minimal aura yet allowing him to cover more than 50 meters thanks to his intense training. I really have learned a lot from her. In just a few weeks, I managed to refine my N to reach 30 meters, and now, half a year later, I've even created my own unique version, reaching master rank. Considering all the time I spent learning Nen, this isn't a big surprise. I just needed someone to teach me seriously for a while. Relying solely on his N, Oren makes his way home easily. He quickly enters and ascends to the upper floor, heading to his gym. Before entering, he senses someone already inside. Smiling knowingly, he approaches the person. What's that visor? A familiar female voice immediately questions him. That looks exactly like the one our leader wears. I know, Nephi. It's a gift from her, Oren explains casually. I still don't understand why you're so focused on N. Sure, it's useful and interesting, but developing a strong Hatsu is far more important. Nephi argues stubbornly. The basics are important. The advanced techniques, despite their name, are still fairly simple applications of Nen. The more skilled you become, the more control you'll have over every aspect of your abilities. I've learned a lot from my Nen training. I've even developed a few new techniques for limitless waters, Oren explains patiently. Whatever you say. I prefer to focus entirely on my own style. Mastering too many advanced skills turns you into a jack of all trades. You know the saying, Nephi replies with a smug grin. Jack of all trades, master of none, though oftentimes better than a master of one. Oren counters, smirking slightly. Now you're just making things up. Nephi says, playfully hitting Oren, who quickly activates Ken, causing her strike to have zero effect. Ouch. You mean it? Nephi complains, rubbing her fist. See, this is exactly why you need to practice advanced techniques. Oren retorts teasingly. You're younger than me. You'd better start respecting your big sister. Nephi says, puffing her cheeks dramatically. Oren smiles warmly and pats Nephi gently on the head, making her blush slightly but remain silent. How about I take care of your scars just a little? I need to practice my ability for the upcoming deal anyway, Oren offers kindly. Really? Nephi asks excitedly. But won't that be dangerous? No, not if I go slowly. You'll be fine. I won't completely remove them, just fade them a little, Oren reassures her, having carefully considered the consequences. With a big smile on her face, Nephi undresses and lies down on the floor, commenting cheerfully, your visor is really convenient. No peeking. I don't need to peek. Me N is more than enough to tell me you're completely fla. Oren begins before sighing deeply. I can't let myself get pulled into this girl's silly games. Let's start. Oren quickly says, shrinking his N range to just 2 meters and activating Azure Restoration. His aura immediately turns a vibrant azure color. He carefully moves his hands over Nephi's body, making sure to use the ability no longer than 30 seconds at each spot, releasing just a small amount of aura at a time. After a few minutes, he stops, his aura drained slightly, though more than half still remains despite his earlier N practice. Perfect. Nephi exclaims happily. This is so much better. In a few years, I might finally be rid of them completely. Then you won't be able to resist my charms. Personally, I couldn't care less about the scars, but I guess women always worry about their appearance, Oren remarks, shaking his head slightly. You should be confident, Neffy, those scars are really not what makes you special. Neffy mumbles, a little embarrassed, puzzled by his words but choosing not to press the issue further. Oren continues his training diligently for the remainder of his stay. Finally, on August 7th, Oren, Rock-Shayla, and 2 female aides board a small airship headed toward Yorknew. Rock-Shayla forcefully takes command of the airship, insisting on piloting it herself despite her lack of sight, slightly worrying Oren. Meanwhile, Oren himself sits on a couch, observing the 2 aides seated opposite him. Both women appear to be around 30, clearly not new aides but trusted veterans, likely longtime associates of Rock-Shayla. Rosa and Mola, right? Oren asks, attempting at least a bit of friendliness toward the people assisting him. I know they're both Nen users. Rosa is tall and clearly strong, while Mola is smaller but looks agile. Both have brown hair and brown eyes. Are they related? They make a balanced pair. Good that you remembered, boy. Rosa replies, eyeing Oren with curiosity. Mola crosses her arms defensively. You'd better be grateful our goddess treats you so kindly. Of course I'm grateful, but goddess. Please, don't tell me you actually belie. Mola, be kind. Oren is an important member of our community. Also, please don't cause misunderstandings, alright. Rock-Shayla calmly interrupts, causing Mola to blush slightly and shyly avert her gaze. No normal people in this community, huh. Oren takes out his phone and quickly messages Conrad, letting him know he'll soon be in Yorknew and asking for updates regarding their company. Oren reads Conrad's quick reply. Fantastic. Our high-end products are extremely costly, but we're making a fortune. However, I have some bad news. The research Cluck is involved with will finish soon, rendering our current products obsolete. Still, I have successfully applied for patents. It cost me 100 million to bribe a few acquaintances, but I have pushed them through. Even if they won't hold up, we can delay our rivals long enough to earn more money. However, ideally, we should sell the company fairly soon before things get public. I expect around 20 billion jenny for it. Additionally, we've accumulated earnings of 6 billion jenny. I'll wire you half shortly. Oren smiles to himself, feeling pleased as his wealth steadily grows, thanks to multiple profitable ventures. Less than a day later, their small group arrives in Yorknew, and Oren begins preparations for his client. 15 plus early chapters available. 56, Hidden in Plain Sight, the Seer. 56, Hidden in Plain Sight, the Seer. The small, but speedy airship maneuvers toward a small private airport on the outskirts of Yorknew City. Rock-Shayla skillfully begins landing the airship with only minimal guidance from Rosa, who points out the general direction. Impressive, Oren comments, genuinely surprised that despite her limitation, Rock-Shayla can perform complicated tasks like piloting an airship. If she improves even a bit more, she won't need eyes at all. Her N is just that extraordinary. However, using N during combat must be an enormous burden. Can she even maintain N and Ren simultaneously? I wouldn't be surprised if she could, but it would surely consume immense aura and concentration, leaving her vulnerable. Rock-Shayla doesn't respond, focused entirely on safely landing their ship. The group exits the airship, and immediately, a sleek black limousine pulls up in front of them. At first, Oren thinks nothing of it until 2 men in black suits step out. Their build and demeanor seem out of place. Their faces bear noticeable scars and tattoos, their eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. They certainly don't look like typical professional bodyguards. Mafia members. Looks like she really does have strong ties with one of the 10 Dons. The Don responsible for the Western European continent, which includes the powerful United States of Sahurda, is extremely influential, especially considering Yorknew is under his direct control. Welcome, treasured seer. Please, allow us to drive you to our boss. He is eagerly awaiting your arrival, one of the men announces respectfully, giving a slight bow. Rock-Shayla herself doesn't respond, but Mola quickly intervenes. Go ahead. The seer graciously honors your boss with her presence, but we don't have much time to waste. What? Who is this seer supposed to be? Are they calling her that because of her visor? Idiots. If everyone with N abilities was called a seer, there'd be thousands of them around. But maybe it's related to her specific Nen ability. I'd love to find out more. I haven't asked her directly yet. Rock-Shayla enters the limousine first, followed closely by Oren, Rosa, and Mola. The car swiftly takes them to their destination, a luxurious hotel that Oren immediately recognizes as catering exclusively to high-end clients. Dozens of attendants stand in formation outside the entrance. The limousine stops directly in front of the doors, and the driver quickly exits, rushing to open the door for the group. Rock-Shayla gracefully exits, followed by the others. The driver promptly hands the keys over to his colleague and quickly escorts the group to an elevator. They step inside, and he presses the button for the 11th floor, the top floor, before inserting a key into a special lock. Upon arrival, it's immediately apparent that this entire floor is not divided into separate rooms, rather, it consists of one vast, luxurious apartment. They're guided into an extravagant living room, where several more men dressed in black lounge casually. An older man seated in an impressively ornate chair stares intently at them as they enter. So this is one of the 10 Dons. He certainly looks the part. To Oren's surprise, the man quickly rises and approaches the group, attempting a kind smile that looks somewhat strained. Welcome, Lady Seer. I'm deeply honored by your presence. It's truly my pleasure to assist you, the man says respectfully, moving to grab Rakshela's hand. Rakshela immediately slaps his hand away. That won't be necessary. We're here strictly for business. What is she doing? Oh, of course, forgive my rudeness. I'm here solely to support your endeavors. I've even arranged for my personal shadow beast to escort you and ensure your safety. The Don replies awkwardly. That won't be necessary either. What use is your shadow beast when I could dispose of a fighter of his level within seconds? Should I be in danger, he'd be incapable of providing meaningful help, Rakshela responds sharply. The Don visibly gulps, clearly acknowledging the validity of her statement. I suppose that's true, but you wouldn't need to dirty your own hands. Rakshela sighs lightly. That's exactly why I've brought along a few trusted comrades. The Don now turns his attention, for the first time, toward Rosa, Mola, and finally Oren. The moment his gaze settles on Oren, he jumps back in shock. You, Demon Claw Oren. Why is someone like you of course, I see. Congratulations, Lady Seer. It appears you've recruited quite a powerful fighter to your cause. Several of the Don's subordinates also tense visibly, staring warily at Oren. Excuse me, but how exactly do you know me? Oren asks, genuinely puzzled. The Don looks slightly confused. Of course I know everything about you. You're a floor master, after all. We always try our best to recruit strong fighters, and once every decade, geniuses like you naturally draw our attention. We could never reach you since you suddenly disappeared. No one had any idea where you'd gone. I guess this explains it. So, you've accepted a position as a bodyguard for Lady Seer? It seems even she acknowledges you as a powerful fighter. With you around, there's definitely no reason to worry. So that's why she didn't bother hiding my presence. Nobody would assume that I'm actually the healer. If they even know what's really going on in the first place. Is the room prepared for us? Rakshela interrupts, getting straight to business. Yes, of course. As promised, the entire 10th floor is reserved exclusively for you. There are 2 luxurious apartments waiting, the Don says, smiling broadly. 1 apartment will suffice. Keep the other one empty and make sure nobody enters our floor. Rakshela replies firmly. Certainly. If there's anything else you require, please let me know. The Don eagerly offers. Rakshela turns around without another word, and the Don's men quickly move forward to open doors for her as the group leaves the apartment. They arrive at the 10th floor and are finally left alone. Why didn't we just take both apartments? Oren asks curiously. 1 is enough for a few days, Rakshela replies casually. Or are you embarrassed about sharing a room with a few ladies? Not embarrassed, well, whatever, I guess it's safer that way, Oren replies, deciding it's better not to press the matter. You know, Rakshela, I've asked you a few times before but never really insisted. Who exactly are you? A seer? Is it because of your visor? Oren finally asks her. Rakshela smiles slightly before explaining, no, although most people do believe that's the case. In truth, I'm just good at reading politics and business trends, mostly thanks to my contacts. They call me seer because my predictions are very useful for large organizations like the Mafia. Let's just say I do some consulting work for them. Oh, and thank you for protecting me, Demon Claw Oren. I'm quite relieved to have you by my side. Your jokes aren't really funny, Oren remarks dryly, causing Rakshela to theatrically place a hand over her mouth, feigning outrage. She shrugs lightly and lies down on the bed. I have some business meetings scheduled later. You can join if you're interested, but honestly, I don't really need your help. In that case, I'll head out on my own. There are a few friends I'd like to meet, Oren explains. Just make sure you're back here in 2 days, Rakshela reminds him lazily from her spot on the bed. Don't worry, there is no way in hell that I will miss out on the big payday. Oren says. She's rather strange. Sometimes she acts mysterious and serious, sometimes incredibly kind, but then she also has these childish sides. Without thinking much about it, Oren calls Conrad and shares the hotel's address. Someone will pick you up in 30 minutes, Conrad responds promptly. I'll be back soon, Oren says, stepping outside the room. As he waits for Conrad's contact, he notices a flashy red sports car rapidly approaching the hotel. It doesn't slow down at all, braking sharply only moments before reaching the entrance, tires screeching loudly and leaving skid marks behind. The hotel attendants appear unsure of how to handle the situation. Is that a guest? We shouldn't be rude. What are we supposed to do? Forget it, I'm not risking my job by confronting whoever that is. Oren watches as a red-haired woman with long hair, fluttering in the wind, wearing skimpy hot pants, a loose-fitting top, and sunglasses steps out of the car. Looks like she's in her late 20s. These wealthy guests are always so arrogant. Maybe she's one of the Don's lovers, maybe a child. To his confusion, the woman suddenly raises her hand and enthusiastically waves at him. Don't tell me, Conrad, you absolute idiot. Feeling slightly embarrassed at being associated with her, Oren reluctantly walks over. Hi there, Oren. Wow, aren't you a real cutie? So young, too. I'm Vanessa Chester. She greets cheerfully. Conrad isn't married, so I suppose you're his sister. Oren guesses cautiously. Yes, his older sister, despite looking younger. She says brightly. Hop in, let's go have some fun. No, you don't. Just drive carefully, please, Oren requests calmly, taking his seat. As if she's incapable of understanding his request, Vanessa immediately accelerates, nearly crashing into several other cars outside the hotel before finally leaving the premises. Feeling fine, as he is confident in jumping out of the car at any time, Oren asks her, "So what is your role? Are you partnering with Conrad?" "Haha, I don't work. I have secure investments and I'm set for life. I just like to enjoy my life," she explains. "However, I help out every now and then, and Conrad insisted this time, so rather than asking me, I should ask you what this is about." "I have a hunch," Oren says. Surprisingly, he really loves his sister, doesn't he? That's the only way this situation makes sense. "How do you know?" "Yes, he is totally in love with me, despite acting the opposite. I almost feel sorry for him. I am the reason he only dates red-haired women," she says, Oren, not quite sure how serious she is. 15+ early chapters available. 57 Connections and Training. Vanessa's car arrives at a small industrial park. The security guard at the entrance doesn't even wait for the car to stop before opening the gates. "I guess she and her car are well known around here. This little park belongs to my dad but is managed entirely by Conrad," Vanessa explains. "I like it. Instead of a fancy, useless skyscraper downtown, you're wisely using property that's more affordable and actually practical," Oren says approvingly. Conrad does enjoy luxury, but he's pretty calculating, too. "My dad always wanted his own little empire, so this industrial park is full of his own businesses. He owns several parks like this, but this one's by far the most expensive since real estate prices in York New are absolutely insane. Honestly, I suggested we tear down this place and build apartments. We could easily make a few $100 billion with minimal investment. I don't get my family sometimes, they always want to earn more money. With just $1 billion you're set for life. Why do people want more?" Vanessa rants as they pull up to one of the larger buildings. They exit the car, and Oren thoughtfully nods. "Actually, Vanessa, I agree. Today might open your eyes even further. However, some people have loftier goals and require incredible wealth to achieve their dreams." Vanessa pauses, looking curious. "What exactly do you mean?" Oren smiles slightly, refusing to elaborate. "Just go on ahead." They enter the building, and Vanessa quickly guides him to an office on the top floor. As soon as they step inside, Conrad immediately stands up, rushing toward Oren and giving him a tight hug. "Okay, enough already, let go," Oren complains mildly. "So, how have you been? Back for more business?" Conrad asks with a wide, friendly grin. "You could say that, just a little deal. By the way, I received the money. You did a great job with the company. Honestly, it almost feels like I took too much advantage of you, so let's skip the lengthy explanation. The answer is yes if you properly take care of her and make sure nothing bad happens," Oren says clearly. Wait, what? I haven't told her yet." "How did you know?" Conrad asks, clearly confused. "My education might be lacking, but I'm not stupid. You should know that by now," Oren replies calmly, crossing his arms. "No, obviously you're not. But you're right. If it's at all possible, please help her," Conrad requests earnestly. "I told you it's all right. I've improved considerably, and even if something goes wrong, I can forcibly close her nodes, minimizing the risk even further. I already explained to you the basics, so how about we spend the day going over the advanced techniques after awakening her?" Oren suggests. "Yes. I've created my own Hatsu already, but I definitely want to learn more. I can only use Gyo right now," Conrad says eagerly. "Alright, hold up. What exactly are you two talking about?" Vanessa interrupts, looking thoroughly confused. Oren briefly activates Ren, directing it toward her. Vanessa instantly starts trembling and freezes up, eyes wide in shock. Oren calmly approaches Conrad's desk, picks up a sheet of note paper, strengthens it with Shu, making it sturdy and sharp like a knife, and throws it at a nearby book. The note pierces deeply into it, nearly slicing it entirely in half. Vanessa looks stunned, glancing rapidly between the book, Oren, and her brother. You knew about this, Conrad?" she demands. "Yes, ever since I took the hunter exam," Conrad admits sheepishly. "And you didn't teach me, you jerk," she shouts, repeatedly hitting his arm. "Poor guy. You can learn now, but you should know the risks. If you openly spread these secrets, you'll become a target. In fact, even teaching you this casually is already somewhat risky. No amount of money or connections will protect you if you leak this information. Every single government will make your life hell, in addition to the association. This isn't something you can take lightly, it could even kill you," Oren warns, his tone suddenly serious. "I'll risk it," Vanessa declares firmly. "Good, now strip and sit down. We'll start immediately," Oren instructs directly. Vanessa doesn't hesitate, immediately taking off her top skillfully and revealing she's not wearing a bra underneath. Feeling slightly responsible for the situation, Oren quietly adds, "Actually, perhaps you can leave that on. Your clothes are thin enough." With Vanessa's top back on, Oren uses Azure Restoration to open her aura nodes. Thanks to his diligent training, the process proceeds even more smoothly. In less than 5 seconds, Vanessa's aura nodes burst open, causing her aura to gush forth from her body. That was fast. Conrad notes, impressed. Now, Vanessa, don't panic. Listen carefully to my instructions, Oren commands firmly. Over the next 20 minutes, Vanessa slowly learns to control her aura, mastering a rudimentary use of 10 and beginning to gain basic control over her aura. Looking exhausted but still smiling brightly, Vanessa stands up and hugs Oren. Not again. You two really need to respect personal space, Oren says, gently pushing her away. They are similar in some aspects. He then calmly begins explaining the basics to her, the different nen categories, and eventually dives into the basic and advanced techniques. Once he finishes, he turns to Conrad. Any technique you're interested in? If it's about self-defense, then Ryu, Ken, and Ko are essential. I guess I've recently pushed mine to some pretty absurd levels. It's a unique skill with tons of potential, but not really suited for combat. Shu's self-explanatory, even you should be able to manage it easily. Finally, there's in it's tough. Took me ages to get the hang of it, but I highly recommend it. As a conjurer, you should be able to pick it up. I'll show you some training techniques. Learning about the advanced techniques is easy, it's actually learning to use them that's the hard part. I have some tips for you, if you are interested. Conrad nods. I need to learn in. Honestly, they all sound useful and too. I've been training at least 3 hours daily in the gym, and I always push my aura until it's drained. Oren lets out a small sigh, then runs through the basic training methods for each technique. Nothing too in-depth, just enough to get them started. Of course, he keeps most of his own secrets to himself. Vanessa, you can learn the details from your brother. Show me your progress now and then, and I'll tell you what you can improve. Is that okay for you? He asks. Yes, of course. I'm really grateful. How can I pay you back? She asks eagerly. No need though, there is something I'd appreciate. You both could help me. If you're confident and work hard, you should try to become hunters. I'm pretty sure you won't fail this time, Conrad. I need students just officially, on paper. Not now, but maybe in a few years. It would mean a lot to me if you became hunters and officially state that I taught you. I'm not asking you to risk your lives. You can always stop if it gets dangerous and try again later. Okay. Vanessa says confidently. I'm pretty fit anyway. With this new power and a few months of training, I'll make it easily. I'm still interested too. Alright, we'll go for it. So, Oren, what about you? What are your plans now? Conrad asks. I'm meeting a friend, maybe grab something to eat with him. You can come along if you want. I taught him a little nen, mostly to test my own progress. He's been helpful and he found me a Ben's knife. I think he's trustworthy. You might even want to hire him, Oren explains. You collect those creepy things? That's why Conrad's been asking around about them everywhere. Vanessa remarks with a smirk. Let's go then. I want to meet this friend. I'll gladly hire him, Conrad adds, a glint of interest in his eyes. One phone call and a short ride to the market district of York New later, Oren, Conrad, Vanessa, and Aaron sit in a private room at one of the nicer restaurants in the area. It's nice to see you, boss, Aaron says, looking slightly nervous. Why are you nervous? Oren asks right away. My results haven't been great, I'm sorry, Aaron replies. Look, you can only find what's out there. You got me 1-2 if we count the first lead you gave me. That's already more than enough. I wanted to introduce you to my friend Conrad and his sister Vanessa. I trust them. I've already told Conrad a bit more about Nen. He can teach you and pay you, if you want a little more work. I'm in. Aaron says without hesitation. Good, all loose ends tied up neatly. After saying goodbye to Aaron, Oren decides to jog back to the hotel run by the Dons, figuring he might as well get a little more familiar with York New along the way. He texts Conrad, make sure to tell Aaron and your sister to never mention you-know-what to anyone. If you find others who might be worthy, I'm open to teaching more, but only if loyalty is guaranteed. Understood. Thanks again. Conrad replies right away. Oren arrives late in the evening and carefully enters the hotel room. Welcome back, Rock Shayla says politely. Thanks, Oren replies. Just handled a few things. She nods slightly. It's good to make connections. Ever since I left home, that's all I've done. And it's always helped me find a way forward. Oren gives a small nod. He steps out briefly, returns with a mattress from the other room, tosses it into a corner, and sits on it. Slipping on his visor, he activates N and starts training before going to sleep. As he trains, he becomes hyper-aware of Rock Shayla's presence. Her N is mingled with his own, making him feel a little jealous about her extremely advanced technique. I'll improve as well. After a while, Oren falls asleep, only for a few hours, before waking up and continuing. He spends the next day walking through York New, learning more about the city, checking in briefly with Conrad, Vanessa, and Aaron, of course, training. Finally, the day arrives. Time to get rich. 15 plus early chapters available. 58. High-stakes deal Rakshala's request. 58. High-stakes deal Rakshala's request. As soon as Oren wakes up, he quickly washes up in the bathroom and gets himself ready. After enjoying the luxurious breakfast delivered straight to their room by the hotel staff, he turns to Rock Shayla. So, how are we doing this? He asks. She smiles, then begins laying out the plan. I didn't bother you with the details earlier and there have been a few last-minute changes, so let me explain everything now. We've rented a small building, isolated and not surrounded by any others. It's on the outskirts of York New, near the Gordo Desert up north. The desert, I don't quite remember everything, but according to my notes, there will be a battle there. It's a deserted, lifeless stretch of land with no economic importance. It's essentially a dead landmass. She pulls out a small chart, building blueprints. We've converted the building into several designated zones. Right here, in the center, is the treatment room. It has 2 entrances. I've already scanned for cameras and any surveillance devices, and I'll scan again to be sure when we arrive. You'll enter only after the patient is already inside. Outside, there will be doctors on standby, should you need assistance. Don't push yourself too hard, it's okay to fail. But don't get overconfident. If she dies, I'll lose a great deal of credibility and so will you. Despite her lack of eyes, she turns her face directly toward Oren and holds the silence for a few seconds, just to let the weight of her words sink in. Oren stares at her visor, unable to say a thing. Since you've never treated a comatose patient, it'll likely take time. You'll have 1 week. After that, Bat-Terra and his doctors will re-evaluate things. If the situation improves, they are even willing to pay a part of the reward. Daily checks will be performed in the meantime. No one, not even Bat-Terra or you, will be allowed to leave during that time. Everyone has a private room, and the entire complex is surrounded by mafia members. This is a major operation. Oren thinks for a moment. So it's a locked-down facility. No contact, no distractions. And I've got a week to show some results. Rakshela nods with a small smile. Exactly. Do you think you can pull it off within a week? Oren shrugs. That's what I need to figure out. I've never dealt with a brain injury before. The brain is the most complex part of the body. It could be something small, something I can fix in no time. Or it could be a tangled mess that takes far longer. I won't lie if there's a fair chance I'll fail outright. But I'm confident there's zero risk of my ability making things worse. Rosa and Mola both nod silently before Mola speaks up. Do your best, but remember our leader's trust isn't given lightly. Don't misuse it. You've got this, kid. Rosa says, looking completely unfazed. I don't need encouragement, Oren replies, a hint of annoyance in his voice. But thanks. Rakshela rises to her feet. Let's go, then. I'll be meeting Bat-Terra in exactly 1 hour. You'll take a separate vehicle. Rosa will accompany you. During your stay, the 2 of you can alternate resting periods, or you can just let Rosa handle everything. She'll be stationed nearby during your sessions. You can rely on her. She's strong, personally trained by me for over 10 years. Her aura is nothing special. Not compared to Zeno or Silva. She's also way below Buno and Banu. However, Rakshela, she doesn't lie. I can't gauge her strength, so maybe Rosa is stronger than she seems. Oren keeps calm, holding back the temptation to test her strength. I'll be in your care, then, he says. Don't worry, Rosa replies. If anything happens, our leader will know immediately. She's fully relying on her. That's not good. N is powerful, but there are plenty of scenarios where it's not foolproof. I'm with my sister on this one, Mola interjects. While you're all ignoring the obvious risks, this whole setup is completely overkill. It's way too elaborate. I agree, Oren adds. But there's a lot of money at stake. Rakshela's playing it smart, and I appreciate that. Also, this is a very risky situation. Anyone who learns about my ability won't leave that complex alive. Except you two, of course. Rakshela vouches for you. Don't act like a killer, kid. That's not funny, Rosa barks, unconvinced. Act, huh. My hands are quite bloody already. I just came back from an assassination mission, and she tells me not to act like a killer. Between those 2 sisters, one got the body, the other the brain. Let's go, Rakshela says. The cars are waiting. They're not parked directly at the Hotel Thayri on the street. Your ride is the brown truck parked beside 2 limousines. Also, wear your visor, Oren. And I've prepared some cloaks, wear those too. She gestures toward the wardrobe. With the cloak in hand, Oren and Rosa head out of the hotel. Once outside, Oren slips on the visor and cloak. They quickly spot the truck, parked exactly where Rakshela described. They climb in, and without a word, the driver quietly begins the journey north toward the Gordo Desert. As the desert comes into view on the horizon, a lone, abandoned warehouse appears in the distance. The driver doesn't head for the main entrance but instead takes a slow turn around the building, stopping near the loading zones on the back of the building. Oren sees 18 different gates, as the abandoned warehouse is quite large. Without a word, Oren and Rosa exit the vehicle and slip through the lone open gate. In the distance, Oren spots 2 mafia members stationed in front of a heavy-looking door, guarding the way further into the complex. Following Rosa's lead, Oren walks past them and enters the room. It's a bare space, just a few beds, a small makeshift bathroom, and a large stockpile of supplies, water, snacks, fruit, and packaged food, enough to last for at least a few weeks. Well, make yourself comfortable, Oren mutters, removing his visor, grabbing a few snacks, and plopping down on one of the beds. He starts eating without hesitation. Haha, might as well. You're right, kid, Rosa replies, grabbing double the snacks Oren took and settling in beside him. After eating, Oren begins meditating, using Zetsu to recover some of the aura he spent using N on the way here. Meanwhile, Rosa, seemingly bored, starts doing push-ups at a steady pace. Rosa's pretty well built. Probably an enhancer. At least I'm not a full enhancer myself. Every single one of them is mentally deficient in some way. Exactly 2 hours later, Oren's phone rings. It's Rakshela. You can go inside now. It's the other door inside your room, just head straight. You'll reach the treatment room we prepared. You can't miss it. If anything goes wrong, call me. Alright. I'll call you later, Oren says, ending the call. Good luck. Rosa calls out. Oren follows the instructions, walking down a narrow corridor. At the end, he steps into a large, sterile-looking room. A single medical bed sits in the middle, surrounded by machines tracking vital signs. Oren's eyes settle on the woman lying on the bed. She appears young, maybe late 20s, with soft features and a peaceful look. If not for the monitors, she could be mistaken for someone just taking a nap. He wastes no time, walking over and placing his hands gently on her head and activating Azure Restoration. His azure, water-like aura flows from his hands, swirling with a strange elegance like it's possessed by a spirit. With painstaking care, Oren begins releasing his aura into her head, just tiny amounts at first. I need to restore her brain to its original, undamaged state. Slow and steady, this Hatsu doesn't rely on logic or medical knowledge, just intention. Restore her brain and consciousness as defined by the perfect state encoded in her DNA. But something feels off. Despite the minimal output, his aura drains at an alarming pace. The constant strain is undeniable. He's burning through his reserves in record time. Just 5 minutes in, he's already used 20% of his total aura. After all my training these past months, I've grown stronger. My aura has expanded too. Why is this so damn exhausting? Not only my aura is rapidly draining, my head hurts. Still, I have to keep going. As Oren begins to sweat, his body already a little fatigued, he perks up as suddenly, the entire pressure disappears. A strange calm washes over him. His aura stops draining, and Azure Restoration just dances around her, recovering her entire body, not just her head. What? He stares at the woman in confusion only to see her eyes slowly flutter open. So, oh bright is this heaven, is it finally over? She mumbles, squinting at the ceiling lights. I can't let her see me. Without a second thought, Oren turns and dashes out of the room, immediately dialing Rakshela. She's awake. Luckily, she didn't see me. She thinks she's in heaven or something, so feel free to send in the client and his doctors. I'm impressed. Stay behind for a while, I need to talk to you, Rakshela replies, her tone unreadable. Understood, Oren says, ending the call. He returns to the room where Rosa is still lounging. What's going on? She asks, clearly surprised. Did something happen? Is the patient okay? Sure. Easy job, easy money. We're just staying a bit longer because mommy wants to ask me a few things, Oren says, settling back onto the bed and grabbing more snacks. He closes his eyes and resumes Zetsu, allowing his body to recover. You're a little scary, kid. No wonder our leader likes you. However, don't get arrogant now. Rakshela is someone you can't even begin to compare to, despite your talent, Rosa mutters, looking impressed. Oren ignores her, focusing on his recovery. Slowly but surely, he feels his strength returning. I've improved. All the daily physical training, the constant healing, it's paying off. Azure Restoration is becoming strong enough that I'm reaching the point where I can heal almost anything. The only limitation is the immense aura consumption, but thanks to my efforts, even injuries like that one are becoming relatively easy to cure. No restore. This Hatsu relies entirely on me. A weak Nen user might barely be able to recover light injuries before their aura runs dry. But with enough training I can create miracles. I can't waste this gift. My oath wasn't for nothing. I've given up every other Hatsu, sacrificed my entire Nen future at a young age, everything dedicated to the element of water. And I can feel the weight behind that oath. Like a puddle slowly becoming a lake, and if I keep pushing, I'll turn it into an ocean. Once I reach that point I'll be invincible. My fight against that snake, the one resembling Hellbell, gave me a huge clue. Azure Restoration doesn't just heal the body, it heals the mind. Maybe healing is the wrong choice of words. It restores the body. In theory, there's nothing it can't restore. Could it even purge Nen? I need more experience. Once I'm strong enough, I'll seek help from the association. Oren's phone rings. He answers. Silence. Then Rakshela's voice comes through, calm and deliberate. However, Oren hears a little bit of emotion, for the very first time. Can you come back into the treatment room? There's something I want to discuss with you. 15+ early chapters available. 59, Stolen Legacy. She wants me to return to the treatment room. Why? With so much money at stake, maybe she wants to get rid of M. No. Buno and Bunu would never allow that. Also, with her contacts, money doesn't seem to be an issue. Maybe it has something to do with her eyes. I offered to heal her when we first met. Could it be she underestimated me? Now that she's seen my capabilities with her own EY personally, she might finally have the confidence to let me try. Oren. Rakshela's voice suddenly comes through the phone, instantly pulling him out of his thoughts. I'm on my way, he replies, ending the call. Oren slowly returns to the treatment room, fully conscious of the fact that Rakshela tracks every step he takes. Her N is powerful and precise enough not only to cover an extensive area but to sense every single detail within it. Finally, he enters the room to see Rakshela sitting on the bed, her face turned toward him. "First of all, congratulations. You did an excellent job," she says, smiling warmly. "So you did underestimate me, after all," Oren remarks lightly. "Not quite," Rakshela corrects, her tone gentle yet analytical. "I merely didn't realize exactly what you meant when we first met. Clearly, your ability is far deeper than I initially thought. You're not a doctor or a medical student who knows the complexities of the human body, yet you treated your patient's comatose state effortlessly. This leads me to the conclusion that your Hatsa must be capable of far more than I initially assumed," she finally concludes. Oren shrugs casually. "I have improved, just like I told you I would. The only real limitation I face now is my aura reserves." "So," he continues carefully, "have you changed your mind about your eye injury?" "You are a kind boy," Rakshela says with genuine warmth, "for not making me spell it out." She then slowly removes her visor, revealing the severity of her condition. "This is no mere injury. My eyes were forcefully taken, stolen. When we first met, you commented that my name sounded tribal, didn't you?" "Yes, I did," Oren replies honestly. "It wasn't meant as an insult. It's a nice name, though it indeed sounds rather unique. I was born into a small clan of nomadic people inhabiting the Luxo province. It's on the northern stretches of the Yorbian continent, but not part of the United States of Sahara," she explains. "Wait a minute, so she's a Kurta. She had scarlet eyes." "My N is quite sensitive," Rakshela says calmly, noticing the subtle shift in his aura. "I can sense you've had some reaction to what I just said. You're perfectly calm outwardly, yet through your aura, I noticed you tensing up just slightly. I'm not quite sure why you'd react that way, but I'll continue anyway. My clan lived in isolation. The reason for that isolation is because certain clan members possess unique abilities. When agitated, their eyes turn scarlet. However, even within the clan, less than a third inherit this trait. And as for why they choose isolation, there are those who are fascinated by these eyes. If someone dies while agitated, the scarlet color remains permanently. I take it, yours were stolen for that reason. Body collectors are the lowest of the low. If I stumble across one, I'll make sure to kill them." "Did you leave your clan voluntarily?" Oren asks cautiously. Rakshela nods, a shadow passing over her face. "Despite our isolation, the clan had certain tests. Members who passed them were granted permission to explore the world. In my case, I simply never went back. Looking back now, I have nothing but contempt for that pathetic, incestuous clan. They hid like rats and lived meaningless lives, cowardly avoiding conflict at all costs. These eyes don't simply change color. With the color change comes tremendous power. Instead of using that power to carve out their own place in the world, they hid away, preferring peace and shunning conflict. Eventually, they were annihilated. Deservedly so, in my honest opinion. It was done by the Phantom Troop. As someone from Meteor City, surely you're familiar with them." Oren nods. "Indeed, I am. I'm neither interested in revenge nor the details of that incident. In fact, I have more contempt for that rotten clan of cowards than I do for the Phantom Troop. They conducted meaningless tests so members could suppress their emotions and blend into society. When I left, I naturally had no knowledge of Nenth clan. Elders deliberately hid its existence from me. The reason I learned about Nen is this," Rakshela says, suddenly removing her robe and undressing down to her underwear. "So she doesn't care about her clan and isn't interested in revenge either. That's surprising. Her wound looks terrible." Oren doesn't stare inappropriately at her body, but his eyes widen when he sees the massive scar across her stomach. It looks as though someone had literally stabbed a hole through her. She survived something like that? Incredible. So she was initiated through force as well. I barely survived that incident. I was attacked, stabbed in the stomach, and as I lay dying, my attacker forcibly removed my eyes, Rakshela explains plainly. "Who did it? And your stomach injury, I didn't sense anything wrong. Did that wound fully recover, or are you still affected by it?" Oren asks curiously. Rakshela shrugs, putting her robe back on. "I don't know who attacked me or stole my eyes. I don't even understand how they discovered me. My only guess is that some Nen ability exposed me by chance, and then my location was sold to the highest bidder. However, the feeling of that aura, I'll never forget it. Once my N detects that aura again, it will vanish from the world forever, that much I'll swear. As for my injury, yes, it limits me, but only to a certain extent." "Well, I'm certainly sorry about your tragic background," Oren replies quietly, reminded of his own painful experiences. "Yours is unique as well," Rakshela acknowledges gently. "Forgive me, but although I didn't learn anything from your masters, the elders in Meteor City are quite corrupt. They informed me about Lider and his experiments." "Well, I guess no more handouts for that Shithole trash town then," Oren mutters bitterly, clenching his fists. "I will kill these elders one day with my own hands." "Now, you might ask, why did I tell you all this?" Rakshela continues with a bitter smile. "The truth is, I want to reclaim my eyes. Not for sentimental reasons, nor even to restore my sight. When my eyes turned scarlet, I felt powerful. According to my research into the Krita clan's demise, some elders were genuinely strong. I suspect the eyes hold quite a few secrets. I don't mind healing people, Oren responds carefully. My main concern is others learning about my ability. Once I'm strong enough, I won't have to hide anymore. The answer is simple, of course I'll heal you. The same price as Baptera. She suggests casually. 500 billion. Oren exclaims, clearly startled by the huge sum. It's quite a sum, but I can afford it without a problem, she replies calmly. No, I don't want to mix business with personal matters. I didn't charge Nefi or Buno either, Oren insists. Then would you prefer something else? You can request anything, even myself, within reason, naturally, she says calmly, her expression unwavering and entirely devoid of embarrassment. Do you have any idea how old I am? Oren asks, staring at her in shock. She shrugs dismissively. Anything you desire. Forget it, Oren sighs. I already said I wanted to join Hollow Blade seriously, so just let me do this for you. First, though, I need to see if it's even possible. You mentioned special abilities related to your eyes. That might pose a genuine challenge. If Nen is involved, I am guessing things will change significantly. There's a real possibility it might not work at all yet, he adds thoughtfully. Why don't we start with your other injury first? Rakshayla nods appreciatively. Gladly. Please lie down, Oren says. Rakshayla does as instructed, and just like before, Oren activates Azure Restoration. His azure-colored aura playfully dances around his hands, ready for use. Beautiful, she whispers. I have never felt something so pure and radiant before. Ignoring her remark, Oren carefully places his hands on her severely scarred and marred stomach. His aura seeps deep into her body, which instantly begins glowing softly in azure hues as well. Her terrible wounds begin shrinking and fading at a visible rate. The aura drain is significant, but nothing like before. Looks like treating the stomach isn't as complicated as treating the brain. I suppose that much should have been obvious. Incredible, she murmurs softly before suddenly starting to moan in pleasure, shocking Oren. He maintains the treatment for 20 more minutes, almost half of his aura depleted, and her injuries nearly gone. During the entire treatment, Rakshayla looks like she's in a state of pure bliss, not even attempting to hide her emotions. Finally, after an additional 15 minutes, Oren feels the drain on his aura ease significantly, signaling that there's nothing left to restore in that part of her body. We're done, he says, breathing heavily, sweat dripping onto the floor, his aura reserves almost completely exhausted. I've never felt this comfortable before. All my injuries have vanished without a trace. I can clearly feel it. You've made a very smart decision to hide your Hatsu, Oren. It's the most precious one I've ever encountered, and I've collected data on thousands of Hatsus, Rakshayla says, sitting up gracefully. Maybe I'm hoping my eyes take longer to recover so I can enjoy your treatment a little longer, she adds playfully while putting her robe back on. You're taking this rather lightly, Oren remarks dryly. She smiles, clearly pleased. I'm simply impressed. There's actually a good chance you'll succeed. My mood has significantly improved. Besides, the deal with Baptera went perfectly, another reason to celebrate. Lastly, I was curious why you spent so much time in your gym. Clearly, you're using your Hatsu to shorten your training time. It's a clever and unique application. For someone ambitious like you, it's the perfect ability. I changed my mind, Oren suddenly announces. As payment, I want to know about your Hatsu and Hollow Blades. Know your real goal. The truth. I know you're hiding things. It's annoying that you know everything about me, yet I barely know anything about you. As you wish, Rakshayla agrees calmly. That would make you the second person who knows about my Hatsu, first being Grunna. And as for my ambition, you'd be the very first. Give me back one eye, and I'll tell you everything. It's hypocritical. She uses her N and sources to uncover every secret, yet she doesn't reveal anything herself. Well, I suppose I'll find out soon enough. Let's wait until we're back home before we start the treatment, Oren suggests practically. Of course, Rakshayla readily agrees. Let's head home, then. She gently takes hold of Oren's hand, lightly touching it before pulling him into a soft hug, stroking his head gently. What's this about? He asks, clearly annoyed. Rakshayla stays silent for a couple of seconds before finally releasing him. Ignoring his reaction, she pulls out her cell phone and swiftly calls Rosa, Mola, and then the local Don, issuing instructions one after another. 10 minutes later, Oren, Rakshayla, Rosa, and Mola sit comfortably inside another mafia-controlled limousine, heading toward the airport. Sitting in the back of the car, right next to Rakshayla, who hasn't left his side ever since her treatment. With a satisfied smile, Oren checks his bank balance on his phone. Thanks to Conrad and now Batra, he earned a total of 93 billion jenny, with the remaining 360 billion coming within the next 4 years. His account now boasts around 95 billion, officially making him an incredibly wealthy individual, especially for someone his age. 15 plus early chapters available. 60 plans for the future. Back on the airship, Rakshayla is behaving strangely. Oren, Rosa, and even Mola, who's currently steering the ship, can't help but stare at her unusual behavior. Aside from her ever-present calm and serene aura, she's actively training on the deck, doing push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and various stretching exercises, all of which she performs with unnatural flexibility. I suppose it's not entirely strange. She had lingering injuries ever since her attack. I just didn't expect she'd be this open about it. Still, it's good that she's not keeping up stupid and meaningless appearances. Guess I'd better get back to training myself. My aura still needs work. Oren resumes his aura training, focusing on Ren this time. He pushes himself to improve his total aura reserves and his endurance in battle, and Azure Restoration's potential. If I want to use Azure Restoration in battle, I need large aura reserves. When Rakshayla finally stops her training, not showing even a hint of exhaustion, Oren asks, "When will my game be delivered?" "I forgot to ask." "You'll get it in a few weeks," she replies smoothly. "Though I've heard some unfavorable things about the game. In my opinion, it isn't worth your time yet." "You know details about Greed Island?" Oren asks, visibly confused. This woman, she knows everything. "The hunter site and some of my contacts provided valuable clues," Rakshayla explains. "The game is designed specifically for hunters, and it's considered quite risky, as you can die inside that game. Of course, it's not truly a game but rather a special location governed by game-like rules. Greed Island is actually a real place in the world." Oren nods thoughtfully. "I know that much. I also know that if you clear the game, you'll gain something truly special, something capable of healing injuries like the one Battera's lover had. That was his entire motivation for investing his fortune into Greed Island, after all." "You're right, of course, Oren," Rakshayla says calmly. "The reward is certainly promising. However, Greed Island's actual goal involves collecting 100 specific cards. The entire game is built around a card-based system, where every valuable item can be converted into a card. The reason I'm saying it might not be worth your time is that the game has already been active for a long time. It was released in 1987. Even the top-ranked teams have only collected about 50 to 60 specific cards. Now, with Battera likely rescinding his financial reward, interest will drop even further. Considering how slowly everyone else is progressing, it would take you a considerable amount of time to clear it yourself. Even someone as capable as you would probably need several years. The question is, do you really want to dedicate that much time to it? You'd also have to follow the game's strict rules. For instance, if you fail to enter the game regularly, you could lose your progress entirely." She's right. I'd need several years, especially if I tackled it solo. Maybe I could convince Bunu, or Nefi to join me. Possibly even Rosa or Mola. Still, it would be a huge undertaking. There's another thing I haven't considered. Despite my vague memories, mostly limited to people and events, actively involving myself will change a lot. Making a deal with Battera doesn't kill the game, but clearing it or sabotaging other players would significantly alter future events. I'm not certain, but I think Greed Island can only be cleared once. I can't remember what happened after the game. My head hurts. Do I really want to clear this game and lose the advantage of knowing how certain events might unfold? I only remember vague details, but still, those vague details have allowed me to survive and forge valuable connections. I'm also rich thanks to them. Giving up this advantage for unclear rewards is strange. I think if I clear Greed Island, I am allowed to keep a few of those 100 cards you need to clear the game. One of them is capable of restoring any injury, which could be a lifesaver. I am not sure, but I remember some of these cards allow you to obtain supernatural things. A jug of water that replenishes itself, a fruit tree that carries all kinds of fruit, pills that can rejuvenate your body, and various special gems that provide blessings. These things are incredible. I think they might be worth it even if events slightly change. I could still manually try to fix things. So in theory, even if I am the winner of Greed Island, I could still allow Gon and Killua to meet Kite. That's how the original Greed Island ended, I am pretty sure. "You look like you're seriously considering it," Rakshayla says gently. "There's no need to rush, Oren. Take your time to think it over. If you decide you want to proceed once the game arrives, I'll support your decision." "Thank you. I'll think about it carefully. I need to fully consider my options first," Oren replies. The airship steadily continues toward the southern border of the United States of Suherta, soon arriving at the mountainous region where Hollow Blade is located. As the airship touches down, Oren asks Rakshayla, "When should I visit you?" "Tonight," she answers with a soft smile, gently patting his head. "I have a few things I need to handle first. If you can't make it tonight, tomorrow will also be fine. I'll sense when you're approaching my office. I'll also arrange for one of my aides to deliver a stack of paperwork to you in a few hours. Please sign them as soon as possible." Why is this woman suddenly becoming so touchy? And there's no way I'm signing anything without carefully reading it first. With the airship landed, Oren exits and immediately sees Nefi running towards him. "You're back. How did it go?" she asks with a smirk, crashing into him. Oren raises his hand, softly pushing her back, dismissively replying, "I don't talk with peasants whose net worth is below 50 billion, before casually continuing towards his house. Nefi's face twists in anger, and she quickly follows behind him. "Then give me some money, rich guy." Oren lowers his backpack, rummages through it, and pulls out a single 100 jenny coin, handing it to Nefi with a grin. "Don't spend it all at once. Sometimes I really want to smack you," she complains, though she still pockets the coin. If you genuinely need money, just tell me. I can easily spare a few billion, Oren says, making Neffy's eyes widen. With a big smile, she immediately grabs onto his arm, declaring, no takesies backsies. With Neffy accompanying him, Oren enters his instructor's house, which is connected directly to his own. One of the maids quickly leads them to Bunu and Buno, who are currently receiving massages, dutifully performed by even more maids. You two seriously? Not just a massage by one maid, but 3 maids for each of you. Oren sighs, shaking his head. You still haven't learned how to properly enjoy life, Oren, Bunu says, completely serious. You came back sooner than expected, don't tell me you failed. Buno asks curiously. No, it worked perfectly, Oren replies casually. Let's talk later. He leaves their house, ascends the stairs, and walks through the corridor connecting to his own home. As soon as he enters, his 2 maids, Catherine and Natsuko, quickly approach, bowing deeply. Welcome home, Master Oren, Lady Neffy, they say in perfect unison. Seriously, drop it, Oren complains, shaking his head. Oh, just let them do it. It's fun, isn't it? They're doing it for your sake, anyway, Neffy says, smiling. You're absolutely right, Lady Neffy. It'll be a pleasure serving you as the mistress of the house in the future, Catherine says, smiling sweetly. Indeed, Natsuko quickly agrees. Neffy blushes faintly and rushes ahead towards the gym. Oren follows her, and soon they're both training, engaging in a spar with wooden knives. They slash and stab at each other, ducking, weaving, and dodging skillfully. Despite Oren's physical advantage, Neffy still manages to keep up thanks to her superior experience and technique. Still, with Oren's growing knife skill, Neffy's advantage has almost been completely negated, meaning Oren, with his trained body and superior aura, is more than able to make up the difference between them. Because of that, after several intense exchanges, Neffy is finally pushed back and falls onto her back. You got stronger, Neffy admits bitterly. Oren extends his hand, pulling her back up. Technique-wise, you're still better. Neffy takes his hand and rises, standing closely in front of him, looking slightly embarrassed. Suddenly, they hear the gym door open. Catherine enters, holding a couple of sports drinks and a small fruit platter, along with a thick stack of documents and a pen. These were just delivered by one of the leader's aides, she says, grinning knowingly. Please enjoy some fruit after your match. She quickly bows and exits the gym. Oren and Neffy exchange nods and sit down in the middle of the sparring ring, eating the fruits. He then carefully looks at the stack of papers. Now what's all this about? As soon as he reads the first page, he sees it's a report about reintegrational matters. It's about your sentence and your so-called reintegration into society, he says, glancing at Neffy. Rakshela has prepared a few documents. They're entirely fictitious, but describe supposed good deeds you've done, dating back months. With these reports, you'll shave off almost 100 years from your 500-year sentence. Doesn't seem like much, but at this rate, you'll be free in just a few years. Is it really so easy to manipulate laws when you're a hunter? Or, in Rakshela's case, through sheer lies and connections? She is bold. I don't mind as long as I can stay with you. Nobody cares about these things in the first place, Neffy says lightly. Still, it's a good idea to get it done regardless. There's always a slight risk of trouble later, Oren says thoughtfully, quickly signing the reports. A few hours later, after saying goodbye to Neffy, Oren grabs the signed documents and heads toward the administrative building. Entering Rakshela's office, he notices only one aide still working. Oren briefly thinks about it and realizes all her aides are female. He shrugs it off without further thought. Excuse me, I have Neffy's paperwork. Do you know what I'm referring to? Oren asks politely. The aide, a shy-looking girl with large glasses and long, straight black hair, nods quietly. Of course, Oren. Thank you. She shyly accepts the documents and immediately begins working on them. Oren then continues to Rakshela's room. When he arrives, he sees her sitting on her bed, appearing somewhat melancholic. What's wrong? Oren asks gently. Also, thanks for helping Neffy. At this rate, she'll regain her freedom sooner rather than later. You have it backwards. Neffy is my responsibility. I'm the one who should thank you, Rakshela says warmly. Anyway, if you're ready, please lock the door and let's find out if your Hatsu can really help me. She seems calm, but when I look at her closely I can sense she's nervous. I guess this really is a huge gamble for her. Either she'll regain her sight and her legacy or she'll remain like this forever. Oren locks the door and approaches Rakshela. Alright, let's do this. 15 plus early chapters available. 61. What one's own eyes can't see. 61. What one's own eyes can't see. Please sit down and relax. Despite your incredibly calm demeanor, I can see you're slightly tense or perhaps just excited, Oren says gently. You really are quite impressive, Rakshela responds softly, doing as she's told and sitting down on her bed. Oren activates Azure Restoration, and his aura shifts into a beautiful azure hue, gathering carefully around his hands as he slowly injects a small, precise amount into her left eye. With calculated care, he begins cautiously, closely inspecting every small change. This is all about intent. I need to focus clearly and carefully manage my aura drain. I've already figured out the faster my aura depletes, the more challenging the injury I'm restoring is. Alright, I want to restore her eyes exactly as they were when she was born, including the ability to turn scarlet. But first, I'll concentrate solely on the left one to conserve my aura. Despite injecting only a minimal amount of aura, Oren immediately feels a significant drain. Within a minute, more than 10% of his aura reserves vanish without producing any visible changes. Okay, stop, Oren quickly says, stopping his Hatsu. Are you experiencing any pain? No, it feels quite pleasant, but I don't feel any change, she replies calmly. I've confirmed two things. First, my Hatsu is indeed working, and theoretically, it's capable of fully restoring your eyes. Second, the aura required for this feat is currently beyond my capacity. I lost more than 10% of my aura in a single minute without even a slight hint of change. I'd have to greatly increase the amount I use, but I strongly feel my current approach might not be realistic, Oren explains carefully. Rakshela smiles, seemingly unbothered by the results. So, you just need more time to get stronger. Yes, if my goal is to outright restore your eyes, then you are correct. However, I have another suggestion. My plan is to restore your eyes without the ability to turn scarlet first. Then, once the eyes are formed, I could slowly restore that special property. Directly recreating your scarlet eyes from scratch seems too demanding. But if we begin with normal eyes, perhaps I could use them as a foundation to slowly restore the special ability later, Oren explains. He considers for a moment longer before adding, it's your choice if you want to try this approach or wait longer. However, even with 10 times my current aura reserves, I doubt I could manage it all in one go. You might end up with partially formed eyes that might not last until I can continue treatment. Rakshela quietly considers this, replying thoughtfully, I think your method of separating the restoration into stages is clever. However, what if it doesn't work? Isn't there a risk of permanently losing the ability to turn my eyes scarlet? Oren shrugs casually, I don't believe so. Worst case scenario, I could just remove the restored eyes and switch back to the original plan of doing it in one go later. So, in my opinion, there's really nothing to lose by trying. Rakshela giggles softly, amused by his confidence. Your ability is truly incredible. Of course, you're right, it's so simple I didn't even consider that. Please, go ahead and do your best. Why does this woman laugh about the thought of me plucking out her fresh set of eyes? There is something wrong with her. Alright then. I'll restore her left eye first, without the scarlet ability. Oren once again activates Azure Restoration, pouring a larger quantity of aura into the process. Surprisingly, despite using significantly more aura, the drain on his reserves is now less than half compared to his earlier attempt. He watches carefully as flesh begins forming in Rakshela's left eye socket. Although the sight is somewhat grotesque, Oren persists, continuing even as the newly forming flesh shifts and wriggles unnaturally. 10 intense minutes later, the vague, rounded shape of an eye emerges. Oren continues steadily, his aura reserves decreasing rapidly but in a controlled manner as the eye gradually takes clearer form. With only 20% of his aura remaining, the left eye finally appears fully formed, though obviously not fully functional, since the intricate and beautiful blue iris is still incomplete. Oren pushes forward, determined, focusing deeply as he depletes nearly every last drop of aura. Just as his reserves approach complete exhaustion, the drain abruptly ceases, signaling that the restoration is complete. Dizzy from the exertion, Oren sways slightly. Damn, my head hurts. I pushed too far just to finish it. Unable to keep standing, Oren collapses onto the bed from exhaustion, immediately losing consciousness. A few hours later, he wakes up, still lying in Rakshela's bed. He stares blankly at the ceiling, tempted to close his eyes again and sleep longer until he suddenly remembers his situation. Groaning, he begins sitting up, only to see Rakshela quietly standing beside the bed, facing him. When Oren looks at her, he's immediately shocked as he stares into her fully restored, vivid blue eye. It's strange. She looks quite different with it. How are you feeling? Oren asks gently. Any problems with your eye? Rakshela smiles softly. I think I should be the one asking you that. I can see you just fine. It still feels a bit surreal after all these years. Honestly, I feel confused. I don't think I'll radically change my daily routine, so I'll continue using my visor, but there are certain things that N alone simply can't fully appreciate. Then let's keep going after I've rested a bit more and recovered my aura, Oren says. How about we eat something first? There is also our little deal, Rakshela suggests, staring briefly at Oren again before putting her visor back on. Right, I am hungry, Oren realizes, surprising himself. Completely depleting my aura makes me feel like I've starved myself for days. I suppose my body needs sustenance to recover. Together, Oren and Rakshela leave her room and make their way through the busy office. Her aides stare at them curiously as they pass, eventually leaving the administrative building behind and walking into the city. I've been here a while, but I've only visited a couple of restaurants with Nephi. The Marshmallow Brothers provided me with a few maids, and Catherine's cooking is actually very good. Despite looking and acting a little shallow sometimes, she's genuinely a great cook and takes her job seriously, Oren explains casually. That's good to hear. You shouldn't eat out too often. I'll take you to my favorite place, then. Even the elders like dining there, Rakshela replies, leading the way. Wherever they go, people politely bow to Rakshela, and some enthusiastically greet her. Soon they arrive at a large building, and as soon as Oren steps inside, the enticing smell of grilled meat fills his nose. Looking around, he sees a rather rustic-style restaurant. Immediately, one of the waiters spots Rakshela and quickly bows, "Lady Rakshela, please follow me to the private room." Oren follows Rakshela and the waiter into the private dining area, eagerly eyeing the menu already waiting for them. A few minutes later, Oren orders a grilled meat platter, the daily pasta special, salad, soup, fresh bread, soda, a milkshake, and 2 desserts. "I assume you don't want to be served in courses?" the waiter asks uncertainly, staring at Oren's large order. He's extremely hungry, so please bring his food as quickly as possible. "As for me, I'll take my usual," Rakshela says with an amused smile. Less than 10 minutes later, the food arrives, and Oren greedily devours everything. "That was amazing," Oren comments with satisfaction, rubbing his stomach as he finishes off his milkshake. "I'm glad you enjoyed it," Rakshela says warmly. Oren looks up and notices her visor now only covers half her face, her single blue eye staring intently at him. Why does that feel so creepy? Her eye is beautiful, nonetheless. The deal was, restore one eye, and I'll tell you my ambition and then ability, right? She finally asks. "I don't think giving you one eye without the scarlet ability was exactly the deal, at least if we're speaking about intent, but please, go ahead," Oren replies honestly. Rakshela smiles, deciding not to hide anything. "About my Nen ability it's fairly simple. As long as I'm actively using N, I can select anyone inside its range, and see and hear exactly what they see and hear. Essentially, it lets me monitor them without their knowledge. There are limitations, though. I can only use this ability while performing N, and I can't use any other aura technique simultaneously. Also, while using it, I lose vision and hearing in my own eye and ear. I use the singular form intentionally, because I can target 2 people at once, but if I do, I lose all sensory input, neither seeing, which wasn't an issue before, nor hearing during that time. Of course, I can also connect both my eyes and ears to the same person." "No way. So when we were landing the airship, the support Rosa provided was that actually you using her vision? This ability is incredibly frightening. The worst part is, the target has no idea they're affected. So this is why they call you the seer. You must be the most effective spy alive. What is this manipulation? Or perhaps specialization?" She nods calmly. "You're correct, it includes aspects of manipulation but is indeed specialization. This isn't an ability just anyone could achieve with training, this is a special gift I possess. I believe when my vision was forcibly taken and I awakened then, this unique ability naturally manifested." "Have you used that ability to spy on me?" Oren asks, clearly annoyed. "Of course. I constantly use it on everyone in this city. I haven't singled you out specifically, but there's no one here whom I haven't targeted," she admits openly. "Don't do it again, at least not to me or the people within my circle, understood?" Oren demands firmly. "Why?" Rakshela asks, genuinely puzzled. "Why? Privacy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep private. Honestly, this is incredibly creepy. I'm starting to regret even asking," Oren complains, slightly frustrated that Rakshela doesn't grasp such a basic concept. She is indeed a seer, this Hatsu is almost divine. Even with just her N, she appeared all-knowing within her area of N, you can't hide a thing from her. "Anyway, I expect you not to use your ability on me unless there's an extremely good reason or an emergency. Now then, what's your ambition?" Rakshela's expression turns serious for the first time. Her demeanor changes noticeably, and her single eye fixes on Oren with intense seriousness as she begins to speak. 15+ early chapters available. 62 The unseen A year has passed. 62 The unseen A year has passed. "First of all, I'd like to continue providing a haven for my people, whom I consider my family," Rakshela says gently. "Really? I doubt that. You seem doubtful," Rakshela immediately notes, causing Oren to blink in surprise. "I can read your aura, your behavior, your expression. You're difficult to see through, but this much I'll always be able to tell. Tell me, Oren, have you noticed a certain criterion for the people of Hollowblade? What makes them unique? Why did I specifically choose these people to join me?" Oren shakes his head. "No, as far as I can tell, it's just a bunch of random people who got recruited by chance, mostly by elders or perhaps those working outside. I know you got informants who provide you updates about what's going on in the world. You're only partially correct. We only allow people in if they're vouched for by someone we trust. On top of that, we have strict standards, and we don't allow just anyone to join. Only smart, independent, and fair-minded individuals are welcome. Corrupt people, those who hurt their own, individuals who demand more than they deserve, schemers, backstabbers, they like cancer cells infecting our entire world. They're especially prevalent in governments, most notably in the V5. Though it doesn't affect you, our members must swear certain oaths upon joining. Did you know nearly a third of our residents can use Nen? I suppose you didn't notice, or did you? Really? So I am the exception. Guess I'm a VIP. I guess I didn't," Oren admits honestly. "You can call me selfish, but I've been entirely focused on my own goals. I'm used to living alone and only for myself. The fact that I now have acquaintances and friends is already a significant change for me. Outside of them, I admit I haven't paid much attention, Oren says thoughtfully, reflecting on her words. So, you're building an army or something. You could call it an army or perhaps just comprehensive education for my people. Anyone with the right mindset who's capable of learning Nen is taught. We have several Nen users capable of forcefully awakening individuals, though we prefer the slower approach as it's more secure than the forceful approach. Also, people who have opened their aura nodes on their own are usually more sensitive to aura, which is actually a huge upside in the long run. Nen isn't limited to combatite, offers infinite possibilities, enabling humans to perform feats impossible by ordinary means. You can apply Nen to virtually every aspect of daily life. Those interested specifically in combat are required and welcomed, though that's actually fewer than half our Nen users. Of course, everyone learns some basic form of combat for self-defense. More importantly, we've established strict rules to prevent outsiders from discovering this fact. Almost everyone with a few exceptions like you is required to make a Nen oath through one of our elders' Hatsus, ensuring it's impossible for them to leak our secrets or betray us. We currently have around 1,000 people living here, and about half that number working externally for us. Every external worker knows Nen, so effectively, our small community consists of nearly 800 Nen users. Do you know how many official hunters the association has? Only about 600 or so, right? Oren answers carefully. Of course, there are many times that number in amateur hunters. Very true. Thanks to the Hunter Association and the V5's strict ban on teaching Nen openly, we're now technically the largest organized community of Nen users. This achievement is possible solely due to careful planning, the Nen oath I mentioned, and dedicated training, Rakshela explains calmly. We must be careful, or we risk getting exterminated by the V5 and the association. Solely the fact that we exist is enough to get us all killed. I guess that's true. Okay, I admit even I didn't notice. I did sense quite a few Nen users here, but I never thought deeply about it, Oren says honestly. But what exactly do you want to achieve with all this? You're clearly wealthy, you live peacefully here and maintain countless external contacts. I'm guessing most aren't actual members, but rather, external helpers or informants. Rakshela smiles faintly, seemingly pleased by Oren's insight. Yes, we have connections within many governments. We have insiders within the corrupt V5 and know precisely what they're up to. Like I initially said, Hollow Blade primarily serves as a secure haven. However, you've already correctly guessed that this isn't our only objective. Nearly everyone here harbors disdain for the outside world and has given up finding purpose or hope there. We aim to forge our own destiny, and we view both the V5 and the association which acts like their obedient lapdogas our enemies. Don't tell me I've joined a group of terrorists. Rakshela stares at Oren, slightly amused by his concern. You look worried. Don't misunderstand, we aren't fanatics intending to cause senseless violence. We've merely abandoned any hope placed in the V5. Our true goal is to build up our community. My ambition is to eventually have tens of thousands of Nen users united under our name. Fighters are essential, of course, but unique abilities like yours, Oren, are what I'm truly after. Once we reach a certain critical mass, we can truly establish ourselves and change this world. With a vast amount of Nen abilities, we can establish the perfect society. I suppose that makes sense, Oren says slowly, but it still doesn't feel like an actual goal, more like a means to an end. True, what I'm truly after is the outside world. I want to leave this rotten, corrupted hell behind. To do that, we need to firmly establish ourselves, gather an immense amount of resources, and only then can we seriously aim to leave this island prison behind, Rakshela says passionately. The outside, I guess you can call it a prison. I would call it a paradise as it's quite secure, at least compared to the Dark Continent. You know about the outside world, right? Humanity's greatest secret, Rakshela adds, recalling Lider's diary that Oren had given her. Yiswelia certainly could have skipped a lot of your earlier explanations, then, Oren responds, slightly exasperated. In any case, I'm planning to fully commit. Although I don't intend to wait several decades for you to fully establish yourselves, and I won't sacrifice my freedom. Still, I'll fully support you in any way that's within my power. My goal is also the outside world, that's the entire reason I'm earning money. I know it'll take more than just skilled fighters. In fact, I've already made contact with someone else who shares the same goal, Oren explains. That genuinely surprises me, Rakshela says, looking somewhat baffled. Tell me, Oren, why are you so determined to aim for the outside world? I'm a greedy person. My desire to reach the Dark Continent isn't purely driven by curiosity. I want the resources and wonders it has to offer, especially nitro rice. I want to become the strongest Nen user in the world. Oren says, his voice now loud and determined. Rakshela watches him, clearly amused. I'll gladly support you as much as I can, and I'm pleased you're willing to support us in return. She responds warmly, seemingly happy with his enthusiasm. This is a little embarrassing. Whatever. I'll actually succeed so she can think whatever she wants. After their meal and a little bit of rest, Oren resumes his treatment and successfully restores Rakshela's other eye. Without previously exhausting himself, his second attempt concludes smoothly without him collapsing. With Rock Shayla's eyes now restored, Oren settles into a regular routine. After a thorough discussion, they decide to restore the eye's scarlet ability simultaneously, not focusing on just a single eye. Every other day, he visits Rock Shayla, carefully using Azure Restoration while always keeping enough aura in reserve for his own training. In his free time, Oren trains diligently with Grunna, Buno, Bunu, and Nephi. He spends most of his time in the gym, frequently using Azure Restoration to greatly accelerate his progress, his body now muscular and radiating vitality. Time steadily passes. Oren spends his vast fortune acquiring various weapons, trinkets, and, of course, his favorite knives, including 10 additional Ben's knives, for which he overpays by more than 5 times, averaging around 40 million jenny each. Despite these extravagant purchases, 10 knives barely make a dent in Oren's vast wealth. Eventually, the company he co-owned with Conrad is sold for 10 billion jenny, earning Oren an additional 5 billion. This pushes his total wealth beyond 100 billion jenny, with another 360 billion due to be paid out over the coming years. He also receives several hundred million more from selling Lighters notes to the other Hollow Blade members. Finally, a year has passed since Oren left Lighters mansion. One day, while Oren sits in his gym recovering from 2 intense sessions of Azure Restoration to remove his fatigue, he remembers it's already the end of December. He quickly texts Conrad, wishing him and his sister good luck for the upcoming Hunter exam. Conrad replies promptly, "Thank you. Aaron is also joining us. With the 3 of us together, we figure our chances are pretty good." Not bad. 3 men users stand a solid chance of passing. After recovering his aura from his training session, Oren heads towards Rock Shayla's chambers for another restoration session. "Hello, Oren," she greets him warmly, smiling gently as she strokes his head and gazes at him affectionately with her blue eyes. "Rock Shayla, I'm not a kid anymore." "Drop the act," Oren complains lightly. "Besides, I'm in a bad mood since we haven't made any visible progress. I sense no difference." "Oren, you're still 13, still very much a kid. Besides, I enjoy these sessions. Your ability feels wonderful, and I like spending time with you. Should I be grateful you haven't succeeded yet? If you did, I'd miss your company and your Hatsu," she teases him playfully. Ignoring her comment, Oren activates Azure Restoration, carefully guiding his aura into Rock Shayla's eyes. 10 minutes later, with less than half of his aura remaining, he's about to stop when suddenly, the drain on his aura reserves abruptly disappears. "What?" Oren yells in shock. "Is something wrong, Oren?" Rock Shayla asks curiously. "The drain from my ability suddenly stopped. Usually, that means you succeeded," she asks, equally astonished. "I think so," Oren replies hesitantly. "Let me try," Rock Shayla says, her hands trembling slightly in anticipation. She closes her eyes for a few seconds, and her body begins to tremble lightly. Then, her eyes snap open, revealing a pair of brilliantly scarlet red eyes. Immediately, her N intensifies dramatically. Oren feels her N become significantly more intense, even momentarily overwhelming him. Rock Shayla steadies her breathing, closing her eyes once more. When she opens them again, her eyes are back to their normal, serene blue. "Congratulations," Oren says softly, smiling genuinely at her. Rock Shayla returns the smile, but tears begin to roll down her cheeks. "I guess she's feeling overwhelmed. Interesting, I never expected her to show this much emotion. I wonder what ability did she gain." Emperor Time, 15 plus early chapters available. 63 Rockshayla's decision. 63 Rockshayla's decision. Now she's crying. This is awkward. Better leave before things get even worse. "I guess my job is done then. I'll leave you alone," Oren says, still staring at the emotional Rock Shayla, a sight completely new to him. Normally, she's calm, composed, and feels as though she knows everything, completely incapable of these reactions. I had an almost godlike impression of her. This feels weird to me. "Wait, Oren," Rock Shayla says softly. "Forgive me for getting emotional. I truly am grateful and won't forget what you've done for me." She then delivers a genuinely heartwarming smile, unlike any Oren has ever seen before, entirely different from the countless polite yet empty smiles she typically gives. "Okay, this is becoming annoying. Your reaction just proves you underestimated me, believing I wouldn't be able to succeed. You're starting to piss me off," Oren says, crossing his arms stubbornly. "Haha, perhaps you're right. I'm sorry I ever doubted you," she says warmly, reaching out to pat his head. Oren instinctively dodges, but the moment he moves, his vision abruptly turns completely scarlet. "What is this?" Oren frantically moves his head, but everywhere he looks, he sees only deep, scarlet red. He quickly shuts his eyes, but nothing changes. Finally, he activates his N, immediately regaining his bearings. He is still standing in front of her. What's she trying to pull? What's going on here? What are you doing? Oren yells, but he doesn't even hear his own words. A drop of sweat slides down his forehead, but in the next instant, his vision suddenly returns. Rock Shayla is standing in front of him, gently patting his head. "You're still a child, there's no need to act so grown up. You should enjoy this and let yourself be spoiled a little," she says with amusement. "I assume your Hatsa changed?" Oren asks cautiously. You're always so serious. I suppose that's what makes you cute. It appears that when my eyes turn scarlet, my ability evolves. Previously, I could merely see and hear what my target experienced. But now, it's different. I can actively impact their vision and hearing. I have to test all limits and possibilities later. Interestingly enough, I could see perfectly through your eyes, despite your sudden inability to do the same. I specifically asked you not to use your Hatsu on me, Oren complains, angrily staring at her. It was just a little test, she says innocently. Is there some price you have to pay for this new ability? Oren asks carefully. I initially assumed she'd gain the Emperor Time Hatsu, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Could each Kurta awaken a different, unique ability? This is terrifyingly powerful. Losing your sight and hearing instantly, what can you even do against that? And she doesn't even need proximity to her target just to keep the target within her end range. Is there a cost associated with this ability, or was Emperor Time the exception? Oh, were you expecting that I'd put restrictions or conditions on my ability? No, my new powers simply awakened naturally. It does use more aura now, though. Previously, the cost was so minimal that I could maintain it for half a day. While my eyes are scarlet, my maximum duration has probably dropped to around 2 hours, Rakshela calmly explains. More importantly, she continues excitedly, my end radius expanded to over 1 kilometer. Looks like I'll have plenty of work ahead of me. Maybe I shouldn't have restored her eyes. I think I've accidentally created a monster. At least the only real limitation is that she can only target 2 people simultaneously, given that she has only 2 eyes and 2 ears. This ability is frighteningly strong, Oren murmurs quietly. I suppose I'll be traveling quite a lot in the future, Rakshela says cheerfully. I'll need new residences in several countries, especially close to government buildings, like those of the V5, as well as near major corporations, she continues, her scarlet eyes locking onto Oren, lips curving into a monstrous, unsettling smile. I've also changed my mind. I'll be paying you after all. How much exactly? Why don't you decide for yourself? With this new ability, I can access any information from virtually any major company or government. Before, my limited radius prevented access to the most secure places, but with this reach, nothing will stop me anymore, she explains, her disturbing smile growing even wider. What is she planning to do if information is leaked? It could be fatal. She can manipulate the stock markets, sell that information to rival companies, even manipulate whole economies. Oren clears his throat. Forget about the damned money. Listen, you know how people can impulsively misuse newfound power. I am sure you're aware of that. You'll ruin everything if you get intoxicated by power. Rakshela's eyes fade back to their calm blue as she gazes warmly at Oren, still smiling gently. You're such a kind boy. You can act gruff if you want, but it doesn't change how I perceive you. Truly, there's nothing for you to worry about. I'll handle everything carefully, precisely, strategically, and most importantly, patiently. You can leave everything to me. Now, it's my turn to surprise you. If only she knew kind. She's completely crazy. Well, I'll see you later, Oren says, turning around to leave. There will be a meeting in a few days. Please attend, will you? You can't miss it, as it'll be held at the marketplace. So directly in the center of our little hole, meaning every single resident will participate. A few days later, exactly as Rakshela hinted, she stands on a small stage, cloaked in a striking, scarlet-red robe, still wearing her visor. Yeah, she's acting totally normal. I hope she hasn't actually snapped and developed a god complex. I'm seriously having regrets right now. About 1,000 people stand before her, while a row of elders sits at the side. Oren recognizes Grunna, Buno, Bunu, and 3 other elders he's only seen briefly before, never having spoken with them directly. 2 women and 1 man. Standing to the side, not far from the elders, Oren carefully observes them. One of them must be responsible for carving out the mountain, probably that bald, muscular guy. The elder in charge of the Nen Oaths must be one of the women. They're not as old as I imagined. Both look around their 40s. Nephi, who's next to him, whispers excitedly, it's pretty rare for the leader to do this. Isn't this exciting? Everyone really loves her. Nobody even dares question her. I do. This feels increasingly like a cult, especially with those Nen Oaths involved. My dear family. Rakshela's voice suddenly echoes through the mountain. Immediately, as her voice resonates within the hollow mountain, everyone, including Nephi but excluding Oren, claps passionately, clearly excited as they stare up at their leader. We have achieved a lot in these past years, haven't we? As someone who has mostly observed, I'm incredibly proud of you all. We live good lives here. Everyone works hard, has opportunities, and no one judges anyone for who they are. In the years ahead, we will accomplish even greater things, and I'll personally ensure that happens. However, to realize our ambitions, I'll need to travel extensively, and I won't be home for a while. Elder Grunna will oversee day-to-day operations in my absence. I trust there are no objections. The crowd immediately nods, clearly approving of her choice. Grunna stands briefly, respectfully bowing towards Rakshela, then sits down again. There's one more important matter you should be aware of. I see Oren standing in the audience. Please join me on the stage, Rakshela says with a gentle smile. Make way, and let our young friend through. Oren sighs heavily, not moving. Despite his reluctance, the crowd parts smoothly, as if choreographed, forming a direct path straight to the stage. Should I just walk away? What are you waiting for? Nephi urgently whispers, pushing him forward. Move. Oren reluctantly moves towards the stage, ignoring the curious stares from the crowd. Finally, he reaches the platform, effortlessly leaping onto it, standing next to Shayla and giving her a visibly annoyed look. Even without using my ability, I can clearly sense our lovely boy here isn't happy about being called up. Isn't he adorable? She teases, prompting laughter from the crowd. Seriously, did you drag me up here just to embarrass me? Oren snaps, crossing his arms irritably. Has she lost it? That couldn't be further from the truth. I simply have an announcement to make, Shayla says smoothly, turning towards the audience. I hereby appoint Oren as my successor and elevate his position to vice leader. He will share every privilege I hold. His commands shall be treated as mine. The only limitation is that I reserve the right to veto his decisions if necessary, but since I'll be away for quite some time, this shouldn't happen often. A stunned silence falls over the mountain. Yes, that confirms it. She's completely lost her mind. Suddenly, an explosion of cheers erupts from the crowd, echoing through the mountain. Everyone applauds enthusiastically, cheering for Oren. Shayla smiles, clearly satisfied by their overwhelming reaction. It takes over a minute for the applause and cheers to finally quiet down. What do you think, Oren? How about giving a small speech? Shayla urges him, gently guiding him toward the microphone. Oren reluctantly complies, looking out at the crowd of happy, almost ecstatic faces still cheering for him. Are they serious? Also, why does this feel strangely familiar? This is a dumb decision. I'm still new here. How can you people even cheer for me? Do you even know me? Besides, I don't know anything about politics and management. I'm lazy, self-centered, and prioritize myself over others. Please, stop this foolishness, Oren protests openly, shaking his head in disbelief. Shayla's smile broadens. You see, my dear family, this is precisely why I chose Oren. I assure you, he's more than earned this position, though his actions have largely remained hidden. To give you a small glimpse, he has personally brought in over 50 billion jenny in profit for our community. He has helped me directly, our dear daughter Nephi, and even 3 of our elders. Most importantly, he has just openly rejected absolute power while making seemingly logical arguments. You can trust my decision, Oren won't let you down. Now, I'll periodically return to update you all. Keep up the wonderful work, and I promise our future will be brighter than ever. The crowd erupts again, their cheers echoing even louder throughout the hollow mountain. 15+ early chapters available. 64. A suspicious challenge smelling a trap. 64. A suspicious challenge smelling a trap. A few hours after Shayla's speech, Oren stands in her room, arms crossed in displeasure. What exactly was that? He demands to know. You won't regret it, Oren, Shayla replies reassuringly. I don't want to lose you. This is the position you deserve. I'll reluctantly accept for now. I still won't waste my time on politics and organizing. I might occasionally attend a meeting, but I have my own things to do. Don't expect me to actually fulfill a leadership role, Oren clarifies firmly. That's all I'm asking, Shayla says with a satisfied grin before her expression turns serious. Oren, there's something important you should know. The elders in Meteor City have been asking questions about you. Apparently, they've been keeping tabs on your activities, your hunter exam, your fights in Heaven's Arena, and even your mission involving the Zaldiks. Recently, your name also appeared linked to a certain company that sold for 10 billion jenny. It's not like they can contact me directly. Buno, and I cut them off completely. I did send them a few million jenny once, but I used a broker to avoid any personal contact. Oren shrugs indifferently, clearly disinterested in Meteor City. I have worse news, Shayla continues cautiously. Our involvement with the Mafia, specifically curing Badra's lover, may have been exposed. Meteor City, similar to us, has quite a few spies placed everywhere. She pauses briefly, then continues. Hollow Blade received a message dropped onto the street, apparently delivered by a bird. It read, "We reject no one. So take nothing from us," accompanied by a photo of you taken from one of your fights in Heaven's Arena. Motherfuckers, Oren mutters angrily. Maybe I need to pay them a visit after all. Do they still want eternity? Should I personally show it to them? He mumbles, then asks Shayla, has our location been exposed? Yes, but that's nothing new, she assures calmly. Several people discovered us before. This isn't directly related to you. However, I'd advise against any open confrontation. It's most likely just a warning to remind you of your past affiliation. They probably just want money or information. I'm just informing you for your own safety. They won't attack directly, but they definitely have an interest in you. Please, be careful. Oren nods appreciatively. Thanks for the warning. Over the next few days, Shayla and Grunna thoroughly explain Hollow Blade's general leadership structure to Oren. He now has unrestricted access to personal files, including extensive data on their external contacts. To his astonishment, Hollow Blade has effectively infiltrated most major governments, influential corporations, and even significant media organizations. Even more shocking, Hollowblade's accumulated resources amount to trillions of jenny. They control assets totaling approximately 13 trillion jenny, including over a trillion available in liquid cash. With my current status I could withdraw everything. Several days later, after finishing his introductory sessions on leadership, Oren returns to his gym. As he completes his workout, his phone suddenly vibrates. What now? Minutes later, he finally checks the messagites from Heaven's Arena. A challenge? Someone actually challenged me? Looks like I went too easy last time. Guess I'll have to make an example out of someone. Oren enters his office, a place he's hardly ever used beyond occasional research or buying additional knives. Now, it's cluttered with paperwork from recent calls and introductions. Settling in, he begins some preliminary research on his opponent, a bulky man in his 50s named Nolf. Examining Nolf's record, Oren's irritation quickly turns into anger. His opponent's pathetic record stands at 10 wins and 3 losses, barely qualifying him to even challenge Oren. Worse, every one of his victories came against uninitiated fighters or rookie hunters, clearly exposing Nolf as weak. There's not a single impressive fight on record. Nolf's Hatsu combines enhancement and transmutation, enlarging his hands with aura. He calls it Giant Fist. Seriously? That's just basic Nen manipulation. Giant Fist, is he serious? Annoyed, Oren rises and gathers aura into his fist, enlarging it exactly as Nolf had done, carefully synchronizing aura with his hand. His hand visibly expands. Then he enhances it further, strengthening it. Briefly, he punches the air, observing how this technique affects the user during a battle. Slow, sloppy, but exactly the same as his. This technique is pathetic. Calling it a technique is already an exaggeration. How dare someone this weak even think he can beat me? Oren reshapes his aura slightly, transforming his hand into a claw-like form, reducing the overall size for better control. Now that's more practical. Still, this is just playing around. Extending reach sacrifices power. Condensing aura further is the only way to increase its power effectively. This technique is shallow and pitiful. The person who developed it clearly has no deep understanding of Nen. He settled for something flashy but practically useless, a downgrade from a simple aura-enhanced punch. Oren shuts off his computer, unwilling to dig any deeper into an enemy of this caliber. 2 weeks, I need to leave relatively soon if I want to make it in time. Still call me scared or insecure, but I just can't figure out this challenge. Add to that what Rock Shayla told me about the message from Meteor City. 30 minutes later, Oren is sitting on Buno's and Bunna's couch, sipping tea while the 2 former instructors enjoy a shoulder massage from their maids. Unusual to call us for a meeting, oh mighty vice leader, Buno says, struggling to keep a straight face. Brother, don't be rude. We teased our boy for being too serious and refusing to get spoiled by the maids. Turns out he had bigger plans. He went straight for the top and seduced our leader. That's worthy of our respect, Bunu adds, attempting to sound serious but clearly enjoying himself. Fuck off, or I'll fine you 1 billion jenny for disrespecting me. I can seize your money directly now. Oren warns. No, you won't. You're way too smart and dependable to pull something like that, Bunu replies casually. True. In any case, I need help. I've got a fight at Heaven's Arena in 2 weeks. I'll need protection, Oren says, doing his best not to show how worried he really is. Your opponent? Bunu asks, his interest piqued. Just some no-name rookie hunter with a 10-3 record. It took me 30 seconds to copy his so-called Hatsu, which is just a lazy combo of 2 basic Nen applications and another 30 to improve it and make it my own, Oren explains, casually demonstrating by forming an aura fist over his real one, raising his arm, and shouting half-heartedly, Giant Fist. So, you don't think this is a serious challenge? Why do you need our protection, then? Buno asks flatly. I should probably tell them. Apparently, Meteor City has taken an interest in me. They've been digging into my past actions, even sent a card to Hollowblade with that trash motto of theirs, you know the one, Oren says grimly. You think you're being baited, huh? Bunu says with a knowing grin. Yeah, I do. Worst of all, I don't want to lose my floor master title, Oren says, his voice firm. I also refuse to be intimidated. You were smart to come to us, Bunu says smugly. We'll help. You get to decide things now, right? Take one of our medium-sized airships. That way, we can bring enough maids to travel in comfort, Bunu offers. Don't tell Neffy, Oren says firmly. I don't want her involved. She's busy with her company, isn't she? Let's call it an emergency and head out secretly, then, Bunu suggests. I agree, but change of plans. We're taking 2 airships, Oren declares. Bunu looks confused. Bunu just smiles in approval. Master Oren. Master Oren. Catherine shouts. What do you want to eat today? Steak or curry? Oren, doing a full-body workout on the deck of his small airship now filled with heavy training equipment, pauses mid-set. Why do I only get 2 options? I want to eat steak or curry today, but I couldn't decide, so I figured I'd ask you and surprise myself. Catherine beams. You don't even see the problem, do you? Silly woman. You know what, just make both. Oren says, shaking his head. At the helm, Natsuko steers the airship, smiling quietly as she watches the exchange. Finally, on the same day as Oren's fight, they arrive at Heaven's Arena. Master Oren, why can't we stay? Catherine asks, visibly disappointed. It could be dangerous. I'll come back with the others once it's over. I'll see you too soon, Oren replies. Good luck, Master Oren. Natsuko says, bowing before turning and walking straight to the cabin, dragging Catherine with her. Good, she gets it. Alone now, Oren walks through the city with Heaven's Arena looming in the distance. He chooses a poor neighborhood to pass through, mostly empty in the afternoon, as the residents are out working hard just to afford these rundown homes. No one's following me. No, someone is. But not the one I was hoping to attract. Sensing a clumsy man tailing him, Oren speeds up and loses the pursuer with ease. With no other clues to go on, he heads directly to the arena. Inside, he walks straight to his own personal floor. As promised, the entire level has been reserved for him before the fight. He steps into the luxury suite and lets himself relax, extending his and reaching up to 55 meters, occasionally brushing 60 like a drifting cloud of fog. Nothing out of the ordinary. Maybe I was just a little too worried. A few hours later, with eternity conjured, Oren makes his way to the arena, heading straight for the ring, avoiding anything unnecessary. As he steps into the ring, he sees his opponent, staring at him in shock, not expecting him to show up at all. He didn't expect me. This means no. First, I have to win this fight. 18+ early chapters available. 65. The fight ends, the game begins. The excited female moderator's voice echoes through the arena. Welcome, everyone. This is Floor Master Oren's very first defense match. Despite his dominant performance during his time in the 200th class, he's already been challenged. I think our Floor Master needs no introduction, right? She continues, full of energy, a master of the black long sword known as a katana. Yes, the famous heritage weapon from Japan, which is steadily gaining popularity. His specialty lies in ranged slashes, but that's not all. He can even morph his hands into deadly claws. Truly a fearsome opponent. The crowd roars with excitement as she builds the hype. His challenger today, Nalf, has earned the right to challenge Oren by achieving 10 victories and suffering 3 defeats. To be honest, this challenge is a bit unexpected. While not considered the strongest, Floor Master Oren is definitely in the top half of all current Floor Masters. There were easier targets for him to choose. So, what's Nalf planning? Does he have a strategy to take down Oren? Let's find out. The referee gestures for both fighters to step forward. But before he can begin, Oren speaks coldly. There's one way you get out of here alive. You surrender now and tell me who hired you to do this. You've got 5 seconds. After that you're done. Nalf's jaw tightens. His teeth clench. But he stays silent, staring at Oren with hatred. Floor Master Oren. That is not appropriate. Let me explain the rules. The referee protests. Oren ignores him. While the man recites the same rules Oren had already heard his first time entering, Oren scans the audience. Thousands of spectators. Dozens of cameras. Multiple staff members managing arena security. Nothing suspicious. I hope Buno and Banu are in position. They should have shadowed me the whole time since landing here. I made sure to arrive just a little later than them. Floor Master Oren. Are you even listening? The referee asks, looking worried. I'm ready. Can we start now? Oren replies, eyes locked on the man. Okay, back up a little. The moderator's voice bursts back through the arena. It looks like things are about to begin. Fight. The referee shouts. Time to set an example. Not just for these ants but for anyone else plotting against me. Nalf lifts his arm, aura surging around it. A massive, transparent fist takes shape. Oren draws eternity, activating limitless waters. High water pressure. Spin the aura as fast as possible. Keep the flow dense and focused on the blade. Just stretch the range a little. With eternity wrapped in a swirling, high-pressure watery aura, Oren dashes forward, ready to strike. Nalf chooses to meet him head-on, throwing his giant aura fist forward. Oren responds with a precise vertical slash. The aura fist is split cleanly in two, but that's not all. The blade slices through Nalf's real fist and forearm, leaving a grotesque, gaping wound, as his split arms dangle around. Nalf screams, stunned and in agony, staring at the shredded remnants of his arm. Oren doesn't hesitate. He ducks low, spins sharply in a fluid motion, and adjusts the range of limitless waters. In a blur, he slashes in a full circle. Stop. The referee shouts. But it's too late. The strike lands. Eternity slices through Nalf like a blade through paper. Nalf's eyes widen. He looks down only to see his entire upper body collapse and fall toward the floor. I can't believe it. Nalf's arm was destroyed and now, with a deadly and vicious follow-up attack, his entire torso has been cleaved in two. That's it. Medics are rushing in. The referee is waving his arms in terror. What just happened? Floor Master Oren has improved massively. With just 2 slashes his opponent is dead. The moderator yells, stunned. Without missing a beat, Oren sheaths eternity and hops off the ring, exiting through the same fighter entrance he came in from. I need to get back to the airport meeting point. And I need answers. Oren quickly types a message on his phone, status, and sends it to Buno. Not waiting for a response, he aims for the elevator. The hallway is empty, only staff and fighters are allowed in this area. Suddenly, he notices a pair of figures approaching. He stops. 2 people walk calmly toward him. The first is a man wearing a full baseball uniform, complete with a glove on his left hand. He tosses a baseball into the air, catching it lazily with a smug grin aimed at Oren. What a fucking clown. But it's the second person who catches his attention. A woman in a dark purple suit and a short mini-skirt, but no shirt underneath, her large cleavage exposed without shame. She's tall, with short, straight blonde hair. One detail stands out immediately, her sharply defined Roman nose. The spiders. Escape or should I fight? No, I need to try to talk it out first. If that fails, I'll decide. They must be underestimating me. From the look on that guy's face, he seems to see me as nothing more than a child. I don't recognize him, so he must be either the one Hisoka killed or the one Silva took out. Either way, these two aren't top tier. Pakunoda's not a combatant. She's among the weakest in a fight. Her Hatsu is useful for interrogation or for instantly sharing information, but that's it. Those two are not the strongest the troop has to offer. I'm not hopelessly outclassed. Stop. Oren shouts. State your business. The man keeps playing with his baseball, casually smirking, while Pakunoda steps forward and says, "We're only here for an interview, Floor Master Oren. Looks like your fight's already finished. We didn't expect you to be so quick. Unfortunately, we missed it." Oh, so they don't even know how strong I am. Thanks for telling me. I'm not usually one to accept interviews. But in your case, I might make an exception seeing as you're looking quite sexy. Just one condition. Send away your brain-dead, baseball player cosplaying retard of a friend. I refuse to talk to idiots, Oren replies. Kid, do you want to die? The man growls, staring at him. Oren doesn't even glance his way. He focuses on Pakunoda, who calmly responds, I'm afraid I must insist on my partner's presence. If she reads my thoughts, I'm done for. Every secret I have will be exposed. I can't afford to give in. I've got to escape or fight. Without warning, the man launches a baseball at him with frightening speed and technique. Fuck. Oren instantly draws Eternity, raising it just in time. The baseball slams into the blade with thunderous force but is cleaved cleanly in half. Oren stands firm, unharmed, his sword untouched. Then, something strange happens. A rectangular black board materializes in the air, hovering unnaturally still. 3 letters are displayed: B, S, and Urk with a series of circles beside them. Oren squints. The B has 3 empty circles. The S has 1 filled and 1 empty. The O has 2 empty. Baseball, strike 1. I didn't take damage, but what happens if he hits me 3 times? 3 strikes and I'm out. Shit. I gave him the opening. I let him set the pace. Nice reaction. Though you might want to try swinging next time. Bunting's for losers. The man jokes, and a new baseball forms in his right hand as if out of thin air. A conjurer. So he's using conjuration, huh? I can do that too. Time to try out my new Hatsu hiding in mist. Oren focuses his aura into his hand. With a deliberate wave, he releases it, and a thick, swirling mist bursts forth, quickly flooding the corridor. Within seconds, vision drops to almost nothing, half a meter at most. At that exact moment, Oren activates Zetsu and slips silently backward. With his aura sealed, his senses spike. He instinctively detects another ball tearing through the mist, a near miss that smashes into the wall behind him with explosive force. Yet the board still remains eerily visible, now showing 1 filled circle under the B. A ball. Hiding in the mist isn't some basic conjuration technique. This mist isn't normal, it's special. It works similarly to N. The catch is, I can only sense people and objects inside it like I'm using N, if I'm using Zetsu. And even then, it's not as accurate and reliable as N. I don't sense details, just vague shapes and movement. It's a high-risk, high-reward technique. I can't afford to get hit while using Zetsu, but if I can ambush my enemy, I have the edge. This Hatsu was designed for silent kills, it's meant for assassination. Leave him to me, Pakunoda, the man says with a chuckle. I'm going to enjoy this. Run, little boy. Run as fast as you can. His footsteps muted and aura erased, Oren pivots quietly and moves toward his enemies through the haze. He senses the man's slow, confident advance. He's using his glove like a fan, trying to clear the mist, but it's mostly in vain. Only small patches move. Oren slides to the edge of the corridor, keeping close to the wall. His hand tightens around Eternity's hilt. Then he pauses. Wait. If I use Zetsu, I'm suppressing my aura, but Eternity is a conjured object. It has its own aura. It may not be strong, but it's enough. If he uses Gyo, he might be able to spot it. And the mist doesn't completely suppress the effects of Gyo. Oren grins, a plan forming in his mind. Alright then. I'll prepare a gift for you. Oren crouches and places Eternity gently on the ground, letting it rest in plain sight. He then moves silently toward the corridor's window side. His hands and fingers begin to twist, morphing into curved, lethal claws, and he retrieves several throwing knives as well. Grunna trained me for this. Time to prove it wasn't a waste. The moment he throws hats when I strike back. Through the mist, Oren senses movement, his awareness merged with the fog itself. The man steps forward, then suddenly hurls another baseball, this time aimed straight at the wall, right where Eternity lies. Now, 18+ early chapters available. 66, Chaos. The moment Oren senses the ball being thrown, he doesn't hesitate for even a second. He immediately cancels Zetsu and unleashes his full aura, sending 2 throwing knives flying toward his opponent with precision. He doesn't pause. Before the first pair even reaches their target, he follows up with 2 more, keeping the pressure on. Without missing a beat, Oren leaps toward the wall, snatches up Eternity, and switches back to Zetsu. He vaguely senses the situation. At least one of the daggers hit its target. His opponent has retreated, likely injured, but not down. Oren wastes no time and charges forward. I need to risk it. Ken. As he rushes in, another baseball hits him dead on. He flinches slightly, and the scoreboard updates, a second strike. Just one more hit, and whatever Hatsu condition is tied to those strikes might activate. Ignoring the pain, Oren makes a bold move. He channels all of his aura, created by limitless waters, into Eternity, just like he did against Nulf, and swings forward with everything he has. His opponent reacts quickly, jumping back, barely dodging the slash, but Oren reveals a cruel, satisfied smile. His pressure blade formed with limitless water separates from Eternity and surges forward. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the mist, and in the same instant, the strange scoreboard vanishes into nothing. With a quick use of N, Oren senses the aftermath. His opponent's left arm and a chunk of his shoulder are gone. Pakunoda, meanwhile, has drawn her gun and is taking aim. Oren snaps his fingers, canceling hiding in mist and activating Ken, creating a thick defensive aura around himself as he lifts Eternity and rushes forward. Bullets slam into him painful, but not able to do much, besides hurt him. They sting and draw some blood, but none of them penetrate deep enough to stop him. His male opponent's expression shifts from cocky to terrified as he turns around to flee. You never turn your back on an enemy, you coward. Oren sends another limitless water slash soaring through the air, following it up with a cluster of water bullets, spat from his mouth and hidden within. The man dodges the slash by inches, but he doesn't see the bullets coming. They smack into his head, snapping it sideways from the impact. Blood sprays as he stumbles, collapsing to the floor. Oren doesn't stop. He sprints toward the stunned and panicked Pakunoda, slamming Eternity into the throat of his fallen enemy on the way, just to be sure. Then, without a moment's pause, he swings Eternity again, this time launching another limitless water slash directly at Pakunoda. She barely dodges, tumbling to the side, but crashes hard into the floor. She scrambles, stunned only to take several water bullets to the back, each one driving her further down with a sharp cry. Oren finally reaches her. He raises his blade and swings it in a brutal diagonal arc. Pakunoda lifts her pistol in a futile attempt to block, but the blade cleaves the weapon in two and knocks it from her hand. The slash connects, slicing deep into her shoulder. I can't kill her, not yet. Without hesitation, Oren slams the hilt of Eternity into her stomach. She doubles over just in time to take a clean punch to the face, followed by a swift chop to the back of her neck. Pakunoda crumples, unconscious. Fuck. Finally, Oren stands there, breathing heavily. His aura is nearly gone, spent from a flurry of techniques. Limitless waters, multiple emission techniques, hiding in mist, N, Ken, and Renal used in rapid succession. This kind of chaotic combat is a first for him. My flashy moves, especially the emission ones, they burn through my aura fast. My body's improved, sure, but I've been slacking a bit on the fundamentals. That ends now. He pulls out his phone and quickly dials Buno. No answer. His heart skips a beat. He immediately calls Bunu. Still nothing. Shit. Are they dead? If they are, I swear I'll send Pakunoda after them myself. I only kept her alive for leverage, but it might already be too late. Phantom Troop, you'll all pay for this. And the elders? They'll die too. Every last one of them. I need to move. If there's still a chance they're alive, I can maybe trade Pakunoda to get them back. Oren hoists her limp body over his shoulder and bolts for the nearest elevator. The attendant stares at him in disbelief. He doesn't slow down. I'm a hunter. This woman needs medical attention. Get me to the first level now. Oren orders. Of course. The woman stammers, eyes wide as she stares at the bloodied, unconscious figure Oren is carrying. As soon as the elevator doors open at the bottom, Oren charges out, still carrying Pakunoda. As he carries her outside the giant tower, he activates Zetsu to conserve what little aura he has left. Despite his attempt to stay low-key, people begin to stare at him, whispering amongst each other and even pointing at him. Look, that woman's bleeding. What the hell happened? Was there an accident? Wait, isn't that Floor Master Oren? Ignoring the crowd, Oren leaves the arena premises and rushes to a nearby taxi. He enters through the back door, placing Pakunoda on the seat beside him. To the airport, now. Oren commands, flashing his hunter license and tossing a bundle of Jenny roughly 100,000 onto the front seat. H. Hunter. Okay. The driver stammers. Oren settles into the back seat and glances at Pakunoda. Her injuries aren't that bad. A bit of bleeding, but nothing serious. Still, Oren briefly activates Azure Restoration, just for a moment, to halt the bleeding. If she dies, all hope of getting the Marshmallow Brothers back is gone. I dragged them into this mess. If there's even the smallest chance to get them back, I'll take the risk. Suddenly, a buzzing sound interrupts his thoughts. Oren pulls out his beetle phone, but there's no activity. Then he realizes it's Pakunoda's phone. He picks it up and answers. Paku, what's going on? I can't reach Jack. Are you still chasing our target? A female voice asks. That voice should be Maki. This is your target speaking. I'm afraid your baseball-throwing imbecile of a friend won't be taking any more calls. Your revealing companion is injured, but I've stopped the bleeding for now. I've invited her on a little trip to my personal floor, Oren says, lying to throw them off his track. Do you know who we are? Maki asks coldly. Oren's hands tremble with fury at her arrogance. Second-rate Nen users, hired by the filth calling themselves elders who tried to kill me. You. She snaps, furious. If you want your friend Paku, or whatever you call her, back, that can be arranged. Return both Marshmallow Brothers to me. If even one of them is dead, the deal is off. They're linked. A life without the other isn't one they want. You have 30 minutes to discuss it between you, and if even one of them is dead, I'll repay you in blood. Also, if you think torturing them is a smart idea, you won't like my response either, Oren says, then hangs up. The taxi reaches the airport in under 10 minutes. As the driver parks, Oren surprises him with a sharp chop to the neck, knocking him out cold. He slips out of the vehicle, still carrying Pakunoda, and bolts into the airport. Determined to get a clear view of the docked airships, he sprints up the stairs to the rooftop. From there, he spots hundreds of ships spread out across a massive open area. Using Gyo, he quickly locates the one used by Buno and Bunuit's balloon marked by a distinctive black, white, and red pattern. Without hesitation, Oren jumps from the roof to a lower level, still carrying his hostage. Landing silently, he continues downward, level by level, until he hits the ground and rushes straight for the airship. Bursting aboard, he shouts at the small crew inside, "Get going now." What Vice Leader Oren? What's happening? Lift off, now. Oren screams. Why yes, sir. Oren steps into the cabin, sets Pakunoda down on a bench, and immediately calls Rakshela. Hello Oren, what's wrong? She starts, but he cuts her off. Trying to sound composed and firm, Oren explains everything in a rush. Emergency. Listen to me. I hired Buno and Bunu as backups. After what you said about Meteor City and their interest in me, I thought that was a smart idea. I specifically didn't ask about their location. The plan was for them to shadow me, to make sure I don't get ambushed. Well, after the fight, I was ambushed. My challenger was clearly bribed. After I won the match, I was immediately attacked by 2 members of the troop. I killed one and captured the other. We've left the Airportuary airborne now. I can't reach Buno or Bunu. They called my hostage's phone, and I offered a prisoner exchange. They should call me back any moment. What should I do? There's silence for a few seconds before Rakshela finally responds. You did the right thing. First, do not attempt any prisoner exchange there in the area around Heaven's Arena, as that will be very disadvantageous to you. Set something up a few weeks from now, preferably somewhere close, like Yorknu. That's your destination. I'll make the preparations and assemble a small army. I'll also handle negotiations with the Meteor City elders or the troop, if needed. Keep the hostage alive. Now, quickly tell me the details of the battle. Oren recounts his fight with the man Maki had called Jack, and with Pakunoda. I see. Stay calm and head for Yorknu, Rakshela replies. I'll contact you soon. If they call, answer it, but tell them I'm handling things now. You can mention the exchange in Yorknu, but leave the rest to me. I see, thank you, Rakshela, Oren says, his voice heavy with exhaustion. Calm down, Oren. None of this is your fault. You did everything you could. Just wait for the call, and follow my instructions, understood? Yes, Oren murmurs, ending the call. He glances at Pakunoda, still unconscious, and lets out a long sigh. What a terrible day. A few minutes later, her phone rings again. Oren hesitates for just a second before answering. Do you have a reply to my proposal? He asks immediately. This is Nobunaga speaking. Your offer is accepted. Meet us in front of Heaven's Arena in 1 hour, says a calm male voice. Rejected. The trade will happen in Yorknu in around 10 days. I want to speak with the captives, Oren replies without missing a beat. Listen, you're not in a position to. Nobunaga begins, but Oren hangs up. 15 seconds later, the phone rings again. A slightly calmer Nobunaga speaks. We accept your deal. Let us speak with Pakunoda first, and you'll get to speak with our captives. She's still unconscious, but her injuries are minor. Just a few superficial wounds, Oren replies. Can you prove that? Nobunaga asks, sounding suspicious. Yes. You can talk to her when she wakes up. I'll take good care of her until then, and I expect you to do the same with your prisoners, Oren says. The rest will be handled by others. Yorknu, 10 days. Be there. Deal. Call me as soon as she's awake. Until then, I will personally guard our hostages, Nobunaga answers, ending the call. 18+ early chapters available. 67 Deal. As Oren ends the call, he trembles with rage. Fuck this. I didn't provoke the damn troop. I even paid those fucking elders millions of Jenny. These greedy bastards will pay for this. He storms over to the crew. Get me ropes, sleeping pills, anything useful. We need to make absolutely sure our hostage doesn't escape. If she dies or runs off, everything we've fought for is gone. Understood, Vice Leader. Right away. We'll handle it. Moments later, the crew returns with thick ropes and restraints. They tie Pakunoda's arms, legs, and torso securely, taking no chances. She's tied up tight, vice leader. And we'll keep at least 2 people watching her at all times, one of the crew members informs him. Good, she needs to stay alive and unharmed. But if she tries to escape, you're allowed to do whatever it takes to stop her. Oren replies firmly. He draws Eternity and takes a seat on a bench directly across from her, blade aimed straight at her unconscious body. Hours pass. Eventually, Pakunoda's body begins to move. She groans softly in pain, blinking as her eyes open. She looks around, disoriented. Oren doesn't say a word. He watches her in silence. Monster. No wonder the elders sent us to interrogate you, she mutters. He remains quiet, eyes fixed on her. Jack, is he dead? She asks after a moment. Oren shrugs. Do you honestly blame me for that? Pakunoda shakes her head slowly. No, it'd be hypocritical. He acted recklessly, against our orders. We were never supposed to engage in combat. So why am I still alive? I joined the attack too. Lucky for you, your group has something I want, Oren replies coolly. He holds up her phone. Now, tell me the code to unlock it. 7262, she says without resistance. Oren types it in and dials Nobunaga. This is Nobunaga speaking, the voice answers sharply. Your member just woke up. I'm holding the phone in front of her. You can talk freely but I'm listening in. If you try to trick me, don't bother, Oren warns him. He holds the phone close to her face, careful not to touch her. I can't touch her. She might activate her Hatsu and read my thoughts. Pakunoda, are you alright? What's your condition? He hears Nobunaga ask. I'm okay, I was injured, but the wounds were treated. Sloppily, but they're no longer bleeding. I'm tied up, but otherwise in good condition. She pauses briefly, then adds, it's our own fault. If you need to abandon me, so be it. Hey! Oren snaps at her. Don't worry. We won't abandon her, Nobunaga cuts in quickly. In the background, Oren catches a muffled voice, someone speaking faintly. Okay Pakunoda, tell me what happened, Nobunaga asks next. We approached the target after the match. During the conversation, the target insulted Jack, who lost control of his emotions and attacked with his usual technique, she says quietly. I joined in. That's enough, Oren interjects. Now I want to speak with your hostages. Fair enough, Nobunaga replies. Here, take the phone. Oren, you managed to kill a troop member and capture another? Haha, I'm so proud of you. He hears a familiar voice speaking in joy. Buno, what's your status? Are you both okay? Oren asks, tension visible in his face. Not exactly. I lost a couple fingers, and Buno lost an eye. But we'll live, Buno says, his voice steady. Did anything happen after the fight? Oren demands, his fists clenched tightly. No, all the damage happened during the battle. We're getting treated now, Buno assures him. Let me speak to Bunu, Oren says. We're fine, Oren, Bunu's voice replies. These wounds are nothing serious. They know I can heal them when I get the chance. Good, I'll accept that. Nobunaga's voice returns on the line. Are you satisfied? If they get tortured or further injured, you won't like my reaction, Oren says, his voice cold as ice. They won't, Nobunaga replies. If they're under the influence of Nen in any way, expect the same response. Don't test me. We have more ways than you can imagine to find out. Oren shouts, his tone sharp and rising. There's no need to worry, Nobunaga answers calmly. We'll stay in contact, Oren says, before ending the call. Turning away from Pakunoda, Oren quickly types a message, documenting everything said by the troop, Buno, Bunu, and himself. He also notes that it seems like someone else may be issuing commands to Nobunaga. The long journey toward Yorknu begins. Oren spends nearly all his time training, never leaving Pakunoda's side. Eternity is always conjured, always ready, his vigilance unbroken. He trains hard but never to exhaustion, always stopping short of total fatigue. Every day, he personally escorts Pakunoda to the toilet, allowing her to wash, blade drawn and sharp, giving her no opportunity for tricks. The rest of the crew all know Nen. They aren't masters, but they're more than enough to keep her from escaping. Why are you training this hard? Pakunoda asks one day, watching him curiously. Oren sneers. Hard? This is just the bare minimum. If I didn't have to worry about you escaping, I'd show you what real training looks like. That didn't answer my question, she replies plainly. Strength is everything, Oren says. Without strength, we're all prisoners trapped by limits, by fear. But with enough strength I'll be truly free. No one will be able to stop me. He pauses, then adds, since I've answered your question, how about you answer one of mine? Why do you let yourself be used by those greedy elders? I thought the Phantom Troop stood for something more. Something free. You're just lackeys now. Henchmen for corrupt old men. I have to say, I am truly looking down on you, after that little stunt. We're not henchmen. And we don't follow orders from the elders, Pakunoda answers, eyes fixed on him. We help them now and then, that's all. As for this situation, someone took interest in you. The elders' request was just a bonus. Someone, huh, let me guess, your little boss. Oren says with a grin. I've heard the rumors. You are from Meteor City after all. Of course you have heard rumors. Your story is well known to us as well. People still talk about you, how you tricked Lighter, killed him, and took everything he had, Pakunoda replies. Oren grins wider. Funny. If those rumors were taken seriously, why'd your boss send you and Baseball Boy after me? He was a conjurer, and you're clearly not a frontline fighter as well. You both paid for underestimating me. It served you right. Jack wasn't weak though. Yes, he was among the least strong of our combatants. But don't fool yourself. Just because you beat him and Meadow doesn't mean you stand a chance against our top fighters, much less our boss, she says, voice steady. We'll see about that, won't we? A few days later, the airship lands in a remote field deep in the Gordo Desert. The location is isolated, an enclosed basin surrounded by steep cliffs. A single odd-looking tunnel cuts through the rock, offering the only clear path in or out. As the ship descends, Oren spots Rakshela, Grunna, and an elderly man approaching the landing site. Despite his age, the man stands tall and solid, thick muscles visible beneath his shirt. Oren recognizes him instantly. That tunnel, he's the one with the earth-shaping Hatsu. He instructs Pakunoda to get up and follow him outside. Oren, I'm glad you made it, Rakshela says as he disembarks. I'm sorry for dragging all of you into this mess, Oren replies, his tone sincere. I really created a mess. No, not me. Fuck these elders, they will pay. What a mess, indeed, the old man says with a slight frown. And our two elders got captured so easily. Disgraceful. Indeed, though you can't blame them, they were up against the troop after all, Oren says, nodding. This is Elder Rain, Rakshela explains. Leave the rest to me. I've already handled the negotiations and arranged a deal. She steps toward Pakunoda, her tone diplomatic but firm. I expect your cooperation, miss. If you comply, I can guarantee your safety. Pakunoda doesn't answer. She simply gives a small nod. Now, Oren, Rakshela says, her tone serious, as much as I'd like to give you time to rest, the deal happens tomorrow. It will take place inside this small area, more like a prison carved out of solid rock. She turns to the crew. Lead her away. She orders, pointing to Pakunoda. Wait, Oren says, stepping forward and gently pulling Rakshela aside. I think she can read thoughts. She kept trying to touch me. Multiple times, he says quietly. Truly, I'll take that into account, Rakshela replies with a satisfied nod. A few hours pass. Oren now sits inside the tunnel system, simple chambers carved into the rock, sparsely furnished with beds and basic supplies. Time passes slowly in the stillness. Oren closing his eyes, relaxing. I love this atmosphere. Once this is over, I might return for a few months of training. 10 hours later, the preparations for the deal begin. Oren watches as Elder Rain manipulates the landscape by just touching it. The older man alters the tunnel structure, sealing off the original entrance and forming a new, narrow path that winds through the cliffs and leads into the center of the rocky basin. Eventually, Oren stands with Rain, Rakshela, and Grunna in the middle of the open space. Pakunoda is behind them, restrained but calm. All around, positioned on the cliffs overlooking the basin, are 30 Nen users strategically placed, ready for anything. Multiple airships are hovering above the basin, modern weaponry prepared to fire. Oren fixes his gaze on the newly formed tunnel with focused interest. Multiple figures begin to emerge. He spots several people walking through the passage, but one in particular draws his attention. A man in a large, dark fur coat. He has black hair, slicked back. He walks with perfect calm, seemingly unbothered by the situation he is in. 19 plus early chapters available. 68 Negotiations. So that's Krollo. He looks a little younger than what I vaguely remember and more confident, too. I wish we could just get rid of these fuckers once and for all. Their arrogance pisses me off. I need to stay focused, though. I enjoyed killing that baseball guy way too much. It was way too satisfying. Aside from Krollo, Oren spots Nobunaga, Finks, Phaeton, Yuvajin, Maki, Shulnark, and Franklin. Just the original members, huh? I guess they care more about Pakunoda than the rest. Kordapai and Bonalinov are probably being kept out of this. Let's go, Oren, Rakshela whispers. Please, leave it to me. I've planned for every scenario if things go south. As much as I'd love to wipe them out, we can't start an all-out war with Meteor City. Let's focus on getting our elders back. You're allowed to show a little edge, but don't make a move unless they're foolish enough to strike first. If they do, it'll turn into a full-blown war, and both sides will suffer. I'd prefer we avoid that. I'd love to disagree, Oren replies, but I'm the one who asked for help. I have caused this mess, so I'll follow your lead for now. I already have my own way of dealing with those scum elders of Meteor City. If we need to act calm and pretend to make peace, I'll play along. That only works in my favor. How about I spend my fortunes and hire a pair of certain assassins, after this is over? The Phantom Troop, joined by Buno and Bunu, who follow behind, approach the center of the open clearing. Oren, Rakshela, Grunna, Elder Rain, and several elite Hollow Blade members, faces obscured in dark clothing, approach from the opposite side. Pakunoda walks behind them, silent and guarded by two men. They stop a short distance from each other, neither group moving any closer. These are the sect members, boss. They look strong, I wanna fight them. Yuvajin shouts, grinning wildly as his gaze sweeps over them. Without hesitation, Oren draws eternity, pointing it straight at him. I've already taken care of 2 of you. If you're looking to die too, brainless barbarian, I'm happy to oblige. You dare challenge me. Ha ha ha, Yuvajin roars, unleashing his aura. The ground cracks beneath him, stone fragments flying into the air from the pressure. A pathetic, wasteful, unfocused display of Ren. If that's what you rely on to scare others, then you've never fought anyone truly strong. This wouldn't even be a fight, you'd be dead in minutes, Oren says, smirking. Yuvajin growls and releases even more aura, clearly revealing he'd been holding back. How about now? Yuvajin. Stop, Krollo says in a quiet but commanding tone. To the surprise of everyone except Rakshela, Yuvajin hesitates, then stops his Ren, eyes still locked on Oren. Okay boss. Oren, after a short pause, sheaths eternity. As much as I'd love to go through with it enough. Well, now that everyone's calmed down a little, Rakshela says with a pleasant smile, shall we begin? This shouldn't take long, should it? Oren watches the troop members as they glance at Rakshela. Their faces are calm, but their eyes betray a hint of uncertainty. We're ready to proceed, Krollo says. You're the seer, right? Your reputation precedes you. And now that I see you in person, you've done quite a job hiding yourself all these years. As they speak, Oren notices Maki glaring at him, her teeth grinding together silently. Rakshela responds with grace. Oh my, you're overestimating me. I'm just a blind woman trying to live a quiet life with my family, which brings us to our current situation. She clasps her hands together delicately, then says, when you were planning your little attack on my precious child and the vice leader of our family, you must have known there would be consequences. I'm curious how you plan to resolve this. Child, vice leader. Krollo replies, brows raised slightly. I wasn't aware of either. As far as I knew, Oren was a resident of Meteor City. Our only intention was to ask him a few questions. Perhaps one of our newer members couldn't suppress his violent tendencies. For that, I apologize. We didn't mean to start a fight. We just wanted a conversation with Oren. As for resolving this, how about we exchange prisoners, and agree never to actively interfere with each other again? Even if the elders push for it, we will ignore their suggestions. Let's call it even. I only ask one small thing because this situation places us at a disadvantage. I could agree to that, Rakshela replies, but I fail to see how this situation disadvantages you. You see, your 2 elders are in decent condition, and so is Pakunoda. Krollo begins, only to be abruptly cut off by Oren. Decent condition. Oren repeats, fists clenched. So it would be fine if I cut off a few of your friend's fingers. Gouging out and I would also be okay. That would still count as decent and wouldn't affect the trade, right? Krollo meets Oren's gaze and responds in a calm voice, perhaps I misspoke. What I meant to say was that you have killed one of our own, while we spared both of your elders. From that angle, this is not an even trade. Rakshela steps in. I have to agree with Oren. You crippled our elders, permanently damaging their combat potential and quality of life, while Oren, despite his anger, held back. He even treated Pakunoda's wounds. Krollo shakes his head. I'm afraid I can't agree with that view. So what do you expect? Rakshela asks, her tone still calm. Let's not forget who started this. Not only did your group approach Oren, but one of your members also attacked him with a Nen ability. His death isn't up for debate. Any Nen user understands the consequences of activating a Hatsu on someone else. I won't argue that, Krollo says. What I'm after won't cost you much, but it would give us both an assurance that this kind of situation won't repeat. It would also ensure the elders of Meteor City stay away from you and Oren for good. State your terms, then, Rakshela says, looking relaxed. I'd simply like to resolve this according to our own internal rules, Krollo says. I understand there's no reason for you to honor them, but I ask that you do just this once. That would even the scale. I don't know your rules, Rakshela replies, and I don't see any reason to follow them. However, please go on. What did you have in mind? If one of our members is killed by an outsider, that person typically takes the fallen member's place, Krollo says. What? Maki blurts out. Boss, you can't be serious. Yuvajin shouts. Shut up, Krollo orders, his tone flat. Both look down and immediately stop talking. Rakshela chuckles softly. Well, I suppose that would solve our issues, indeed. There's only one small problem. Why would Oren accept such a dangerous proposition? Our group is more independent than you might think, Krollo replies. There are very few mandatory missions, and exceptions can be made. Is he serious? Does he really think I'd ever join them? Still, it would be useful to learn more about the elders and stab them in the back when they least expect it. I don't think we need to entertain that offer, Rakshela says, clearly amused but maintaining her composure. Please do, Krollo insists. Not only would it prevent future conflict, but we'd also be willing to give Oren specific information about the elder who orchestrated all this. And we'd make a formal promise not to interfere with anything he chooses to do with that information. Why would you want me to join you? Oren asks, skeptical. I don't see any upside for you. Also, I'd have to be insane to accept. Some of your members look like they'd love to kill me. We're very interested in you, Krollo says without hesitation. I watched your recent fight and I was impressed. Let me be honest, I have a hunch about what you're still hiding. The elders did a lot of research, and the conclusion is what interests me. Add to that your strong combat potential, at your age, nonetheless, and I want you to join us. Besides that, I didn't expect anyone to organize a faction of Nen users like yours. I have no desire to start a conflict with such a group, but just the existence of it puts you in danger, doesn't it? What if the wrong people were to find out? Either way, I assure you there's no hidden intent. What guarantee do I have that you won't betray me? Oren asks, curiosity starting to mix with calculation. They're powerful Nen users, I can use them. For now, and with what I learn, I can finally deal with those elders. At least the one who tried to kill me, he dies. Rakshela steps slightly forward. Guarantees. Now that I think about it, would you sign a binding contract? Of course, it would be a special contract. You know what I am talking about, I assume. Of course, Krollo replies smoothly. As a sign of good faith, why don't we exchange hostages now and take some time to think about it? We reconvene in 1 hour. Oren nods to Rakshela. Perfect. Gladly, Rakshela says. But no one leaves the premises until we're done. She gestures to one of the cloaked Hollow Blade members, who begins leading Pakunoda forward. At the same time, Buno and Bunna step up. In a coordinated exchange, all 3 hostages pass one another in the open center. The mood just shifted. Is Krollo serious? Does he want to steal my Hatsu? No, not with a contract. But still, why? I guess my Hatsu is valuable. We will temporarily seal the exit to this place. If you wish to leave, you'll need to speak with me, Rakshela adds with a pleasant smile. Some of the Phantom Troop members look visibly irritated by the declaration, but Krollo simply says, no problem. The troop, now rejoined with Pakunoda, moves toward the far end of the basin, near the wall opposite the entrance. Meanwhile, the Hollow Blade members, with Buno and Bunna safely back among them, return to the tunnel, Rain closing the entrance, leaving the troop stranded outside. 19+ early chapters available. 69 Listening Indecision Time. 69 Listening Indecision Time. What is going on? Rain asks, just as he finishes sealing the tunnel exit. This is heading in a direction I didn't anticipate, Rakshela replies calmly. Anyway, I'll soon know more. Don't speak to me for now, I need to meditate on things, she says with a smirk. Weird time to meditate, Rain mumbles. Leave her alone. Grunna snaps at him, blocking his way. She's using her Hatsu. This is perfect. She'll know what they're saying. The basin is small enough that she can stretch her N that far, and while the troop might sense her N, they shouldn't realize she's actually listening in. Satisfied with Rakshela's quiet surveillance, Oren approaches his instructors. I'm sorry I shouldn't have dragged you into this, he says, lowering his head slightly. Buno laughs. Oh, it was an interesting experience. Though I'll be expecting a little service soon. He then shows him his hand, 2 fingers obviously crippled, one almost completely gone, while the other lost around half its length. You don't even need to ask, Oren replies with a small smile, though a hint of guilt lingers on his face. We were surprisingly inadequate when facing them, Bunu admits. Just the guy with the katana and that girl with the string ability were enough to defeat us. We were completely overwhelmed. I'm honestly more than impressed you managed to kill one and capture another. You've already surpassed us, without a doubt. Time passes. Around 30 minutes later, Rakshela approaches Oren privately. We need to talk. She says, her face serious. So are they planning anything underhanded? Oren asks, walking aside with her. They've been unusually quiet, they are just standing around, she replies. I think they suspect we might have listening devices around here. I'm still keeping one ear on them through mine, but I don't expect to hear much of value. What do you think about the offer? She adds, gesturing for Grunna, Rain, and the Marshmallow Brothers to join them. I won't join them, at least not fully, Oren says firmly. We both know what kinds of missions they take. Joining as a member would mean obeying orders, doing things I detest. I'll never surrender my freedom or compromise my beliefs just for power. More than that, I don't believe in serving 2 sides. Not when it comes to real organizations, not something like the Hunter Association, which is just a guild that issues tasks and just offers services. Real organizations, more like a family, in Hollow Blade's case, require you to be loyal. When you join one, you commit. I've said I'm ready to do that. Joining the troop would betray that. I won't. I see, Rakshela says softly, smiling and patting his head. That's what I wanted to hear, to be perfectly honest, though I would have accepted any decision you made. So how do we deal with this, then? Rain asks, clearly growing a little impatient. I like this guy. He's blunt, honest, and refreshing. Simple, Oren says. I'll pretend to accept the offer. I'll tell them I'll act as a member in a practical sense, but I won't officially join. They've already hinted at why they want might's not just my strength, which is not bad, but frankly nothing too impressive yet. Also, in the future, we need to stay far away from the Mafia. They can't be trusted. Once an organization gets too big, you can't control the information flow anymore. I'm sorry about that, Oren, Rakshela says. And I agree with you. He definitely knows more than he should. His interest in you isn't just curiosity, and he probably figured things out from talking to you and the brothers. I'm betting he was listening in. What could he have learned? Grunna asks, frowning. Buno and Bunu wouldn't crack, not even under torture. From what Oren told me, they mentioned their injuries over the phone, right? Rakshela asks. We did, Buno nods. Some people don't miss a thing. They can even read your aura, sense emotions sometimes subconsciously. You weren't the slightest bit bothered by your injuries, were you? Rakshela asks, turning to him. I guess not. Buno says, scratching his head, trying to remember. Bunu suddenly slaps his forehead. She's right. I'm sorry, Oren. I remember Buno even smirking about it while we talked. I wasn't worried either. Once we learned you had taken a member hostage, we relaxed and we even found the situation hilarious. Buno's face goes pale as he finally understands their mistake. Oren steps forward and grabs Buno's right hand, the one with the missing fingers. He activates Azure Restoration, lighting up the cave in a soft, azure glow. Within minutes, the hand is completely restored. Buno grins and flexes it, transforming it into a claw, then slams it into the rock wall, piercing deep into the stone. Good as new. Buno says with a satisfied grin, admiring his restored hand. I see, Grunna mutters. I half expected something like this, just not at this level. You shouldn't be sharing this information. Rain interjects sharply. Why did you even show it to us? Of course. I've done my best to hide this ability, but the troop knows. I'm sure of it, Oren replies. The elders might know, too, since they're the ones who hired them. At least some parts of it. So just now, I decided to share it with 2 of our own elders. Both of you helped me clean up this mess, so take this as a sign of my trust. How could outsiders know something this important, while you don't? I hate the very idea of outsiders knowing more than part of our own sect. It's not a sect, Oren, Grunna corrects gently. Of course it isn't, Oren mutters, rolling his eyes. Your plan to offer a practical collaboration might actually work, Oren, Rakshela says. Whatever you've decided, I'll support you. Leave it to me, Oren says. I'll speak with them myself. Exactly 1 hour later, both parties stand across from one another once again. This time, Krollo looks directly at Oren. Have you given it some thought? I'm prepared to accept your offer under a few conditions. You might not like them, however, Oren says. But first, let me ask you something. It's just a hypothetical question. Of course, how would you feel about becoming an elder of Hollow Blade? I would appreciate a completely honest answer. Krollo rubs his chin thoughtfully. I might be interested, but it would only be a transactional relationship for me. I wouldn't commit to the role fully. My focus remains with the troop. Oren shrugs. Then we agree. That's my answer as well. I've committed to Hollow Blade, and I won't betray them. I hate the idea of dual loyalties. With intimate groups like the troop or Hollow Blade, you either commit or you're just an opportunist using one side for convenience. I can't take anyone seriously who claims otherwise. Too bad then, Krollo says, his expression calm. Oren raises his hands slightly. I'll still join, if you are interested, but not as one of your numbered members. You're 12 total, with you as the leader, right? Make me the unofficial number 13, then. I'm willing to use my ability and strength when needed, but if anyone spreads word about it, you won't like how I respond. Push something into a corner, and it might just bite. Krollo's eyes sharpen. Then he smiles. When I heard what you did from the elders, I started digging a little. I watched your matches in Heaven's Arena, scoured press footage, tapped a few spies, and inspected security camera records the elders had collected. Your, let's call it, recovery speed, is remarkable. Along with the odd coincidence that people around you, like a certain billionaire, or a particular tragic girl who enjoys playing with you, suddenly get better, their wounds or injuries somehow vanishing. See? Oren says, turning to Bunu, Rakshela, Grunna, and Rain. They know. Bunu raises his healed hand smugly, morphs it into a claw, and points at the troop. The boss was right, Yuvajin mutters, wide-eyed. Interesting, Phaeton says with a curious nod. So that's why you told me not to reattach his fingers, Maki says under her breath. You knew. I had a feeling at the time you were planning something, but I didn't expect this. I was still skeptical when you told us earlier, but it's true. Looks like she's a talkative one. Here's what I demand, Oren says firmly. My ability comes with strict conditions. It's not easy to use, and it costs me something significant every time. I won't go into detail. I'm sure you understand that a Hatsa this potent can't be used without cost. In return for my cooperation, I want information about the elder who targeted me. I want your promise, sealed by contract, that you won't reveal my ability to anyone, not even future members. I want an agreement that you won't sabotage or attack the Hollow Blade directly or indirectly. In exchange, he continues, we won't target the troop. If possible, we'll avoid all interactions. I'll join you not as a full member, but as an acquaintance. We can talk about full membership later, if you are still interested. I'll support you when I can, especially in critical moments. But I'll refuse missions or actions that go against my moral compass. I don't expect that to be an issue, but I do have certain limits. Also, I won't waste my time doing menial tasks either. As for payment, whatever. I'm sure we can come to an agreement. The surrounding troop members look puzzled. Some seem mildly surprised. All appear to be deep in thought. Rock Shayla, for her part, remains completely composed, her expression unreadable. Finally, Crollo stretches out his hand. Accepted. Oren steps forward and takes it. Let's make the best of this. 19 plus early chapters available. 70, Outplayed Sweet Home Meteor City. 70, Outplayed Sweet Home Meteor City. As Oren shakes hands with Crollo, the tension in the air lingers for a moment then gradually begins to ease as both sides visibly relax. Rock Shayla quickly speaks up. Let's take care of the contracts right away. You're welcome to double-check the contract. Naturally, we'll all be signing as well. She gestures toward one of the Hollow Blade members, and a small figure steps forward. Despite her attire, Oren quickly notices that it's a middle-aged woman, petite, wearing glasses, and completely out of place in her black, hooded clothes. She looks completely ridiculous in those clothes. Is this a joke? Yet, despite her unassuming appearance, the woman walks toward Rock Shayla with confidence. Let's get drafting then, she says with a gentle smile. Crollo, maintaining his calm, clearly looks a little puzzled but plays along without complaint. The woman conjures a massive ledger and a single empty sheet of paper. She pulls out a pen and begins preparing to write. Rock Shayla and Crollo work together to finalize the terms, focusing on mutual non-aggression, prohibitions on acting without cause, and Oren's specific demands, the identity of the elder who targeted him and a strict ban on revealing anything about his ability to anyone else. Crollo, ever cautious, poses countless questions about proxies, loopholes, and potential points of exploitation. Eventually, he seems satisfied with the results. Rock Shayla also nods in approval. How will this be enforced? Crollo asks, seeming interested in the middle-aged woman's hatsu, focused on contracts. Without hesitation, the woman scribbles a few more lines beneath the contract. I'm adding the strongest penalties I'm capable of binding into it with the longest duration, she replies confidently. The lines read, penalties for breach of contract. Reduction in life expectancy, up to 10 years, depending on severity. Seal on all non-abilities leading to a state of forced zetsu, up to 30 years, depending on severity. Contract duration, 5 years. If you want to sign, she explains, press your thumb onto the document, next to your name, and quietly think about accepting the terms. Once you've successfully done so, you'll feel it. I've included all the names you gave me, including my own. They don't need to be real, just names you personally identify with. The contract only activates once everyone has signed. This is interesting. Seems solid enough. 5 years is more than enough time for what I need. Oren glances at Rock Shayla, who immediately signs without hesitation and gives him a nod. I might as well trust her. Everything sounded reasonable, and Rock Shayla doesn't strike me as the type who gets tricked, especially not when it comes to contracts. She's made every single member sign one, and they all seem to be working just fine. One by one, the troop members and Hollow Blade representatives sign. Oren is the last. As his thumb presses down, the contract glows faintly, then vanishes into the conjured ledger, which the woman promptly closes. A moment later, it disappears before their eyes. Well, Crollo says, it seems this matter is resolved with no further casualties. So, Oren, are you planning on joining us now? Oren glances toward Bunu, whose eye is still missing. Bunu catches his gaze and smiles. You can heal it later. Something like that takes some prep time, so handle your business first. Oren nods. I'm coming with you then. Might as well take care of things now, he says, his tone colder, more resolved. Looks like Meteor City's about to get chaotic again, Finks mutters, looking slightly uneasy. I've got my eye on you, Maki adds, glaring at Oren. Oren glances at Rock Shayla and the others, his expression softening. I'll talk to you later. Thank you all of you, he says sincerely. He turns and walks toward the Phantom Troop, stepping into their formation. As if on cue, the entire group begins moving toward the now open tunnel. Maki walks extremely close beside him, watching his every move like a hawk. Can you please stop? Oren asks. It's cute for now, but the charm's fading quickly. I didn't know you were into younger guys, Maki, Franklin says blankly. Looks like she is, Phaeton snickers. Fink sighs. Drop it, Maki. You hated Jack, too. You never accepted him. He was only with us for a few months, and he blew his first real mission. It's not about that asshole. Maki snaps. He took Paku hostage. And he called her and Mei a second-rate nen user. You do realize it was a provocation, right? Obviously, it worked, Oren says, amused. Are you insecure about your skills or something? Do you want to find out? She yells. Please spare me, mighty Maki. I'm no match for you, Oren says, raising his hands in mock surrender. Boss, let's kill this guy. I can't take it. Maki shouts, while Crollo continues walking, completely ignoring her. Nobunaga steps up beside Oren. I'm interested in your sword and your skills taught by Lider. I didn't care about his personality, but his skills were rumored to be exceptional. What do you say up for a little spar later? That's actually a great idea. Sounds good. I haven't fought anyone strong in a while, only a few strong people who ended up using swords, but no real experts with genuine skills, Oren replies. You can fight me, too, if you dare. I'll even hold back, like I showed you earlier, Yuvajin says with a smug grin. Sure. Don't think I'm scared, Oren says, returning a smirk. Yuvajin's face lights up with pure joy as he eagerly rubs his hands together. 10 minutes later, the group reaches their airship, which has landed deeper in the desert. It's a mid-sized vessel, capable of comfortably carrying about 40 people. Good, I'll have plenty of space to myself. After boarding, Oren turns to Krollo. Can I ask about the information you promised me now? Elder Nibbana. The others went along with it, but it was her idea and her initiative, Krollo replies calmly. Nibbana. That pathetic, self-righteous, family woman, who adopted a bunch of orphans to feel better about herself? Is he trying to trick me? Or are the other elders using her as a scapegoat? Remember the contract, Oren. I promised to give you the identity of the elder, and I can't break that promise without paying a price, Krollo reminds him. You're right, I did meet her briefly, back when I left Meteor City. She came across as a weak, deluded hypocrite who doesn't understand how the world works, Oren mutters. Krollo shrugs. Her act is convincing, but she's actually the #1 slave trader in Meteor City. Of course, she doesn't act openly. She raises children and sells them to the highest bidder nobles, businessmen, perverts, criminals, politicians, religious figures. She simply disguises her business by saying that she found people who adopted them. She even pretends like they are her little spies for the outside world. She had me completely fooled, I'll admit it, Oren says, his expression darkening. Why do you tolerate people like her? Oren asks. Meteor City's already a hellhole. Wasn't there supposed to be unity? Thinner than water, yet thicker than blood, or whatever that line was. Simply put, it's bothersome, Krollo says. The other elders either support her or are entangled in her network. At this point, they can't back out. Meanwhile, we're preoccupied with our own goals. Her operation isn't large enough to disrupt the city on a structural level. That said, accepting your condition was one of the easiest decisions I've made. You'll handle her for me. I won't even have to lift a finger. Oren's face twists into one of realization. This guy, he used me, tricked me into thinking he was doing me a favor when in reality, I just begged to do his dirty work. And since I never officially joined, he can deny any involvement. I have solved his problems for free. Don't worry, Krollo adds. You'll manage just fine. And since I am technically taking advantage of you, I'll throw in something useful, a Ben's knife. I heard you are collecting them. I stumbled on one a few years ago. It's a mid-era one, it works well with poisons. I've got a collection of potent ones too. I'll send you a few. He then presents Ben's knife, along with a small vial of poison, to Oren, commenting, payment up front. Oren sees the number 131 on it. It almost looks like an arrow with a sharp and thin nest of metal beneath it. Oren has problems describing it. He also sees a few holes, realizing that this knife was specifically created for applying poisons. It's incredibly sharp and deadly, but looks fairly brittle. I like it. I've also neglected my poison training. About time I got back into it. Wasn't that the knife he used against Silva? Can't remember. I accept, Oren says, his voice calm, accepting the situation for what it is. One small condition, Krollo adds, raising a finger. Spare the other elders. With Lider and Nibbana gone, the rest will likely fall in line and keep a low profile. I don't want Meteor City to descend into total chaos. Do you want me to reveal my identity, or should I do it in secret? Oren asks. If possible, reveal it. Afterward, I'll speak with the elders and tell them I've made a deal with you. They'll happily accept Nibbana's death, Krollo replies. He thought this through from the start. How many steps ahead was he? It's like he foresaw everything. Krollo is terrifying. It's not aura, Hatsu, or brute strength, it's his intelligence. His tactical mind. I hate to admit it, but he completely outplayed me. We have a deal again, Oren says, looking a little exhausted. During the flight, Oren uses his time wisely, dedicating himself to training. He focuses entirely on N, sitting cross-legged on the open deck, alternating between extended use and Zetsu to recover his aura. Aside from a few hours of sleep and a short span of him ingesting a tiny drop of poison, using Azure Restoration whenever he can't take it anymore, he trains non-stop. By the time the airship lands several days later, his N has expanded by another full meter. The progress brings a smile to his face. As he looks down from the deck, the familiar sights of Meteor City spread out beneath him, piles of trash, crooked huts, makeshift stalls, crumbling buildings, rusted cars, and stacked shipping containers. Home, it's time to get my revenge. 19 plus early chapters available. 71, Homecoming Maki's Frustration. 71, Homecoming Maki's Frustration. As the airship flies over Meteor City, Oren wonders where exactly they plan to land. The sun, though still up, is sinking fast, painting the city in a rusty, orange glow. Amid all the trash, only one rudimentary airport stands out, a place used by illegal, unlicensed pilots to hawk their airship services to the highest bidder. It's the same airport Oren used to leave Meteor City over a year ago. However, the airship flies past it, continuing its course. As it slowly leaves the densely populated, slum-like center behind, Oren spots a large, flat structure in the distance. It resembles a massive warehouse, fenced off and surrounded by nothing but mountains of trash. No other buildings in sight. He enjoys the cold breeze on the deck as the ship begins its slow descent. Crollo turns toward him. This is one of our hideouts in Meteor City. There are rooms available, feel free to stay here, or live outside. Despite appearances, there are actually a few clean, even luxurious, hotels around. I gave you my and Shulnark's numbers. If you need anything, just call either of us. Shulnark seems to be the social and reliable type. Probably a handy guy to know. I should keep that in mind and maybe get to know him a little better. Any room will be fine. I only need a bed and some food. I can just buy the rest, Oren replies. He settles into a small, slightly dusty room, basic, but relatively clean and functional. It's on the first floor, next to countless others, most of them vacant. Taking a quick tour of the hideout, Oren spots the various members of the Phantom Troop lounging around. Shulnark is in front of several computer monitors, focused on some sort of research. He spots Maki in a large room filled with fitness equipment, various weapons, and training dummies. She is busy, hammering away at various dummies with sharp, practiced strikes. She seems like a martial artist. Finks and Phaeton are seated at a wooden bar, drinking casually, while Yuvajin is guzzling beer across from Nobunaga and Franklin, laughing like a maniac. Pakunoda sits on a couch drinking a glass of wine while polishing several revolvers spread out in front of her. Kordapai and Bonalinov are lingering off to the side, looking somewhat detached, still not entirely part of the group dynamic. Oren approaches Maki, entering the training room, figuring she's his best bet for what he needs. Hey, Maki, I could use a tour. I'm not familiar with this part of Meteor City. Also, I wanna buy some supplies. Huh. She pauses mid-punch, blinking at him. You're asking me, of all people. Have you lost your mind? Why me? Oren shrugs. Well, since you're in love with me, I figured I'd get a private tour and brighten your day. It's a win-win, isn't it? Fuck off. She shrieks. Her voice echoes through the hideout as she cracks her knuckles, fury burning in her eyes. Now. That didn't go the way I expected. Weird. I guess I'll ask Pakunoda, then, Oren mutters as he turns to leave. Just as he closes the door behind him, Maki shouts, wait. He stops and glances back, confused. What is it? Gritting her teeth, Maki shouts again, don't bother Paku with your annoying requests. Fine, I'll show you around, but you better be grateful. I'm deeply grateful. Thank you for your unmatched generosity, Maki. I'll treasure this moment forever, Oren replies, clasping his hands together like he's praying. I really want to strangle you with my bare hands. Though I'd settle for my threads, as long as I can hear your neck snap, she grumbles, storming out ahead of him. I like you, too. You look cute in that traditional outfit. Those tights show off your well-trained legs. If it weren't for your personality, you'd be the perfect girlfriend, Oren adds casually. Expecting her to lash out, he takes a step to the side, but instead, she just blushes slightly and ignores him. Hey, that wasn't supposed to happen. As they pass through the hideout, the others take notice. With a wicked grin, Maki extends her left hand to Oren. What's this? You want to hold hands? Oren asks, clearly confused. Oh, Maki, are you actually serious now? You really like him? Nobunaga teases her. I wouldn't hold hands with her if I were you, Phaeton whispers with a smirk. Noticing the vicious glint in Maki's eye, Oren smirks and accepts the challenge. He takes her hand in his right, interlocking fingers with her. Despite her fit body, her fingers are not rough, but soft. Maki's smile turns wild as her grip tightens. Oren doesn't flinch. He tightens his grip too, doing his best to contend with her. She activates her ring, going all out. Oren responds in kind. Tension thickens the air as both of them release their full aura. Damn, she's stronger than I thought. But she stupidly gave me her left hand. That's gonna cost her. Fuck, my hand hurts. Bit by bit, Oren overpowers the startled Maki. Her wrist begins to twist, and she stumbles slightly, groaning in pain. Fine, I got it. You win. Let go, asshole. Maki screams, sweat dripping down her face. Not wanting to actually hurt her, Oren slightly loosens his grip. He beat Maki in strength. She's not weak, Finks mutters, clearly surprised. Impressive, Franklin adds, downing a huge gulp of beer. Up for a real challenge? How about you take me on next? Yuvajin grins, already fired up. Let go already, Maki hisses, shooting daggers at Oren. Nope. This is your punishment for trying to trick me and then losing. For the walk, we're holding hands, it's only fair. Now lead the way, princess, Oren replies, barely holding back his laughter. Hahaha, he's got a point, Yuvajin laughs. Nobunaga chimes in too, it's a date, Maki. Be home by 10 p.m. or you'll be grounded. Oren feels something shift in Maki, a sudden spike of killing intent, and instinctively releases her hand, taking a step back. Okay, I get it, calm down. Let's just take that walk like we planned, okay? He says cautiously. Maki presses forward, ignoring his words. Nice intuition, Phaeton comments from behind. Another second and she would have gone totally ballistic. Without saying a word, Oren follows her out of the hideout. They navigate quickly across the endless mounds of garbage, Maki leaping and weaving effortlessly between them, showing off her insane agility. Why does she want to use the direct way? There are roads. Use them. Barely able to keep up, not used to such an exercise, Oren does his best to follow her. After about 10 minutes, they finally reach the more inhabited outskirts of Meteor City. I wouldn't go into the center for shopping, Maki explains, slowing her pace. This area here is calmer, safer, and the prices are fair and stable. She leads him toward a mid-sized shop that seems to sell a bit of everything. Inside, Oren's surprised to find the selection quite extensive, lots of products imported from nearby countries, especially from the United States of Sahara. He grabs a few sets of clothes, toiletries, food, mostly snacks and protein bars, and some drinks. Carrying 3 massive shopping bags, Maki doesn't head back. Instead, she stops in front of a small, plain-looking restaurant tucked between 2 buildings. I recommend this place. The owners are decent, kind people. Hygiene's fine, too. You won't get sick. You hungry? Oren asks. Let's eat something while we're here. Fine, but you're paying. Maki replies, not missing a beat. I own over 100 billion jenny, with another 360 billion waiting for me. I think I can handle buying dinner. Starving, Oren ends up ordering a variety of dishes, while Maki keeps it simple, just a salad and a grilled fish of a type Oren doesn't recognize. They sit down at a battered metal table just outside the tiny restaurant, the evening air surprisingly cool and quiet. Thanks for showing me around. I really appreciate it, Oren says, enjoying the cool night breeze. Humph. As you should, she mutters. You're stronger than I expected, though. I didn't think you'd be on this level. It's honestly impressive for your age, Maki admits. If I were any weaker, I'd be dead by now, Oren replies, a flicker of memory flashing across his mind, his time in Leiter's school. Maki glances at him, her expression shifting slightly. I know you didn't have it easy, no wonder you turned out to be such a brat. I'm not always like that. I'm just trying to find a little enjoyment in a world that's become way too serious. All things considered, I'm actually satisfied with how things turned out. It could have gone way worse. And hey, you're fun to be around, so I'm honestly enjoying my time here, Oren says. When do you plan to go through with your plan? Maki finally asks, showing a sliver of genuine curiosity. Are you gonna rat me out? Oren teases her. Fine, keep it to yourself. She snaps, clearly offended. Oren sighs. Tonight. I'm not giving her time to adjust or prepare something nasty for me. Think I should be cautious. I underestimated Nibbana once, thought she was just some pathetic hypocrite, but I couldn't have been more wrong. She's not a fighter, that much is certain, Maki says. But don't let that fool you. She's probably a manipulator. The way the kids act in her mansion makes me wonder about her Hatsu. You need to be careful not to fall under its conditions. If you catch her off guard, she won't be able to do much. But there's a rule when dealing with people like Thought. Don't interact with them. Do not play their games. Don't touch them unless you plan to kill them. Don't speak to them. Don't even acknowledge what they're doing. Sometimes, all it takes is answering some harmless-sounding question, and you're already trapped in their ability. Even gestures could be enough. Oren nods. Thanks. I'll keep that in mind. After finishing their meal, Oren hauls his bags back to the hideout, dropping them off in his room in a hurry. He notices a new message on his phone and quickly scans through it. It's from Conrad. Oh, the hunter exam, I almost forgot. Conrad passed. Aaron and Vanessa made it too. Sure, they already know Nen, so it's not shocking, but still, it's great news. He sends a quick congratulations to all three and takes a moment to mentally regroup, focusing on what's ahead. When he checks the time, it's already 11:30 p.m. Time to do this. 19 plus early chapters available. 72. The Reaper visits on a misty night. Oren swiftly leaves his room and heads out of the troop's base. He uses his trained assassin abilities to walk without a sound. In addition to that, he uses Zetsu to conceal himself, appearing like a shadow as he makes his way through the trash-filled streets of Meteor City. Using a similar way to the one he used with Maki earlier, Oren swiftly reaches the center of Meteor City. He avoids despite the late hour, still overcrowded main streets and heads straight towards the luxurious mansions in the distance. He briefly walks towards Leiter's old mansion. Out of curiosity, he jumps over the wall and takes in its abandoned state. The previously well-kept garden is now overgrown with weeds. The building looks almost the same, however, the windows are dirty, a sign of neglect. Oren doesn't waste his time and jumps back onto the street. He maintains his Zetsu and slowly approaches Elder Nibbana's mansion, which he only briefly entered last time. How do I do this? Let's be careful. I can't risk getting hit with her Hatsu. She is not stupid. She is probably even expecting me if she is still inside. Oren decides to climb onto the top of the mansion and then steps using Zetsu. He applies into hide his as best as possible. He feels around 24 auras inside. Sensing the building layout and the people inside, he notices that the kids are all lying in a large sleeping room, next to each other, taking up the entire second floor. He sees 3 more persons, adults, judging by their size, inside. 2 of them are sleeping in a tiny room on the first floor, while the other one sits in a large room on the first floor, in front of a grand desk. She is not asleep if it's her. It could be a decoy. No, wait, let me concentrate. Oren focuses his sole attention on the person sitting in front of the desk. The aura is too weak. That person is not even a Nen user, or just someone who barely trains. So where is she? She must be hiding somewhere else. Time for me to interrogate whoever that is and pretends to be her. Oren ceases his N and activates Limitless Waters. Time to test out my new ability. It combines Limitless Waters with Conjuration. Oren stretches out his hands towards the sky, his condensed aura ascending before seemingly disappearing. Just 10 seconds later, despite the formerly cloudless sky, a large unnatural cloud, hanging very low in the air, slowly begins to form. Various air currents filled with water appear and all gather inside the cloud, quickly turning it dark and making it grow until the cloud becomes so dark that even the moon is completely blocked by it. Just seconds later, it begins to rain, not just a normal shower, but a heavy downpour, looking like a typhoon appeared out of nowhere. As Meteor City, with Nibbana's mansion in the center, is now enveloped in a catastrophic rainstorm. Heavy rain. A mix between Limitless Waters and a hint of conjuration and manipulation. Not only does this Hatsu allow me to easily use hiding in mist, but it also creates a hazardous environment, a terrain I specifically trained in. Countless weeks trained in my gym, with the specific area simulating these circumstances. I can move better than on a dry floor. The water is actually a huge advantage for me. My final Hatsu is not yet ready, but for now, my arsenal should be more than sufficient. Oren activates hiding in mist, a field of fog, more than 300 meters in radius forms around Nibbana's mansion. Oren then jumps down from the roof of the mansion and enters through a window, breaking it in the process. He lands on the ground right next to the person sitting in front of the desk. The fog slowly seeps into the room, but Oren does not care. He stares at the person and recognizes the same middle-aged, not quite elderly woman he met after leaving Lider's mansion. To Oren's shock, he can't sense anything in her. Her aura is completely normal, and she doesn't show a hint of spirit. "So you have come for me," she says. "All these preparations, are you responsible for that rainstorm? I am worrying about my citizens. Homes will flood, and garbage mountains may collapse. Many people will probably die. Was that really necessary, just to visit a small, elderly, hard-working woman like me? Also, that fog, the moisture will cause mold to grow inside. Why are you incapable of thinking about others? My poor children will suffer." As Nibbana begins to ramble, Oren draws Eternity and beheads her in a single, clean stroke. "Shut up," he says, looking at her head rolling on the floor. He immediately uses Gyo, but sees nothing of note. However, for a brief moment, he sees a hint of aura rushing into the air. "I saw something, or am I hallucinating? All these preparations were definitely overkill. What the fuck just happened? I expected guards, ambushers, traps, but nothing. She just died. She didn't even seem to care. Something's off. I met Nibbana before. I didn't pay close attention back then, but just now, I felt a flicker of aura when I killed her. When I met her a year ago, I could at least sense she was an experienced Nen user. Maybe not a fighter, but someone with decades of experience." Maki also hinted at her possibly being a manipulator. "Am I already caught? Is this a hallucination? A greedy child trafficker like her would never accept death just like that." Oren activates N, but nothing out of the ordinary is happening around him. He senses some movement upstairs, probably because of the rain, but nothing feels unusual or out of place. The rain continues to pour, hammering relentlessly against the roof. Oren moves toward the two other adults. He kicks open the door and sees two elderly women inside. They instantly wake up, raising their hands in alarm. Oren switches on the light and studies them. Servants old, unremarkable. Probably no Nen users, but I can't take a risk. He draws Eternity. "Tell me about Nibbana's Nen ability." "Nen? What is Nen? I don't know anything." "They don't know. Tell me about your business. Where did you sell those children? Where's the money? Spit it out. This is your last chance." Oren demands. "We have nothing to do with that. It was all the elder." "I don't know. Please, we don't want any of it. Just leave us alone." Oren nods slowly. "I see, I believe you. But hold on, what did you just say? You don't know, you have nothing to do with it. It was all the elder. So that means you don't know the details, but you do know what's happening here. I have no use for filthy assistant child traffickers. Please spare M." Oren doesn't hesitate. He kills them both in a single stroke. Finally, he makes his way to the large sleeping room upstairs. He ascends the stairs slowly and enters the large community room, finding around 20 children between the ages of 6 and 14 cowering in front of him. All of them stare at him, fear written across their faces. No one dares to speak. They just stare at Oren in silent shock. "I killed your pathetic elder. You better be grateful. Nibbana was a slave trader. There is no adoption. There is no saving you. If you had followed her orders, you'd all be slaves sooner or later, bought by rich people from the outside," Oren declares. "No." Then Sister Millie no. A child cries. "You're lying." "No." Most of the kids begin to cry, especially the younger ones. Only a few of the older children manage to hold it in. "Stay where you are, I'll arrange something," Oren says. Still, was that it? That felt way too easy. Nibbana already fooled me once. This can't be everything. I feel like I missed something. If you leave, I can't guarantee anything. Stay calm. Cook for yourselves, and soon someone will come to take care of you, Oren adds, turning away. I'll leave for now. I'd better talk to Crollo. Oren slowly but carefully makes his way back to the hideout. He enters the warehouse and walks to his room, only to find a single candle lit on the table. Its flickering flame barely illuminates a figure sitting on a couch, reading a book. Oren approaches. Finished? The figure asks, voice calm and eerily quiet. I failed Crollo, Oren answers. You did? Crollo replies, showing a trace of surprise. I killed someone who looked exactly like Nibbana. Same face, same voice, same body, but she was strangely resigned and didn't emit even a flicker of aura. I don't know what she did, but I'm pretty sure she escaped somehow. Her aura didn't match what I remember. I don't know if it was some sort of clone, a substitute, someone altered to look like her, but I know I didn't accomplish what I set out to do. Oren explains. I see Nen is deep. Anything is possible, Crollo says simply. You'd be wise to trust your instincts. The children are still at her mansion. Can you arrange for the elders to take care of them? Maybe a little warning too. I don't want to encourage more slave trafficking, Oren says. If money's the issue, I can donate a few million. Already handled. Your offer is appreciated but not necessary, Crollo responds. I'd say the matter is closed for now. Looks like it, however, Oren begins. I'm not giving up. Not yet. I want to know what Nibbana did. You're free to try, Crollo replies. But I'll tell you this, she no longer has a place in Meteor City. She wouldn't do something reckless and try to make her way back here or expose herself again. So if you're right, then the most likely scenario is that she fled or is hiding somewhere. From my perspective, your job is complete. I'm more than satisfied with the result. It's time we let the matter rest. Crollo then closes his book and leans back. I am not giving up like this. I want her fucking dead. I'll stay here for a while. If you need anything, call me. You know my conditions. If secrecy is kept and I have no objections, I'll help with whatever you need, Oren says, turning toward his room. As he enters, he drops onto the bed, thoughts of the night still swirling in his mind. What did I overlook? I don't get it. 20+ early chapters available. 73. Investigation. Unable to calm himself, Oren wakes after only a couple of hours of sleep. He picks up his phone and scrolls to Rock Shayla's contact. His thumb hovers over the call button, but he stops, just before pressing it. I can't drag everyone else into every single one of my problems. I need to deal with this myself and stop relying on someone else for my problems, especially not my friends and family. I need more information. Instead of asking for help, he sends a few casual messages to Buno, Banu, Rock Shayla, Grunna, and especially Nephio, who has been bombarding him with messages for weeks, most of which he's ignored. When morning comes, he finds most of the Phantom Troop members either outside or still asleep. Ignoring the silent base, he heads straight to Shulnark's office and knocks politely. Come in, a youthful voice calls from inside. Oren steps inside. Good morning. Sorry to bother you so early. It's fine, Shulnark replies with a pleasant smile. The boss mentioned you might come to me if you needed help. If there's anything I can do, just say so. I don't need anything specific right now, but I've heard you're one of the troop's intelligence gathering members. This might be a bit blunt, but let me ask, is there any easy way to create a clone or puppet of yourself using Nen? Something that can be controlled from far away. I see, Shulnark says, still smiling. Crollo told me about your suspicions. I'm actually looking into it myself. Highly unlikely, he adds, his tone flattening. I don't think Nibbana is a skilled enough Nen user to pull something like that off. It would require extremely strict conditions and a prodigious Nen user. I believe Maki told you she's apparently a manipulator, at least according to a former elder. Even so, she earned the elder's trust. Normally, people are extremely cautious about associating with manipulators. That leads me to believe her Hatsu is nothing inherently dangerous or threatening. The other possibility would be that she manipulated the elders, but the boss wouldn't allow that. And she's not a newcomer here either. She's lived in Meteor City her entire life and never left for more than a short time. Her reputation was spotless, which is why she became one of the youngest elders ever chosen. You mean she's just very good at hiding her crimes, Oren states. Maybe, Shulnark concedes. From what I've found, her trafficking operation hasn't been active for very long. That's actually suspicious, since she hasn't left Meteor City much. So how did she make all those contacts? I've heard her business deals with all kinds of rich buyers, Oren says, deep in thought. That's the question I'm trying to answer, Shulnark replies. The boss doesn't usually interfere in Meteor City politics, but he wouldn't tolerate someone like her. For most of her life, her charade wasn't even a charade, according to my research. Something must have changed her perspective and her behavior in the last few years. Maybe she just wanted to secure her position before taking such risks, Oren suggests. Hard to suspect a saint like that. Shulnark pauses, then smiles again. Maybe. That's the most realistic and likely explanation. But not the only one. I get it. Thanks, Oren says. I'll check out her little money-making operation again, now that the children have had some time to calm down. It would have been nice to know all this before last night. I might have jumped the gun a bit. Oren leaves the base and makes his way back to Nibbana's mansion. To his surprise, a crowd has gathered in front of it. He spots 3 elderly men among them, talking to concerned citizens, recognizing them as the same people he saw when leaving Leiter's mansion. As he approaches them, they instinctively step back. Oren gives a reassuring smile. No need to be nervous. I have an arrangement with Kraloyeri Safe. I do expect you to treat these children well, though. Of course, one elder says. We're turning Nibana's mansion into a real orphanage. You can trust us on that. We've announced it already, so we'll be held accountable for it. A few spectators nod in approval. If that's the case, I might even be willing to donate to support a good cause, Oren says. But first, I have some questions. Of course. How about we talk inside? Another elder suggests. A few minutes later, Oren sits in Nibana's living room, across from the three men who stare at him, looking uncomfortable. I want to know more about Nibana, he says firmly. I've heard her reputation was genuine. So how did she suddenly turn into a child trafficker? I can't even see why she'd bother. There are easier ways to make money. The oldest elder frowns, frustration in his voice. We were surprised too. Think of us how you want, but aside from Leiter's experiments, we wouldn't allow such things. Even then, Leiter claimed the sacrifices weren't lethal, just a small part of the victim's lifespan. In exchange for education, shelter, and good food, we considered that a decent life for most kids here. Reality is harsh, especially in our town, so we accepted Leiter's proposal. We won't lie, we were interested in his research, but it wasn't done purely for selfish reasons. Leiter was generous, and we used that money for good causes. There are many more people requiring help, and that money saved thousands of people. You were one of Leiter's students, and look how far that education took you. Of course, we still failed you and the others, but Leiter deceived us all. Garbage excuses. They are also lying. They wanted to learn the secret of rejuvenating themselves as well. Whatever, I have no time for these idiots. I'd better change the topic to the only thing that matters right now. What could have changed Nibana? I've been told she rarely left, Oren presses. She left exactly 3 times, always for just a few weeks. We have no idea where she went or what she did, one elder answers. When did she leave the last time? Oren asks. Around 3 years ago, the elder replies. Let me guess, Oren says. That's when her behavior changed, and she started selling children, right? The elders nod, the oldest looking particularly ashamed. Yes. Of course, it took a very long time to even notice the signs. She also hadn't even been an elder for long at that point. Could she have been targeted by an ability? Maybe someone controlled her. Does she have family? Maybe she was blackmailed. When I confronted her, she seemed resigned. She expected me, and she didn't care about what would happen to her, Oren says, his tone thoughtful. I remember her lifeless and resigned expression too well. We really don't know. In any case, we'll make up for our failures. We're glad you made a deal with Krollo. We don't want a large-scale conflict with you and Hollow Blade, the elder says. Whatever, I'll stay a bit longer. I want to visit Nibana's room. I assume that won't be a problem. Oren asks. No, go ahead. No one's entered it. To tell you the truth, we had people stationed outside the mansion last night. As soon as the strange fog cleared, our men ensured no one went in, the elder explains. Good, you can leave now, Oren says, walking toward the very same room where he killed Nibana's office. Inside, he's slightly taken aback. Aside from Nibana's body, which is now gone, nothing else has changed. Even the dark red stain from her blood still mars the carpet. As he begins to search, he goes through her shelves and desk, finding books and bookkeeping ledgers, mostly records of donations and expenses for orphanages, shelters, food kitchens, and other projects supporting Meteor City. But the most recent records are missing. The newest ones he can find are several years old. He also notices gaps on the bookshelves where certain volumes have been removed, leaving suspicious empty spaces. He turns his attention to her desk, spotting a monitor but no computer tower. She has a monitor, so where the fuck is the computer? No one's entered. Did the elders lie to me? No, Krollo wouldn't allow that. Did someone break in? But the elders' men aren't we? Theory, probably the most elite Meteor City has to offer. So after I left, someone must have stolen the computer, and probably other things too, things I might not even notice missing. If no one entered from outside, then someone inside must have taken them. But I killed her aides. That leaves only the children. No. If no one could enter, it's even less likely a child could leave undetected, much less carrying books and a computer. Maybe the items are still here somewhere. With the mansion and its walled garden entirely within range of his steadily expanding Oren carefully inspects everything it touches. He focuses on each room one by one, searching for books, ledgers, and the missing computer. Frustratingly, nothing turns up. Finally, he shifts his attention to the garden. Trees, a vegetable garden, the large terrace, a storage shed, flower beds, incinerator, playground equipment, sandbox. Oren scans each in detail, but still finds nothing. Wait, the shed is too full of random items for me to sense everything inside. There are piles of objects. And the incinerator could be important as well. Oren leaves the house and heads into the garden. Nearly every orphan now spared from being sold into slavery is playing outside. Ignoring them, he heads for the shed, which is locked. Unwilling to waste time asking for a key, Oren rips the lock away along with the rusted metal fixture it was attached to, using brute force. Inside, he finds typical garden equipment, tools, a lawnmower, cleaning supplies, and containers of kerosene. Kerosene used for the incinerator. 5 minutes later, he's walking through the garden again. He checks the playground with N, even scanning the ground beneath the sandbox. Finally, he approaches the incinerator. Inside is nothing but dry ash and a few molten pieces of metal. Dry. I see. With my heavy rain last night, the inside should still be wet. The top is open for the smoke to escape. If the ashes are completely dry, that means the incinerator was used after the rain stopped. The fire becomes hot enough to evaporate everything into ash, apart from the metal parts of the computer, if my suspicion is correct. Oren's lips curl into a smile. That answers the how. But I still don't know why the documents and computer were destroyed or who did it. If I can't solve something this simple, I won't last long in this world. This isn't my forte. Even more reason for me to finally use my mind for once and go into territory I'm not specializing in. His gaze shifts to the children playing in the yard. I will find a clue. Nibbana, don't think you're getting away. Before long, I'll have your head and I'll destroy whatever you've planned. 20+ early chapters available. 74, The Snatcher. Oren's eyes sweep across the children. Every single one of them looks carefree and oddly cheerful. Some are sitting indoors with books, or playing games, but most are running about in the small garden, laughing and enjoying the day. A group of older children have claimed a table, acting as if they're adults, talking in hushed tones while spinning a bottle between them. What the fuck is this? I thought they liked Nibbana. Guess children are children. Looks like they didn't give a fuck after all. I should remember that. Even in January, Meteor City's climate stays relatively warm, making it a perfect day for the orphans to be outside. Scanning the scene, Oren notices one child standing out, a girl a few years younger than himself, sitting alone with her back against the house. Her gaze is fixed on the playground in the distance, her eyes filled with quiet hatred toward the other children. She looks lifeless, isolated, as if she's already given up. Oren walks toward her and stops right in front, blocking the sunlight so that his shadow falls over her. Are you here to kill more people? The girl asks flatly. Oren chuckles. Maybe just one person, though. I am a killer, after all. Can I make a suggestion, then? You are a killer, right? The girl asks, her eyes lighting up ever so slightly. You've got someone you want me to kill for you. Oren says. I suppose I've done my share of assassinations. Since you're still young, I can offer you a 50% discount. Just give me 100 million Jenny and I'll consider it. He smiles faintly. The girl sighs. I can offer you 671 Jenny. It's all I have. Oren shrugs. You're just a bit short of the target. Tell me who you want dead, and why. Nibbana and her lackeys are already gone, so who are you talking about? I want to kill Ella, the girl whispers, pointing at a cheerful girl about her age, with shiny red hair, across the yard. 6 other children crowd around Ella, all smiling at her. She looks like the center of attention. Tell me the story. If she's done something truly bad, I'll punish her, Oren says. My name is Killai. I always liked this place. We were taught to read, to count. We each had a bed and enough to eat. I had friends. Then Ella arrived, an outsider. She was always alone, even bullied. I tried to befriend her, but the others hated it. Still, I stuck by her. I abandoned the bullies and became her only friend. For a whole year, we were best friends. Then, just a week ago, she changed. She ignores me now and plays with the same people who bullied her, Killai explains bitterly. Not very grateful, huh? Did you two have a fight? Oren asks. I should cut this short. Listening to kids complain about small dramas isn't the best use of my time. Her personality changed, Killai says. She still looks the same, especially in front of the others, the elder, and the caretakers. But when it was just the two of us, she showed her true personality. She used to be quirky, always thinking positively. She wanted to be an artist. She hated people who bullied for fun. Now, she's completely different. I hate the others, but I'm starting to hate her even more. She's a vile trait or a betrayer. Killai's eyes lock onto Ella, her hatred shining through. Oren hesitates before mumbling, a sudden personality change, like she's a different person. Am I overthinking? These are children, but she's the only one who could have gotten rid of those documents. I think betrayal deserves punishment, Oren says. I'll think about your request. Really? Killai's lips curl into a twisted smile. Thank you, Oren. No problem, Oren replies with a smirk, turning away. He walks toward the group of older kids, moving quietly, his face calm, but a few drops of sweat running down his cheeks before dropping onto the ground. I know. Let's gather more information first. He stops in front of their table, and their game of spin the bottle comes to an abrupt halt as all eyes turn toward him. Tell me about Ella and Killai, Oren says flatly. I heard they had a little fallout. We don't pay attention to little kids, the girl in the center of the group replies. She's only a couple of years younger than you, not exactly a big difference, Oren says, his voice filled with irritation. Even you look younger than Yujia, don't get it yet, huh? One of the boys adds with a smirk. Oren smiles faintly, reaches for the bottle in the middle of the table, and picks it up. Then, without warning, he channels a small amount of aura into his mouth and exhales a sharp gust of wind infused with Nen, strikes the bottle, shattering it into countless glittering shards that scatter across the table. The children freeze. They can feel the aura lingering in the air, and the sight of the bottle transforming into razor-edged fragments leaves them silent, their eyes fixed on Oren. You kids live very safe, sheltered lives here. If you walk out into the real city with that attitude, you won't last a day. You might want to think about the way you talk to someone like me, Oren says calmly, his gaze locked on the boy and the girl. Both drop their eyes to the ground. Even the others look unsettled, their expressions worried as they avoid meeting his gaze. Now does anyone know anything about that Ella girl? What happened? I know you pay attention no matter how much you act cool and grown up, Oren asks, for the second time. She likes to draw. Was bullied. Killai helped her, one of the quieter girls says reluctantly. Killai was popular with the other kids, but after helping Ella, she got cast out. A boy adds, then Ella changed. She suddenly started hanging around the others, and within days she was close with them. It's weird. She even gave away her art supplies, the ones she used to guard like treasure, just to get in with them. She looked desperate, even a little determined, like she had to become friends with them. It is weird, is she being controlled, or maybe? Oren thinks it over. Nibbana suddenly changed, now it's this Ella kid. Could it be possible to take over someone's body? No, Nibbana was still alive. I spoke to her before I executed her. But she seemed hollow, like a shell of her former self. Should I confront Ella? How? At worst my body could be stolen. That's a huge risk. Stillman is not the only way to control someone. Sometimes the solution is way simpler than you expect. Leaving the garden, Oren enters the mansion again. He activates Setsu, moving silently up to the second floor. From the shadows, he studies the children, focusing on Ella. She sits there with a bright, almost unnaturally perfect smile, glancing around the room and toward the mansion as if she's paying close attention to how she's perceived by others. Oren uses Gyo in combination with In, suppressing his presence entirely, and examines her closely. Her aura, it's a little stronger than the others. And it's frighteningly smooth. She's completely in control of her body and emotions. Is she a Nen user? Possibly, definitely suspicious. Feeling uneasy, Oren slips out of the mansion. He moves quickly down the street and approaches a neighboring building. Knocking firmly on the door, he's greeted by a servant in a suit. This is the residence of an elder, right? Oren asks without wasting time. Sir Oren, the servant says, startled. Please come in. Oren steps inside and is led into the living room, where the oldest elder from earlier is waiting. Oren smiles faintly. I need something, elder. I need you to get me a drug that can knock someone out. Sleeping gas, chloroform, an injection, I don't care. It just has to be effective. Get it for him, the elder orders immediately. A few minutes later, Oren is led to a small warehouse guarded by multiple armed soldiers. Inside, racks of weapons, shelves of body armor, stacks of supplies, and piles of resources line the space. Copper cables, assorted metal parts, and containers filled with different liquids. One soldier hands him a small syringe and a vial of clear liquid. A quarter dose is enough to knock out an adult, the soldier explains. Give me more. I'll also need ropes, handcuffs preferably adjustable for smaller wrists, a blindfold, or one of those headbags people use in kidnappings. Give me at least 2 of everything and a huge backpack. I'm not exactly used to this kind of work, so sorry if I don't know the proper terms, Oren says with a grin. It's all right, the soldier replies, though he looks uneasy. I'll get you the equipment. But can we help you? We'd rather you didn't cause a large incident. Don't worry. I'm just hunting for a certain cancer cell hiding deep in our beloved home, Oren explains. I'll try to cut it out carefully without taking too much surrounding flesh, though I can't guarantee it. I see, thank you for your service, the soldier says, still looking wary. The other soldiers look visibly worried, one of them even gulps and walks away, not wanting anything to do with Oren. A few minutes later, Oren returns to Nibbana's mansion with a backpack full of gear. Using Zetsu, he silently approaches the playground. Concealed behind a slide, he waits for his opportunity. 10 minutes pass before the children begin climbing onto the structure, one after another taking turns sliding down. The moment Ella slides down, Oren moves. He yanks a bag over her head in one swift motion and plunges a syringe loaded with twice the recommended dosage into her side. After a second of confusion and brief struggling, she goes limp and collapses as her body slides onto the ground, landing on her stomach. Oren wastes no time. He locks the handcuffs around her wrists, ties her with rope for extra security, and tightens the bag over her head. The surrounding children stare, frozen in shock. Ignoring their wide-eyed looks, Oren heads toward the exit only to spot Killai watching him, her face amused. Then she smiles. Wow, you actually did it. Thank you, brother Oren. Punish that traitorous, backstabbing bitch for me, okay? What have you planned for her? Oren nods. No problem. I'll spare you the details. You seem like a strong girl, however. I think you value real friendship, not fake backstabbers like this little traitor here, right? How about this, would you be interested in learning then? I'd teach you personally. What? You'd teach me? Killai says, her expression shifting from surprise to intrigue. I'd like that. She pauses, thinking hard, before repeating, yes. Please teach me. Nen, huh. I have mentioned that term to quite a few people. Their reactions differed quite a lot. Oren smiles faintly. No rush, you can take your time deciding. But there's one small thing that worries me and we need to deal with it right now. What is it, Oren? Kilai asks, confusion in her voice. Oren's expression turns ice cold. You know too much. His foot snaps upward, striking her chin and stunning her. Before she even knows what hit her, he stabs another syringe into her arm. As she goes limp, he restrains her just as he did Ella, then hefts both of them onto his shoulders. The other children scream in panic, scattering in every direction, their horrified eyes locked on him as they flee. Kidnapping children is surprisingly easy, but it does feel a little strange. Anyway, time to visit Miss Big Nose. 20+ early chapters available. 75, A Dangerous Tune the Entity. 75, A Dangerous Tune the Entity. Carrying two unconscious bodies through Meteor City draws plenty of stares. Even here, in a place where crime is a way of life, the sight of Oren openly walking with two bound children slung over his shoulders is enough to make people stop and look. Oren doesn't bother hiding himself. He takes the most direct route back to the troops' hideout. Whatever they think doesn't matter. He quickens his pace and finally reaches the base. When he steps inside, he finds every single member of the troop waiting for him in the lounge, a rather large open space in the middle of the warehouse-like space filled with couches and chairs. Group meeting. Oren asks with a grin. Stop your bullshit. Maki snaps. We're getting calls left and right saying you're openly abducting children in broad daylight. What the hell are you doing? Maki asks, with a rage-filled face. Maki, enough, Krollo says, calm as always. He obviously has a reason. Yeah, Pakunoda has some sort of ability to check for lies, right? Oren says. When I first met her, I got the feeling she wanted to use it on me. I refused, and that led to the fight. Silence fills the room for a moment before Pakunoda finally speaks. Indeed. What's your point, Oren? Shulnark asks. You think these two kids are connected to Nibbana? No, I think one of them actually is Nibbana. The room shifts with a wave of surprise. Oren quickly recounts his visit to the mansion, how the documents and computer were missing, Nibbana's strange change in behavior a couple years ago, and everything that happened with Ella and Kilai. He repeats it word for word, especially his talks with Kilai and the older orphans. Ha! Yuvichin says before breaking into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, I don't get it. That Ella kid sounds shady, but why grab the other one? She's not wrong for being pissed. I hate traitors too. Your name, Shulnark says, pressing his index fingers against his forehead, doing his best to analyze Oren's conversation. Right. Yes, Oren answers. Sheltered children, nobody knew me, or my name. She instinctively addressed me as Oren. That's not all, Krollo adds. Her reaction to your offer of teaching her Nen was unusual, too casual. Nibbana never taught the children Nen. Any normal kid here would have jumped at the chance to ask questions about it. She accepted without knowing what you were talking about. Your suspicions are warranted. They could just be under someone else's control, but right now, these are the only leads I've got. If I'm wrong, I'll compensate them. They're not hurt, Oren says, dropping both onto an empty couch. Pakunoda, help me just this once, he says. It's in your own interest to expose Nibbana if we can. She could cause serious damage to Meteor City. We just have to make sure there's no risk of her stealing our bodies, if that's even possible. I doubt it, Krollo says after a moment's thought. Don't speak to them unless necessary. A power like that would require very strict conditions. And if it exists, they probably can't use it back to back. Something that strong would come with heavy restrictions. Nobunaga steps toward the captives, one hand resting on the hilt of his katana. If they try something funny, I'll handle it. Oren pulls more rope from his backpack. Might as well secure them tighter. I'll take charge of the interrogation, Krollo says. Pakunoda, I'll be asking the question. Only interfere if you sense danger. Don't speak a single unnecessary word. The rest of you, use Zetsu and keep quiet. His eyes pass over everyone in the room before stopping on Yuvichin. Okay, boss, Yuvichin says, looking slightly offended. A few hours later, Ella and Kilai are tied to a large stone pillar in the middle of the hall, both muzzled and bound. The entire troop, along with Oren, stands around them, waiting to see what Krollo has in mind. Oren notices Ella beginning to stir. Without hesitation, Krollo places earplugs into Kilai's ears, ensuring she can't hear what's about to happen. Pakunoda steps up to Ella, resting a hand on her shoulder. Explain your Nen ability, Krollo says in an icy tone. Ella squirms in her bonds, but with the gag still in place, all that comes out are muffled sounds. Pakunoda glances at Krollo and shakes her head. So she doesn't have a Nen ability. What are you hiding? Krollo presses. Pakunoda frowns, then finally speaks. This is a dead end. She's just hiding the fact that her friend Kilai told her to start hanging out with the kids who used to bully her. She's been figuring out ways to get into their good graces. The reason, however, is unclear. Was I wrong? Is Ella innocent? Could she trick Pakunoda? No, that shouldn't be possible. Take her to an empty room and lock it, Krollo orders, looking at Yuvichin. Got it, boss, Yuvichin says. He walks over, unties Ella from the pillar, removes her handcuffs, and slings her over his shoulder before carrying her away. Pakunoda steps up to Kilai, places a hand on her shoulder, and pulls out one of her earplugs. Explain your Nen ability, Krollo repeats. Pakunoda's expression instantly changes. Tell me the conditions for activating your ability now. She snaps, not waiting for Krollo's next instruction. A few moments later, she jams the earplug back into Kilai's ear and walks straight over to Krollo. Oren was right. Careful, she can take over bodies. And not just that, if she switches, her old body stays as a sort of remnant, still under her control. No way, Finks mutters. Phaeton glances at Oren, clearly surprised. The rest of the troop exchange uneasy looks. Nicely done, Oren. Your hunch paid off, Krollo says. It seems Nabane, or rather, the entity inside her, didn't expect someone to act so decisively. You ambushed it and caught it off guard. Before she can take over someone else's body, there are strict conditions, Pakunoda explains. First, she has to receive a genuine expression of thanks. And she needs to know her target inside out, their true ambitions, fears, and goals. She also has to break her target down mentally, she adds. If their target is in a good mood, she can't succeed. The target needs to be depressed without much will. So we're safe, Shulnark says. Good. I'm not in the mood to lose my body. What now? Oren asks. Can I kill her? No point taking risks. I'm with Oren, Phaeton says. People like that shouldn't exist. Kill it. Finks barks. I agree as well, Shulnark comments. Nobunaga silently draws his katana. Why? Such a waste, Krollo asks. I want to know more. The risk is minimal, and I'm curious about this entity. Can we save the girl? Maki asks. I don't know, Pakunoda admits. Keep questioning her, Krollo says. I want to know who this person really is, and how they obtained a powerful Nen ability like that. This could be a path to immortality. Are we dealing with some kind of genius here? I want all the details. If I can, I want to steal her ability. Steal her ability? Oren says. How? It's not a bluff, he genuinely wants to know. He has to see it in use first, right? He can't fulfill all the conditions. It's my Hatsu, you'll soon know, Krollo says, revealing a cold, calculating smile. Let's use the other girl. Hours later, after Krollo has grilled Kilai with hundreds of questions, Pakunoda finally turns to the group. This person is over 100 years old. And it's a man, she says, and everyone's expression turns into one of shock and disgust. He wasn't a skilled Nen user. Not very talented. Even his own little secret circle kicked him out for being useless and unmotivated. But then he stumbled across a music sheet, the Sonata of Darkness. The part played by the harp. He had a harpist play it for him because he thought it would allow him to make a contract with the devil himself. The musician died on the spot along with 3 other people. Only that man, whose name was Drika, survived. Well, survived is the wrong word. His body died, but his soul was extracted, wandering aimlessly through the world. He spent decades as a wandering soul before creating a Hatsu and possessing a comatose woman. Apparently, he managed to somehow communicate with her and earn her gratitude, which allowed him to fulfill the conditions for his Hatsu. He learned more about her from her visitors, who talked to her daily. Finally, he took over her body, refined his Hatsu, and started living a new life. This guy's a pervert. I won't go into the details, but he's never possessed a man. Not once. More importantly, Pakunoda continues, the person he's possessing right now is still alive, sort of. If he ever leaves her body, she'll become a remnant, a mix of his will and her original personality. These remnants usually die after a few years. So she can be saved, Maki says quickly. If we deal with him and steal his ability, the remnants could be saved too. There has to be a way to cancel his Nen. Nen exorcism, Krollo says, as if the thought barely interests him. Sounds like a hassle. I'd like to try, Maki says, looking worried. Why does she care? I guess she truly is a good person. If possible, I also want to spare these children. Be my guest, Krollo replies with a shrug. But before that, I'll take his ability. Since he doesn't have a physical body, I'm curious about the possibilities. Post-mortem Nen is said to be the most powerful form of Nen. So you want to trick him into swapping bodies with the other girl, Shulnark says, then meet the conditions for your Hatsu and steal the ability. Krollo nods once. That'd leave behind another remnant, Shulnark points out. It's worth it, Krollo answers without hesitation. Why not use an old person close to dying? Or better yet, a criminal, Oren suggests. Someone who deserves it. Sacrificing these kids is not something I'd prefer to do. It's an idea, Krollo says, but do you think that Spectre would go along with it? Nibbana knew about my ability. He wouldn't risk losing his Hatsu. He'd be trapped forever as a Spectre, unable to possess another human. We have a small window of opportunity here, and I already have a plan. It has to be that other girl. If we bring in a new person, the Spectre will know what we're trying to do. How can I save them, then? Maki asks. Hire a Nen exorcist, Oren says. The association has a few you can hire for a price. Maki frowns, then turns to him. Can you help me with that? I'm quite interested in her and I owe her. So I guess. Oren sighs. Fine, I've got contacts. But I doubt they'd visit patients inside Meteor City. They won't, Krollo says. They work out of the Hunter headquarters located in Swardeni City. Once I'm done with her, Crollo continues, you can have them both. They'll either be mind-controlled shells or living corpses. I'm not sure what will happen after I take the ability. It might be tied directly to that man's existence. Stealing it could trap him completely, leaving those two as lifeless, empty vessels. But there's also a tiny chance they'll wake up in control of their bodies again. Either way it'll be interesting to see. I just want that motherfucker to die, Oren says coldly. I disagree with your assumption, boss, Shulnark says. Here's what I think happens: you take his ability, but he still controls the body. He just can't do anything else. No more body swapping. If we exorcise him after that, he'll still exist, just like when he was a specter after hearing the Sonata of Darkness. But he'd never escape that form. A fate more cruel than death, at least as long as you keep his ability. Oren's lips curl into a wide grin. I like it. That also gives me time to find a permanent solution. If Crollo dies, that pervert ghost might be able to somehow possess another comatose human. 20+ early chapters available. 76, Bell of Fate's Wardenese City. 76, Bell of Fate's Wardenese City. Looking at Crollo, who reveals a shocking amount of decisiveness, Oren is visibly surprised. Why would he even want this ability? Is he actually considering giving up his own body? Maybe as a last resort? Oren watches quietly as Crollo and the others walk toward the room where they locked in the two girls. I feel bad about this, but this is the only way to get rid of that damn devil. Even if we kill the possessed girl, the ghost will just return to its spectral form. It might take time, but eventually, he'll possess another soul, relearn Nen, train his body, and probably choose a more suitable host. This cycle has to end. Once we steal his ability, he'll be trapped inside that body. Maybe the association has a solution for this? At the very least, I want to exorcise him. Looks like Maki's interested too, so I won't have to do it alone. As the group approaches the door, Crollo turns to the troop, including Oren. I expect silence. Wait outside. If my plan fails, I'll need your help, Phaeton. Phaeton cracks a cruel smile. I'll grab my tools and stand by the door. Don't worry if you can't trick the ghost into fulfilling the conditions. Someone that weak won't last more than a few minutes. So torture is the backup plan, huh? Let me think. If I remember correctly, he needs to fulfill 4 conditions to steal an ability. Crollo must witness the Nen ability in action with his eyes. He must ask questions about Nen and be answered by the victim. His victim's palm must touch the handprint on the cover of Bandit's Secret, his conjured book that contains all his stolen abilities. All of these steps must be completed within 1 hour. Crollo steps into the room alone. Damn it, I want to see what's going on in there. Oren activates his personalized N and sits down against the wall, narrowing its radius so it just barely covers the room. He's conserving aura, but even at this reduced size, his N still breathes, pulsing slowly, expanding and retracting like a living mist, resembling a sentient cloud. Oi! Yuvichin barks. Didn't you hear what the boss said? Oren ignores him and focuses solely on the room. Shulnark shrugs with a grin. He never said anything about not using N. Bullshit. Yuvichin screams. If he had a problem with it, he would have told me not to, Oren replies calmly. What's the matter? Jealous you can't use this technique, Mr. Barbarian? You know, Yuvichin's voice darkens. I offered you a spar earlier. I take that back. Accept a duel, or I'll fucking kill you right here and now, brat. Deal, Oren replies without hesitation. But first, I'm heading to Wardenese City with Maki. After that, get ready to be destroyed. Is this brat serious? Yuvichin mutters, clearly caught off guard. You're underestimating him, Finks cuts in. He beat Jack and Pakunoda. Interesting. Yuvichin grins, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Despite the tension, Oren keeps his focus trained on the room. It doesn't take long before Crollo makes a move. He suddenly conjures a book, holding it firmly in one hand. Skill Hunter. Then, he flips through the pages and materializes a large bell in his other hand. A conjuration Hatsu. I've never seen this one before. Crollo snaps his finger against the bell, yet even though Oren is sitting right outside the room, he hears nothing. Paying closer attention, he sees Crollo gently remove the blindfolds and earplugs from both girls. They look calm, too calm. Their movements are sluggish and mechanical. Oren narrows his focus. Crollo continues snapping his fingers against the bell in a rhythmic pattern while subtly mouthing words. Is he hypnotizing them? A few minutes pass, then Oren straightens up sharply. He sees a thin stream of aura exit Kilai's body and drift toward Ella, slipping into her mouth like mist. Ella then begins to speak, mumbling something. Finally, Crollo presses Ella's hand against the cover of his book. A soft, almost satisfied smile appears on his face as he removes her hand and flips through the pages. The book and bell vanish, and Crollo steps out. You can put the blindfolds and earplugs back on, he says. They don't even know what happened. Boss Nobunaga says, you did it already. Crollo shrugs. The ability I used has conditions that are extremely hard to fulfill, but against tied-up children, it's highly effective. Probably an ability that's nearly useless in combat. Did he use it to brainwash or confuse his target? I need to remember that Bellit seems dangerous. He's lucky he had it. It was almost laughably easy to steal that Hatsu. This man is terrifying. Maki steps forward, blocking Crollo's path. I'll take them to Wardenese City, then, she declares. Krollo simply walks around her. As he vanishes from sight, he silently speaks, "Do as you wish." "Oren, you're coming with me," she says, turning towards Oren. "I promised you I would. I want to see that damned spirit suffragette dragged right back into hell," Oren replies. "Though I'm surprised you actually want me to come along. Are you really not interested in me?" Maki glares at him. "Your license, I might need it." Oren sighs. "Fine, I should have guessed you solely want me for my beauty and my material possessions. You are such a gold digger, Maki. I just hope this doesn't get me into trouble. Technically, I'm supposed to be supervising a prisoner right now. You'd better get back quick, my fist's itching to punch that arrogant face of yours." Yuvijin yells, throwing a punch into the air. "Use the time to learn N." Oren fires back, standing up. "Don't worry, Yuvo, I'll hit him in your place as soon as this is over." Maki says, clearly angry. "He has a point, Maki, you are using him for his license and connections. You are indeed a gold digger," Phaeton jokes. "Hee, it's touching seeing Maki awaken her feminine side," Finks says. Maki stares daggers at them, her eyes trembling in anger. She manages to regain control of her emotions and looks at Oren. "Let's go, Oren. Anyone else interested in coming along? I could use the help." "I'll go," Shulnark offers. "Maybe Paku should join us, too. It's important we don't get tricked." "Of course, I'll help," Pakunoda responds, not hesitating even a little. "Thank you, Shulpaku," Maki says, looking genuinely grateful. With the two kids securely bound and restricted, Oren, Maki, Shulnark, and Pakunoda gather some supplies and board the airship. "Swordeni City, huh?" Oren says. "It's in the kingdom, right?" "I don't know," Maki replies bluntly. "Yes, it should be in the kingdom," Pakunoda says. "I remember it being somewhere on the west coast. It's one of the largest cities in the world, definitely the financial center of the kingdom. Quite impressive, almost on par with York New," Shulnark explains, raising a finger. "It's located at the very southwestern edge of the continent. Luckily, that means the flight will take just under 2.5 days. It's funny that this was your idea and you don't even know where the damn place is," Oren says, shaking his head at Maki. "Stop teasing her," Pakunoda chimes in, patting Maki on the head. Maki blushes slightly but doesn't retaliate. "We've got a few days, right?" Oren asks. "Then pay me back, Maki. You owe me. How about some sparring?" "Heh, I won't miss the chance to smash that smug face of yours," she replies. Oren spends the next 2 days sparring with Maki. Even with his usual confidence, he has to admit still somewhat outmatched. Though he holds the advantage in raw strength and can almost match her in aura output, her refined technique and battle experience make the difference. Despite Maki's smugness and how much she enjoys winning, Oren notices something. She's holding back, and more than that, she's guiding him. Each spar helps him adapt, and after 2 days, he can finally hold his own, adjusting to the level of someone as skilled and sharp as her. As the airship finally nears Swordeni City, Oren remarks, "I guess this trip wasn't such a bad idea after all." Maki snickers. "Don't get ahead of yourself. I've still been holding back. You're not on my level." Oren smiles. "Unarmed combat's one of my weakest areas. If I were to use a few knives or eternity, this wouldn't have been close. I guess I still owe her one. I will keep my mouth shut." "What now?" Oren asks, glancing toward Shulnark. "Simple," he replies. "We'll access the Hunter website and schedule a meeting." Oren says with a raised eyebrow. "I guess I'll play along for now." As the airship approaches the city airport, Oren gazes out at the skyline. Towering skyscrapers, polished roads, and sleek, modern architecture greet them. Swordeni is clearly one of the major hubs of the kingdom. In the distance, he spots the massive Hunter Association headquarters. Even from afar, the logo emblazoned on it is unmistakable. Anyone, even someone with only vague knowledge of hunters, would recognize it instantly. Using Gyo, Oren studies the building more closely. Just for a moment, he thinks he sees someone on the roof, someone using an absurd amount of nen. He blinks, and the figure's gone. Am I hallucinating? Or was that really no? Doesn't matter. I'm not here for that old guy. 20+ early chapters available. 77 Deal with the Devil. The airship, carrying the small group, slowly descends toward the landing zone of the large public airport in Swordeni City. Once they reach the ground, Shulnark steps forward. "Oren, we'll head straight to an internet cafe and access the Hunter site. Paku, Maki, I think you two should check into a hotel. Preferably one close to the association." Oren casts a glance at the two tied-up girls. Both look increasingly lifeless, their eyes burning with silent hatred and frustration. "Damn this ghost. I really hope we can get rid of it soon, before it might choose to commit suicide to free itself." "What about them?" Oren asks. "If you can take them with you, Maki, it would be helpful for us. With your strings, it should be possible. Paku can handle the check-in, and you enter once she's done," Shulnark explains. Oren nods, satisfied with the plan. "Let's go then," Maki says, leaving the airship carrying the bound and gagged children with her. Pakunoda follows closely behind. "I guess we should head out too, Oren," Shulnark suggests. "Okay," Oren replies. "Since we're at the airport, there's bound to be a decent cafe nearby," Shulnark says confidently. Just as predicted, it takes them only a few minutes to find a large internet cafe offering private booths equipped with high-end computers. Oren approaches the bored-looking clerk, pays for a few hours, and walks toward their assigned booth. Inside, a single computer monitor sits on a large desk. Oren sits on the lone office chair in front of it, while Shulnark grabs a folding chair from the corner and pulls it next to him. Oren quickly opens the Hunter site, swipes his license and then looks to Shulnark expectantly. "May I?" Shulnark asks with a polite smile. Oren pushes himself back slightly, the chair rolling backwards. "Go ahead," he says. Shulnark leans in and starts typing rapidly. Since Oren used his own license to log in, he doesn't zone out instead, he watches carefully, as it's his own reputation on the line. He's searching for specific people. Looks like he's contacting some association employees and asking them to refer non-exorcists. Smart. After a few messages are sent out, Shulnark leans back, looking confident. "Now we just wait," he says, looking a little tired. Oren murmurs. "I've got a few things to do." They switch places again. Oren raises the reward on his request about Ben's knives by a few million, then opens new requests for other items with lingering aura, specifically clothing or armor pieces. "You really like these kinds of things, don't you?" Shulnark chuckles. "You're a proper collector." "Well, everyone has their hobbies. I don't think I'm losing too much money on this, either. It could even turn out to be a good investment. And anyway, I can afford it," Oren replies. "I think you're right," Shulnark agrees. "Those knives, especially, they're clearly underappreciated. They are not only very collectible, but they've got actual combat value. Those kinds of items turn out to be real treasures." As the two chat about Oren's collecting habits, a notification pops up. Oren opens it, and both of them scan the contents of the message. "No way," Oren mutters. "It says we'll have to wait a few months for an appointment." Shulnark sighs. "That was always a possibility. I've run out of ideas. I even flagged it as an emergency and vaguely explained the situation, but I guess the lives of a few kids from Meteor City don't matter much to the association crowd. I suppose I have another idea," Oren says slowly. "But it'll probably cost me. I'm not sure if I want to go through with it." Shulnark smiles faintly. "This is really only about Maki's pride, isn't it? It's your call how far you want to go." "I guess asking doesn't cost anything," Oren mutters. He pulls a certain card from his wallet and dials the number on it. His eyes can't help but linger on the card, bone-colored, detailed, meticulously crafted, with elegant black ink. Oh my god, it even has a watermark. The phone only rings once before a cheerful, overly friendly voice answers. "This is your favorite future association president speaking, Pariston Hill. How can I help you today, dear friend?" "This guy." "Hello, Mr. Hill. This is Oren Nilam speaking," Oren says, trying to keep his tone polite. "Oh, please, Oren, no need for formalities. What a pleasant surprise. You can call me Pariston or just a future press if you like. I must say, I'm delighted that you finally decided to call. The famous floor master Oren, contacting me. It's such an honor. I still remember when I was your examiner. What a blessing. I'll never forget it for the rest of my life," Pariston says, his voice infuriatingly upbeat. "Is this guy for real?" Oren takes a deep breath and responds, "Pariston, please, you're obviously mocking me. That title is worthless, and you know it. Anyway, you gave me your card back when I took the exam. It might be a little rude, but I was wondering if I could ask you something. I've got a situation here. A dangerous entity has possessed a couple of children. More importantly, if left alone or if the children are killed, it will just move on to possess someone else. I need a non-exorcist to remove it. I've temporarily disabled the entity's non ability with the help of a proxy, so there's no real danger right now. Despite the emergency, my request was denied. But you're obviously one of the most caring and benevolent hunters in the association, and you're well connected. Would you be able to help me?" "Of course, I'm more than willing to pay." Pariston gasps, practically yelling, "What a nightmare. What a devilish ghost. Of course I'll help you, Oren. Payment. What do you take me for?" "That won't be necessary. I always like to help out and I wouldn't dare to charge you, my friend. Please, bring the girls to the association right away. I'll inform the staff immediately." "Really?" Oren asks, visibly stunned by the response. "Of course. I'll see you very soon. I'll get in touch with our best non-exorcist right away," he exclaims. "See you soon." "Thank you. See you soon," Oren says, ending the call. "Quite an interesting person," Shulnark comments. "I get the feeling that this man is capable of evils even we the troop, can't even begin to imagine." "You might be right," Oren murmurs. "That was a deal with the devil. I'm sure there will be conditions. It's not over yet. I won't tie myself down. Worst case, we leave the moment things go south. In any case, let's go pick up the tall girls and the small girls and get moving." "Haha, I'm sure they'll appreciate your compliment, Oren," Shulnark says with a grin. The two of them exit the internet cafe, and Shulnark immediately calls Pakunoda, relaying the important details. Without wasting time, they head toward the association building. They spot several hotels located right in front of it, but before Oren can even ask where the others checked in, Maki and Pakunoda appear, carrying the two children. We can head inside right away, Oren explains. You actually did it. Nice work, Shul, Maki says, looking genuinely pleased. I'm afraid my method failed. Oren has some higher-up connections in the association. However, you should be ready to leave if things go sideways, Shulnark explains. Pakunoda stares at Oren, clearly surprised by the weight of his connections. They enter the association building together. Most people turn their heads to look understandable, considering they're walking in with 2 bound children, looking like prisoners. Ignoring the curious gazes, they head directly toward the large, luxurious front desk. As they move through the main hall, Oren can't help but admire the atmosphere. The entire lower floor is tastefully decorated polished stone tiles resembling expensive marble, elegant paintings, fresh flowers in fine vases, and sleek, high-end furniture. Beautiful women in form-fitting uniforms bearing the Hunter logo move gracefully between desks. Without hesitation, Oren approaches the receptionist at the center of the reception. Oren Nilam, he announces. Mr. Hill is expecting me. The situation is urgent. Welcome, Hunter Oren, the woman replies warmly. We've been informed. Please follow my colleague She'll lead you directly to Hunter Hill. Should I go alone? Oren asks, glancing at Shulnark, Pakunoda, and Maki. I can't protect you, worst case scenario you know. We'll be fine, Shulnark says. Let's not waste time. I owe you for this, Maki whispers. Pakunoda simply nods at him. They follow the young receptionist into the elevator. Within moments, they're ascending toward the top floors. After a short ride, the elevator opens, and she leads them down a long corridor before stopping in front of a large door. She bows politely and walks away. Oren knocks, and an immediate, cheerful voice responds, please enter. Without hesitation, Oren opens the door. Pariston stands as the door swings open, flashing a wide, gleaming smile and striding forward to shake Oren's hand with enthusiastic energy. Welcome, Oren. I'm so glad you made it. Truly a pleasure. You look even stronger than you did a year ago. You are clearly a prodigy. Then, he turns to look at Shulnark, Pakunoda, and Maki. His smile doesn't fade for even a second, but Oren catches something behind it, a flash of darkness, of madness. It vanishes almost instantly, his expression returning to cheerful normalcy. Might I ask who your colleagues are? He asks. Allies of my family. Friends from my hometown, Oren replies. They've got a bit of a reputation, but I vouch for them. They won't cause any trouble. I see, Pariston says smoothly. Well, welcome to the Hunter Association. You all seem quite talented. I sincerely encourage you to take the Hunter exam next year. I have no doubt you'd pass and would be able to become exceptional hunters, generously contributing to mankind's advancement. Thank you, Shulnark replies with a courteous smile of his own. We're seriously considering it. If nothing major comes up, we'll be accepting your offer and try our luck in the exam. Maki opens her mouth to speak, but her words die as she stares at Pariston. Pakunoda, maintaining perfect composure, says, these are the girls affected by the entity. Oren explained the situation to you, yes. Pariston nods, his grin unchanging. Yes. What a horrible ordeal. Oh my, these poor innocent girls. Yes, I can already sense the corruption and evil inside them. I've already contacted our non-exorcist. However, he hesitates for a beat, clearly for dramatic effect. I must admit, I can only offer assistance under a few conditions. Pariston's smile widens almost unnaturally, so his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Here it comes. 20+ early chapters available. 78 Light and Darkness. Oren crosses his arms, having already expected something like this. He glares at Pariston's shiny golden hair and that absurdly sparkling green suit, his fists clenched a little. He knows he has me by the balls. A guy like Pariston would never let go of an opportunity like this. This is exactly why I didn't want to call him, but I don't have anyone else. I could have tried Cluck, but I really want to avoid her, especially after I took those copper leaves and used them to whip up a cheap, rushed medicine, then dumped the whole damn company onto someone else right before her research paid off. If she ever finds out it was me, yeah, she won't be happy. Of course, I could have asked Jing, but I refuse to do that. I want to stand as his equal, not his student, not some beggar clinging to him for favors. If it were something related to the Dark Continent, fine, but this? No, I'm not lowering myself to ask for petty help. It might sound silly, but pride still counts for something. I am a hunter, I solve my own problems. Finally, Oren speaks. I was expecting conditions. This doesn't come as much of a shock. Pariston's smile never falters. You see, Oren, I would never demand something in return for helping others. That's simply not in my character. I am not the kind of man to be transactional or calculating. However, you must understand, when it comes to using the association's resources, things become a little more complicated. I'm, sadly, just a low-ranking hunter. I can't throw my weight around like I'd want to. I have to prove my worth, produce results, stand on my own feet. If I were to misuse our resources, say, the association's non-exorcist, for my own personal desire to help a highly respectable friend such as yourself, well, I'd be questioned. My supporters might even abandon me. Nobody wants to follow a hypocrite. What a load of crap. He is the biggest hypocrite I have encountered. He just refuses to appear as such. Corruption, bias, unequal treatment. Surely you understand the scrutiny I'd be under if I were to use my borrowed influence like that, all thanks to the chairman's influences he granted us Zodiacs. And those, Oren, are precisely the kinds of problems I've dedicated my life to fighting against. As much as I wish I could help you without issue, I can't just abandon my principles. If I did, others might see it as a sign of my own moral turpitude. His argument actually makes sense at face value. It's completely false and disingenuous, none of it's true, but it gives him just enough ground to throw that bullshit at me with a straight face. How about a generous donation to the association, and we pay for the exorcist? Oren offers. We're not asking for a handout. Maki jumps in immediately. I can transfer 250 million Jenny right now. Pariston raises a hand, ever so gently. Oh my, that's certainly a substantial amount. But considering the severity of the situation, he pauses to glance at the two tied-up girls. Nothing less than 1 billion Jenny per girl would suffice. Especially since we're dealing with highly mysterious and extremely dangerous Nen curses. Possession is not something that's easily dealt with. I have only seen something like this once before. Maki gasps a little in shock, her expression turning angry, looking genuinely pissed. Shulnark smiles knowingly, while Pakunoda looks visibly annoyed. Pariston continues, and of course, that's only the payment. That's just the baseline. Even then, I couldn't possibly grant you special privileges simply because you have the means to actually pay for the services you require. Oren pauses, thinking. Let's leave the money issue aside for now. Even if Maki's short a little, I'll just cover it and ask her to pay me back later. She's not the type to trick me. But I think I know where this is going. I know exactly what Pariston's aiming for. I think I understand what you're hinting at, Pariston, Oren says. I'm what you'd call a selfish hunter, right? Pariston responds with a knowing smile. Oh my, I'd never say such a thing, Oren. Aren't we all a little selfish? A hunter needs ambition. Every hunter needs to pursue the desire burning in their heart, so I wouldn't even think of calling you selfish. Denying your ambitions? That would go against our sacred hunter commandments themselves. You've done incredibly well. I see you as a highly respectable hunter. You've even taken on students, haven't you? That's such an important part of our mission. You're also helping to reintegrate criminals into society. What a noble goal. I admire you, I truly do. But personally, I believe hunters should give back to the association as well. That way, the association can contribute more to society. Not every hunter is as blessed with talent as you. We need a more compassionate, cooperative system. That's one of my core values. We help each other, even as we follow our own ambitions. He leans back in his chair, expression soft, waiting for a reaction. I don't particularly disagree, Oren says. Alright, I'll bite. Is there something I can do to help? Also, Pariston, cut the bullshit. I'm not an idiot. You don't need to pretend I'm too stupid to see what you're doing. Just speak freely. Pariston's smile somehow grows even brighter. What so-called bullshit might you be referring to? I am sorry, my personality can be a little off-putting to some. I am so sorry to see that in person again and again, people glaring at me in annoyance. That makes me so sad. He then smiles at the still angry Maki, who gets even angrier. Then he chuckles. But since you've so kindly offered to help, I think, with just a little contribution on your part, I can absolutely justify using our Nen exorcist to assist you in dealing with this terrible situation. So what the fuck do you want then? Will he really keep up his bullshit facade? Suddenly, the air in the room shifts. Shulnark's eyes twitch, Pakunoda unconsciously takes half a step back, and Maki holds her breath. Pariston's friendly smile warps into something darker, something purely evil, as a sudden wave of ice-cold aura fills the room, crawling across Oren's skin like a warning. I want a partnership, Pariston says, his tone still disturbingly calm. Frankly, seeing you standing here with the famous members of the Phantom Troupe, like you are hanging out with friends, has left quite the impression on me. I also know you're no servant, you stand as an equal among them. And I've heard interesting rumors about your recent activities. You see, information is everything in my line of work. His eyes narrow. Killing a corrupt king, sparring with the world's strongest assassin, striking impossible deals with billionaires, deals that border on miracles, and joining a rather fascinating organization I have to admit, I barely know a thing about. Pariston leans forward. You're someone I could use. Someone I need. I can't solve all my problems with politics. While I'm stuck in this office building, more and more complicated and even borderline unsolvable problems are emerging all across the world. Problems your average temp hunter couldn't even begin to handle. I need to extend my influence. And I need someone like you. His voice lowers slightly. In return, I can offer you everything the association has to offer. My information network is the best in the world. And, of course, I'll pay you handsomely for your services. He sits back, smiling again, pleasant, helpful, friendly, as if the last few minutes hadn't happened at all. I think you understand what I'm asking, don't you? He says. I prefer his honest, but twisted version to his fake persona. Maybe I am screwed up a little myself. I do, Oren replies. There's no reason not to accept. Just give me the details. What kind of jobs? How much time will they take? Naturally, I'll reserve the right to refuse certain assignments. But if the contract's fair, I'm not opposed. What you're really asking for is me taking a few commissions from you, and I'm interested in the workings of the association anyway. So this actually aligns with my own goals. I even have some plans I'd like to discuss with you. Maybe you can prepare a contract now. Paristan laughs. Hey ho, no, Oren. Nothing formal like that. No need for details. No contracts. I trust you more than you can imagine, he says, his tone turning oddly wistful, almost melancholic. Since you promised you'd help, that's all I needed to hear. I'll take you at your word. After all, it's for the good of the association, meaning mankind itself. I'll contact the exorcist right away. You can use one of the basement rooms. As for the payment, please handle it yourself. You're probably richer than I am, haha. I somehow doubt that, Oren mutters, barely restraining his irritation. Anyway, I'm grateful. Let's talk again after we've solved the problem at hand. King of kickbacks, I seriously doubt he's poor. Just looking at that sparkling suit pisses me off. I appreciate your honesty, Paristan says, leaning forward and lacing his fingers together. Let's talk later. Head down to the lobby. I'll inform the receptionist and the exorcist. As Oren, Shulnark, Maki, and Pakunoda leave the office, a heavy silence hangs between them. All four look slightly stoic. Well, that went about as expected, Oren comments, shrugging. Oren, I'm sorry, Maki says quietly. Maybe we should have backed off. He's hard to talk to. I couldn't even get a full sentence in. I got the feeling that the angrier he made me, the happier he became. He is twisted. Allying yourself with that man is dangerous, Pakunoda says. But not necessarily a mistake. Despite the obvious facade, he's smart and influential. He couldn't have known we were asking him for help, but he appeared as if he had been preparing for weeks for this meeting. He knew so many things, not only about you, but also us. The world may end up revolving around him soon. You need to be careful, Oren, Shulnark adds, his eyes narrowing slightly. He reminds me of Krollo. It's not my story to tell, but Krollo was born with the potential to change the world. When he was young, he shone brighter than anyone. He could have lit up the entire world. But something happened, and it changed his perspective and outlook on life. That core inside him, it's still the same, even if it's used differently now. What I want to tell you is that you're comparing that guy to the boss. Are you insane? Maki snaps, glaring at him. Pakunoda, standing beside her, suddenly looks disturbed, staring at Shulnark with a flicker of unease. No, Shulnark says calmly. That man is the complete opposite. Krollo has a light inside him that draws other people to him. That guy, he doesn't have even the tiniest spark inside. There's nothing but a bottomless vortex of darkness. One that swallows everything it touches. Cut it out with those shitty analogies. Are you stupid? Maki yells, smacking him on the head. Shulnark rubs his head, looking at her with exaggerated hurt. I appreciate the warning, Oren says simply. I at least hope so. I have to say, I am kinda interested in the guy. He also wants the same thing I want. He would make a powerful ally and strong supporter if I wanted to aim for the Dark Continent. 20+ early chapters available. 79 Temp Hunter Extraordinaire. The group enters the elevator and travels back down to the ground floor. As he steps out, Oren spots someone in the distance. The tiger-like figure, Kanzei, is loudly arguing with Cluck, who still resembles a chicken, albeit a very erotic one. I'd better avoid them. No need for drama right now. These two are trouble. Activating Zetsu, Oren slips around the edges of the ground floor, sticking close to the wall, carefully watching as Kanzei and Cluck disappear into another elevator. He quickly rejoins Shulnark, Pakunoda, and Makio, who is still holding the girls. They are now standing in front of the same receptionist they spoke with earlier, who offers them a warm smile. Welcome back, the receptionist greets them with a pleasant smile. Hunter Hill just contacted me. I'll call someone to escort you to our basement. Our exorcist has a private space where she prefers to work. I'll be honest, it resembles a prison cell. It is sadly necessary to avoid accidents or escapes. Still, I can promise you the patients will be well cared for. Lucy. She then shouts suddenly, her voice sharp and powerful, startling Oren and the troop members alike. A young, slightly naive-looking blonde receptionist wearing the same association uniform rushes in. Yes, ma'am, I'm ready to leave. No overtime pay for me again. Even though I've asked twice already. I need the money to pay my overdue credit cards. How nice. See you tomorrow. She turns to walk away, but the head receptionist snaps. Come back here, you incompetent idiot. One more word and I'll have you fired and blacklisted from every office job in all of Swordeny City. Lucy halts mid-step and turns back, visibly offended, a mix of fear and rage in her eyes. You need to learn to listen and not jump to conclusions. When will you finally learn? I was about to give you another task, one that would allow you to earn your precious overtime hours, and this is how you thank me. Escort our guests to the 4th basement floor and introduce them to Lady Zamra. Then she turns back to Oren and the troop, blushing with sudden realization. I'm sorry. Please excuse my behavior. That was quite unprofessional and unbecoming of me. Kindly follow my colleague, and if she says a single thing that annoys you, feel free to let me know. We can file an official complaint together. These people, yeah, it's a cozy job working for the association. They seem bored a happy and cozy life. really different from the hunters they are serving. Oren sighs and looks at Lucy. Just get us to the exorcist. Of course, Lucy replies, quickly putting on a bright smile as she leads them. Maybe I can still buy those new shoes, she mutters, looking quietly pleased. A few minutes later, they arrive at floor -4. Lucy promptly excuses herself. The entrance to Zamra's office is on the left, she says. Just go in. She's bored, hasn't had a job in months. I'll spend a few hours lazing around and then clock out. See you around. I can't help but appreciate her attitude, Shulnark says. She's as much a thief as we are. I'd call her a parasite, not a thief, Oren replies. But I digress. It's not like the association can't afford it. Let's just move on. Oren knocks on the door and steps inside. A woman wearing an ornate robe covered in flowers and symbols Oren doesn't recognize perks up as they enter. Ah, welcome, Hunter Oren, right? Indeed. You're Zamra, the association's exorcist. Oren asks. Yes, that's me. I've already heard some details from Paristan, and I'm more than willing to take the job. Please, show me my patients, she says, visibly eager. Hasn't worked in a while, looks like she's excited to get back into it. Pakunoda and Maki bring the girls forward, still holding them tightly. Zamra steps up and inspects them closely, gently grabbing their faces and staring into their eyes. She eventually closes her own eyes, maintaining contact with them for several long moments. This will be difficult, but the job is still well within my capabilities, she finally declares. Good. I'll need around 2 months, Zamra continues. I'll begin with this one first. Her condition is more fragile, but the residual nun is weaker. She points to Kilai, the former host of the entity before Krollo coaxed it into switching to Ella. There are 2 reasons for this decision. If she doesn't receive help soon, her condition will deteriorate. Also, with her current state, it won't be as difficult to fully purge the residual nun possessing her. I'll need a few weeks for her. The other girl may take even longer. This exorcist, her reasoning is solid. She's competent. A pleasant surprise. Realistic, logical, honest. I like this woman. Maybe I'll try after we're done. Let's first see if she succeeds. If she fucks up, I don't want anything to do with her. I assume we're not welcome during the process. Oren asks. The receptionist mentioned something about cells. I am not criticizing your work, but it's a little unusual for an exorcism to take that much time. Zamra nods. I require privacy. And to answer your question, many exorcists place strict conditions on their abilities, often with quite nasty consequences. In exchange, they can remove curses or spiritual interference almost instantly. But they pay a long-term price. Usually they are stuck with their alignments and have to find a way to purge themselves afterwards, or have to use certain hatsus to get rid of them. Purging men by absorbing the curse almost always comes with annoying or outright dangerous side effects. Instant results with lengthy and serious repercussions. My method takes much longer, but there are no repercussions at all. I simply require my patients to be fully subdued, and a lot of time, Zamra explains. Oren nods. I see your reasoning. If I were in your position, I'd likely choose your path as well, especially if I turned it into a business. Is there anything you need from us? All I want is for the residual nuns still clinging to Kilyen, the entity still possessing Ella, to be removed, and for the girls to be well cared for. I'm ready to begin immediately, except for one thing. Nothing is missing: payment, Zamra says, a diplomatic smile on her face. I won't lie to you. I only get a small percentage of the profit. That's the price I pay for the association's protection and their referrals. I require 350 million for this girl. The other one would cost nearly 1 billion, but I won't be that greedy. How about a flat billion for both? She suggests. Of course, Oren replies with a smile. Please give me your bank information. Zamra hands him a card, looking a little surprised, and Oren immediately pulls out his phone and transfers 1 billion jenny to her account. I'd offer much more for someone as capable as you. If you ever grow tired of the association, I can offer you a life of luxury and a high-paying position with absolutely zero risk. Not only that, but also the chance to deepen your nin studies with material from the outside. Finish the exorcisms, and let's talk again. Show me your capabilities first. The association, well, let me think about it, Zamra mutters, grabbing the girls, her face now visibly confused and torn. She then pulls out her phone and calls someone. Just seconds later, 4 sturdy-looking men barge into the room. Oren notices immediately, though brutish, they clearly have at least some mastery over nin. Wardens. She points at Kilai. Treatment room 2. Then at Ella. High-risk containment cell 7. If appropriate, sedate her and force-feed her so she can't harm herself. Use restraints. Thank you for your hard work, Oren says with a smile, handing Zamra his card now updated with his phone number. I'll excuse myself then. Oren and the troupe leave the basement and return to the corner of the main lobby, sitting down on a few chairs, sipping coffee kindly served by one of the receptionists. So, what's the plan? I'll stay in Swardany City for a while, Oren says. Not like I have much of a choice. I'll stay too, maybe take a few private jobs, Maki replies. I owe you 1 billion. I'm short 750 million. I'm fine, Oren says. I wanted to save the girls too. Actually, once this is all over, I plan to invite them to join Hollow Blade. They'll be safe there. Not like there's much left for them in Meteor City. No, I will pay, Maki insists, her voice filled with determination. Whatever. What about you two? Oren asks, turning to Shulnark and Pakunoda. For now I'll stay, Shulnark says. I'll follow, Pakunoda replies, sounding indifferent. Oren pauses for a moment, then adds, I owe Paristan for his generous help, which turned out to be nothing at all. The exorcist was bored and didn't even have a job lined up. She was essentially idle, just waiting for business. It was all a lie, a scam from the start. Now that we're stuck here for a few months, I'll contact Krollo and some other contacts. I might even take on a few jobs from Paristan. Since I'm stuck here, I might as well get involved with the association a bit. That way, I can say I've repaid him. I'll focus on training and doing a few temp hunter assignments in the meantime. If you need help, tell us, Shulnark offers. Then he glances at Maki and Pakunoda with a grin. Since we're here, we might as well make ourselves useful. I've got a few ideas for jobs. Based on what I've dug up, Swardenese City's full of opportunities for daring and competent thieves with our skill set. I can't believe these guys are discussing heists and robberies inside the Hunter HQ. Surely they've got cameras around here. I'll get back to Paristan. I have all your numbers. Let's stay in contact, Oren says, standing up. Oren, Maki calls out, thank you. Oren just shrugs and walks back toward the elevator, heading once again to Paristan's office. He knocks, and after a polite, almost mocking enter, he steps inside. Already done, Oren? Paristan asks, smiling. Alone this time? Well, my acquaintances will be leaving, at least for now. I'm stuck here for a few months, so I'll focus on training. Also, you mentioned problems. I've got time. If there's work available and you could use me, I'd like to try this whole temp hunter thing. Paristan grins. How commendable. I knew I didn't misjudge you. In fact, I've got the perfect mission for you. Think of it as a reward. How about earning back that billion you just spent in one go? Oren raises an eyebrow. Are you serious? Since when do temp hunters get paid $1 billion? That's about 2 zeros too many. Hee, I told you, Oren, I lack the personnel for the truly complicated problems. This is an important task. There's a black market targeting newbie and non-combat hunters. They're being robbed, forced to give up their licenses. Oren narrows his eyes. I see this guy really is a devil. He won't return those licenses to their owners for free. He'll probably offer them contracts, essentially turning them into his lackeys. All in return for their licenses. Unbelievable. It's simple, but really evil. I know, Paristan continues. It's technically the hunter's job to protect their license. But you know may like to help people. I want to give these poor souls a second chance. I'll pay you 100 million for every license you recover. You can also keep anything else you find during the mission. And I'll publicly link your name to the license retrieval assuming you succeed, of course. A great opportunity to build your reputation. 100 million for a hunter-level slave cheapskate. But this job actually sounds interesting. I'm in, Oren announces. 20+ early chapters available. 80 Paristan's Problem Scarlet Devil. 80 Paristan's Problem Scarlet Devil. Wonderful, Paristan says, clapping his hands together, his lips curling into a devious smile. His mask slips for just a moment, just enough to show a glimpse of his true self before he slips right back into his overly friendly persona. I need information, surely you can assist me. At least some clues. Oren asks. Haha, there's no need for vague things like clues. I've already formulated a plan to catch them with ease. The only thing I was missing was a competent hunter with the strength to deal with them. Paristan smiles. Can I be honest with you, Oren? That would be a first and a nice surprise, Oren says, smirking. Go ahead. Ha ha ha, Oren, you're such a joker, Paristan laughs. To tell you the truth, those people have stolen licenses, killed hunters, and committed all sorts of crimes. Frankly, I want them gone. I don't want them arrested, I want them dealt with. You want them silenced. Obviously. No problem, if it's scum like that I won't hesitate. But if I find out these people were framed, or something shady's going on, I won't be happy, Oren replies. No need to worry. These are the worst of the worst. I'll take full responsibility. I've already laid out a plan to draw them out. 3 of your students passed the exam this year, right? Sadly, their performance and apparent knowledge are a large deterrent. Hunters like them won't be targeted. It's clear they have strong backing and at least some skills. The risk would be too high for people aiming for easy licenses. Thankfully, however, this year's exam was almost laughably easy. 13 others passed. I've already recruited 7 of them to my side too just recently. I've kept that fact hidden. As far as anyone else knows, those 2 are perfect marks. They haven't even started learning then. Oren nods. So you want to use them as bait. Got it. So, really, you just need me as hired muscle. I thought we were being honest now, Paristan. Look, I can judge people. From your aura alone, how could I hope to measure up to you? He narrows his eyes. Don't think your act works. I will surpass you and think I won T, but right now, I know how capable you are. You're clearly a very strong Nen user. Even if you pretend to be a manipulator hiding in the background, while presenting a friendly face, you're a cut above most zodiacs in terms of sheer aura output. And then battles are more about planning and strategy than brute force. You're telling me you couldn't handle these people yourself? If you can't handle them, I can only think of a couple of people who actually can. Periston's smile fades. He slowly claps his fingers together. I've never been seen through like that well, maybe aside from the old man. You're clearly an exception. Even Jing only sees me as a smug, annoying bureaucrat he can look down on. I want to stay in the shadows. I want to be seen as someone who is merely capable of doing that. That makes me predictable, even harmless. My place is behind the desk. That's why I'd rather have you deal with these pests. Got it, Oren replies. I'll send you all the details tomorrow. You can stay in one of the association's guest rooms. A subordinate of mine will pick you up. Wait in front of the elevator. She's a real gem, honest, dutiful, kind, responsible. So, the opposite of you, Oren mutters. Still joking, Oren? Anyway, I'm quite busy. There are many important issues on my desk, Periston says, looking just a bit weary. I may seem simple, but I don't only care about simple things. What other problems are you facing? Oren asks, now intrigued. Never said otherwise, my young friend. Right now, the stock market's being manipulated. We've got cases of corporate espionage happening on such a massive scale that the party responsible is making trillions. Several major companies involved in vital services have collapsed already. It's frightening. And the worst part is they don't care about the consequences. They are ripping apart any company they can, ruthlessly buying and selling stock. They are insiders, but even an investigation with none revealed that not one of those companies leaked information. It's quite a mystery. Maybe a hacker? Oren asks. Possibly. But my instincts tell me it's something else. This is serious so much so that even I can't joke about it. If this continues, we're looking at a global recession. Maybe even a full-blown financial crisis. Governments are blocking our investigations, which increases the danger and makes it even more difficult to find out what's going on. It's obvious key officials are being bribed or threatened. And this all came out of nowhere. Even I haven't seen someone act this brazenly and decisively before. Surely you can trace the money? Oren asks. We're trying. But the perpetrators are using shell companies and converting assets into precious metals. It's hard to track. They appear to be operating from the Kaken Empire, which refuses to cooperate with most investigations by principle. So it's a large, international criminal group, Oren concludes. Maybe it's a government-run group by the Empire. It is possible I will find out, sooner or later. Periston replies. Well, it sounds interesting, but it also sounds like a huge hassle, Oren admits. Not exactly something I want to get tangled up in right now. If it weren't so important, I wouldn't care either. But if I solve this, doors will open for me, if you catch my drift, Periston says, his smile stretching wider. I see, Oren says. I'll talk to you again soon. For now, I'll focus on the job in front of Mesamething we can actually do something about. Perfect, Periston replies. A commendable attitude. Oren leaves the room. As the door closes behind him, a few beads of sweat immediately form on his brow. I've done well hiding my emotions. I've come a long way. Global stock manipulation, corporate espionage, ruthless, decisive tactics. Finding weaknesses in people, there's only one person who comes to mind. If he knew I was largely responsible for this crisis, even he might be stumped for once. He stands in front of the elevator and pulls out his phone, staring at the dozens of unanswered messages. I have many people to talk to, so many things to do, so little time. Just a few seconds later, a tall woman about the same height as Periston with brown hair and gray eyes, seemingly in her early 30s and dressed in a black suit typically worn by men, steps in front of him. Oren? She asks, extending her hand. Yes, Oren replies, shaking it. Nice to meet you, miss. I'm Laura Dasso, currently acting as Periston's head secretary, but in reality, I'm more like his personal assistant. He takes care of his own desk. He is really sensitive about it. He told me you'd be able to help us with our little problem. We need to recover these licenses to protect the future of many promising young hunters, she says. Ha ha ha, yes, of course, Oren replies, smirking. Promising, huh? Why are you laughing? Have you perhaps misunderstood our mission? She asks, visibly confused. You made it sound like Periston is doing this out of noble intentions and not for his own gain. You were almost too convincing there. Excuse me, Oren says. Of course he's doing it for noble reasons. What are you even suggesting? She shoots back, now visibly annoyed. Is she for real? The opposite of Periston, that's what I joked about earlier, meaning dumb and naive. He totally seems like the type to keep someone like her around. I just hope she's competent enough for this mission. Please, just take me to my room. Let's go over the plan when you're ready, Oren replies. Oh, of course. I'm making a few preparations. We'll be operating from the outskirts of Swardony City. I'll explain everything tomorrow, Laura says. Oren sighs as Laura leads him to an empty room. It reminds him of a decent 4-star hotel room, clean, decently sized, more than enough to be comfortable, but ultimately forgettable. Once inside, he begins writing messages to explain his situation. First to Nephi, then to Bruno and Bunu, followed by Conrad, Vanessa, Aaron, and finally his mates. After that, he sends an update to Crollo. At last, after some thought, he writes to Pakunoda. I might need some help tomorrow. Your ability is quite useful. Maybe she'll narc as well. Maki won't be required, but if she's bored, she could come along as a mascot. She's always fun to be around. I'm not just going to recover a few stolen licenses. Time to play this game by my own rules. Skimming through some of the replies, Oren makes another decision. He jumps out of the window and climbs to the top of the massive association building. As he reaches the rooftop, a fresh breeze greets him. Sitting atop the structure, he makes a call. I'd better call her. Rakshela, what are you doing? She really went through with what they told me after regaining her scarlet eyes. Hello, Oren. What a pleasant surprise, Rakshela answers, sounding pleased. I'm sure you're busy, maybe too busy. From what I'm hearing, you're the biggest problem the association is dealing with right now. For now, they think you are a group operating out of Kaken. Just wanted to let you know they're actively hunting for you. They haven't traced the money yet, but Periston's focusing his attention on figuring things out, Oren explains. Don't worry, my child, Rakshela replies calmly. This is just the beginning. Oren briefly explains his current situation before ending with, that's all. I hope to see you soon. Thank you for the warning. It wasn't necessary, but it never hurts to be informed. I wish you the best of luck. When this is over, bring the girls to their new home. They'll be well taken care of. If I can't find someone suitable, I'll raise them as my own daughters. My assistants will help raise and train them as well. Goodbye, Oren, stay strong. Let's talk about that later. Goodbye, Oren says, ending the call. After returning to his room, he trains for a few hours. He uses N to spy a little around the association, without seeing anything too interesting, then finally goes to sleep. The next morning, just as predicted, Laura picks him up. Together, they make their way toward the parking lot and get into a black, unassuming Corone. Laura drives herself. They speed off toward the outskirts of Swardini City. Where are we going? Oren asks. I've invited a couple of friends. You can help set up the trap, but I'm doing this my way. I appreciate the assistance, but stay out of my way later on. She looks surprised, about to protest, but then sighs and gives in. We're heading to the Droll Ward. We've been planning this operation for weeks and made a number of preparations. Oren nods and immediately texts Pakunoda. Head toward the Droll Ward. She responds instantly. What a coincidence. We rented a small hotel in the adjacent ward, which is a small industrial zone. Are you sure about the Droll Ward? There is nothing of interest located anywhere close. Anyway, we can be there in minutes. Text me the exact location later. As the car slows down, Oren can hardly believe his eyes. The Droll Ward is a stereotypical suburban neighborhood. Medium-sized houses, nearly identical layouts, small gardens. Everything is neat, orderly, and boring. A typical suburban residential area. What is this? Oren asks. Tell me the plan. Now. Laura parks in front of a quiet building and beams. Let me tell you the boss's brilliant plan. It's going to blow your mind. 20+ early chapters available. 81 Hunting Hunter Hunters. As Oren exits the car, his face darkens. Is Periston for real? Was it really okay to leave something this important in her hands? This isn't just about catching those licensed thieves, it's also about getting them to talk. We need to know where they stashed the stolen licenses. Maybe they've even sold some already. We need client lists, and I want to take them for all they've got. Maybe even strike a little deal. No, that won't be necessary if I involve the troupe. I refuse to work for a measly 100 million per license. We might as well take everything. Let's get in, quickly, Laura says. We try not to reveal our presence here to the neighbors. We act like cleaners or real estate agents to avoid drawing attention to ourselves. As Oren walks toward the house, he notices that most of the windows are blocked by thick, dark curtains completely concealing the interior. Inside, after activating the lights, the house looks extremely ordinary, even bland. Absolutely nothing of value or interest is visible in the dark house. This looks normal, Oren comments, a little surprised. We bought the house from a few weeks ago, Laura explains. It now officially belongs to Nilo Lester, one of our successful hunter candidates from the recent exam. Thankfully, he has a longtime girlfriend. They'll be moving in tomorrow morning. So? Oren asks. So what? Laura replies, blinking, clearly confused. So what is the fucking plan? Oren yells, just have that rookie Nilo or whatever extensively use his license from this cozy house. Like, hey, I'm a hunter. Come steal my license if you dare. And hope someone tracks or traces the license. These people we are trying to catch aren't clowns, they're smart. They've succeeded multiple times. Also, this may be the outskirts of Swardini City, but we're still in the same city as the Hunter Association HQ. Would anyone even dare to pull something like that here? Oren continues, this reeks of a trap. If you're using a bait strategy like this, it has to be done in a remote area, far away from cities, with only occasional use of the license to make it believable. It has to feel like the user is isolated, vulnerable. This is the dumbest plan I've ever heard. I expected way more from Periston. I told him I'd help, but I don't see this garbage plan ever working. Please tell me I am missing something you haven't told me. Laura looks stunned, her body trembling. But no, you're wrong. Her voice shakes, and her eyes begin to glisten as if she's about to cry. What's going on here? A gruff voice interrupts. A grumpy-looking, bald, chubby, middle-aged man walks into the room. Why are you crying, you stupid woman? He barks. He told me our plan is flawed and I can't even argue with him. It's true, we've failed to catch them multiple times, but we're trying our best here. She says, tears rolling down her cheeks. You're quite weak mentally, Oren says, eyeing Laura. This wasn't a personal insult. I just pointed out obvious flaws in the plan. Anyway, I'm just a kid who hates this kind of nonsense and would rather be training or collecting things. If even I can see the giant holes in your plan, this is hopeless. He then turns to the man. And who are you? Just a temp hunter under Pariston, the man replies. Call me Orto. I'm working this case with this idiot. We haven't succeeded yet, but maybe things will change with you here. So, Orto, maybe you're better informed, Oren says, repeating his earlier concerns. What is Pariston thinking? He finally asks. You aren't wrong to point out a few flaws. I've had a few doubts myself, though I didn't analyze the plan as thoroughly as you did. Everything you said makes sense. Still, I don't really know what Pariston's thinking either. The plan is simple, lure them out with heavy license use, presenting a tasty and easy to deal with target. We're letting Nilo live here, while we shadow him and wait for the license hunters to appear. Then we strike and take them out. I'm decent in a fight, but I'm nowhere near strong enough to take on multiple enemies. I assume you're my backup. I've heard you're strong. Strength doesn't matter. Not in a situation like this, Oren replies. I don't see this plan working ever. But if Pariston came up with it, does he know something we don't? Are we just bored pieces, unaware of the real moves being made behind the scenes? I'm missing something and so are they. Why didn't you bring this up with Pariston? Oren asks. Even if we catch them, how are we supposed to get them to talk? What's the plan there? If we grab them, their accomplices might find out about it and vanish. We're here to retrieve the licenses. Worst case, we catch a few low-ranking thugs, and the real masterminds disappear, with all the licenses and the money. Another good question, Orto says, sighing. Now that you mention it, you're right. But it's no use bringing it up. Why not? Because Pariston would just give us his usual response, Orto mutters. And that is what? Oren asks, slightly curious. I'm not paying you to think, but to follow my orders without question, Orto says, mimicking Pariston's tone, sickly sweet, condescending. It makes Oren's skin crawl because it's shockingly accurate. Sounds like Pariston, alright. Oren doesn't hesitate and sends Pariston a message. Your two subordinates are stupid. They just nodded along to my criticisms of this so-called plan, without any clue or answers to the dozen questions I asked them. I'm assuming there's more going on than what you told them. As for me, I'll go along with this show, but honestly, I don't see us having any success. To Oren's surprise, Pariston replies almost immediately with a creepily friendly tone. Dear Oren, just wait and see. Sometimes the truth is hidden in plain sight. I trust in your instincts. Even his texts sparkle with those little stars. This guy just tell me what the fuck is going on already. Oren's mind races. There are only a few scenarios where such a hasty and shallow plan would make sense. He could be using his subordinates as bait, maybe even dangling more licenses for thieves to snatch. Or maybe he's secretly involved with the thieves himself. No, he would use the licenses. There's also the possibility that he actually wants this plan to fail, but I just don't see how that would benefit him. He types quickly on his phone, pushing for more information, his face angry and frustrated. I can be far more effective if you tell me what's really going on. Pariston's reply comes within moments. Just do your best, Oren. I won't blame you if things go south. Is he testing me? I can picture him now leaning back in his chair, smiling to himself, curious to see how I'll react. Watching how this plays out like it's some game. He loves this situation. I need to assume he is fucking around and won't contribute. If this fails, I won't work for him again ever. Oren closes his phone shut. I'm stepping out for a while. I need to cool off, he mutters, leaving the house. He slips out of the quiet neighborhood quickly, walking toward the industrial ward that Pakunoda had mentioned. Spotting a large diner, he messages her the location before heading inside. A few minutes later, the others arrive. Long time no see, Shulnark greets with an easy grin, while Pakunoda remains as calm and neutral as ever. Maki, however, stares at Oren with an annoyed glare. Oren sighs, rubbing the back of his neck. I wouldn't bother you if it wasn't important, but I figured you owe me. Honestly, I need your head for this one, Shulnark. You're probably one of the smartest people I know, and I'm not too proud to admit I need help. I can't make sense of this situation. Shulnark's eyes brighten. I like solving problems. If you're stuck, then it must be an interesting one. Go ahead. Oren pauses, then asks, before we dive in, why are you even helping? I can guess Maki's here because of the kids, but what about you? Shulnark answers easily, helping a good friend. And besides, we're also protecting Krolo's investment. It's in our best interest to see that this entity is exorcised. That way, Krollo keeps his ability intact until the end. Since you're helping with our goal, naturally, we're repaying the favor. I see that makes sense. They order drinks, and then Oren's expression darkens as he explains the situation in detail, narrating the situation down to every single detail. I see, Shulnark muses. So at first, you contacted us because you wanted Pakunoda to sniff out where the licenses were hidden. With her ability, she could expose the thieves' secrets if you catch them, even point out their accomplices or potential clients. And you likely wanted me involved to control them, or perhaps to stage things so it looked like the mission succeeded only to betray their allies afterward. I have to admit, I'm curious how you discovered my Hatsu. I must have been careless if your organization managed to dig it up. As for Maki, she's completely unnecessary for this job, he finishes with a cheerful smile, which only deepens Maki's scowl. I didn't even consider that. Luckily, Hollow Blade's reputation as a large, secretive organization serves as a good enough excuse for me. I can just pretend we have spies everywhere, which isn't even a lie. I should continue to use Hollow Blade when I struggle to explain things, but I need to pay more attention. This was an unnecessary slip-up. Noticing Maki's mood souring further, Oren decides to smooth things over rather than let tension fester. Maki's ability is incredibly useful. Sure, she's more suited to direct combat, but that doesn't mean her presence is wasted. Honestly, I don't think raw strength will be the issue here, but having you with us makes the job a lot safer. I really am grateful you came, he says sincerely. That instantly changes her mood. Maki lifts her chin, satisfied. See, Paku, I am needed after all. So, Shulnark, Oren continues, leaning forward slightly. Any idea what's really going on here? What am I missing? Why is Paristan acting like this? I thought he wanted my help, not to play games with me. Shulnark chuckles lightly. Your criticisms of that pathetic excuse of a plan were more than fair. Honestly, I could add another 10 minutes worth of flaws on top of the obvious ones you pointed out. Your theories about what Paristan might be up to are all valid. But if I had to narrow it down, I'd say there are two main possibilities, Shulnark replies. Oren continues to listen intently, wondering what's going on. 20+ early chapters available. 82 bold moves eliminating one possibility. 82 bold moves eliminating one possibility. Shulnark continues with his explanation. First of all, leaving you in the dark is probably intentional. For some reason, he thinks you and his subordinates both need to stay uninformed. That tells me something bigger is happening behind the scenes. I'd wager this mission is important, and there must be a valid reason for his behavior. Out of curiosity, I did some digging on Paristan, using my own stolen license, and I found out that he wants to assume control of the association. He probably enjoys games, but I feel he really cares for the bigger games. Weakening his position to mess with you is highly unlikely. It's ironic, isn't it? You're exactly the type of target we're aiming for, Maki comments dryly. Shulnark chuckles, scratching his cheek. Haha, you might be right. I was planning on taking the exam eventually anyway. Probably next year, he admits, a little embarrassed. When you no longer need that stolen license, you can always resell it, Pakunoda adds. Collecting licenses might actually be a fun hobby. No, not right now, I need to concentrate. Okay, so he likely has his reasons. Do you think there are people working in the shadows, and we're just being used as bait? Oren asks. Both Maki and Pakunoda react, their eyes sharpening at his question. Maki suddenly shakes her head. No, my instincts tell me that's not it. That smug bastard has something else planned. We're not bait. Maybe the thieves have someone who can read thoughts like Paku, and that's why he keeps you in the dark. The less you know, the better. I don't think he means you harm, Oren. Honestly, I think he wants to control you. He sees your potential. It's obvious enough that even blind people would notice. Blind people, huh? Shulnark nods approvingly. Maki, sometimes your instincts are spot on. That was one of my thoughts too. Why are these thieves able to steal so many licenses? So many, in fact, that even Paristan personally cares about them. They have to be competent, and Nen is definitely involved. I just hope telling us this doesn't create problems, Oren mutters. There's also a second possibility, Shulnark continues. I've heard the number of temporary hunters has been rising lately. Maybe we've been looking at this the wrong way, and the real targets of this little string aren't the thieves at all, but those two dim subordinates you mentioned. You said they've been working on this for a while now, right? Obviously with no results. Paristan does not tolerate failure, especially for himself. If his own plan failed, he will probably look for others to pin the blame on, just for the sake of his own ego. That fits, Oren mutters. This is how I would imagine he truly thinks. He sees himself as above others. If he fails, it isn't because of him, but because of incompetent subordinates. Paku, I want you to check those two immediately once we arrive. Oren can introduce us as his friends. Reasons don't matter. Once we're inside, don't let anyone escape until you've read them. If necessary, use force. I don't think that woman is a plant or a traitor. Paristan enjoys games, but not those kinds of games, especially if his reputation might take a hit, Oren says. Except if she is really a smart woman and just acts like a dimwit. Although he is a crazed psychopath, Maybe he would find amusement in this. If I remember correctly, during the election, he didn't care about winning, but causing maximum frustration to the other Zodiacs, especially Cheadle. No, his reputation can't suffer. He won't risk it all for a little bit of enjoyment. When is the plant moving into the house? Shulnark finally asks. Tomorrow morning, Oren replies. Then we're going now. Once we arrive, block all exits. This is just a hunch, but the situation will either be manipulated from outside or inside, I can guarantee it. To eliminate at least one possibility, we need to act immediately and decisively, Shulnark instructs. That guy is sharp. I thought of it too, but he knows exactly when to act strong and when to remain calm. Good thing I asked for their help. The combination of Pakunoda and Shulnark is just broken. Pakunoda can extract any information, while Shulnark can completely control his targets, whether by direct commands through his manual inputs through his phone or his automatic mode. Honestly, his antennas are basically a death sentence for anyone unlucky enough to get hit. One of the most overpowered nen abilities I've ever seen. Let's go then, Oren says. The group leaves the restaurant, Maki tossing a few crumpled bills onto the table. I got here on foot in about 20 minutes. If we push ourselves, we can make it in 5, or should we take our time? She asks. A little training doesn't hurt, Shulnark answers casually. Together, they rush through the streets, moving fast enough to overtake even some cars bogged down by traffic lights and signs. Just a few minutes later, they reach the house. Oren lowers his voice. Maki, take the back exit. You're the best at intercepting and capturing people. Pakunoda, Shulnark entering with me through the front door. Fine, Maki mutters, vaulting over the fence in one smooth leap. Her presence vanishes in an instant, her aura suppressed as she walks towards the back exit. Nice Setsu. Oren, with Pakunoda and Shulnark at his side, steps up to the front door and knocks. Oren waits only a few seconds before banging on the door again, harder this time. Open the fuck up. He shouts. Laura quickly obeys and opens the door, looking utterly confused. What's going on? You suddenly show up, and Orto suddenly says he has to leave because something urgent came up. Orto. So Shulnark and I really were right. Where is he? Oren yells, grabbing her by the shoulders. He shakes her, voice rising. Spit it out already. Where is he? When did he leave? The back exit. Just 30 seconds ago. What the hell is going on? She stammers. Oren smiles, the same delight mirrored in Shulnark and Pakunoda's faces. Together, they step inside casually, as if they own the place. A few moments later, Maki appears, dragging a bound and struggling Ordo behind her. Arms tied to his back with invisible strings. With a brief use of Gyo, Oren sees her threads, obviously hidden by In. Let's make a trade. Tie her up too, and then we'll have ourselves a nice little conversation with our friend, Oren orders. What is this? Are you insane? Why are you doing this to me? Oren, you filthy brat, you traitor. Orto yells, clearly panicked, specks of saliva hitting the floor. Without hesitation, Oren steps forward and buries his fist in Orto's stomach. Then, igniting his most powerful Ren, he speaks in a calm, icy tone. Open your mouth again without my permission, and I'll cut off your head. But before that, I'll sever every limb. Before that, every finger. Before that, every fingertip. And I can think of far worse things to cut away, so don't test me. If you want to avoid a slow, excruciating death, you will stay silent. Orto's whole body convulses, trembling violently as if he had been tossed naked into a freezing pit. Even Laura begins to quake under the suffocating weight of Oren's superior aura. Maki, Oren says coldly, his eyes turning to Laura. Take her away. Laura, if you've done nothing wrong, you'll be fine. Pale and terrified, Laura doesn't resist. She quietly accepts her fate as Maki drags her into one of the bedrooms. Meanwhile, Oren and Pakunoda haul the tied Ordo onto the couch. Oren grabs one of his two Ben's knives he has at hand, specifically Krollo's gift, into the air, catching it idly as though it were nothing more than a toy. Pakunoda rests her hand against Ordo's neck, slightly pressing it, and glances at Shulnark. Full name, Shulnark orders. Ordo Zera. He yells, looking offended. Pakunoda immediately shakes her head. Already lying. His name is Nicholas Duant, from the Kaken Empire. Why deny your own name and heritage? Your parents would be ashamed. You read please? No. I didn't have a choice. Trust me, Nicholas pleads, but Oren silences him with another punch, inserting the knife into his bald head, just deep enough to draw blood without hurting him too much. I warned you, Oren says coldly. This is your final chance. Pakunoda's brow furrows. Oh, when I mentioned your parents, your thoughts went wild. Could it be? She murmurs, earning a knowing smile from Shulnark. What is your involvement with the thieves? What is your weakness they are exploiting? Shulnark asks. I'm being blackmailed. Yes, I'm from Kaken. I was contacted about a year ago. I've been working as a temp hunter for years, sending money back home. They forced me to participate in their schemes to steal licenses, Nicholas stammers. Pakunoda nods, confirming his words as true. Oren leans forward. Then explain this. How were you able to sense danger and flee, just moments ago? Are you an N expert? I didn't sense your aura at all. Did you use In? Tell us about your Nen ability, now. I'm a conjurer. I can't use advanced techniques aside from Gyo. This ring, the one on my finger, it's conjured. Whenever I'm in danger, it reacts. Sometimes it tightens, sometimes it vibrates like crazy, just like it did earlier. That's why I ran. It might sound like a lie, but it's real. I call it Doomsayer's ring. It has its limits, but it saved my life countless times. When danger approaches, I get a warning. I can't always tell exactly what's coming or how to deal with it, but at least I know trouble is near. Pakunoda narrows her eyes. Almost. You're not telling the whole truth. You use it for more than just warnings from danger. It lets you sense people's intentions and emotions, their hostility. To be clear, it's not precise, but it gives you clues. I see, quite interesting, Shulnark remarks with a childlike smile. A skilled nen user indeed. Now then, what's the thieves' plan for stealing the license? I can't. My family, Nicholas stammers, his eyes red, full of anger and fear. I see them now. 3 siblings, nephews, cousins, parents, uncles, aunts, even grandparents. So many people relying on you. I know their names and faces now. Pakunoda whispers coldly. Tell me, Nicholas, have you ever heard of the Phantom Troop? Nicholas's trembling worsens, his face turning ghastly pale. If you're this frightened of a few thieves, then you should know we are much worse. Your family's lives now depend entirely on your answer. Speak, Pakunoda demands. The thieves, they won't appear, Nicholas stammers. The plan is to wait until we drop our guard. As soon as we think it's over, they strike. My role was to ensure I became the only one escorting the mark, so I could pass the license along without resistance. If possible, I was to steal it myself and deliver it directly to them. I need to contact them every few days. Pakunoda nods grimly. Where are the thieves now? Shulnark asks. I don't know, all I have is a contact number. Good, Shulnark says smoothly. Then in a few days, you'll call them and claim you have the license. I can't. They'll kill my family. Nicholas starts, but his voice cuts off as Shulnark lifts his shirt and, with precise motion, jams a needle into his stomach. He drives it in so deep only the bat-shaped head protrudes faintly from his skin. Thank you. That's enough, Shulnark says cheerfully. The light in Nicholas's eyes vanishes instantly. He slumps lifelessly, like a puppet with its strings cut. Pakunoda withdraws her hand from his neck and pulls out a tissue, wiping her palm with visible disgust. Disgusting, she mutters. 20+ early chapters available. 83. Laying a trap. Oren stares at Nicholas, now slumped and dazed, his eyes drained of life, dull and vacant. One stab and his life is essentially over. This is the price of involving the troop. He won't survive this mission. Even if he escapes Shulnark's control, if he removes the antenna, they won't let him live. He knows too much. It's cruel, but despite his circumstances, he probably killed and robbed other hunters. He should have been ready for the consequences. If you are ready to commit a crime, you should also be ready to suffer the consequences. This was rather surprising, Oren comments. His ability sounds useful, but in the end, it failed to save him. A ring like that sounds useful. Should I check the woman as well? Pakunoda asks. I'd recommend it, Shulnark says, pulling out another antenna. She's a liability either way. Don't, Oren says firmly. If she's not involved, I don't want her gone. One dead hunter is already enough trouble. He isn't dead, Shulnark replies smoothly. Not yet, anyway. Once this is over, he'll be taken care of with a simple accident. Good, still, I want you to keep Laura out of it if we can. The operation starts tomorrow, so we need a plan. With this guy under your control, we can lure them out. We may need the second needle to pierce through their anonymity. We caught their spy, now we'll use him to reach the real culprits. I see your point and I agree, it's like a human chain, Shulnark says with interest. Quite fascinating. The person they send next will probably be another low-ranking member at best. I'll use the second needle on him, and afterwards, free up the one buried in Nicholas, so we can control the next person higher up the ladder. Sooner or later, we'll arrive at the top and take them for all they've got. We'll keep playing this game of cat and mouse until we finally reach our prize. I have to say, these people are smarter than I expected. Once we catch them, there's plenty of money to be made. You're more than fine to take your share of the spoils, Oren says, cracking his knuckles. At this point, I say we bleed them dry. I want everything, the licenses, their money, property, valuables, even their customer data. I'll control him for a while and check his phone every once in a while. I need to maintain appearances if they contact him, Shulnark says, snatching Nicholas's phone. Oren nods and leaves the room, entering the one where Maki is still watching over a visibly shaken Laura. Sorry about that, Laura, Oren says as he walks in. Please untie her. Maki does so without a word, and Laura exhales in relief, rubbing her wrists. Please, sit down, Oren offers, gesturing to the couch. Ordo has confessed for security reasons. I need your phone. And I can't let you leave just yet, not until the plan is underway. Can you trust me on this? I promise we'll catch the thieves, and Pariston will be pleased with our results. He extends his hand, and after a moment of hesitation, Laura hands over her phone. Don't contact anyone. We're being watched. Laura, if you screw this up, I'll make sure Pariston knows it was your fault. Do you want to disappoint him? Eno, of course not. Okay, But what do you mean? Orto confessed. Orto, did you betray us? She shouts, glaring at him. Shalnark quickly types a message, and the controlled Nicholas responds flatly, I'm sorry, Laura. I was blackmailed. The only way out is to catch them now. I need your support. Pakunoda places her hand on Laura's shoulder. Did you ever suspect him of wrongdoing? Laura stares at her nervously. Who even are you people? People I hired. Oren cuts in. Don't question my methods. You've failed, so it's my turn to take charge. Paristan told me to handle this however I please, so answer her questions. Do you want this mission to fail? Did you ever suspect Ordo of wrongdoing was her question. I'm okay, Laura says, swallowing hard. No, I didn't know anything, but there were times he acted on his own. I regretted not questioning him then, but I never doubted his loyalty. These temp hunters are useless. Maybe Paristan deliberately used them to make the thieves feel secure, to lower their guard. I wouldn't put it past him to plan something like that. The questioning continues for some time. Shalnark keeps Nicholas under subtle auto mode control, letting him act almost naturally, just a little less aggressive and confident, fitting for the situation. Oren asks any questions, able to expose Laura that come to mind, although avoiding certain limits. What are you hiding? What are Paristan's true motives behind this mission? Do you have your own agenda? No, your ability. I don't have one, only the basics. I am about to give up. Okay, this is enough. No one more question. Your affinity. Transmutation. What Hatsu are you planning on creating? Oren asks. Haven't thought about it yet, maybe something related to office work to make my job easier. That would help out Paristan, I hope. Pakunoda nods towards Oren. She is useless. Despite the relentless questioning, Laura proves not only perfectly innocent but also remarkably stupid and incompetent. Under the strict watch of Oren and the troop except for Shalnark, who remains focused on Nicholas and his phone, Laura eventually calms down. She accepts her new situation reluctantly and follows his lead without further resistance. They settle in, sleeping a little and keeping quiet. Luckily, Laura and Ordo had stocked up on supplies beforehand, so they don't need to leave the apartment for a while. Later, Shalnark, still controlling Nicholas, slips out for about an hour to buy more essentials, making their stay more comfortable. The next morning, at exactly 8 a.m., a knock sounds at the door. Oren peers through to see a young man, accompanied by a woman of the same age, both carrying bags and dragging a suitcase. Their expressions are nervous, almost stiff. Oren also notices a car pulling away from the curb, suggesting these two brought all their things with them. This is the new hunter and his girlfriend. Oren opens the door and studies them carefully. They look like a normal couple, maybe around 25. The man is fairly muscular, which might explain how he passed the exam. Nilo, right? Oren asks. And this is your girlfriend? Yes, Nilo replies, still a little baffled. I'm Oren. I'm in charge of this operation. Please, come in. You're in charge? The woman says, frowning. Sorry, but you look like a typical kid to me. Your clothes are weird, all black. Also, are you carrying a sword? Those things are dangerous. She continues to babble until Oren gazes at her, shutting her up immediately. I passed the exam a year before your boyfriend, Oren answers calmly. That makes me his senior, regardless of age. For hunters, skill is what matters, not age. Please don't annoy me. Nilo's eyes suddenly widen in recognition. Wait, I know you. Oren Ayuri, a floor master in Heaven's Arena. I saw your fight against that challenger just recently. It went viral, you killed him with your sword. His girlfriend's face turns pale as ice. I remember, she whispers. You see, there's nothing to worry about with me in charge, Oren says with a small, innocent smile. I don't know what promises you were given, but this will be the easiest job you've ever taken on. I assure you, if you follow my advice, this will be a great start for your career. Should you act out, it will be the end of your career. You better not fuck this up. He points toward one of the rooms. We've prepared a bedroom for you. These here are colleagues I hired to assist me. Laura here is still new, so she'll mostly observe. Hi. Laura says awkwardly. Get settled in. Oren orders. We'll start the operation in a couple of hours. For now, hand over your license. We'll use the computer and card reader to prepare. After that, you can rest for a couple of days. We'll provide food, and if you need entertainment, we have some books. I don't have to do anything. Nilo asks, his tone sulky, seemingly offended. I'm a hunter too. I can help catch them. Oren briefly activates his Ren, unleashing his aura. The oppressive wave freezes both Nilo and his girlfriend where they stand, both shuddering. You'll learn about this ability soon enough, Oren says coolly. Until then, you won't be of any help. This isn't about talent or intelligence, you simply lack the basics required to be a real hunter. Maybe in a few months that will change. Resigned, Nilo nods stiffly and hands over his license. He and his girlfriend retreat into the prepared bedroom without another word. You really have a way with words, Oren, Laura mutters. You don't act like a cute kid at all. You scare me a little. How did she even pass the hunter exam? Why did Paristan hire her? She's suspicious, but Pakunoda already checked her. We questioned her thoroughly, and she's clean. We've got the license. Let's get to work. All according to plan, right? Oren says, glancing at Shulnark. Right, Shulnark replies with a bright nod. But don't think it's over yet. They might send a few hired helpers to test us. Though, judging by how things have gone before, they probably won't. Ordo always delivered faithfully, sabotaging others, even helping the thieves directly. Hopefully, they won't be as cautious this time. Time passes. As planned, Oren and Shulnark make liberal use of Nilo's license, accessing the Hunter website, buying items with discounts, applying for visas, exploiting every convenience the license provides. This is fun, Shulnark says lightly. No, it really isn't. However, it's time to make our move. 20+ early chapters available. 84 Personalities and Doubts. While Shulnark uses Nicholas to send the thieves status updates, Oren quietly keeps watch. The thieves never reply, but according to past patterns, their silence is considered normal and not suspicious. Later, when Laura has dozed off in one of the spare rooms, Oren approaches Pakunoda. I have a question about your ability, he says. You can only extract information directly related to what you ask, correct? Yes. You should know that by now, Pakunoda replies. When she wakes up, Oren lowers his voice. I want you to question her again, but without her realizing it. Touch her and casually ask something seemingly innocent. She still feels suspicious to me. She broke down earlier, but then she accepted Ordo's change too naturally, and adapted to all this far too easily. I want you to probe deeper her connection to Paristan, what she might be hiding from us. I just can't trust Paristan. He commented about that woman, but she seems incompetent and useless. Nah, maybe he is messing with me if you can do it. Maki crosses her arms. You suspect her, too. I've been getting the same feeling. She's too calm. But we asked her everything before. No one has ever resisted Pakunoda's ability. I know, Oren says. I guess there is no need to overthink. Let's just focus on the task at hand. Even with Pakunoda's discreet questioning later, nothing new is revealed. Laura remains perfectly clean. With Nilo and his girlfriend essentially confined to their room, and Oren and Shulnark continuing to use the license, the group finally decides to make their move. I sent a message from Nicholas's phone, Shulnark explains. He wrote that we're close to giving up and will leave soon. It's better not to make things too easy for them. This way, they'll be forced to strike directly. Maki can set traps with her threads, and will react the moment they move. When are we pretending to leave? Oren asks. Tonight, Shulnark suggests. Oren nods. Then tonight it is. It's finally time to catch them. A few hours later, while Laura is asked to leave, Oren and the troop discuss their plan under the pretense that she is not allowed to learn about their Nen abilities, which is, of course, partially true as well. Ordo should stay behind, Shulnark says. That way our disappearance will seem less suspicious. Maki, can you leave a few threads behind and construct a trap? I don't think it will work. If I move too far away from my strings, they lose much of their strength. I'm also not good at emission and can't use it effectively with my strings, Maki explains. I see, Shulnark responds, maintaining a calm expression. I will use Zetsu later and approach the house again. With N, I will be able to easily catch anyone approaching. Mayan has a rather large range. I should be able to catch whoever arrives, Oren notes. We will stay in the house next to this, Shulnark says. What? When I left that one time, I checked out the neighborhood, and it looks like the house next to us is empty. Can your range cover the house if we're hiding in the one next to it? Yes, no problem, Oren says. That's an incredible range, Pakunoda notes, a hint of surprise on her face. I think we are clear on what to do. However, there is one more thing, Oren whispers. We tell Laura that Ordo has the actual license, which won't be the case. I'll hang on to it myself. Maki smirks. You really don't trust her. We cleared her. You need to admit when you were wrong or just stubborn. I admit I was wrong, too. They blindly trust Pakunoda's Nen ability. I would trust it, too, if not for Peristan's grasp over this situation. I can't believe a thing he says. This whole thing might actually be a game, and I can't ignore his comments about her. She must have a role to play during this. She is not someone stupid, I just know it, or am I really being paranoid? Maybe Maki is right. Any proof, Oren? Pakunoda asks, genuinely interested. You are not a dumb boy. You have defeated me and Jack. Your decision-making thus far is impressive. To tell you the truth, even Krollo praised you secretly. He called you smart and decisive, always making the most reasonable decisions, even under stress. This is why I am a little confused. There must be a reason for your doubt. There is just one thing, Oren says, a little shocked that Krollo praised him like that. Besides, my distrust of Paristan, which alone is not a valid reason. Laura may have committed a small slip-up. Her only one. Do you remember what she said when we asked her about her Nen affinity? Transmutation, Maki says. It's a nice affinity, obviously. You know that I am a transmuter as well. Though I also focus on enhancement, despite being a natural transmuter. Oren ignores her. I know a certain Nen user. He is incredibly strong, experienced, and he has a certain kind of wisdom to him, despite being a little mad as well. He told me that Nen affinities are often related to personalities. Really? Shulnark says. I wasn't aware of that. Enlighten me. According to the person who told me about it, enhancers are simple and determined. They rarely lie and are rather straightforward. They often act according to their feelings, and they are often selfish and focused on their goals. It fits Yuvo perfectly personifies this. Nobunaga as well, at least mostly, Pakunoda says. So does Finks. Maki notes. Emitters are impatient, not detail-oriented, short-tempered, and quick to react volatilely, Oren says. They are somewhat similar to enhancers, but they calm down and forget about grievances far quicker. They generally prefer long-ranged combat. I'd say about half of it fits Franklin, Maki says. You are wrong about Franklin, Maki, Pakunoda says. He may act stoically and calm, but deep down, the description fits him rather well. I know him well. Oren continues, conjurers are often extremely serious, stoic, and sometimes nervous. They are cautious, observant, and logical, and they rarely get caught in traps. They often calmly analyze situations, which is their strength. From the conjurers I know, this is mostly true. Shulnark nods approvingly. Oren then, with just 3 affinities remaining, looks at Pakunoda. Specialists are independent and charismatic. They won't say anything important about themselves and will refrain from creating close relationships. They still attract a following because of that natural charisma. It fits the boss, Pakunoda says. I myself lean towards conjuration a little. That might explain why I may fit the descriptions of them more, despite my natural affinity. Oren then stares at Shulnark. Manipulators are argumentative and logical. They often live their life at their own pace and want to keep their friends and families safe. They also care about their own goals a lot and tend to disregard others' advice. Most of it is true in regards to me, Shulnark says, his face full of concern. Oren continues, finally, transmuters are whimsical, prone to deceit, and fickle. They often play the role of tricksters, putting up a facade to hide true parts of their personality. They rarely reveal their true intentions. I think that's generally true, Shulnark comments. No, it isn't. Maki snaps. I'm a transmuter, and I'm honest and not deceptive. Oren shakes his head. You lean toward enhancement as well, Maki. You said it yourself. And besides, it's true. You often hide your emotions, and you can be extremely fickle. Oren then grins, though admittedly, you like to deceive yourself and not others. There is some truth to it, Shulnark admits. So this is your reason. You believe her clumsy, nervous, simple personality is just an act. How do you explain her passing Pakunoda's Hatsu then? It has never failed. She reads the memories of her targets. This isn't something you can easily fake or avoid. Either she's being deceptive and is somehow connected to Paris-Tun or she lied about her affinity. Both explanations make sense. Either way, her declared affinity doesn't fit her personality. As far as avoiding Pakunoda's ability, there are bound to be ways to manipulate, alter, or even resist Hatsus. Maybe she even manipulated her. You just think you used your Hatsu, while you didn't. You can read memories, maybe she can alter them. I am just guessing here, I admit it. However, think about it. Pakunoda, maybe you've never failed before, but I can guarantee you it is possible. None does not have limits. Everything is possible. Also, there's one last thing that worries me. I know what it is, Shulnark interrupts softly. Paris-Tun. He knew about us. There's a chance he's aware of some of our abilities. This guy, he really is sharp. Judging by your frustrated expression, Oren, Shul is right, Maki says, looking smug, as if she's enjoying herself. Pakunoda exhales and shakes her head. Alright, Oren. Aside from your arguments which are persuasive but still circumstantial, I trust Maki's instincts. The boss told me once she has the special ability, that her hunches usually prove correct. So let's assume you're right for a moment. Is she working for Paris-Tun? Is she aligned with the thieves? Oren shrugs. Look, I don't know, I'm just suspicious. Something about her doesn't sit right. There's also the reason I haven't said aloud the most important one. As far as I know, Paris-Tun has never been shown to keep assistants. Not like this. Maybe it's a coincidence, but someone so close to him, who seems so ordinary, maybe her disappearance or lack of presence in my memories has a reason. Shulnark softly claps his hands and begins to speak. Let's keep our eyes open and search for clues. Be prepared for everything. We need to act carefully, because there are too many possible variables. Maki, trust your instincts. If anything goes wrong, we don't risk a thing. Do not hesitate, kill if necessary. Night eventually falls. After giving Nilo only the most basic details of the plan, Oren, Shulnark, Pakunoda, Maki, and finally Laura leave the house together and sneakily enter the one right next to it. Why does Ordo still keep the license? Laura complains, puffing her cheeks like a sulking child. After everything, after his betrayal, that feels wrong. I can't believe he tricked me the entire time. Oren raises a finger, answering steadily. They might have an ability to verify certain things. And remember, the license itself is special. Using a fake one could ruin everything and tell our targets that we are onto them. Ordo has the real thing, and that way there's no risk. It doesn't matter in the long run. Ordo will redeem himself, and now we can trust him, I'm sure of it. What matters is that this plan doesn't fail, and that we don't alert the thieves prematurely. Okay. Finally, Oren sits as close to the wall as possible and activates N, his softly expanding and shrinking Nen cloud, easily enveloping not only the house with Ordo and the couple, but reaching far enough to even reach the one behind it. I am ready. 20+ early chapters available. 85. Working up the chain. The house in which Oren, Laura, and the 3 troop members are hiding is eerily silent, almost suffocating. Even though Oren uses N, carefully hidden by N so as not to draw attention to himself, he feels strangely uneasy. Something is off. His N brushes over every corner of the house. Nilo, the newbie hunter, and his girlfriend are in the bedroom, seemingly asleep. Nicholas does nothing but sit lifelessly on the couch, like a shell with no soul. The entire building feels dead, as if drained of any life. Shulnark is leaning a little to the side, casually playing with his phone as though he doesn't have a care in the world. Pakunoda, Maki, and Laura stand pressed close to the window, each one using Zetsu, their presence suppressed into nothingness. Oren can't help but keep some of his attention on Laura. His fingers rest firmly on the handle of Ben's knife, his favorite weapon, ready to draw it in an instant. He's prepared to strike at her the very second he feels something out of place. Laura's Zetsu is too clean. It's extremely advanced. Almost too perfect. That is way too suspicious. It's at the same level as the troop. How is that possible? I can smell it, Maki whispers suddenly, her voice tense. It's about to happen now. Rather than believing your idiotic sense of smell, I believe in mine. And I'm not sensing a thing. Then, without warning, Oren stiffens. His N still senses nothing, but his ears catch a sound. At first faint, then louder. He listens intently, focusing until the source becomes clear. You hear it too? He asks, keeping his eyes closed to focus. It's a damn helicopter. Maki hisses, her voice sharp with certainty. They aren't even allowed to be used by civilians in this country. Laura says in disbelief. How dare they? If they are brazen enough to steal licenses, I don't think they care. If they can get their hands on helicopters, which only the military and some extremely rich corporations have access to, they must be relatively well-connected individuals. Before you move, wait for my command, Oren warns. I should be able to tell how many are inside. He forces his N towards the sky, reshaping the bubble into a thinner, stretched veil. It grows thinner but spreads higher, reaching further and further into the sky until it extends nearly 150 meters above them. The pressure of warping it like this is something Oren can tolerate, but it drains too much aura for continued use. I can't maintain this for too long, but for a situation like this, it's perfect. The helicopter finally descends, low enough to fall into the grasp of his N. In that moment, every presence inside becomes clear. 3 people inside. A pilot and 2 others. Oren shouts. They are relatively tall, so probably 3 men. They look well built, probably military background. They have guns. Then we're taking it down, Maki declares with confidence, her eyes flashing. No point acting stealthy anymore. We need to get them all. Paku, leave it to me and Shul. Shul, you handle whoever comes out. I'll board the helicopter and make sure they don't take off. Without hesitation, she bursts from the house, her speed fierce and immediate. Don't crash the damn thing, or the entire plan is ruined. Oren yells after her. I really hope she knows how to operate a helicopter. These things aren't common. Shulnark follows close behind, still glancing at his phone as if the fight were just another routine errand. Oren stops his N back, switches to Zetsu, and unsheathes Eternity. Before leaving, he turns sharply to the others and commands, you 2 stay together. Do not interfere. I can't trust her. This is too important. Outside, the helicopter hovers directly above the house. It doesn't land, but instead a rope ladder unrolls and dangles down into the air, almost touching the ground. A figure dressed entirely in black descends the rope swiftly before leaping down to the ground. At the same time, Nicholas steps out of the door and starts walking toward him, moving like a half-asleep puppet. Stop. The man in black shouts. Stay where you are. I am coming over. Hand over the license. Oren narrows his focus and spots Maki already climbing the rope ladder dangling down the helicopter. Good, she needs to stop them from leaving. Hey, show me the license. The man barks at Nicholas, who barely responds, his sluggish movements almost unnatural. The man's expression shifts as he finally realizes something is wrong, and he starts to turn around. I need to create an opening for Shulnark. Oren dashes forward, activating his Hatsu, Limitless Waters. A surge of watery aura explodes around him, flowing around him. Limitless Waters. It spreads wide, swirling violently, then stretches forward as though shaped into a massive hand, charging towards his enemy, while still being connected to him. Drown. The aura engulfs the man completely, his body thrashing as his hands clutch desperately at his throat. He stumbles, choking, unable to breathe, as though submerged in an invisible source of water. Seizing the moment, Shulnark sprints forward. His antenna glows, wrapped in shoe and reinforced by Ko. With one clean motion, he drives the antenna into the man's back. Not wasting a second, Shulnark whirls toward Nicholas. His hand stabs forward like a blade, plunging deep into Nicholas's throat. Blood spills as his fingers dig through, and with a precise pull, using his other hand, he rips out the antenna still lodged in the twitching body. Cold. Nicholas jerks violently, gurgling blood, before collapsing on the ground, lifeless and still, blood oozing out of his body. Shulnark, calm and efficient, lifts his antenna hand and nods once at Oren. Without hesitation, the two of them grab hold of the rope ladder and begin climbing quickly toward the helicopter, which remains calmly suspended in place above them, hovering without moving away. As Oren climbs into the cockpit, the scene becomes clear. One man lies slumped against the controls, his head cleanly severed, while the pilot is restrained by Maki's threads, a faint line of blood already visible across his throat. His entire body is trembling in fear. "Good job, Maki," Shulnark says. With one swift, practiced movement, he jabs his still bloody antenna straight into the pilot's back. "That is not sanitary," Oren comments dryly. "You're right, I'll apologize to them later," Shulnark replies with a grin. His expression hardens a moment later. "I'm afraid we don't have much time. I need to focus now and use both of our captured targets to keep up appearances. Their boss might call, or they might be forced to answer messages." "Shulnark," Oren says, frowning, "I didn't realize this before. Can Pakunoda still read their thoughts, even while you're controlling them?" "We tested it on a mission years ago," Shulnark explains. "It works just fine. What she reads are the memories themselves. My ability only controls their actions, letting them behave naturally. They can still think on their own, despite my control, and draw on their memories without restriction." "Then we need to hurry and move," Maki says sharply. "If they're being monitored, they'll grow suspicious fast. Maki, you go back down and bring the one we captured to Pakunoda. She can interrogate him while you keep Laura under control. Once she's done, she can call us with the results," Shulnark orders. "Call my phone," Oren suggests. "Shulnark will be busy with his." "Fine. 3 men inside this helicopter are the perfect disguise," Shulnark notes. Maki gives a dissatisfied look but doesn't argue. "Maki," Oren says, "before she can leave, be careful. The more important reason for you to leave is that I need you to watch Laura. Don't get stabbed in the back. Her zetsu was flawless. Unthinkable for someone who doesn't even have a hatsu yet." Looking tense, she nods at him and slips out of the cockpit and jumps back down toward the others. "I didn't notice. You are right," Shulnark admits. "However, even if she is skilled, she can't win against both Maki and Paku. Don't underestimate Machi. She's incredibly deadly. She is amongst the strongest fighters of our group, especially in one-on-one situations. I am not underestimating her." Oren pulls the ladder up quickly, and the helicopter rises again, disappearing into the dark night sky. He sits next to Shulnark, watching him type so fast his fingers are almost a blur. "I've ordered the one below to follow Maki and Pakunoda's lead. They'll take care of things for now," Shulnark says, his eyes not leaving his phone. "This pilot is now on auto mode as well. He'll act as though nothing unusual happened and answer every question we ask." "Good," Oren says, narrowing his eyes. "Tell me everything about your organization. Where are all the stolen licenses?" The pilot responds dully, "I don't know. I'm just a pilot." "Is this your first job for your current employers?" Oren presses him. "No. I've worked for them as a pilot and a driver many times. I never asked questions. I was only told the essentials," the man replies flatly. "They're careful," Shulnark mutters. "Even with people they rely on repeatedly, they only share what's absolutely necessary. That is how real pros operate." He glances at Oren. "Will you be fine handling the rest? I only have one antenna with me, and I am not a strong fighter." "Yes. Leave the fighting to me," Oren replies. "We only need one antenna. I just hope we finally capture the real culprits this time." Shulnark turns back to the pilot. "Where are we heading?" "A small warehouse on the outskirts of Swardini City. I've been there a few times," the pilot says. "Time to finish this. 20+ early chapters available. 86, Invasion. Promising," Oren mutters. "Maybe this time we'll find someone important. Someone higher up the chain who actually knows more. I'll try to spare at least one of them." Suddenly, Oren's phone rings. He answers without hesitation. "This is Maki," comes the voice on the other end. "That guy just got a call. He tried to act natural, but I don't think they bought it. He knows nothing, just a small-time henchman. He's not even a NEN user." "Anything else?" Oren asks. "We're flying toward a warehouse outside Swardini City." He doesn't know much, Maki says, but he confirmed there are at least 10 armed guards stationed there. None of them use NEN, from what he knows. They report to a small group of people. The only point of contact they have is the guard captain, who coordinates them, so they don't actually know their employers. "We're cleaning up the mess and will follow in a car. Send me the address." Oren relays the location the pilot provided, ends the call, and then closes his eyes, trying to focus. "I need to get serious. How long until we arrive?" he asks. 5 minutes, the pilot responds. "But we won't land right at the warehouse. We touch down at a small abandoned airport nearby. That way, if the authorities get involved, they won't find the real location immediately." "How long from the airport until the warehouse in question?" Oren asks, continuing his questioning. "Just 10 minutes, the pilot replies flatly. "So in reality, we can make it in just 2 or 3, Oren mutters, and Shulnark nods along in agreement. Oren's phone rings again. He answers quickly. Yes. Maki's voice comes through the line. They know something's wrong. They phoned the dead guy's number, and obviously nobody answered. We shut it off immediately, but that alone will make them suspicious. You heard that? Oren asks, glancing at Shulnark. Yes, Shulnark replies, his lips curling into a bright smile. I suppose it's time for a little change of plan. Dear pilot, please fly directly to the warehouse. When we arrive, crash this helicopter straight into its main entrance. Understood, the pilot responds, his tone calm and automatic. I don't expect the landing will go smoothly, Oren mutters under his breath. No, I don't think so either, Shulnark admits, still smiling. But I'll give this pilot one small chance. I'll pull out the antenna before the crash. If he somehow survives, I'll let him walk away. I guess I'd better get ready then, Oren says, lowering himself to the floor and suppressing his presence completely with Zetsu, recovering his aura. Minutes pass. Then Shulnark's voice cuts through the noise of the helicopter blades. We're here. Get ready to jump. Before you slam into the main entrance, drop me onto the roof, Oren instructs. Once I'm up there, I'll use N to locate our enemies. You focus on blocking any escape routes and slowly press forward. The helicopter shifts, hovering above the warehouse. Oren leans out, staring down into the darkness. Not a single light is on inside the building below. As the aircraft lowers, he jumps, landing silently once the height becomes manageable. Immediately, he activates N, the sphere of aura stretching outward until it blankets almost the entire warehouse complex. In an instant, he senses them. Several men posted at the main entrance. A few more stationed at the loading docks behind the building. A cluster of figures gathered in one of the second-floor offices, 10 people in total. Finally, with a flash of concern, he spots 2 guards positioned right on the stairs that lead directly up to the roof, hiding behind the door, guns drawn. They must have noticed me already. Time for action. Oren draws Eternity and charges toward the rooftop door just as a massive explosion rocks the air behind him. The helicopter slams into the front of the warehouse, a fiery crash lighting up the night sky. Oren reaches the rooftop door and does not hesitate. With one powerful kick, the door bursts inward. But instead of charging straight in, he immediately steps to the side, keeping himself out of view of the enemies inside. He suppresses his presence with Zetsu and activates Shadow Step, his movements completely silent, like a phantom slipping into the darkness. As he steps inside, the soldiers don't notice him immediately. Once through the door, he wastes no time waiting for them to spot him. He abruptly cancels Zetsu and fires 2 Nen bullets from his mouth, conjured from limitless waters. The watery projectiles slam directly into the skulls of the 2 men, guarding the roof. Both collapse instantly, their heads bursting open under the impact. Without Nen, these heads break as easily as melons. He walks down the stairs and enters the upper floor of the warehouse. I should aim directly for the heads gathered on the second floor. Thankfully, I don't need to storm the main entrance. Shulnark should be fine on his own. With the memory of his earlier end still guiding him, Oren darts forward, rushing up through the upper level of the warehouse. Despite his immense speed, Oren's training allows him to move silently, not drawing any unwanted attention towards himself. He halts briefly, activating N again. The cloud-like bubble appears, covering a large part of the warehouse, confirming the target's locations. 6 armed guards posted within the office area, and, seated in a separate room, 4 people calmly sitting around a conference table. A large conference room, so I'll need to deal with the soldiers first. From deeper inside the building, he hears bursts of gunfire echoing down the hall. But he doesn't let it distract him. Shulnark can handle himself. He's a master Nen user, even if direct combat isn't his specialty. I need to focus on the real targets. If possible, I'll capture a few. The rest I don't need them. Oren stops in front of the office door. I can't avoid a direct confrontation, but charging in recklessly would be a mistake. I'll step aside for now. Let's see. Time for this Hatsu. He exhales and activates Hiding in Mist, conjuring a dense, thick fog from aura created with limitless waters. The fog seeps through every gap in the door, creeping inside without resistance. Muffled shouts rise from within as confusion spreads. What is this? Fog. We can't fight this. This is not a human. Die monster. One of the soldiers panics and sprays bullets through the door, more and more holes appearing. To the soldiers' utter despair, all he accomplishes is creating more entry points for the fog, worsening their situation even more. Oren, standing safely to the side of the door, remains completely untouched. Oren grips Eternity tightly, suppresses his presence once more with Zetsu, and kicks the door wide open. Despite his own limited vision inside the fog, his Hatsu allows him to sense inside the fog, as if he's using N, as long as Zetsu is activated. The soldiers scream in desperation as Oren advances through the fog toward them. When he stands directly before one of them, his aura surges. In the span of just 0.2 of a second, he shifts from Zetsu to Ren, his power exploding outward. Eternity flashes, and the soldier is cleaved cleanly in half. Before the others can even react, Oren vanishes back into the mist, suppressing himself with Zetsu once again. The chaos escalates. In less than 5 seconds, 4 of the soldiers lie dead, their bodies cut apart before they even realize what happened. The 2 survivors panic, their fear boiling over, and they unleash their rifles wildly into the office, spraying bullets without aim. Oren smiles in the darkness. He tracks every frantic movement with perfect clarity, slipping easily around their blind fire. He ducks, sidesteps, and shifts his weight calmly, avoiding their random shots with almost casual precision. This isn't even a challenge, I can sense all their movements. Then, finally, after countless gunshots, a new sound echoes through the office. It's a clicking sound, repeating itself a couple of times. The soldiers freeze, their weapons now useless. Oren walks toward them as if the fight were already decided. With two swift motions, eternity cuts through both men, ending them in a single slice each. The office falls into an eerie silence. Now the real game will start, time to get serious. Oren now stands before the door leading into the conference room. With a swift wave of his hand, the fog slowly creeps into the room. He drives eternity straight through the door, piercing a hole to let the mist pour inside even faster, then retreats a few steps back into the fog. "Stop, please." One of the voices inside screams. "Can you hear me? I want to surrender. Please answer me. Can you hear me?" Another shouts desperately. "These people, they must be the thieves, the ones responsible for the license thefts, but why do they act like this? Don't they have at least some NEN users among them? Could this be a trap? I can't risk answering. There's only one way this ends." 20+ early chapters available. 87. I order you to die. Oren, no longer hesitating, kicks the door in. Inside, the entire room is filled with thick fog, rolling along the floor and clouding the air like a suffocating veil. He immediately activates Zetsu, once more nearly completely vanishing from sight. Carefully, Oren inspects the people in front of him, through his Hatsu, which acts similarly to N. The conference room is quite large and spacious for what it is, but still, it's only a conference room, with a single door serving as both entry and exit. They are trapped, or are they trying to trap me? At the front, two men stand ready. One of them wears something that resembles a massive suit of armor wrapped around his body. The other grips two pistols, holding them steady as if waiting for the slightest movement. The two men in the back do not move, only standing still, but Oren can already feel it. Their auras. All four are NEN users, and not mere beginners either. Each one carries the weight of at least a capable NEN user. I can't see him, even with Gyo. The smaller man with the pistols suddenly screams, his voice echoing through the mist. "Shut up. Do the usual." Another, apparently elder man, commands coldly, his voice coming from the far end of the room. Hiding in mist doesn't fully block Gyo or N, but it requires a strong, experienced user to see through it, and even then, it's still hard to spot me. But it does make spotting and detecting me far more difficult, especially for those with weaker auras. The real danger is if my enemies are far superior to me. If that's the case, then continuing Zetsu makes me extremely vulnerable. The solution? Train, train, train. If I strengthen my aura even more, then no one will ever be able to see through my Hatsu, and the risk of using Zetsu will be manageable. I'll become a true demon in the mist, a phantom able to kill everyone trapped inside. It's time to begin. Oren pulls out several throwing knives, silently distributing his focus towards his targets. He spontaneously drops his Zetsu and instantly switches to Ren, activating limitless waters, changing his aura into one resembling a chaotic storm of water. The first three knives leave his hand with only a modest amount of aura from being applied through Shu, but the last one he channels all his aura with Ko into it, pouring lethal strength into the blade as he hurls it straight at the man wielding the two pistols, targeting the chest, the easiest point to strike. As Oren's aura violently spins around the throwing knife, it feels like he has just thrown a knife weighing more than himself. He instantly knows that if it hits, only the strongest NEN users will be able to survive. He instantly switches back to Zetsu, just as his knives hit their targets. Not to his surprise, the armored man casually shrugs off one of the knives with a loud, metallic clang. The two figures in the back manage to dodge as well, though perhaps one suffers a shallow injury. But the man in front, the one holding the pistol, screams, a tragic howl tearing from his throat. Despite the pained scream, Oren catches another sound and quickly slips back into Zetsu. He notices the pistols have clattered to the ground. This one is down. He draws eternity and steps forward only for the armored man to yell and suddenly charge at him, barreling forward with brute force. The man rushes straight out of the room, charging directly at Oren. But instead of retreating or meeting him head-on, Oren smiles mischievously. He jumps towards the ceiling, and then downwards, thus bypassing him easily, and continues to dash inside the room instead, his body moving lightly as he activates Rhythm Echo, creating multiple illusions of himself with every step. An ability that works even without NEN, splitting his image across the fog like ripples in water. He rushes straight toward the others until a voice echoes through the room. "I order you to stop your approach. You are forbidden from taking another step toward me or attack me." For some reason he cannot explain, Oren's feet immediately halt. The images of himself vanish, and his body stiffens, frozen in place. "I order you to cease your Hatsu. Remove the fog." The same voice groans, sharper this time, sounding stressed. And against all reason, Oren obeys. His fingers snap almost involuntarily, and the fog vanishes in an instant, clearing the entire room in one sweep. The scene before him is revealed. One person lies dead on the ground, a large hole torn straight through his chest. In front of Oren, 2 men remain. One is an elderly man in a high-class suit, clutching a scepter. Blood pours from his eyes, nose, and mouth, yet he still manages to stand, though barely. Next to him stands a younger man, wearing a flashy outfit and sunglasses. Despite his bold appearance, he looks shaken with fear and is trembling all over. Oren tries to rush forward again but his body refuses. Something holds him back, something unnatural. It feels as though he has forgotten how to run, as if the very command to move has been stripped away. Behind him, Oren sees another man, this one covered from head to toe in a thick, heavy suit of conjured armor, making him resemble a knight. His entire body and face are encased in steel-like plates, with only the smallest slit left open around his eyes. A knight. His hatsu conjures a suit of armor, even his head is covered in a weird helmet with only a tiny opening for the eyes. Enhancer or conjurer? Maybe the former. 2 can't. The older man yells, voice trembling with strain, more blood gushing out of his mouth. I already overdraft. After only 2 orders he's too strong. I can only use 1 more or. Without hesitation, Oren floods the room with his full aura, cutting the man's words short. Instantly, he feels his legs responding again, regaining a slight degree of control. The man in front of him bleeds even more heavily now, his face tightening as though he is desperately holding his breath. Wait, when he gave the order, he said only towards him. Why make that distinction? Wouldn't a simple order to stop moving altogether be far more efficient? That choice seems strange, almost too specific. It's disadvantageous for him, so it must have a reason behind it. Which means, there must be a steep price for every command, so he used a less restrictive command to save aura. He stopped my approach, forbade me from drawing near him, and then even forced me to stop my hatsu. These are still powerful orders, but look at him, he's already on the verge of collapsing. No wonder he is so stingy with his orders. He requires manipulation and conjuration to make this work, and some amount of emission as well, since his ability reaches me without physical contact. Of course, the limitations must be immense. His condition proves it. His hatsu will collapse in moments, and then so will he. Kill him now, Weller. The younger man screams suddenly, panic rising in his voice as he glances at his elderly colleague, who has already fallen to one knee. Do it now. Dunner, I'll pay you 1 billion afterward and heal you. You need to do it. The old man groans, his hands shaking as he lifts his scepter again. Despite the growing panic inside him, Oren forces himself to remain calm and concentrate, his thoughts racing fast. He can only use it once more, but once is enough. If he orders me into Zetsu, then I'm finished. Even a simple ko-attack would tear me apart while I'm defenseless. What should I do? Why the only forbade me from approaching and attacking him? That doesn't stop me from turning around and leaving. No, not fast enough. I need something better. Wait a minute, an order only works if the one being ordered actually hears it. Acting without hesitation, Oren tears a tissue from his pocket in half and shoves the pieces violently into his ears, wincing as pain shoots through them. I still can't approach the old man. That means the young one standing beside him is safe as well. Not hearing him now doesn't erase the previous order, but at least he can't control me with another. His aura, modified by limitless waters, flares as he activates Ren, charging straight at the armored man instead. The knight-like figure steps forward with grim confidence, as though certain of victory. He conjures a massive mace and swings it sideways with all his might. Oren smirks. With a single, fluid step, he slips past the clumsy strike. Limitless waters, enveloping eternity in a swirling force of aura, like a violent whirlpool wrapping itself around the blade. Oren drives it straight into the tiny opening in the visor, piercing deep into the man's skull, killing him. For the briefest moment, Oren sees the man's eyes widen, shifting from arrogant confidence to absolute terror, then blood bursts out of the slit as eternity's swirling aura forces it to spray across the room. The armored body collapses. Oren wastes no time. Free to move again, he sprints toward the old man clutching his scepter. The elderly manipulator is already half collapsed, unable to resist, his hatsu no longer working. Oren's empowered blade slashes towards him, and his head is separated by such force that it gets blown away. Only the boss is left. I need that guy alive. The younger man in the flashy outfit drops to his knees, screaming words Oren cannot hear, his voice silenced through the tissue in Oren's ears. Without the slightest hesitation, Oren kicks him squarely in the face, then grabs him by the collar. His grip tightens around the man's throat until his body goes limp, fainting from lack of air. 3 corpses and 1 unconscious hostage lie next to him. Oren pulls the now bloodstained tissue from his ears, groaning. My ears are killing me. I nearly destroyed my own eardrums, but at least I captured the one most likely in charge of the operation, though it seems he isn't the brains behind it. The old man was finished already, so this was the only viable hostage. He at least controls most of the finances, so this is probably a decent choice for a hostage. Suddenly, his phone buzzes. Maki's name flashes across the screen. Surprised, Oren answers. Before he can even speak, her voice cuts through screaming. Oren, can you talk? I need help. 20+ early chapters available. 88, 2 out of 2. Something's wrong, Maki. What happened? Oren yells into the phone. What's the status? Maki's voice comes through ragged, her breath uneven. She continues to breathe erratically and finally begins to speak. Paku's wounded. She's bleeding heavily, her chest is mauled, she's losing too much blood. I also lost 2 fingers, she bit them off. This bitch transformed into some nightmare-inducing wolf monster. Our hostage is dead. I knocked her out, she lost a foot and an arm, but she'll probably live, at least for a few more minutes. Both Paku and that bitch are in the back seat. I'm driving to the warehouse as fast as I can, but the car's damaged. Paku needs help, now. This bitch, so we weren't imagining it. Oren shouts, his voice full of anger and frustration. How the hell did she block Pakunoda's Hatsu? We knew something was off. We should have handled this better. Damn it. Your warning saved me, Maki says quickly. I was on guard, but if I hadn't been, we'd both be dead right now. Stay put. I've got the only surviving hostage, and I'm heading to the entrance. Still, there might be a few enemies with rifles waiting outside, so stay sharp, Oren tells her. After a pause, he adds, grab whatever flesh and bones you lost. We also need Shulnark's antenna. Got it, Maki replies, still breathing heavily, before hanging up. Thankfully Maki survived but a wolf. That means it wasn't her Hatsu that blocked Pakunoda's ability. I need to figure this out later. No time to waste. I need to hurry. Oren quickly checks the corpses, rifling through their possessions. To his shock, he finds 3 licenses. But the surprise doesn't end there. Every one of the dead, except the young boss, was a genuine and official hunter. So the licensed thieves were hunters themselves. I guess that makes sense. But when this is over, I am tempted to fucking kill Pariston with my own hands. Not only did he send 2 traitors after me, but he also lied, saying he had everything under control, and all I had to do was follow orders. How the fuck can both of his subordinates be traitors? That bastard. When he even hints that I owe him something, he can fuck right off. He owes me. And if he doesn't pay up, I get dragged into more and more trouble. I just want to train and slowly build up my future. I need to be more decisive and make a radical cut. No more bullshit. I want to go home. Grinding his teeth, Oren slings the unconscious young man over his back and grabs the 3 licenses before running off. Might as well sell them or donate them to Hollow Blade. After their help with the hostage exchange, I owe them. It's partially my organization now, so in theory I can still take the licenses back. The warehouse is quiet now. No sign of the earlier chaos, no explosions, no firefight, only silence. He calls Shulnark. The line connects instantly. Oren, are you finished? I'm heading toward the upper floor, Shulnark says. It's done, don't bother. I secured 1 hostage, the others are dead. Maki and Pakunoda are injured, Laura ambushed them but failed. I need to heal them. Is the main entrance secure? Yes, Shulnark replies at once. He is a little nervous as well. I guess this wasn't an easy mission, even for the troop. What would I have done without their help? I'm coming then, stay put, Oren says, ending the call. As he makes his way down towards the ground floor, his thoughts continue to loop. How was she able to avoid detection? Doesn't matter. Focus on now. He rushes through the ground floor of the warehouse, heading straight for the main entrance. In the distance, he spots Shulnark near the door leading to the small reception area. Around him lie countless soldiers, every one of them dead, most of them showing gruesome bullet wounds. Are you hurt, Shulnark? Oren asks as he opens the door, and they both enter the reception. I'm fine, Shulnark answers calmly, following behind. You look exhausted, though. Let me handle our new friend. Oren drops the unconscious young man onto the ground, and Shulnark wastes no time, jabbing an antenna straight into his stomach. I need to meditate, Oren says firmly. Pakunoda, Mac, even the hostage Atheri all in bad shape. I need to recover as much aura as possible. Got it. I don't think anyone's left alive, but I'll keep guard, Shulnark replies. Oren nods and sits on an empty chair in the reception, activating Zetsu. Not even 3 minutes pass before both he and Shulnark see a bright light searing through the entrance before a loud sound echoes through the building. A car barrels forward, crashing straight through the old front door. Glass shatters across the floor in a violent spray. Oren immediately leaps back to his feet and sprints toward the vehicle. As Maki pushes open the car door and stumbles outside, Oren rushes to the back. He pulls the door open and sees Pakunoda lying in her own blood, pale and motionless, obviously no longer conscious. Carefully, he lifts her out and carries her to a nearby reception desk, laying her down as gently as possible. Without hesitation, he activates Azure Restoration, pouring every drop of focus into her stomach, where the wound is most severe. His Azure aura slowly seeps into her body as he does his best to restore her body as best as he can, with the least amount of aura. 5 long minutes pass as he works with painstaking precision. By the end, the wound is not fully healed, but recovered enough that she is no longer in immediate danger. Sweat drips from his forehead, falling onto the floor. He exhales heavily. Pakunoda groans softly, her eyelids fluttering open. She stares up at him. I survived. Relief crosses her face, and she lets out a weak sigh. I owe you my thanks, Oren, but I need to sleep a little longer. Relax, you're safe, Oren tells her. As her eyes close once more, Oren steps back toward the car. I'm exhausted. I barely have any aura left, he mutters, dragging his tired body toward the others. You are next, Maki, he says. I'm fine, Maki says, raising her hand. Her fingers have already been reattached with her nen threads. Impressive, that helps. I'll get rid of any lingering wounds and even the scars later, Oren says, drawing a small smile from her. Thank you, she replies softly. So what about this bitch? Oren asks, his eyes landing on Laura, who got pulled out of the car by Shulnark. She is unconscious, missing a foot and an arm, both severed limbs lying beside her. Heal her as much as you can. I'll jab her with my antenna afterwards, Shulnark says, extending his hand. Maki, hand it over. Here, she says, passing it to him. No, Oren cuts in. This might backfire. If Pakunoda's Hatsu doesn't work on her, why would your control work? I don't want to risk it. We got one hostage, isn't that enough? You're right to question me, Shulnark replies evenly, but here's the difference. If I take control, I'll know immediately if it succeeds or fails. If she resists, I'll feel it. That's why it's worth trying. Trust my experience, Oren. Fine, Oren concedes. I can't reattach her arm and foot. I don't have the aura for it, and I'm not willing to overdraft my aura for her quality of life. I'll stop the bleeding and nothing more, he says firmly. Don't bother, Maki says coldly, her eyes burning with hate. After what she's done, she won't live long anyway. I'll stitch her back together just enough to keep her breathing. Crude work. She'll never use those limbs properly again. That's enough. You just support me as best as you can. Fair, but I need to be careful. I can't afford to collapse here. Aura control is everything. I have to draw the line somewhere. Reluctantly, Oren picks up her severed arm and foot, laying them beside her. He takes the arm first, holding it steady next to her wound so Maki can begin work. Thread in hand, Maki begins her task tying bones, muscles, and veins together in a rough patchwork. As Oren watches her, he feels genuinely impressed by her work. In just minutes, the arm is connected to her body, and she tightens her strings making it almost look like her arm was never severed. Oren adds a minute of treatment with Azure Restoration, preventing infection and improving her situation. As he works, he can feel that Maki has deliberately done a poor job, connecting less than half of what she could. The result is clear: even if Laura survives, her arm will never function properly, and every movement will be awkward and imprecise. His aura almost drained, Oren forces himself to stop as soon as possible. He then holds her foot in place, letting Maki repeat the process. This time, Oren spends even less aura. I'm at my limit. That's it, he mutters, staggering away before sitting on the car's front deck. He almost falls asleep because of pure exhaustion. I'll use Zetsu for a bit. Meanwhile, Shulnark crouches beside Laura and drives his antenna straight into her stomach. My Hatsu is successful, he declares calmly with full confidence. Oren's eyes widen as a sudden realization strikes him. I have an idea, he says, rubbing his temple. All 4 Nen users in the conference room were competent except the hostage. He relied on the others and didn't do anything himself. What if his Hatsu is connected to her immunity? Not impossible, Shulnark says, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Here's what we'll do. I'll stay awake and keep watch. You take a break. Paku needs rest as well. In a few hours, I'll wake you, and then we'll make our move. Oren nods. Deal. Just be careful. Way ahead of you, Maki mutters, using her threads to bind the unconscious Laura tightly, layer after layer of string locking her in place. This time we won't give her even the tiniest chance of surprising us. 20+ early chapters available. 89 Monster. With Maki's threads binding Laura securely and Shulnark's assurance that he can handle the hostage, Oren finally allows himself to relax a little. Even so, despite the offer to fully rest, he doesn't even consider sleeping. The only thing he does is activate Zetsu. I can go without sleep for a few days. This extreme fatigue is just my body trying to trick me. It's a side effect of Azure Restoration and Aura Overdraft. What I'm really suffering from is an empty aura pool. Using Zetsu and resting is the fastest way to recover aura along with. Do we have any food? Oren asks, breaking the silence and drawing Shulnark's attention. Shulnark smiles faintly. He walks over to a vending machine, its glass still intact, though dust covers it. With one sharp kick, the window shatters, and he begins pulling out whatever snacks remain inside. He tosses a few toward Oren, who catches them eagerly, inspecting each before setting them down beside him. Shulnark follows up with a couple of water bottles, which Oren gratefully accepts. These chocolate bars are only a few weeks expired. That means this place has probably only been abandoned a year or two, Oren notes. I could still eat them in a couple of years if I had to. The other snacks are fine as well. Shulnark gathers more and hands some to Maki. He also places a small pile of food near Pakunoda, who is still unconscious, before finally sitting down to eat himself. Oren doesn't hesitate. He devours the chocolate bars, the chips, every snack Shulnark passed to him, washing them all down with the water. Then, silently, he settles back into meditation, maintaining Zetsu to restore his aura as quickly as possible. While he sits in silence, his thoughts drift back to the earlier fight. There are things I could have done better, of course, but overall, I made decent choices. Hiding in mist is abnormally powerful, especially against people who rely on strategy or teamwork. Against enemies like that, it's probably my strongest Hatsu. It depends on my skill with Zetsu, my ability to shift instantly from Zetsu to Ren, and most importantly overall aura quantity. If my enemies are not strong enough to see through it or don't have attacks that can hit a large area, they can't deal with me. Limitless Waters lets me generate the aura I then turn into the mist. There's some conjuration involved, yes, but the slight inefficiency doesn't matter. It's still perfect for me, an excellent way to integrate my weaker affinities into my fighting style. But even so, it's only a supplementary Hatsu. My core Hatsus are Limitless Waters and Azure Restoration. Still, I remember what a charming older woman once said: true masters train all their affinities. Focus on your strongest, yes, but don't neglect the weaker ones. I made my choice with Limitless Waters, restricted to enhancement, emission, and transmutation. I could have adjusted it to let me control my aura even after I emitted it, but to strengthen the base Hatsu itself, I decided against it. Hiding mist involves conjuration, so that part is covered. So, how do I bring manipulation into my arsenal? Should I modify Limitless Waters itself? It's a major decision. I need to think carefully. Time slips by while Oren sits in stillness, his mind focused on his Nen and future development. Finally, he thinks about his future in broader terms. I want to go home, but first. Once this license business is done, I'll head back to Meteor City for a while. I want to spar with Nobunaga. Maybe even let Yuvajin beat me up a little. Perhaps Phaeton will show me some techniques. Also, there is Franklin. I want to know how he modified his body to make his Hatsu more efficient. I wonder when they'll replace Jack. Will it be Shizuku? Must be. There's still one more member I've never met, the one Hisoka kills and replaces. That's how it goes, right? It's been so long. These memories were already a little vague when I received them, and now, aside from the key details in my notes, I barely remember anything. I've even lost sight of myself. What do I want? Truly. Is it really just to go to the Dark Continent? I was so certain before become the strongest Nen user. Why? Because I want ultimate freedom. That's it. I don't need to doubt myself. I'll do whatever I feel like. Finally, a few hours later, Pakunoda groans as she slowly pushes herself upright. I feel a little better now, she says. Oren hops down from the hood of the car and walks toward the others. I've recovered quite a bit. Will you be alright, or do you need a little help? I'm okay, Pakunoda answers. Maki? Oren asks, glancing at her. Maki nods. I'm fine for now. We can talk about details later. More importantly, she says, raising a finger where her strings are still connected. I sense movement. Our friend is awake. Don't worry, Shulnark replies calmly. She's been awake for a while. I didn't act because we still need Paku to question her. It feels a little anticlimactic, Oren says with a faint smile. No dramatic confrontation with the traitor, no shouting match. It's like we're being robbed of our proper revenge. This isn't satisfying. This isn't a story with a climax, Shulnark answers, his smile contrasting the cold tone of his voice. Her betrayal, her downfall, and her eventual death will happen in an instant. Her memory, along with her existence, will be erased almost as quickly. He pauses, his expression shifting into something almost melancholic. That is life. Paku, Maki says, her eyes softening as she looks at her. Are you really alright? Can you interrogate these two? Yes, I'm fine, Pakunoda replies. Let me try and see if my ability works now. She managed to deceive me last time, but it should work now, right, Shulnark? Shulnark nods. Of course. The leader I controlled was keeping up a Hatsu. I managed to control him through auto mode and made him deactivate it. Oren, you already thought about this possibility. I am now certain that he was responsible for protecting her from other Hatsus. We will know the details when Paku has interrogated him. Let's start with the wolf, Pakunoda says, her expression getting serious as she touches her chest with her left hand. That transformation still haunts my memories. I want information on how she achieved her Hatsu, Oren says quickly. How did she learn that ability? Who taught her? Extract anything useful you can. Pakunoda nods and draws her revolver. This will take a while. I'll just send you the memories once I'm done. Memory bomb. Both Pakunoda and Shulnark are absolute geniuses. Their Hatsus are incredible, probably among the most useful in existence. Maybe even on par with Azure Restoration. My favorite is still Shulnark's black voice. It's simple, has almost no downsides, and it's consistently useful. Combine it with Pakunoda's psychometry, her ability to read thoughts, and together they're unstoppable. They can unravel any scheme, expose any secret. Nothing escapes them. They are the core of the Spider's intelligence gathering team. Suddenly, Oren's phone vibrates in his pocket. Pariston, he mutters, staring at the screen. His face twists with anger. Can I suggest a change of plans? I'm getting a really bad feeling right now, Oren says. Let's get the hell out of here right now. I noticed some smaller abandoned buildings not far from the warehouse. Maki and Pakunoda exchange confused looks, the phone still buzzing in Oren's hand. Not going to answer? Pakunoda asks. I think it's time I stop playing this game by someone else's rules, Oren replies, staring at the display. Let's leave, find somewhere secure, and then do the interrogation in peace, Oren says. Everyone nods at him, but before they can move, lights flare outside the building. The sound of countless vehicles approaching is audible, resembling the sound of a racing track. Oren rushes to a window. His eyes widen as he looks upward. Several small airships slowly descend, each bearing the unmistakable Hunter Association logo. "You've got to be fucking kidding me." Oren shouts, panic setting in. "It's my loss," Shulnark mutters silently. "I thought only the boss could ever surprise me this much. Pariston Hill, what a monster. No, I don't want it to end like this. Get away now." Oren screams, his voice echoing through the reception. "Search for a hiding place. Pakunoda, do the fucking interrogation now, while you run. A few minutes may be enough. Ask as many questions as possible. Go away now. I will delay them." Laura begins to move, dragging herself forward despite her injuries. She reaches Oren and moves her single uninjured hand. Slowly, she pulls out her hunter license and presses it into his palm, her eyes blank and empty, like all life has already drained from them. "There will be no witnesses, take this as a little price," Shulnark says apologetically. "Let's go." Oren nods. Without another word, the 3 Phantom Troop members retreat, taking the 2 controlled hostages with them. Left behind, Oren immediately calls Pariston back. The line connects almost instantly. "Oren, is that you?" Pariston's cheerful, unsettling voice flows through the receiver, as if nothing in the world could bother him. "I was so worried. Did something unexpected happen? We heard reports about a suspicious helicopter and tracked it to an abandoned warehouse. Do you need the address? We could use your help. You probably won't believe it, but I think we may have found our thieves." Oren's lips curl into a smile. "This isn't a loss. Don't take the bait. It's another opportunity to learn. Pakunoda's interrogation will give us answers, and if Pariston is this desperate, then what she uncovers will be even more valuable. I need to remain calm. I still hold the advantage. I hold all the cards." "Oh, Pariston, what a nice surprise," Oren says. "I've already dealt with the threat. You probably won't believe me, but I am already inside the warehouse, and I can see the airships and the lights of the cars. I'm afraid there's some bad news. Both of your associates turned out to be traitors working for the thieves. Your capable aide nearly managed to kill several of my friends. Fortunately for us, she was simply outclassed. Still, I've lost track of her, and of my comrades who went after her with one of the thieves. I'm exhausted and currently at the reception. As for the other thieves and their guards, they're all dead." "Oh, how terrible. This can't be true," Pariston exclaims, though his voice carries its usual smug tone. "Are you all right, Oren? Such a vile deception, truly dreadful. Those 2 never deserved to be called hunters. I was already disappointed by their failures, but now everything makes sense. He believes me without proof. He knew all along. Is he trying to rile me up? He knows that I know his true self. Why is he still acting? He truly enjoys this." "You said you're at the reception. Are there truly no more criminals around?" Pariston asks. "No," Oren replies, confusion flickering on his face. "I just told you besides Laura and one other, everyone else has been dispatched. I guess my friends are still fighting." "Well, please, tell me more." "Wait. This is too impersonal," Pariston says and hangs up. "Huh. What is going on?" The lights outside become brighter as numerous people with flashlights approach. Oren freezes as a man steps inside, followed by several figures in sharp black suits. The first thing he notices is the man's neon pink suit, practically glowing in the dark as it's lit up by numerous flashlights, its brightness making the scene feel even more surreal. Pariston. 20+ early chapters available. 90 cleanup. "Interesting suit," Oren comments, crossing his arms, staring at Pariston's crazy bright and glittering suit. "Oh, indeed. It's absolutely one of my favorites. Only the most exquisite materials were used, handcrafted and tailored perfectly to fit me by one of the most successful tailors in the world," Pariston replies with a beaming smile. "I actually know a friend who also recently got into the tailoring industry," Oren says, his tone carrying a subtle hint of mockery. "Oh, how interesting. I'd love to meet them. But as much as I'd enjoy discussing the finer details of tailoring, I'm afraid we should take care of the issue at hand." Pariston says, looking genuinely disappointed. "A good idea," Oren agrees. "I've already dealt with the hired help and the ones in charge, but a few people are still missing. I tried calling my friends earlier, but the call didn't go through. Let me try again." "Please do so. This is very important, Oren," Pariston says before turning toward the men in black suits. "Go ahead. We need to help Oren's friends. Be careful not to accidentally attack them. I'm holding you responsible." More people begin streaming into the warehouse while Oren steps aside, pulling out his phone. He dials Maki, figuring Pakunoda is probably busy digging through memories and Shulnark might need his phone for his hatsu. "Are you alright? Are there enemies around? We've got backup coming," Oren asks, his voice still loud enough for others nearby to hear. "I hate it when I have to act like this. I have to go through this charade. I've got no other choice. Still busy. Done with the first. If you can, give us more time," Maki replies in her usual flat tone. "Don't worry, backup is here. We're securing the place," Oren reassures her. "If possible, meet up with them." He ends the call and walks back to Pariston. They're in bad condition, but they believe there aren't any more thieves around, though they can't be sure. "I hope that's true," Paristan says lightly. Good work so far. I still can't believe both Ordo and Laura turned out to be thieves. What a cruel twist of fate. This is simply a nightmare. Oren sighs, not even attempting to argue with him. I realized something, a normal person can't win against someone like him. If you try to argue, he'll twist the conversation until you're the one losing. The best way to deal with people like him is to avoid getting baited. Just refuse to play his games. Not only won't you lose, but you also piss them off. That's what Paristan probably hates most, getting ignored. I'm wounded and exhausted, Oren says, feigning weariness. Sorry, Paristan, but I need to rest. Let's talk again once your hunters have secured the premises and my partners are back. Oh, of course, Paristan replies with a grin. Let's go back outside and wait in the car. I'll stay here. I'm a little worried about my colleagues, Oren answers flatly, not accepting his suggestion. No way I'm stepping into a car with that guy if I can help it. Of course, Paristan says again, still smiling widely. I'll see you later then. Once everything is secure, let's talk in my office. If you're staying here, I might as well look for your friends myself. After all, I should set an example for others. With that, he turns and walks deeper into the warehouse. I hope things turn out okay. Exactly 10 minutes later, Paristan returns. A few hunters follow behind him and with them, Shulnark, Pakunoda, and Maki. Where is the rich guy and Laura? This probably means. Despite Paristan's ever-present smile, Oren catches a faint trace of dissatisfaction in his expression. Looking closer, he sees the hunters carrying several corpses, among them the young man who had been leading the thieves, and Laura herself. No witnesses. No clues. Looks like we did it. Well, this has been a unique experience, Paristan says, brushing invisible dust from his sleeve. Quite useful for my future decision-making. I'll be avoiding scenes like this from now on and focusing on work inside the association building, preferably my office. He gives a light sigh, as though the night has taken a toll on him. How about you and your friends take a rest? We'll talk in a few days, as soon as you're ready. We have several things to address, most importantly, the matter of the stolen licenses. I'm sure you'll surprise me, won't you, Oren? After all, there are quite a few hunters depending on you. They need their licenses returned. I would be very grateful if you and your friends used the fruits of your labor, namely your investigation, to accomplish what I initially asked of you. Exactly 3 hours later, with the sun slowly rising, Oren and the 3 troop members sit inside a hotel room in the center of Swardeni City. After Oren briefly uses Azure Restoration for a short round of treatment, they begin to discuss the events of the night. I'm confused, Oren says. From Paristan's expression, he seemed to see this as his loss, which is quite surprising. I doubt he'd ever explain what he's really thinking, or what's actually going on. I take it you learned at least something from those two. We focused on the important things, Shulnark answers. The licenses are in a rented security locker inside a large bank. It just requires a number to open, which we got. Why? Oren tilts his head. They committed thefts over such a long time. Why didn't they sell them yet? Why would they keep something like that? Not a single sold license. I asked the same thing, Shulnark replies with a small smile. Turns out they found a buyer offering 10 billion per license. So much, sounds almost too good to be true, Oren mutters. The licenses are expensive and valuable, but I don't think 10 billion is a reasonable amount. I'd estimate maybe 2 or 3 at most. The buyer paid 1 billion for each license up front, Shulnark continues. For some reason, he avoided meeting the thieves directly and kept delaying the deal. But he still dutifully paid 1 billion for every new license they stole. Of course they offered proof for their thefts. 1 billion is cheap compared to the full value of a license, Oren says. But I suppose it was enough. They didn't lose anything, just held onto the licenses and still got paid a decent amount. I believe it was a trap, Shulnark says finally. The so-called buyer remained anonymous. Payments were made anonymously too. I'm almost scared to ask, but, who would pay 1 billion and not expect anything in return? Oren says. It's a mystery, Maki says. Nothing in return. Pakunoda repeats softly. Not exactly nothing, Oren interjects. I have realized something. The buyer gains something, namely an opportunity to buy them for an insane price later on and the assurance that they won't get sold to anyone else. Shulnark nods. That's what I think too. The buyer paid 1 billion, making the thieves celebrate and expect to earn 10 times more. So they stole more and more licenses, but held on to them instead of immediately selling them, keeping them safe for now. He then glances at Oren and the others. Now, who would benefit from that kind of setup? Paristan. Oren says slowly. It's insane. Does this really make sense? Did Paristan order the thefts himself, or did he just use the opportunity to act as an interested buyer? Maybe we are just overthinking things, but I could definitely imagine Paristan doing something like that. Yes. Not only was he fully prepared for our little bust, but I think he kept those 2 traitors on the mission on purpose. Laura told us she wasn't blackmailed, she joined them willingly years ago. As you probably guessed, she was under the rich leader's ability, which let her resist most Hatsus that control or influence the mind. Even Paku's. That's why she avoided being exposed earlier. She made the perfect spy. Immune to most Hatsus, unable to be controlled, and a strong fighter, capable of even putting up a fight against us. I would never lose a fair one-on-one fight, Maki mutters, still holding a grudge. Shulnark folds his arms. The thieves don't impress me. Paristan, however, is a genius. He baited them. Now he gets to take credit for exposing a massive license thieving ring, boosting his reputation. And on top of that, he's expecting us to give him the licenses. If that happens, he'll be able to win over every hunter who lost theirs, pulling them into his camp. I don't know how yet, but with enough leverage, he'll manage it, no doubt about it. We should keep the licenses, Maki says with a mischievous grin, or return them ourselves. No, Oren shakes his head. I want to cut ties with him completely. To do that, I need the licenses for a deal. I don't want to start an open conflict with him. Also, the girls are still in the association's grasp. I'm guessing you asked the boss I spared about the rest of their fortune, too, right? Take all of it as compensation. I only need the licenses. He'll pay me 100 million for each one anyway, which is more than enough for the exorcism. Sounds fine to me, Shulnark agrees. I'm staying here for a while, taking care of the kids. Afterwards, I'll return to Meteor City for a bit longer, Oren says. We'll excuse ourselves then, Pakunoda says. Let's retrieve the licenses, and I'd say we're done. I agree, Shulnark nods. Fine. Is that really okay, Oren? It was my idea to save those kids. Maki says, looking conflicted. Yes. I'll take care of them from now on. You'll see them again when I return to Meteor City, Oren reassures her. He continues asking questions about their nen abilities and training, but Pakunoda can't tell him much. She only had time to dig into the most important matters. Finally, the group arrives at a large, luxurious-looking bank. Oren retrieves the stolen licenses, while Shulnark empties the thieves' fortune into his own accounts. This turned out to be surprisingly profitable, Shulnark remarks. If you use anonymous bank accounts, it's child's play to drain them if you get access to the right information. Oren shrugs, uninterested in the few billion Shulnark claims. He looks at the stack of licenses in front of him and gives a satisfied nod. I'll see you soon, Oren says, gathering them up. The Phantom Troop members nod back, and they go their separate ways. I've got 5 licenses I won't hand over. Ordo's, Laura's, and the 3 belonging to the people I killed. They'll probably be blocked sooner or later, but for now, I can at least give them to Hollowblade. I've got a list of contacts, and they have people in Swordeny City. Better to hand them over before I visit Paristan. 20+ early chapters available. 91. Perfect Cell laying the licenses on the table. 91. Perfect Cell laying the licenses on the table. As Oren makes his way toward the Hunter Association, he takes out a card belonging to a certain pilot and begins to dial. He holds the phone next to his ear while he walks through the bustling city, enjoying the fresh morning breeze. As soon as the call connects, a dreary, lifeless voice answers. Aderi speaking. I can barely understand this guy. What is wrong? Why is he mumbling like that? Jolt Aderi's, right? This is Oren. I'm a hunter. I hired you a while ago. Perhaps you remember me. Oren says in a clear tone. Oh, Oren. No, Floormaster Oren. Jolt's tone shifts immediately, full of life. I was surprised when I heard the news. How can I help you? Listen carefully. I need a pilot permanently. Are you interested? More importantly, would you be willing to relocate somewhere closer to me, that would also be, permanently? Oren asks. Maybe it's a good idea, Jolt says after a pause. I'm in debt. I don't think I can ever repay it. I crashed my old ship, and I've got people after me. If I can bring my wife and children, I'll go anywhere, but I need to know something first. Tell me, are we safe wherever you want us to go? I'm not interested in you being chased down by debt collectors. Your family will be 100% safe, but they might need to sign a certain contract. Your account hasn't changed, right? I'm wiring you $1 billion. Use it to clear your debts and then buy me the best airship that money can buy. Medium size it and go too big. Focus on comfort, utility, and speed. Make sure it has at least 1 room for cargo and 1 room where I can train. I'm trusting you on this. Keep the rest of the money for now, and we'll settle things later. Once you've bought it, head straight to Swordeny City. Bring your family there. Welcome. It'll be a while before we return home, so expect to live on the airship for some time. Are you serious? I can't believe it. Thank you. Thank you. How is this? Sorry, I'm busy. Call me once you're in Swordeny City. Oren cuts him off, ending the call. As he walks, he casually wires him $1 billion, surprising even himself. Being a billionaire is great, it solves so many problems. He then dials the number of Hollowblade's contact in Swordeny City. The line connects, but the person doesn't say a word. This is O. Oren starts to say, but then remembers the established security protocol. He hesitates for a second. What was it again? They changed it a while ago. I got a message about it. After a few seconds, Oren perks up and speaks. Red Spider Lily, this is Oren speaking. Greetings, Vice Leader Oren. A woman's voice responds instantly. How can I help you? I need to meet someone right now, Oren says. I'm in Swordeny City, and I've come into possession of a few hunter licenses. Chances are they won't be useful for long, but I want to donate them to the cause. Licenses? That's a hot topic here. We'll gladly take them, though we'll probably ship them somewhere safer. Carrying them around in Swordeny City is dangerous, she explains. No problem. Do whatever you need. Just give me an address near the city center and I'll drop them off. I have somewhere to be, so if possible, make it quick. You can handle the rest with leadership. I'm only offering them because I have no need for them. These aren't the stolen ones you've heard about. I got them after a conflict with some criminal hunters. I see. How about the central airport? I'll pick them up myself, Vice Leader. Oren thinks for a moment, then replies, fine. I'll need about 15 minutes to get there, but if that's too soon, I can wait. I'll be there in 20 minutes. The waiting room at gate 12. We'll use sign 7, she says. Waiting room, gate 12, sign 7. Got it. Hopefully, I remember. See you there, Oren says, ending the call. Unfamiliar with the city, Oren takes slightly longer than 20 minutes to arrive. To his surprise, he finds gate 12 currently unused. The waiting room is completely empty, aside from a single woman leaning against the glass wall near the door. She's in her early 20s, attractive and fit, with short brown hair combed to one side. Her appearance reminds Oren of a professional agent. Smart choice to pick a place like this. Oren walks past her without saying anything and enters the waiting room. He crosses his arms. The woman follows him inside, then speaks. Ready to fight. This is so bothersome. I guess Rakshela and the elders are putting real emphasis on security and secrecy. I should probably appreciate it, but honestly, this type of work just isn't my thing. Oren glances at his phone, checking the information he received. Nice to meet you. According to my documents, you're agent. Agent? Really? Agent Lissa. He finally states. Correct. It's nice to meet you, Vice Leader. It's an honor, Lissa responds politely. This room is perfectly safe. The cameras on this part have been disabled. I can guarantee it. For some reason, nobody doubts my position. Even the people on the outside. Rakshela is almost like a god to them. I don't even have to do anything to earn their trust. This kind of blind faith feels too exaggerated. Oren nods and hands her the licenses. Do your best. Sell them, use them, whatever you want. But it might be wiser to contact Rakshela and the elders first. Maybe Rakshela even requires a license. I hear she's busy, traveling and investing. Lissa nods. Our leader is busy and has to deal with a lot of issues. These licenses could indeed come in handy. I'll run this through the proper channels, Lissa says, almost sounding eager. All right then. Thank you for meeting me, Oren says, turning around. Vice Leader? Lissa asks hesitantly. Yes. Oren looks at her, not sure what to expect. How about a meal? You sent us a few messages a while ago, saying you wanted to get to know us better if you had the chance. This would be a good opportunity to meet the rest of our cell. Cell. Oren mutters, confused. I did send that mail, to everyone. I am irritated by these cult terms, they make our family sound a little too sinister. Whatever, I am already the vice leader of this cult, so I might as well embrace it. However, I sent that mail to hundreds of people. Do I have to meet them all? Why not, though? As long as I'm here. Just, not now. I need to focus on Paristan for now. Sure. But not now. Tell me the level 1 location your cell is using as a base, and I'll visit when I have time. I've got important business to handle first. Lissa looks genuinely surprised at his favorable reply, then smiles and hands him a small note. I'll see you soon, Oren says, leaving the room and heading out of the airport. He quickly makes his way toward the Hunter Association. The moment he steps into the lobby, he heads to the same senior receptionist he met before. Before he can even speak, she beams at him and says cheerfully, "Welcome back, Hunter Oren. Please, allow me to personally escort you to Hunter Hill. Time to finish things with Paristan." A few minutes later, Oren enters Paristan's office alone. "Ah, Oren," Paristan greets him with a bright smile. "I didn't expect you back so soon. It's only been a few hours. I barely started working. Time sure does fly if you're having fun. Isn't it exciting? Do you ever sleep?" Oren asks. "You look like someone who sleeps a lot, but I know for a fact you don't." "I try to sleep on the job as much as possible. 2 power naps every day keep the nasty dog doctor away. I can recommend it wholeheartedly," Paristan replies, perfectly casual. "Dog. Cheadle." Oren, not in the mood for his usual games, pulls out the stack of licenses. He spreads them across the desk like playing cards, then stacks them again, holding them in his hand, shuffling through them. "Incredible. You actually managed to retrieve them all. Spectacular. I'm truly impressed," Paristan says. "You are such a talented and bright young hunter, you have my deepest admiration." "I'm not sure I deserve much credit," Oren says flatly, staring into his eyes. Paristan laughs. "Why so humble, Oren? You did a fantastic job. You retrieved the licenses, eliminated the thieves, and even exposed 2 corrupt hunters. What a run. What a miracle. What a successful hunt." Oren chuckles. "Tell me, did it play out exactly the way you planned it years ago? Or did I ruin your little setup?" "Whatever do you mean, Oren?" Paristan tilts his head. "I'd like to think you're satisfied. You probably didn't expect me to bring helpers that competent or useful. I'm guessing you had to change things quickly without the opportunity for much preparation. All things considered, the result should be acceptable, even for your rigid standard, right? Pariston smiles again. I'm not quite sure I understand what you're insinuating, Oren. Cut the crap. I'm not here to blame you or argue. I was just curious. In any case, I'm not someone who breaks promises. The licenses are yours. The agreed price is fine. I'd say I've more than repaid what I owe you, especially since I spent a lot of Jenny on The Exorcist. Considering The Exorcist was practically bored out of her mind, this wasn't such a big request in the first place. Oren says, his voice firm. He continues, crossing his arms, in any case. I'm impressed. I've never met someone more scheming and manipulative than you. The way you used those thieves was flawless. You baited them, started years ago, feeding them just enough money to keep working, while making sure they held on to the licenses. Then you pulled the trigger. You knew about the 2 spies as well, didn't you? The most impressive part is how you used my unexpected visit to neatly tie up your little operation and make it look perfect. To be honest, even the researcher of the troupe called you a true monster. You should feel honored. You are, without a doubt, one of the most twisted and dangerous players in our little world. Pariston's grin widens, but his eyes go cold. Oren slides the licenses across the table toward him. Why give them to me? Aren't you going to expose me? Maybe tell the other Zodiacs, or even the chairman. Pariston asks. Do you think I'm stupid? What would I gain? I can't prove even a fraction of my suspicions, Oren replies before his own lips curl into a smile. I also don't see what's in it for me. 23 plus early chapters available. 92 Path to Success replacing the ladder with an elevator. 92 Path to Success replacing the ladder with an elevator. Oren and Pariston face each other. Both of them are smiling, but the air between them is tense. Oren can feel goosebumps running down his arms, part nerves, part excitement for what this exchange might bring. More importantly, let's not talk about personal gain, Oren begins. This is more about my feelings. I'm only pissed off because you caused me a lot of stress. Your little game was tedious and exhausting. Don't mistake me for some hypocrite who runs around preaching about justice. Strictly speaking, despite all your schemes and manipulations, you've done more for people than most hunters ever will. Your temp hunters are genuinely helping people for a price, sure, but still. I can respect that. Most hunters only care about their own interests. You, on the other hand, are chasing influence, prestige, control of the association itself, but despite that, I don't think you're a bad hunter. In fact, you're a hunter who hunts just in your own way, and for the sake of the entire association. No, not for the sake of it, to seize the association itself. Others might even call that commendable, hunting for the entire organization. You'd probably make a great chairman, which I assume is your ultimate goal. Oh, please, Pariston says, clearly amused. The old man is over 100 years old, but he'll live for decades longer. I'm only aiming to be vice chairman, for now. In any case, Oren continues, you can't complain about how things turned out, can you? Of course not. Pariston stares at him with keen eyes. I'm quite surprised, and very satisfied. How about joining my faction, Oren? I'm impressed by you. Not only are you incredibly strong and well-connected, but you're also smart enough to see through the games I play. You'd be a valuable asset. Not interested in being someone's chess piece, but... Oren says calmly, I'll still accept your offer. A flicker of confusion crosses Pariston's face. Really? Under certain conditions, of course. First, I want my students taken care of by the association. That includes me as well. I want a proper path to advance in the association. I'll also help when you ask me to. But no more games. If it involves me, you tell me the truth. You don't need to explain every scheme you're planning, but if it touches me or my people, I want the facts, no more fucking surprises. And when it's just the two of us, drop the act. How does that sound? Pariston's expression shifts. His voice turns calm and neutral. We have a deal. Then suddenly, his smile twists unnaturally, his face resembling a devil as he leans forward. Although, I can't promise to tell you everything. Lying comes more naturally to me than breathing. But I'll do my best to give you accurate intel in the future. At least when you're involved. He straightens slightly, his gaze sharp. What are your plans for the near future, Oren? I'll stay here for 1 or 2 months, as long as the exorcism takes, Oren answers. I plan to bring my students here for proper training. I've neglected them. While I'm here, you can assign me a few missions, ones for me and my students. I'm fine with simple ones, but remember, no schemes. Good, Pariston replies. His cheerful facade is gone. His tone is flat, emotionless, nothing like the smiling act he wore earlier. I'll make sure you reach single-star rank within a few years. I'll also evaluate your students myself and prepare an advancement plan for them, if I deem them worthy. You know the requirements. If you want to reach double star, your students' performance matters as much as yours. You can push me to single star in a few years? Is that even possible? Oren asks, skeptical. Yes. You're already closer than you might think. Pariston says flatly. The only thing holding you back is your age. I'll give you full credit for this incident and paint you as a hero. That alone, along with your floor master status and the missions you'll complete in the coming weeks, will be more than enough. Also, aren't you responsible for a criminal? Tell your people to end her sentence immediately. Write whatever justification you like. I know the hunter in charge of pardons. Have her join the next exam and take her on as your student as well. From what I read, she is a rather assertive and active individual. She will be useful. And one more thing, I want you to act as an examiner in the next hunter exam. The first time, just in a year, you'll serve as a regular black-suited helper. Simply observe. After that, you can choose whether you want to become a full examiner or continue as a helper. Either way, you'll build connections. Your willingness to help will also be seen as a contribution, and you'll come across as humble and generous. I might also need you to scout for me, while you are at it. Pariston cups his hands together, deep in thought. As far as I remember, you're registered as a treasure hunter. I'll change that to blacklist temp treasure hunter. That way, I can give you more credit. Have you had any notable achievements with your weapon collecting? That's what you specialize in for now, correct? Oren smiles, appreciating the sudden practicality in Pariston's tone, and begins telling him about his growing collection of Ben's knives. He also mentions his interest in other weapons, including the spear he picked up at Heaven's Arena. I value aura and practicality. I don't view my collection as a mere tool to advance my career. I want to genuinely collect them. The only real requirement I have is aura, residual aura. I won't accept conventional rare items, Oren explains. I see. Do you have money? Pariston asks. You've chosen a field where you can simply buy your way into success. Expanding your collection is a relatively simple task. You already used the hunter site to purchase a few of your beloved knives, correct? Sure, the site helped me a lot. I have around 100 billion in savings. In the next few years, that will grow to around 400, even if I do nothing, Oren explains. Impressive. Since we're playing with open cards, Oren, does that money happen to have anything to do with a certain billionaire, and his now miraculously recovered girlfriend? Nah, she should be his wife by now, Pariston asks, his smile sharp. It might, Oren replies, keeping up his poker face. Good. Then let's get to know each other properly first, and after that, we can discuss that exciting possibility. For now, focus on your students and the missions I'll be assigning you. Pick the ones that suit you. And of course, your collection. I'll send you a list and purchase whatever I can get my hands on. If you dislike some items, just resell them. From what I understood, you're interested in items, specifically weapons and equipment with residual aura? I have contacts, and I'll use the Hunter website to give you a boost. I can control a few things and make sure more people see your requests. I also add my little stamp onto your requests, so people will know that I appreciate their contributions. Spend as much on your hobby, and I'll give you the credit you need to be promoted even faster. I'll use my connections to rapidly grow your collection. Be ready to spend a few billion. Is that acceptable? If so, what's your limit? No limit it to 50 billion for now. That should be more than enough, Oren replies. Looks like you're a wealthy tycoon. That amount will last for decades. I'll make sure you add hundreds of items to your collection. I have subordinates who specialize in acquisitions like these. But collecting is not enough. You need to show off your collection as well. Pictures, published exclusively on the Hunter website and on a private collector's site, will suffice. I'll also introduce you to a rather hidden but very enthusiastic group of collectors. It's a medium-sized organization, with less than 100 members, Pariston explains. Really? This guy is more helpful than I thought. You're really helpful. Do you want to adopt me next? I like it when I can just switch off my brain and follow blindly, Oren jokes. I wish that were true, Oren. You're far more scheming than you give yourself credit for. In any case, that community isn't only for establishing your reputation, it can also help you build your collection. Many of the clients collect precious artworks, body parts, or all kinds of strange things you can't even imagine. Practical things like weapons or items for fighting or daily use are actually unpopular among them. That makes them even easier to obtain for you. Expand your collection into clothing and accessories as well. Things like canes, hats, watches, and lighters fit your niche. Most rich collectors consider such things common, crude, superficial, and unsophisticated, not worth collecting. Which means you can buy their best pieces for reasonable prices. The irony is, the more logical and practical it is to collect something, the less desirable it becomes to most so-called art enthusiasts. Then please go ahead and introduce me, Oren replies. I'm not an art enthusiast, which is probably why I value practical and beautiful things like weapons. Still, I'm open to branching into clothing, accessories, and smaller trinkets as long as they have aura. That's my only bottom line. Anything with lingering, residual aura is a priceless masterpiece I want to own and generally value. He pauses, genuinely surprised by this turn of events. Thank you. Looks like this will be a profitable partnership after all. I was ready to tell you that you owed me, but this is exactly what I was hoping for. Let's make sure we both profit. Oh, I agree. I'm grateful as well, Oren, Pariston says. His twisted smile returns. Especially since you did exactly as I hoped last night. So it really was all him, he really is a devil. With 2 traitors exposed, and plenty of fresh recruits for my faction, I'm slowly gaining enough traction to change this little organization as I envision it. I can't wait to rub my success in a certain dog's face. Pariston snickers. Sounds fun, Oren says with a shrug. After discussing a few more benign details, Oren stands up to leave. Let's talk again soon, Oren, Pariston says. I'll send you the information via mail. Things might get busy. 23 plus early chapters available. 93. Taking responsibility. Oren slowly walks out of Pariston's office, wondering if he has made the right decision. Is this how people feel after selling their soul to the devil? Still, despite all my training, I'm still feeling somewhat powerless. As I am now, I can only rely on others. I could probably take Pariston down, but it would mean dragging others into it, and the aftermath would probably be worse than the current mess. There's also no reason to play hero. Despite his crimes, I can't even say Pariston is such a negative influence. There are far worse people around. Pariston is just a frightening enemy, so the simplest and most beneficial solution is to turn him into an ally. I'll just do that, and I'll also profit from his influence. I'll do whatever benefits me the most. I'll take care of the ones I want to take care of, the ones I owe, and the ones I'm genuinely grateful for. That's all. Besides, my soul is already pretty messed up, so who cares? It'll probably be returned once someone notices it's broken and stops working. Leaving the office behind, he heads to the elevator and rides it down to the underground floor, the same level as last time, when he requested the Nen exorcism. The hallways are dark, quiet, and abandoned looking, the atmosphere carrying a faintly eerie, almost haunted air. As he walks through the long corridors, Oren notices a few female employees. They're all wearing robes and clothing similar to Zamra, the exorcist he spoke with before. I'm looking for Zamra. She's working on my request, Oren says calmly. Not even a week has passed yet, but I wanted to at least check on the girls. He adds with a light smile, nice style, by the way. It's in the contract. I have to wear these silly occult rags, one of the girls complains, tugging at her sleeves. Another steps forward. The client. So you're rich. Are you single? If you marry me and let me quit this job, I'll be so grateful. You won't regret it. Jolly, he looks way too young. Are you out of your mind? Another woman scoffs, shaking her head. The stress is killing me. These ceremonies and rituals are freaking me out. I want out. Jolly whines. The first woman lets out a nasty little laugh. If you wanted to quit, you shouldn't have gone into massive debt, girl. Slightly annoyed, Oren interrupts them. You didn't have to work when I came last time. Zamra wasn't even busy then. If less than a week of work is enough to break you to this extent, I doubt you'll be able to handle something as simple as taking care of kids. So that's a hard pass for me. Of course not, duh. I'd hire a nanny. And besides, have you seen how Zamra works? Her technique is absolutely atrocious. Jolly starts rambling on. Shut up. The sudden shout echoes through the corridor, sharp enough that even Oren blinks in surprise. Remember the contract. Do you want to die? Stupid girl. Another woman storms toward them, slightly older than the others. She raises her hand and smacks Jolly, causing her to shriek. She then turns to Oren, her expression shifting quickly into forced politeness, though her anger is still obvious. I apologize for this pathetic display of laziness and arrogance. Hunter Oren, please follow me. I'll take you to the patients. She deserved that. A few minutes later, he's led to 2 large, surprisingly luxurious rooms. The decor is tasteful and elegant, but Oren notices a few strange details right away. There's barely anything inside. A few couches, some paintings screwed tightly to the wall, a large white bed, and fake natural scenery set against the walls. This is almost like a white room. Nothing sharp. Nothing dangerous. It feels kinda humiliating and cruel to live in this supervised environment. Better safe than sorry, I guess. This is exactly what I'd hoped for. The worst detail, however, is that one side of the wall is made of glass, which is why Oren can simply look inside. He moves closer, inspecting both rooms closely. One of the rooms is empty, but in the other, Ella sits on her bed. She's bound in a straitjacket, her arms pinned tightly. A strange device forces her mouth open, preventing her from biting her tongue. 2 strong, broad-shouldered bodyguards stand inside the room, watching her intently. Ella, of course, recognizes him and approaches the glass wall. Or more accurately, the entity inhabiting her body does. She presses her face against it, glaring at Oren with hatred. Hee, what a sore loser you are, Oren says with a grin. You should be grateful you'll even get another chance to return, in about 100 years. Unable to speak, she tries to slam her head against the glass, but the guards restrain her before she can hurt herself. Now, Oren says. Back to sleep. You disgusting, perverted lowlife. Enjoy your last days inside a girl's body. I'm sure you'll be forced to abstain for a century. At least that jacket will keep you company. I almost feel sorry for it. Do you want to speak with it? The elderly assistant finally asks. We can remove the device. No need. I don't waste words on disgusting imbeciles, Oren replies, walking away. As they leave, she asks carefully, was this really necessary? The only thing I can hurt in that monster is its ego. If it spends the next 100 years in pain and anger, that's enough for me, Oren explains. Especially after all the sins it has committed, and more importantly, its crimes against me. What are you saying? She presses him, obviously confused. The goal is to exorcise her. Why are you talking about a specific timeline? Of course, we will exorcise him, but that does not solve the root problem, Oren says, still confused. You might want to speak with Master Zamra. Your assumptions may not be accurate. I am her disciple, and speaking from my understanding, that entity will completely vanish, she replies. Really? A few minutes later, in Zamra's office. Hunter Oren, welcome back, Zamra greets him warmly. You look satisfied, Oren observes. I assume things are going well. Yes. Kilai is almost fully recovered. The residual nen is nearly gone, Zamra explains, looking content. Master, her disciple adds, Hunter Oren seems to believe that once the exorcism of the other patient is complete, the entity inside her will eventually return. Why do you think that? Zamra asks, frowning. Oren pauses, thinking for a moment. I didn't want to tell Zamra the full story when I hired her, but should I? Yes. Even if there's only the smallest chance, maybe we can do something about that perverted freak. He recounts the entity's history, its former life as Drika, its twisted cycle of possessing women, and the residual nen it left behind, allowing it to move from victim to victim. Powerful, post-mortem nen is involved, Zamra says thoughtfully. The residual influence left in his victims must be the strengthened part of his ability. I'm strongly guessing the initial Hatsu only allowed him to possess people. The post-mortem nen is adding that additional effect, making his Hatsu that more elusive and cruel. That would also explain why the effect feels so unnaturally strong. You also mentioned the victims die soon after becoming a controlled nen remnant. That suggests the entity consumes large amounts of life force, forcing it to switch hosts quickly. However, I don't think it's intentional, probably just a natural effect of the entity possessing a body, rapidly consuming the target's life force. The two girls you brought are still in decent condition, probably because the transfer happened recently. I'd estimate it takes at least a few years before a victim weakens beyond recovery. When I discussed this with my acquaintances, we weren't sure what would happen to the entity, Oren admits. Especially since, let's just say its Hatsu was robbed. Even if it returned to a spiritual form, it wouldn't be able to use its Hatsu, at least not for a while. This is where I firmly disagree, Zamra says confidently. The Sonata of Darkness destroyed his physical body but left his soul intact, even allowed him to remain in this world. I don't claim to fully understand how, but I know exactly what my Hatsu expels, anything left behind by Nen. If the exorcism is completed, the entity will vanish. Permanently. I can guarantee it. That's why my ability takes so long and requires confinement. The process is slow, but if it succeeds, every trace of Nen is purged. That includes this entity. After listening to something as demonic as the Sonata of Darkness, it stopped being human altogether. Sounds great. Oren says, his expression unreadable. I'm just a little skeptical. Let's talk about this when the time comes. Keep me informed, please. I'll give you updates via mail, Zamra's student assures him with a nod. Thank you, Oren replies, standing up before leaving the office. That would be great, but I shouldn't get too optimistic just yet. Cockroaches are hard to get rid of. Stepping out of the association building, now completely alone, Oren heads toward a nearby hotel. It's a small but high-class place, conveniently close to both the airport and the association headquarters. The hotel is compact in area, but it climbs upward, with 16 floors, resembling more of a slim office tower than a typical hotel. I could stay inside the association, but I'd rather keep some distance. Inside, he confidently approaches the reception desk. The receptionist, startled for the briefest moment by his presence, quickly recovers. She straightens her posture, wears her best professional smile, and greets him warmly. Good day, sir. How can I help you? How is your current availability? Oren asks, a faint plan taking shape in his mind. We still have many rooms available for booking, sir, she answers politely. Can I book an entire floor? He finally asks. An entire floor. Her composure falters for a second. I mean, of course. But it is rather unusual. Oren flashes his hunter license in a casual yet deliberate motion. Hunter business. I see. Her tone shifts immediately. In that case, we do have the top floor available, if you'd like. It includes 4 rooms. Perfect. I'll take it, Oren says, decisive. Gladly. Breakfast is served every day at. She begins explaining the hotel services. A few minutes later, Oren walks away from the front desk with keycards for the elevator and 4 room keys resting in his hand. Once checked in, he pulls out his phone and dials Conrad. Hello, Oren. Conrad answers with enthusiasm. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Oren asks, catching muffled voices in the background. I'm in a meeting, but it's not important. These people can wait, Conrad replies with his typical arrogance. So I am interrupting. Look, I'm currently in Swardini City. I had some business here. I wanted to ask if you, your sister, and Aaron have some time. On paper, I'm still your master, and I feel a little guilty especially toward Vanessa and Aaron, since I've barely taught them anything. I also wanted to tell you about what I've been doing all this time. Now that you three are hunters, I feel I should teach you a little more seriously. I also have some things to tell you. I'm coming over right away. I don't need to waste time in meetings. Conrad bursts out, practically buzzing with enthusiasm. Really, Conrad, take it easy. I've already taught you most of what you need, and there's no need to rush. I'll send you the address later, Oren says, trying to calm him down. Great, Conrad replies, still sounding eager. Oren then calls Vanessa and Aaron himself, deciding not to rely on Conrad for once. Of course I'm coming. Vanessa exclaims, her voice brimming with even more excitement than Conrad. I was planning to ask you anyway. Send me the address. I'm in. I'm always with Conrad and Vanessa, so it's not even a question, Aaron says confidently, though the slight crack in his voice betrays his hidden excitement. I also have a little gift for you. Good. Now I suppose it's time to wait. More importantly, training. Not only for them, but also for myself. 23 plus early chapters available. 94, steady progress aiming higher. 94, steady progress aiming higher. Oren, now with plenty of time on his hands, decides not to further engage with Pariston but instead to invest a little time in himself. I expect my students to need a week before they arrive. Jolt should also need some time to purchase the airship, gather his belongings, and then make his way here with his family. Missing his weights for his regular weight training, he quickly sends a message to Jolt, explaining that he should buy training equipment and heavy weights so that he can continue his regimen on board. He writes down in detail what he requires and stresses that the equipment must be abnormally heavy and made from durable, high-quality material strong enough to withstand the colossal pressure he needs for his training. Along with that, he adds a request for a few other items as well. Oren spends a day resting, focusing only on basic nen practice. He prioritizes Ten and Zetsu, using them to clear his mind and find a calmer state, returning to a focused and relaxed mindset. Finally, feeling more at ease after the chaos of the last few days, his attention shifts back to his nen development. I've started with Limitless Waters and Azure Restoration. On the surface, these two abilities couldn't be simpler, but the principles behind them are quite deep, and they carry enormous potential. These two abilities. I shouldn't change them. They are already extremely powerful, and I can tell they can make me into one of the strongest nen users. I just need to increase my aura reserves. Everything else shouldn't be treated as a core ability, only as utility. I've added two smaller applications that both rely on Limitless Waters but incorporate the two other affinities, mostly from Conjuration, which I seem to be surprisingly good at. Probably because of my training with Eternity, which is entirely a Conjuration ability, even though it isn't one I created myself. Hiding in Mist uses condensed aura from Limitless Waters and then conjures an extremely thick fog. Conjuration is necessary here to give the mist an actual physical appearance. If it were just mist produced by Limitless Waters alone, it would be useless, since even the dumbest nen user could simply close the aura nodes in their eyes and render the whole ability ineffective. That's why I chose Limitless Waters as the base, instead of directly conjuring the mist. Limitless Waters is perfectly attuned to my current affinities. Adding that extra step might sound wasteful or overly complicated, but by doing it this way, I rely on an ability that aligns with my strongest affinities and reduces the requirements for the Conjuration side. Instead of depending entirely on Conjuration, I've essentially created a hybrid ability, making it more suitable and efficient. Of course, it's also more effective because of my Nen Oath, though not that I really had much choice in the matter since I've already committed to only develop Hatsus related to water. Then there's Heavy Rain. Honestly, this one was inspired by Zeno's Dragon Dive. Once again, using Limitless Waters as the foundation, I combine it with Manipulation and Conjuration to produce an artificial rainstorm. I send condensed aura, created with Limitless Waters, into the air, so it draws in moisture from the surrounding environment while conjuring additional water on top of it. The result is strong. It can unleash a downpour over a small area, but it consumes aura at a ridiculous rate. Still, I think the ability is worthwhile, and I didn't even have to force myself too hard to create it. It just came naturally. After spending a few months sitting out in heavy storms, I suddenly mastered it. I guess living in Hollow Blade's open-air fortress wasn't without its benefits. Now it's finally time to push deeper into manipulation. I've noticed some things about myself. As much as I'd like to pretend to be someone scheming, analytical, and controlling, I simply am not. I prefer direct solutions and enjoy relying on my own potential and hard work rather than searching for shortcuts. So using water to control or influence others is immediately out of the question. That type of ability is also too demanding, and with my relatively low affinity for manipulation, its efficiency would be terrible. I can't make that mistake. The right choice is obvious. I should continue using Limitless Waters as the base of my new Hatsu and simply add a manipulation element to it. Yes, that's the smart way to proceed. Time to begin, but how exactly? Instead of blindly experimenting, maybe I should look for guidance. Rock Shayla? No, she's already more than busy terrorizing the global markets. Buno and Bunu, they still haven't even revealed their Nen abilities, though I know they are both enhancers. Grunna and Nephi. Now that I'm out of danger, perhaps I should finally invite her. She's been sending me threatening mails every single day anyway, better to detonate the bomb now before it grows even bigger and harder to manage. Is there anyone else truly proficient in manipulation, someone who doesn't just rely on seizing control of their targets, but mixes it with other affinities? A strong manipulator. Yes, there is one. Of course. Thanks to my intervention, he shouldn't even be busy right now. Maybe I could even. I should try. Feeling a slight rush of excitement about his future and prospects, Oren takes out his phone, holding it in front of him, staring at it, carefully preparing his approach. Now, let's start with the worst call. He mumbles. Scrolling through his contacts, he hesitates for a moment before finally pressing the button to start the call. Before he can even say a word, a loud voice bursts through the speaker. Oren, finally. Do you know how worried I was? Aside from a few short messages, you just disappeared. I'm so angry. Do you know how left out I felt? The entire higher-ups were involved in your little operation, but I was forced to stay home. I'm sorry, Nephi, Oren says at last, a faint sense of guilt creeping into his tone. Things got dangerous. Look, even Buno and Bunu got crippled and taken hostage. I am sorry, but I don't regret leaving you out. I hope you understand. Afterwards, I was busy, but now I've dealt with most of the urgent matters, so I called you. I have a few things I want to discuss with you and Grunna. Is she nearby? Humph. I've activated the speaker, she's listening in, Nephi replies, sulking a little. Grunna, I've gotten in contact with one of the Zodiacs. Please, aggressively invent rehabilitation measures for Nephi. Go all out, clear her remaining sentence right away, even if you have to be totally unreasonable. My contact will approve whatever you come up with, Oren explains, his voice steady, though inside he feels a flicker of satisfaction. One more problem solved. With that, she is finally free. Really? Grunna asks. I don't know how to thank you. I'm truly grateful, Oren. Forget about it. Now that I'm vice leader, it's my responsibility in the first place, Oren says. That's the most important thing, but there's one more issue I'm having. I'm somewhat experienced with all men affinities, but I'm still lacking a manipulation hatsu. For now, it's only an idea, but I want to train and widen my arsenal. Can Nephi come over to Swordony City? I don't know much about your own hatsu, Grunna, but maybe you could teach Nephi some basic exercises which she could then explain to me. I have the information you'd need, but I'm not a manipulator, so my own experience is limited. Nephi, however, trained under a few different manipulators. She's probably more experienced than me. Of course, you'll help our vice leader, won't you? Of course. Nephi responds eagerly. Since I'm vice leader, I'm authorizing a private transport to Swordony City for Nephi. Can you arrange it? Maybe prepare the fake documents first, so we can erase her remaining sentence the moment she arrives, Oren says firmly. Hee, using Hollow Blade as your private army. Grunna snickers. I'm kidding. I actually heard in a meeting, a few hours ago, that you donated 5 authentic hunter licenses to the cause. They're already being distributed for ongoing projects. People are quite surprised and pleased with your attitude, Oren. Even while busy with your own matters, you still think of the family. The other elders and higher-ups are grateful and are taking note of your actions. I'll do what I can. Oren replies. Nice speaking with you. I'll see you soon, Nephi. She's already gone, packing her things. Grunna mumbles. Take care of her. I will, Oren answers, ending the call. Now that that's over, let me see. I still have that card. Oren quickly dials the number and saves a new contact. After a few moments, the call connects, and a weary, unmotivated voice speaks. This is Gorinu, who is it? Heh, you sound a little depressed, my fellow hunter. Things not going as planned? Oren asks, his tone carrying a subtle trace of amusement. No, they're not. Who is this? Gorinu replies, sounding irritated. How about a hint? 283rd generation, Oren teases. Oren, how are you? Didn't expect your call. I've been busy, Gorinu admits. I heard through the grapevine you were interested in Greed Island. Did that change? Oren asks, smiling knowingly. Yes. Bat Terra rescinded the reward. I was actually playing for a short while, but it's all for nothing now. He gave us some compensation, but it was laughable. He's more or less vanished from the world by now. My entire plan of making it big is ruined. Gorinu complains bitterly. Too bad. So you're interested in money, then? Are you a jackpot hunter? I recently earned a cool 350 billion and honestly have a hard time spending it. How about I hire you? Oren suggests. Gorinu pauses. Are you serious? You're not lying, are you? With a calculating smile, Oren continues, I have access to far more money, but that's just my personal fund. Some of it is tied up, sure, but I still have plenty. I want to hire you, my friend. Maybe even invite you into a little group of mine. Are you free? I am. Gorinu responds eagerly. How about this, I hire you for a year. I'll pay you 1 billion, no strings attached, Oren says, choosing not to be stingy. I'm in, Gorinu answers without hesitation. Great, make your way to Swordony City. I need you right now, Oren informs him. I will. Is there anything specific I should bring? What exactly will I be doing? Gorinu asks, his voice filled with both curiosity and confusion. Oren responds, a satisfied look crossing his face. No need to bring anything, just yourself. Jackpot hunters are a little desperate these days. How about a new career, as a teacher? 23 plus early chapters available. 95, unique training the first visitors. 95, unique training the first visitors. Relaxed, with the stress from the last few weeks slowly fading away, Oren sits on the luxurious bed in his hotel room, using 10. For 5 days straight, he has done nothing but train, focusing on expanding his aura capacity through Ren, while also inventing a few variations of basic Nen exercises, tailored to train different affinities. Aside from the monotonous Ren practice, he has invested most of his time into self-taught drills, though in truth, they are only partly his own creation. Many are minor adaptations of methods originally taught by Biscuit, one of the few people Oren remembers clearly. Relying on Biscuit's ways can't be a wrong decision. The first exercise involves creating small balls of aura and freely manipulating them in the air, pushing them away, pulling them back, spinning them around his body. The exercise is reminiscent of the one Biscuit had once taught Gon for basic emission practice. However, instead of merely throwing the aura ball at a target, Oren actively maintains control of it. This change allows him to not only train his emission, but also his manipulation skills. Oren had to start with one ball, keeping it extremely close to his body and only moving it slowly. After just a few days, he is controlling 3 balls that are now moving quite fast. I'm not sure this is the best exercise, but it should be useful enough. I'm already seeing small results. Since it's based on a method from Biscuit, probably one of the best Nen trainers alive, it should be solid. Even if the manipulation aspect is rather simple, it's not without value. I am improving. From time to time, Oren switches things up. Using transmutation, he shapes his aura into numbers. Then, separating the aura from his body with emission, he lets it float just above his hand. Once it's suspended, he resumes transmutation practice, reshaping it into different numbers midair. This training works. It may seem extremely simple, I am just doing a basic transmutation exercise, and the aura is hovering right above my hand, but the way I achieve the change is completely different. Changing aura, still connected to my body, is child's play. I'm an enhancer, but I've got strange affinities for both transmutation and emission, so it's not surprising that I can do that without difficulty. However, once manipulation is involved, it's a whole different story. It's like telling my brain to lift my hand, except now I need to issue a second command. I can't just change it at will. For every action, I have to convey my intent with absolute precision through Nen. It's far more demanding and difficult, especially for someone like me, who isn't a natural manipulator. Despite relying on modified, self-taught exercises, the 5 days in his hotel have not been wasted. His steady improvement tells him the methods are working. He now has a greater appreciation for manipulation and a whole new perspective on controlling his aura. Finally, on the 6th day of training, his phone buzzes with a message from Jolt, the private pilot he recently hired. Oren reads it with a faint smile, easily sensing the man's excitement as he describes the airship. Looks like Jolt is the first one to arrive. Less than half an hour later, Oren finds himself standing in the middle of the airport. Dock 7. He wrote. When I last met him, I didn't really pay attention. He was in his 50s, I think. Maybe older. I really need to be more observant about these things. The airport around him bustles with life. Airships fill the sky and line the docks, their shadows passing over streams of busy travelers. Thousands of people hurry past him, each lost in their own business, while flight announcements echo overhead. Amid the noise and movement, Oren walks with steady steps until he reaches Dock 7. After a quick glance around, he spots Jolt and 3 other people standing before a shiny, black and blue-colored airship. Even if he can't remember the man's exact features, something in Jolt's stance, his presence, makes him recognizable, and he walks towards him. Now, paying closer attention, Oren studies the man. Average height, average face, brown hair already streaked with gray. He looks like a typical man in his late 50s or early 60s. Despite his age, though, there's an undeniable energy about him. No wonder I couldn't remember him clearly. He looks extremely forgettable, but I feel his passion. Looks like the airship purchase cheered him up. He also looks relieved. Guess I saved his ass, hopefully he'll appreciate what I've done. Beside him stands his wife, a woman Oren finds remarkably fitting for Jolt. Her medium-length brown hair shows the same touch of gray, and her face, plain but kind, carries a softness that makes her seem approachable. Finally, he notices 2 young women, both in their early 20s, standing close by. They look nervous and tense, their resemblance to their parents clear but not too overwhelming. They are both tall, even a head taller than Oren, and have clear and distinct features. Despite their differences in style, they also resemble each other closely enough that Oren quickly realizes what they must be. One has long black hair draped over most of her face, paired with a dark skirt, a large metallic belt, a hoodie, and a leather jacket. The other has short, bleached blonde hair and is dressed in a mini skirt and a trendy blouse. Are they twins? A goth and a party girl? Krollo and Shizuku would probably appreciate the style of at least one of them. Not that it matters. I just need to make sure they're not going to be trouble for me. What an ordinary family, aside from the way the daughters dress, of course. But ordinary is exactly what I want. I don't need drama or stress, so they look promising. I do wonder, though, how Jolt ended up as a pilot taking risky missions and even crashing his airship. I need to make sure he doesn't drag me down. He knows I mean business, and he wouldn't dare deceive me, not after seeing me in Heaven's Arena. I left a strong enough impression there. Well, once we're at Hollow Blade, the contract will take care of everything anyway. Before approaching them, Oren lets his gaze drift toward the shiny new airship parked at the dock. Just as he envisioned, it's medium-sized, leaning slightly on the larger side. A large front deck, a small back deck, 3-floor sit looks brand new. That will do. Airships like this usually have at least 10 rooms, maybe more, since this one is a bit larger. I'll need to check the actual specs before I can guess properly, but Jolt should know every detail. It should be more than enough for my needs. Hopefully, he managed to include my request about the gym. Having observed long enough, Oren finally makes his way toward Jolt. As soon as Jolt and his family spot him, the pilot rushes forward, seizing Oren's hand in an energetic shake. Oren, it's so nice to meet you. Just look at the beauty I managed to pick up, Jolt beams, gesturing proudly at the airship. It looks great, Oren replies evenly. You can show me the specs and paperwork later. He then turns toward Jolt's wife and daughters, who shift uncomfortably under his gaze. Offering a polite smile, Oren shakes their hands in turn. It's nice to meet you. I'm Oren, a hunter. I can see you're a little nervous. You've probably seen footage of me from Heaven's Arena. Don't believe everything you see. I fought a lot of bad people who committed terrible crimes. I'm mostly a law-abiding hunter, and you don't need to be nervous around me. The three women, still tense, nonetheless look visibly relieved at his words. Jolt quickly steps up to make the introductions. This is my wife, Marcia, and my twin daughters, Jean and Joanne. Joanne is the one with the darker taste in clothing. Even their names are painfully average. Aside from the man himself, of course. Thank you for employing my husband, Marcia says with genuine gratitude. Without you, we'd be dead by now, Jean adds. Joanne only stares at him silently. Why? Oren asks, with a puzzled expression. Then he turns sharply to Jolt. Didn't I tell you to pay off your debts? I don't want anyone coming after us. Jolt gulps, looking nervous. I did, but then I bought the airship, and now some questionable people are after me. On top of that, the ones I paid off are suspicious about where the money came from. That's why I brought my family with me. You know, the United States of Suherda probably has the most laws, but also the most criminals. I'm afraid jealous people will resort to kidnapping. I really didn't think this through. I put him in a bad position. Let's see what I can do to help. That sounds stressful, Oren says, glancing at the twins. For now, you're safe. If I have time later, maybe I'll come up with a proper solution. But for now you'll just have to stay close to your father. We are willing to do anything you require of us, even without pay, Marcia says. If you want to work, I have more than enough tasks that require attention, and I could use trustworthy people. Of course, I'll pay you. That offer is also for you, Oren replies, nodding at Marcia before turning his eyes to the twins. I'm in. Jean says immediately. I'd also rather do something than sit around. Joanne adds. Now, the final trick to completely rope them in. 24 plus early chapters available. 96, Reunion. Oren nods as he hears the twins agreeing to work for him. Satisfied with their immediate answers, showing their attitude and motivation, he turns serious. You'll need to sign a contract later down the road. The contract will forbid you from leaking any secrets. Don't worry, the contract itself isn't dangerous, but it is highly effective. Now, for something slightly different. You've seen some of my fights, correct? Yes. Marcia replies, looking uncomfortable. The twins also both nod silently. Have you ever wondered how they were possible? Obviously, most fights in Heaven's Arena are far from ordinary. Even you, as amateurs, must realize that, right? Oren asks. He glances at Jolt as well. And did you ever question how such strange combat techniques and superhuman abilities can be learned? The special techniques, the strange events that take place? You must have noticed them. Some sort of secret technique. Joanne guesses. Special effects. Jean says. Tricks. Illusions. Marcia adds. Maybe special equipment. I never understood the miracles of Heaven's Arena, Jolt admits. Oren briefly activates Ren. In an instant, Jolt and his family begin to tremble before the sheer force of his aura. After only a few seconds, he withdraws it, leaving them shaken but clearly understanding his point. Joanne was the closest. You get a point, Oren says. It is indeed a special technique, one that can be learned. If you prove yourselves, I wouldn't mind teaching you, but I have other commitments right now. Jolt, give me a tour through the airship. I want to see the gym and the rooms. I trust you on the technical aspects of the ship. Of course. Jolt answers quickly. I'll also explain the cost of the unique elements, because you might doubt me. I'm sorry to say there are only 90 million left. It's fine. Keep it for now as an operating budget. Pay yourself 400,000 jenny a month, and give your wife and daughters 200,000 each. You can also use that money to cover food and essentials. That way, whatever you earn can go straight into savings. No rent, no utilities, no daily expenses. It's a decent deal, isn't it? I'm grateful. Thank you so much. Jolt says, his relief visible on his face. As Oren and Jolt step onto the airship, Oren notices the three women trailing behind, still wide-eyed from everything they've heard. The twins especially look eager, their expressions filled with desire and a hint of ambition. It's so easy. If they prove themselves, I'll teach them later. Jolt begins his tour, leading Oren through the ship with almost childlike enthusiasm. The flooring is made of the newest compound, much more durable, but lighter than the usual material. This model is the fourth fastest on the market. Among ships of its size, it's the undisputed number one, Jolt explains, grinning from ear to ear. Flying something like this is a dream come true. Okay, Oren comments flatly. I guess it's pretty decent. Exactly what I wanted, really. However, it's just a means of transportation. I suppose for an enthusiast and professional pilot like Jolt, this is indeed a dream come true. They move through the ship's interior. Oren notes the master cabin, 12 passenger cabins, and several common rooms. Finally, they descend to the lowest floor, where Jolt presents the gym to Oren. The entire bottom deck has been transformed into a training area, filled with custom-built equipment and an absurd amount of weight plates. Hee, Jolt chuckles nervously. All the weight I saved with those top materials is lost with your gym. It's a shame. Normally, I'd never recommend building a gym into an airship, but I couldn't refuse your request. This only works because of the incredible quality of the other parts. This might slow the ship down a little, so you should reconsider reducing the gym in size and only keep what you truly need. It's fine, Oren replies calmly. I'd rather lose a few hours of travel time now and then than go without a gym. It's not even a waste of time. Training is something I will do for the rest of my life. This way I can use the time spent on board to steadily improve myself. It's simply a must, he adds. Satisfied with what he's seen, Oren spends the next 2 days on board, slowly settling in. He goes on a few shopping trips, sometimes with Marcia, sometimes with the twins, and the tense atmosphere between them begins to relax. He also starts teaching Jolt and his family the basics of a breathing technique once taught to him by Leiter, the proper first step toward learning them. Along with that, he orders them to train inside the gym for a few hours every day, instructing them in a balanced routine that cycles muscle groups daily and includes plenty of cardio. To his disappointment, neither Jolt nor Marcia shows any sign of progress. Their breathing doesn't improve in the slightest. The twins, however, display at least some promise, which makes Oren shift his focus toward them. In the meantime, he continues his own training as before, mixing in extremely draining physical exercise alongside regular treatments with Azure restoration. Finally, Oren receives a message. Conrad, Vanessa, and Aaron are about to arrive. Oren decides to message them back, telling them he'll meet them directly at the airport. As he waits at the agreed location, he watches a small private airship descend and land. It doesn't take long before Conrad, Vanessa, and Aaron emerge, each carrying a large suitcase and several bags. To Oren's surprise, 2 more figures follow them, a boy and a girl, both appearing to be in their early teens, probably the same age, or slightly younger than him. They each carry even more luggage, struggling slightly under the weight. Looks like they came prepared. They even brought attendants. A little young. I guess child labor is normal. It's a cruel world. These strange memories in my head tell me this is wrong, but my own memories say the opposite. I was put to work when I was 6 years old. They're already twice that age, so it's only natural that they work. Oren steps forward to greet them, but before he can say anything, Vanessa rushes toward him and throws her arms around him in a sudden hug. Really? This woman? Perhaps I should choose my students more carefully. Before Oren can complain, a sharp voice suddenly cuts in from behind. Stay away from him. Oren slowly, almost awkwardly, removes Vanessa's hands and turns around only to see Nephi rushing forward in the exact same way. She leaps at him and crashes into his chest, nearly knocking him over. Okay, enough. I don't need this kind of popularity, Oren says, his face showing clear embarrassment. I noticed you 10 minutes ago. Silly girl. Surprise. Nephi says with a wide grin, ignoring Oren's declaration, acting like she wasn't discovered. Follow me. Let's talk somewhere else. I have a new place, he adds, motioning for them to follow as he leads the group toward his airship. On board, inside the wide common room, Oren makes quick introductions. This is my private pilot, Jolt, and the new airship I bought. His wife, Marcia, and his daughters, Jean and Joanne. Before you ask, the twins have some aptitude, and I'm teaching them then, if they don't slack off and keep up with their breathing techniques. At the mention of their training, Jean and Joanne visibly tense up, their eyes bright with excitement. As Oren finishes introducing them, his gaze drifts to the 2 unfamiliar members of Conrad's group. They immediately notice his look and bow politely. Finally, the girl, who appears slightly older than the boy, speaks up. Master Oren, thank you so much for taking care of our big brother. You changed our lives, we're really grateful. The boy says nervously, quickly stepping back to hide slightly behind his sister. Ah, so you're Aaron's siblings, Oren realizes. I'm glad you're safe. Looking them over closely, something clicks in his mind. They haven't been taught Nen yet. I didn't want to risk it. You told me not to, Aaron admits. Good, Oren replies. They can learn together with the twins. What are their names? I'm trying my best not to forget. At least if they show promise. Mio and Kai, Aaron says quickly. Thank you for teaching them. Both Mio and Kai brighten, visibly excited. It's okay, Oren says calmly. But they still need to prove their talent and willingness to put in the work. This is the real, orthodox way, not the shortcut you three have taken. His eyes shift briefly toward Vanessa, Conrad, and Aaron. Before I forget. Aaron suddenly says, pulling a knife from his luggage and tossing it carefully toward Oren. Oren catches it one-handed without effort. Inspecting it closely, he realizes it's another of Ben's knives. Nice, he mutters. Using Gyo, he sees the number 6 engraved faintly into the blade and inspects it further. A really early one. This one's special. At first glance, it looks like an ordinary chef's knife, but the tip and edge are impossibly sharp. This blade is deadly. I like it. I like this one, Oren says, looking quite satisfied. Nephi shoots a glare at the weapon, and Oren calmly hands it over to her with a small smile. You can always play with my collection. No need to be jealous. I know. Anyway, I brought something for you as well. Actually, not just for you, for everyone. Nephi says, pulling open a large suitcase. Inside are black clothes, stylish despite their pitch-dark color. I needed a few more sets, Oren says casually, shrugging as he pulls out several outfits for himself. He briefly inspects the clothes in his hand and notices the quality has improved significantly. Looks like Nephi wasn't just lazing around. Good. 24 plus early chapters available. 97. The training begins. Different personalities, different styles. 97. The training begins. Different personalities, different styles. As Oren nonchalantly helps himself to multiple sets of clothing, the others reluctantly follow suit, murmuring their thanks to Nephi. I'll order some more later. I'll take your exact sizes so they fit better. They stretch a little, but the closer the fit, the more comfortable they are to wear, Nephi explains. These are extremely durable. These suits can even stop bullets, at least some. I wouldn't want to test it myself, but these clothes are something truly unique. I never intended to start a real company, I just wanted experts to create custom clothing for me, but unexpectedly, we managed to obtain a few contracts with police organizations, and even some military contracts. The biggest problem is still the high cost, but I'm working on that, or, more accurately, my scientists are. Not bad, Oren comments. It looks like you did it by mistake, but you stumbled onto something valuable. You should keep at it. Even military contracts are fine, since your clothing is purely defensive. You managed to develop something potentially life-saving. Let's talk later, okay? Conrad cuts in, staring at Nephi. I've got some connections. Maybe we can collaborate. Sure, but I'm not getting scammed. Nephi says quickly, her eyes narrowing in slight suspicion. Just saying it won't protect you, it only makes you look like an easy target. I guess, I'll better make sure he doesn't actually do it. She is a little naive. Anyway, Oren says, taking a deep breath. I summoned you all here because I wanted to tell you something. Not only about myself, but also about what I've been doing these past months. But first, I need to warn you. If you leak this information, you will die. Not by my hands, but by others closely related to me. You can back out now, and we can still train together. You don't need to worry about me cutting you off just for refusing. It will just change how honest I can be with you. Silence follows. Nobody speaks. Everyone's eyes are fixed firmly on Oren. Fine, Oren snickers, before turning toward Jolt and his family, as well as Mio and Kai. For now, this is only for my official students. I'll tell you later, alright? Could you leave us alone for a moment? Jolt and his family, along with Mio and Kai, look visibly disappointed, but they nod and step out of the room without protest. Oren then explains hollow blade skipping over certain crucial details and briefly summarizes his recent actions. Everyone looks stunned, aside from Nephi, who already knew most of the story. A non-entity. Vanessa says, gulping nervously. That's terrifying. Is something like that really possible? Still, I really respect you for saving those girls. Even those awful criminals don't sound too bad, they actually helped you. Oren nods. There are even scarier things out there, Vanessa. And the troop are far more complicated than people think. Their motives are rarely clear. It's best to assume that everything you've heard is wrong until you confirm it for yourself. That includes what I'm teaching you. You can believe me, but it's better to develop your own opinion after checking out things for yourself. Regarding Nen, your personality and your own beliefs, even if they make no sense to others or go against established principles, might be more important. That doesn't mean that you should ignore what I'll teach you, but just that you sometimes need to believe in yourself, even if others disagree. That sounds kinda cool. You sound like a real master. I like that. Vanessa says with a wide grin. Vanessa, shut up. Conrad snaps, clearly annoyed by his sister's casual responses. It's fine, Oren says calmly. What I mean is that you need to be prepared for anything. Which brings me to the reason I called you all here. First of all, I owe you training. Now that the organization has officially accepted me as your master, I'll do my job. At least for a while, I'll teach you seriously. Especially you two, Vanessa and Aaron. I've neglected you far too much. Secondly, if you're serious about advancing as hunters, you need to find a goal or a path for yourself. I already told you about Pariston. He's like a double-edged blade. He can help you like no one else, but you never know what he's planning. Whether you accept his help is your choice. His face turns serious. He might, no, he will manipulate you and play games you won't even notice, much less realize you're an active piece on his chessboard. It's certainly risky, and even I can't fully protect you. On the other hand, Pariston is one of the smartest and best connected people in the world. If he knows you're associated with me, he won't harm you without a damn good reason, and if you ally with him, he'll probably support you, but you could still be used as a tool to reach or target me. Nobody knows what the future brings. I'm not here to baby you, so think about it carefully before you decide. You don't have to take shortcuts. I still have enough people I can ask for help aside from Pariston. Everyone falls silent, each of them looking lost in their own thoughts. Finally, Oren continues, I've invited another teacher for all of you. Since I'll also be teaching the twins, and your siblings too, Aaron, at least a little light won't hurt to have someone else around. You already know him, Conrad. It's Gorinu. Ah, that guy, Conrad says with a hint of recognition. You think pretty highly of him, don't you? You seem to be a little more capable during the exam. To be honest, I don't know his exact affinity, Oren admits. But according to my sources, he should be either an emitter or a manipulator. I can help you with every Nen category, except manipulation. So, if things go according to plan, Gorinu can fill that role. Nefi also has knowledge in the area and may be able to help you as well, but her Hatsu is rather unique. Aaron looks momentarily confused, but his expression quickly brightens into one of excitement. So, we're training. This time, seriously. Oren nods. Yes. Of course, it all depends on you. I mean, you're here already, so I'll take that as a yes, but I'm not forcing any of you. You all know the basics of Nen, so technically, you're somewhat qualified hunters already. However, I strongly suggest you stay. I can teach you ways to train specific affinities, tell you about Hatsus I've encountered, give you hints on how to create your own Hatsu, share my experience, and most importantly, I can teach you every single advanced Nen technique. I hate bragging, but I've studied each one thoroughly, and I've reached at least an advanced, if not master, level in all of them. The only area I can't really cover is manipulation, but with Nefi here, and hopefully Gorinu, that gap will be filled. He then turns his attention to Aaron and Vanessa. This is your chance to obtain the knowledge to become true experts. Whatever you need, I'm prepared to teach you seriously. I accept. Aaron says instantly, without even the slightest hesitation. Thank you so much. Vanessa beams with joy and throws her arms around Oren, only for Nefi to quickly wedge herself between them. I'm sorry, Nefi, right? What exactly is your relationship with him? Vanessa asks, tilting her head, obviously confused. Nothing. This is just a serious occasion. Stop hugging him for no reason, Nefi huffs, crossing her arms. As much as I agree with you, Nefi, the same could be said for you, Oren says, looking mildly annoyed. There's one more thing. I promised Pariston I'd take on a few temp hunter missions for him. They're basically requests like the typical quests you see in video games. The association receives a request, and we take care of it in exchange for payment. If you're interested, you can join me, or even take on a few easier ones by yourselves. I'll leave that choice to you as well. Any questions? Oren asks. Nobody answers. The group remains silent, their faces serious, but there's also an unmistakable spark of eagerness in their eyes. Oren smiles, clearly satisfied with their responses. If that's the case, it's time to train. First, let me see your progress. Show me 5 minutes of Ten, 5 minutes of Zetsu, and finally, 5 minutes of Ren. Yes. Understood. I've been waiting for this. Oren shakes his head as he watches the very different reactions of Conrad, Aaron, and Vanessa, respectively. They all activate Ten, with Nefi joining in just for fun. Oren also activates his own Ten, letting his students see the difference and giving them a clear standard to compare themselves against. Conrad's Ten looks fairly well balanced. It isn't outstanding or praiseworthy in the slightest, yet it also can't be considered poor or faulty. In the end, Oren can only describe it as average, which is honestly not bad, considering Conrad hasn't been practicing Nen for that long, only around a year. I'd say that's a pass. Conrad is average, but that isn't necessarily bad. I can see that he has been training. Average. That's good, Conrad. I don't see any obvious mistakes. Keep going, Oren says, nodding lightly. He then shifts his attention to Aaron. Looking at him closely, Oren notices that his Ten is remarkably weak and thin, almost invisible. Ten itself is already considered the weakest of the 4 basic Nen techniques, since the aura it produces is thin and offers no offensive capability. At best, it provides a minimal amount of defense. Aaron's Ten is extremely thin and weak even compared to the usual standard of 10. Yet, at the same time, it feels incredibly smooth and calm, carrying a sense of stability. It almost feels like he's been training for a long time. Your 10 is very weak, but it's also extremely stable and smooth. It almost feels like you've been practicing for many years. I can see that you have trained it for a long time. Good job, that will pay off in the long run. Keep up the good work, but we need to work on increasing the strength of your aura, Oren comments. Finally, his gaze falls on Vanessa. Her 10 is unstable, the thickness constantly fluctuating. However, even with its uneven form, it is remarkably thick and powerful, at least compared to Aaron and even Conrad. Almost the complete opposite of Aaron. 10 needs to be smooth and calm. Look at how Aaron does it. Oren points out. Vanessa lets out a frustrated sigh, clearly disappointed with herself. Still, your aura is strong. If you can work on your technique, I'd say you show the most promise. It's difficult to increase aura quantity and strength, but just improving the basic techniques should be much easier in comparison. Vanessa smiles brightly, making Nephi stare at her in frustration. Ajen, ignoring her, thinks about the individual results of the three. These three. Conrad is pretty balanced, while the other two each have clear strengths and weaknesses. Together, they actually make a great team in that regard. Let's keep going. I already have a few ideas. 24 plus early chapters available. 98 proper guidance fading scars. 98 proper guidance fading scars. Seeing the group's respectable showing of 10, Oren commands. Better than I thought. Now let's switch to Zetsu. He orders. What about me? Nephi asks, pouting. Nephi, you have a Nen master and are already quite experienced. Obviously, your 10 is quite advanced. Stop being childish, Oren replies, looking annoyed. What is wrong with this girl? She is suddenly so clingy and attention-seeking. As Nephi looks a little frustrated, Oren focuses back on his students. Like before, Conrad's performance is mediocre. Oren can't find a real flaw in his Zetsu, and he is indeed quite hard to detect. However, he can still feel the faintest hint of aura, meaning Conrad is still having a few minor flaws in his use of Zetsu. Aaron, not surprisingly, maybe thanks to his prior experience as a pickpocket, displays a flawless Zetsu. It's on a level that makes Oren doubt his own talent. Since Aaron has only around a year of experience, his progress is astonishingly fast. I think I needed more than 3 years to reach his level. I was a kid, only 6 years old when I learned Nen, but still. If we're only talking about Zetsu, he is a real prodigy. A few more years and he will completely master the technique. Finally, he looks at Vanessa, who, unsurprisingly, has the most underdeveloped Zetsu of the three. Despite her using Zetsu, Oren can still feel and even faintly see her aura. Obviously there is still aura flowing out of her aura nodes. She had the shortest amount of time, and it seems her character is rather extroverted. Zetsu does not suit her. She needs to put in more effort, but despite all of that, Oren doesn't think she is hopeless. You three are all doing reasonably well. Conrad, just keep working. I think you know yourself that you are on the right track. Aaron, your Zetsu is incredibly advanced. A few more years and you will reach master level. Vanessa, you are actually doing better than expected. You just need to keep training. Zetsu is not the most important technique, but you shouldn't neglect it either. I think you will just have to continuously practice it. Whenever you aren't actively training or using 10, use Zetsu, Oren explains, his tone steady and instructive. Finally, show me your Ren. He announces. The three all begin to use Ren, their aura surging out of their bodies. Oren studies them carefully. Similarly to their use of 10, their distinct traits reveal themselves again. Okay, he says after a moment of thought, I don't think I need to go into more detail. It's similar to your use of 10. Conrad, you are fairly balanced again. Aaron, your Ren seems smooth and stable, but is overall way too weak. Vanessa, while your overall aura output is quite high, I see that you haven't really mastered this technique yet, as your aura is unstable. Considering you had the least time to practice, that's perfectly acceptable, however. Oren crosses his arms. Ren is the foundation of Nen. While Zetsu has its uses, it's not a vital technique. Ren is important for any battle and also the way to increase your overall aura input. You need to diligently train your Ren, even if you dislike it. All three of them nod, seemingly understanding Oren's point. I'd like to think we can trust each other. Have you checked your affinities yet? Conrad, I know yours, and you already have your Hatsu. It's up to you how much you want to share. How about you, Aaron, Vanessa, did you check your affinities yet? Oren asks, his curiosity showing just a little. Vanessa looks confused. Conrad said I am an enhancer, but I didn't test mine yet. He said he tested mine. So you lied to me, asshole. She then starts to hit her brother, who blocks her attacks but is visibly frustrated as he takes the blows. Despite his obvious pain, Conrad grins, while Oren lets out a sigh of disapproval. Personality can be an indicator, but it's by no means a foolproof method. Conrad, don't be silly and bully your sister. She needs to do water divination. How about you, Aaron? Aaron shakes his head. I've also waited. Honestly, I am in no rush to create a Hatsu. As you pointed out, I realize my aura capacity is quite low, so I am working on that. It's smart to wait a while. Rushing and hastily creating the first Hatsu that comes to mind can ruin your Nen path and make you regret your choices for a lifetime. I trained for years before committing to a Hatsu, Oren explains, recalling his own experiences. The basic and advanced techniques should come first. I'll also show you a few exercises to train your affinities. Especially for enhancers, emitters, and transmuters, the choice of Hatsu is critical, so building a solid base with the fundamentals takes priority. Conjurers and manipulators, on the other hand, tend to be weaker in straight combat, so they rely more heavily on their Hatsus. Well, let's test it out then, Oren says. He picks up an empty glass, fills it with water from a nearby bottle, then casually plucks a random leaf from a potted plant and drops it into the glass. Placing the glass on a table, he gestures for the others to gather around it. Just use Ren, keep your hands close to the glass, and pour as much aura into them as you can, Oren instructs. To demonstrate, Oren briefly performs water divination himself. He only uses Ren for a split second, yet even in that instant, the water begins to spill over the edge, running down the glass and onto the table. He wipes it away with a tissue before continuing. This way, they think I'm an enhancer. There is no need to reveal that this test also says I'm showing signs of being an emitter and transmuter. I've already explained the different affinities, right? What you just saw is the sign of an enhancer, Oren says. Interesting. Vanessa grins as she steps forward. She positions her hands next to the glass and uses Ren. To everyone's surprise, nothing happens at first. Nothing. She exclaims, looking disappointed. Keep going, Oren tells her calmly. Probably a transmuter then? He wonders. But as Vanessa continues, the water slowly begins to turn red. You're an emitter, Oren notes, his eyes narrowing slightly. Judging from the qualities of your aura, though, you also have a decent amount of talent in enhancement. That means you're an emitter leaning toward enhancement. You should focus your training on those two affinities. Manipulation could be an option as well, but only if you plan to mix it into a Hatsu. Emitter. Vanessa mutters, looking genuinely upset. I'm not sure I like that. Enhancement would have been simpler. It feels like it would fit me better. Don't worry, Oren reassures her. Even as an emitter, you can still train enhancement. But it would be a waste not to include emission in your Hatsu. Trust me, emission is a great affinity. You can make very straightforward but effective abilities that mix well with enhancement. You've seen some of my fights in Heaven's Arena, right? I'll show you a few techniques later. Personally, I think emission combined with enhancement in a weapon, something like my katana, or even better, a ranged weapon, is easy to learn and devastating if correctly used. Vanessa nods, though her expression is still filled with confusion. You've got plenty of time to think it over, Oren adds. He then turns his attention to Eren. Eren goes through the water divination just as Vanessa did. Minutes pass, but the water doesn't react at all. So you're a transmuter, Oren concludes. Taste the water. Sometimes the change in taste gives a clue for the direction of your ability. Eren takes a sip and grimaces. It tastes salty. Transmutation is probably the trickiest affinity. It takes a lot of work to find a certain substance you want to mimic with your aura. Maybe you also want to focus on changing the shape of your aura. Carefully think about it. I'll tell you a few examples of good uses of transmutation later. You should also use water divination as part of your training, Oren advises. It's a solid method on its own and will improve your inborn affinity. Aside from that, there are a few exercises you should include in your training. To demonstrate, he shifts his aura into transmutation, writing numbers in the air one after another. Then he changes them into simple calculations, the equations glowing faintly as he forms them with aura. A moment later, he switches his exercise, creating small men balls and flinging them against the wall, where they pop on impact. We can go over these exercises in the coming weeks, Oren explains calmly. Lastly, you should both spend time training enhancement as well, Oren continues. The best way is to use shu-infuse objects with your aura and try to prevent them from breaking, while doing tasks that normally would destroy them. If you're outside, take some stones, cover them in shu, and smash them together. That's a very direct and effective method. Conrad, even with your affinity, it won't hurt you to practice this too, Oren adds, giving him a brief look. Conrad is the type who wouldn't focus on enhancement, but a little training doesn't hurt. He will probably focus way too much on his Hatsu. I'll ask him later to show it to me. I wonder what he has come up with. Conrad nods, looking a bit guilty. After talking a little more, Oren finally says, I've booked 4 large hotel rooms. We don't have to sleep here, this can just be our temporary training location. While Jolt's family stays on the airship, Oren, Nephi, Vanessa, Conrad, Eren and his siblings head to the hotel. Vanessa, with a cruel smirk, grabs her brother and drags him into a room. I still owe you my thanks for guessing my affinity, she comments, while Conrad looks genuinely frightened. Thank you so much for training us, Eren says, before disappearing into another room with his siblings. Finally, Oren heads into his own room, only for Nephi to follow him. There is one more room left, Oren says. You are acting a little strange. What's wrong? Idiot. She says, but shows no sign of leaving the room. You are neglecting me. I won't leave. Oren stares at her and can't help but feel a little surprised. I guess, she really likes me. I guess after saving her and healing her injuries, her opinion of me changed. Oren finally smiles. We haven't done it in a while. How about another treatment? It's time to get rid of a few more scars. Nephi smiles shyly in response and nods. Oren's aura changes into a bright azure color as he activates Azure Restoration. He gathers most of it in his hands and readies himself. 24 plus early chapters available. 99 The Last Arrivee. The entire hotel room is engulfed in a bright azure glow as Oren gently places his hands on Nephi's shoulders. His aura spreads outward, wrapping around her before seeping into her body, gradually dyeing her own aura with the same deep azure color. Over the next few minutes, Nephi's scars begin to fade, shrinking at a pace visible to the eye. Meanwhile, Nephi does her best to remain silent, but can't help but let out a few moans, obviously enjoying the feeling of her body rejuvenating itself, slowly returning to peak condition. Satisfied with the results, Oren finally stops after 5 minutes. Nephi's scars are now barely noticeable. That should be enough for now, he says. I'll get rid of the remaining scars in a year or two. Thank you, Nephi replies, her cheeks beat red as she tries to hide the obvious happiness on her face. After a moment of silence, she looks up at him. Can I stay? You can, Oren answers, a little surprised. But there's another room available. Nephi, clearly prepared for this response, quickly interjects. You mentioned that your acquaintance will arrive soon, right? He'll need a room too, won't he? True. Anyway, it's fine. This isn't the first time we've shared a room, Oren says, remembering their days together back in Heaven's Arena. After the treatment, the two of them sit side by side on the bed. Oren slips into Zetsu to recover the aura he spent, while Nephi remains in 10, meditating. Her aura flows extremely calmly, but from time to time playfully flows around her, briefly showing slight irregular ripples here and there, tiny signs of her current happiness. She can't really calm down. She is obviously happy. I'm glad. When Oren feels his aura returning, he finally lies back on the huge bed of his luxurious hotel room. Nephi continues her meditation for a while longer, her 10 still steady, before slowly lying down next to him. She inches closer and closer until she's pressed right against his side. Without a word, she crawls into his arms and stays there quietly. I'll indulge her, just this once. I suppose I owe her for leaving her alone these past weeks. For the first time in years, Oren sleeps for a full 8 hours. When he finally opens his eyes, he finds himself staring directly into Nephi's golden brown ones. Seeing that he's awake, Nephi blushes faintly but doesn't move away. Instead, she hugs him tightly, resting her head against his chest. Oren raises a hand and gently pats her head, feeling the smooth strands of her black hair against his palm. After a few quiet minutes, he finally says, let's get up. We've slept long enough. With Nephi following behind him, Oren goes through his morning routine. After a quick shower, brushing his teeth, and getting dressed, he's ready to face the day. Together, they rejoin the others, and the entire group heads down to the ground floor of the hotel to have breakfast in the restaurant. Once finished, they make their way back to the airport and board Oren's new airship, which has been relocated to a more remote docking area, one they can use indefinitely as long as Oren keeps up with the fees. Inside, Oren turns to the others. For now, train a little on your own. I want to spend at least an hour or two teaching the basic breathing techniques to the twins, as well as your siblings, Eren. He then focuses on Jean and Joanne, along with Eren's younger siblings. They train not in the gym, but in one of the empty rooms, as the breathing technique requires silence. Oren does his best to guide them through meditation as best as he can, briefly remembering how Lider taught him and his other students many years ago. All 4 show signs of understanding, especially the twins, most likely thanks to their age. If they keep at it, the twins should be able to unlock their aura nodes in about 2 to 3 months. They are surprisingly talented. It's almost shocking. Eren's siblings are younger, so they'll probably need 3 or 4 months, maybe half a year. Still, that makes them quite talented. This isn't a competition or a race, though, so the actual time is not important. I'll stop teaching them entirely if they show signs of instability or if they make foolish decisions. Before I let them learn actual Nen knowledge, they'll also have to sign Hollow Blade's contract. I need to return there anyway. I still owe Bunna the restoration of his eye. I can't keep him waiting too much longer. Later, Oren meets up with the others in the gym, the airship's best space for both Nen practice and physical training. He gives a brief demonstration of the fundamental exercises for emission and transmutation. That's something for later. For now, Vanessa and Eren practice water divination. You need the practice. It's the best exercise for beginners. Conrad, how about we focus on Nen? You said you wanted to learn, right? Of course. He says, with a smile, while Vanessa briefly glares at him, obviously jealous. Suddenly, his phone buzzes. Oren pulls it out and checks the message. It's from Gorinu. I've just arrived in Swordeny City. I'm at the airport. You never told me the exact location, so where should I go? Looks like the help I requested finally arrived, Oren remarks to the others. Some of them look uncertain at the mention of the newcomer except Conrad, of course, who already knows Gorinu. Oren quickly types a reply, sending Gorinu the airship's current location at the remote airport hangar where it is stationed. Just a few minutes later, Gorinu arrives, still looking like his usual self, and Oren greets him with a smile and a firm handshake. Good to see you again, Gorinu, he says, genuinely pleased with how things have turned out. Gorinu is a genius Nen user. His Hatsu is absolutely astonishing and probably one of the most devastating Hatsus I know of. In truth, his Hatsu is so powerful, I believe with his help, I can take down absolutely anyone later down the line. If I train for half a decade, I am sure even Netero or the king, who won't be born for many years, could be in danger if I manage to surprise them. I haven't seen it in actual combat yet. I only recall it ever being used during a volleyball game where it frankly could only reveal a tiny hint of its true potential. I need to build up trust with Gorinu. If he is willing to train with me, I believe we can become unstoppable. Gorinu carefully inspects Oren. After only a brief glance, his eyes widen with surprise. Oren, you look completely different. Not only did you grow a lot physically, but your aura is even more terrifying. Just your 10 alone makes you seem like a monster. Oren smirks. You haven't seen anything yet. Anyway, come inside, meet your new students. A few moments later, in the gym, Oren stands next to his old acquaintance and makes the introductions. This is Gorinu. He took the same hunter exam as me and Conrad. Only the two of us passed that year. These are Nephi, Conrad whom you already know, Vanessa, his sister, and Aaron. It's nice to meet you all, Gorinu says with a smile. I'm a little surprised, you already seem like pretty decent Nen users. I guess I'll have to really work if I want to teach you anything useful. Nephi crosses her arms, clearly unsure what to think of him, while Conrad steps forward and shakes his hand. Vanessa and Aaron exchange a skeptical glance, but even they seem pleased to have another teacher around. After a quick introduction, everyone displays their current level with the basics, switching between Ten, Zetsu, and Ren. Gorinu studies them carefully, then nods. I see what needs to be done. I can definitely help polish your fundamentals. Except for you, Nephi, right? There's really nothing I could teach you. Nephi tilts her head up, clearly satisfied with the compliment. Silly girl, her personality changed a lot from when I first met her, or maybe it just returned to how she always was. Gorinu, there's actually someone else who needs training, Oren says. Who? Gorinu asks, looking a little confused. Oren steps forward. Me. Haha, Gorinu chuckles. You've got to be joking, Oren. If we sparred bare-handed, I'd be lucky to last a few minutes. With your devilish blade, I wouldn't even last a minute. How could I train you? Oren shakes his head and explains. Listen, I've got a good grasp on enhancement, emission, transmutation, and even conjuration. I also know solid methods to train those affinities. But when it comes to manipulation, I'm completely lost. I've come up with 2 small exercises, but I need an expert to guide me. Don't ask me how, but I figure you must be an emitter or a manipulator. Surely you can teach me a few things. Gorinu glances at the others, then closes his eyes briefly. I assume your students are trustworthy. Of course, Oren answers immediately, without hesitation. Gorinu nods, seemingly satisfied by the decisive response. I'm a manipulator, heavily leaning toward emission. When it comes to manipulation, I can teach you a lot. My master was a manipulator too, but he went down a different path, which allows me to teach you the 2 major basic styles of manipulation. Still, I know most of the tricks and training techniques. Perfect. However, Gorinu continues cautiously, I've seen your fights in Heaven's arena. You're obviously a transmuter, or maybe an enhancer. There's a small chance you're actually an emitter, since you trained in emission and handle that affinity well. If you're a transmuter, forget manipulation, it's too far removed from your natural affinity. You also already have a Hatsu, and coming up with a brand new manipulation one would be the riskiest, dumbest thing you could do. If you're an enhancer, it changes things slightly, but I'd still advise against it. If, by some chance, you're an emitter, then manipulation could add something entirely new to your fighting style. He's quite perceptive. Don't worry about it. I don't plan on creating a full manipulation Hatsu, Oren says with confidence. I also have a few secrets. I've made up my mind want to learn manipulation. I appreciate the warning, but I've thought it through, you can trust me on that. You said you've already trained with some exercises you learned by yourself? Can you show them to me? Gorinu asks. It's best to see at what level you're currently at. Worst case, you'll have to unlearn those self-taught tricks. This is something completely new. Now comes the big reveal. Either my self-made training regime is a stroke of genius, or it's something I'll have to painfully unlearn. I'm getting more and more hyped. Time to show him what I've got. 24 plus early chapters available. 100 The Wisdom of the Ape. After hearing Gorinu's response, Oren decides to oblige him and demonstrate his half-stolen, slightly modified training techniques. I guess I'd better show him what I got. It's also nothing I need to hide, so the others can watch and maybe learn. Alright, Oren says as he activates Ren. This is an emission technique I've been practicing. It's simple, but I thought it would be a good starting point. He shapes a small ball of aura and hurls it at the wall. The impact makes a sharp sound, though it lacks the force to leave a dent. Wouldn't want to destroy or damage my new airship now, that was a little too close already. That's the basic emission part, now is the part one actually came up with myself, Oren explains. After that, he creates 4 more aura balls, spinning them around himself in a steady motion. Gorinu's eyes widen slightly at the display. Oren disperses the aura, then shifts into another exercise. Numbers form at the tips of his fingers, glowing faintly. This one is a fairly well-known transmutation exercise, Oren states confidently, you probably know it as well. Anyway, I'll show you my little tweak. He then separates the aura completely from his body, letting it float while he continues shaping it into different numbers. Finally, he begins sketching simple calculations in the air, maintaining the shapes even without direct contact. I modified fairly straightforward emission and transmutation exercises to include elements of manipulation. Of course, the latter also needed emission, Oren states, after having shown off both of his techniques. It's impressive what you came up with on your own, Gorinu admits. You're not wasting your time on useless drills. Still, you might be making a mistake. Really? So I made a mistake after all. Now I'm curious. I already mentioned two basic approaches to manipulation, Gorinu continues. One is controlling your aura and aura constructs, which includes emitted nen beasts. I take it you know that you can either create nen beasts or aura constructs with pure emission, or actually conjure them, which is often a little more complicated. Both approaches have their advantages and disadvantages. Anyway, the other approach to manipulation is controlling real objects, matter, or people. This includes conjured objects or nen beasts. Oren nods thoughtfully. So what I've been training counts as control over aura and things created from aura. I mean, I didn't think about it. The Hatsu I am aiming for will require me to do these things. Yes, Gorinu confirms. As I mentioned, real and conjured objects, which fall into the other category, would require a completely different type of training exercise. Most people, when they think about manipulation, immediately imagine mind-controlling humans, and that's certainly the most fearsome and impactful form. My master specialized in that path. I, however, belong to the other type. I use manipulation to control nen beasts. The others glance at one another in confusion, but Oren and Nephi understand. I guess, even if I'm not manipulating humans, I still count as the same type as your master, because I am controlling real objects. I'd love to meet your master. Nephi points out, looking curious. Guess I'm lucky then, Oren says. This is exactly what I've thought of, and I'm not planning to manipulate objects or people. What I want is to use manipulation to control my own aura. No need to share the exact details, especially if my plan fails in the end. I want this technique to be my joker. Since we're on that topic, Gorinu goes on, do you know the different kinds of mind control manipulation hatsus? Oren and Nephi both nod, albeit reluctantly, while the rest of the group looks completely lost. Coercive abilities, Oren says, thinking immediately of Shulnark. The ones that allow you to take full control of a target. There are also pseudo-coercive abilities, Nephi adds. They don't instantly give you complete control over your target, but under certain conditions, they let the user influence their target. Correct, Gorinu says. And then there are solicitation-based abilities. In those cases, the target has to fulfill certain conditions, and depending on their actions, there will be certain consequences. He pauses briefly before continuing. There are other variations, too, but those three are the most common when we talk about mind control. Still, abilities that grant total control are rare and usually come with strict limitations. You would need to be a genius-level nen user to create such an hatsu. I see, Oren says, nodding. Anyway, my goal is to emit aura and then use manipulation to control it. Do you think the two exercises I've shown are suitable for that? I'd say yes. In fact, these are great approaches. Most people don't even use these exercises, they immediately try their hands at their hatsu. Gorinu replies. We could probably come up with some more advanced variations, but you should definitely keep practicing them. It's easy to raise the difficulty, just emit more aura balls at once. You can also try changing your nen calculations into actual text. Writing with aura is a highly practical technique. Did you know it can even be used to leave hidden messages? If you can do that, you'd count among the very few who can. I haven't managed to do that myself. I am just horrible at transmutation, and frankly, I've given up on it. Looks like I got a new goal as well. This is what I wanted. The days quickly pass. Oren continues teaching the twins, Jean and Joanne, as well as Aaron's younger siblings, Mio and Kai. With the help of Gorinu and Nephi, Conrad, along with Vanessa and Aaron, keep improving at a rapid pace. While Oren supports them too, he also focuses on his own growth. He trains his body, his aura, and practices his new techniques daily, often together with Gorinu, who does his best to help. A week passes, almost in the blink of an eye. Not only does the group make great progress, but Oren also feels genuinely at peace, surrounded by friends and people who like him. The stress he felt earlier is now completely gone, replaced with the desire to become stronger. In between training, Oren receives his mediocre compensation from Pariston, still totaling over 1 billion jenny. He also wires Gorinu a full 1 billion jenny, exactly as promised, which makes the man almost tear up with joy. He's rather simple. I like that kind of person. I think he'll be loyal. He's genuinely a good and honest guy. I think I can be a little more open with him as well. Finally, during another training session, Oren receives a message from Pariston, asking him to visit if it fits into his schedule. Not like I have a schedule in the first place. I wonder how things are progressing on his end. Hey, everyone, listen up for a moment, Oren calls out, waving the others over. He looks at Nefi, Gorinu, Conrad, Vanessa, and Aaron, then explains, I mentioned this already, but I'm planning to take on a few temp hunter missions for Pariston. I explicitly told him not to give me anything too difficult, but with him, you never know. He doesn't think like normal or even rational people. His goals and intentions are never clear. He's the type who would burn money if he could get a reaction out of his targets. Oren pauses briefly before adding, the question is whether you want to participate. Nobody is forcing you. Nefi, you'll need to come along at least once. It's about your status. We've already sent his contact the faked reports, but it's best if you appear in person just this once. I'd like to give it a go. Vanessa says eagerly. I've never actually worked a day in my life, and now that I'm a hunter, I at least want to try. I never thought this kind of career was even possible for me. Aaron stares at her in disbelief, while Nefi mutters, rich girl, looks like she really had it easy. That's rich, coming from you, whose master bought her student a high-tech cutting-edge company that specializes in nanofibers as a gift, huh? I want to meet this guy, too, Conrad adds. You mentioned business before. It can't hurt to have someone like me along. Maybe I can support you. You mentioned you plan to invest a lot of money. I can help, I am sure. I can also show off my new Hatsu. Oren nods. That's true, I'd appreciate your help, but showing off your Hatsu. I don't want you to do anything against Pariston. Trust me, it will backfire. Conrad shakes his head and smiles, that isn't the case. He then conjures a pair of glasses and puts them on. Look at me and tell a lie. Let's test him for real. How about something that is neither true, but also not completely wrong? I am an enhancer. Oren says confidently. Conrad massages his forehead and stares at Oren. Sorry, I don't want to reveal how exactly my Hatsu works, but for some reason this isn't a lie, but I can also sense that it isn't the truth. The others also stare at Oren in confusion. I'll tell you one day, he says with a smile. Anyway, you passed the test. That ability will be very useful. However, promise me it won't affect Pariston in any way. Don't worry, this is perfectly safe. Conrad replies. As the conversation dies down, Aaron finally speaks up as well. I want to join too. I'd rather not be left out. Since you paid me, I'll do some work with you guys, Gorinu says. These temp hunter missions pay decently, from what I've heard. Thankfully, Pariston's office is big enough, Oren mutters, a little surprised that everyone wants to go with him. After sending a reply confirming their visit, Oren and the group head back to the Hunter Association headquarters. Exactly an hour later, Oren steps into the familiar office and immediately glares at Pariston's beaming smile. Today, Pariston is dressed in a flashy orange silver-striped suit with a gold and red tie. Oren can't help staring at the ridiculous outfit for a moment before approaching his desk. Hello, Pariston, he greets him flatly. Welcome, Oren. It's always such a pleasure, Pariston says, his smile shining bright. Maybe I should have come alone, that way he might have dropped the act, maybe. I think he likes to keep it up to piss off people, just for fun. As his eyes sweep over the group, Pariston's grin stretches even wider. Oh, I see you brought 3 of our newest hunters along. Congratulations to all 3 of you. Not only did you brilliantly succeed in your exam, but you also found such a talented master. You're truly destined for success. 24+ early chapters available.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.